One day in the future, in 2060, the entire world suddenly entered digitalization. All technological equipment became ineffective and all food spoiled and rotted overnight. The most terrifying thing is that 90% of the high-quality humans have turned into zombies. These zombies continue to evolve with only one goal: to devour all the survivors. Some ordinary people have no power to fight back and eventually become prey. But fortunately, every survivor has a chance to extract a talent. However, our protagonist, Lee Gooden, accidentally awakened the data modifier system while going to the toilet. This is a useless system because its functions can only modify certain data parameters, and there are cooling time and authority restrictions. Until he accidentally discovered that the data modifier could modify the lottery probability. He immediately adjusted the explosion rate of the SSS level talent to 100%. As a result, he obtained one of the rarest talents in the apocalypse: infinite ammunition. In the apocalypse, whether it is close combat or long-range sweeping, his ammunition will never run out. From that moment on, Lee Gooden was no longer a lamb to be slaughtered, but a real disaster hunter in the eyes of the zombies. What's more terrifying is that his gold finger system will continue to evolve. Ding! Free attribute points have been upgraded to rare free attribute points. Rare free attribute points. Each point increases the basic attribute by 2 points, or each point increases the luck value by 1 point. Ding! Rare free attribute points have been upgraded to legendary free attribute points. Legendary free attribute points. Each point increases the basic attribute by 3 points and adds 1 point of luck. Lee Gooden was so excited that his eyes filled with tears. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Awesome! A tall building is built from the ground up, and glory can only be achieved by one's own hard work. What is the foundation? Only when the foundation is strong can one be truly strong. From now on, every time he levels up, his attributes will be 3 times higher than others, plus 1 point of luck. This time, Lee Gooden no longer hesitated and added all his physical strength. Ding! The addition was successful. Open the personal panel. ID. Lee Gooden. Level 1. 5 free attribute points are added for each level up. Stamina 20. Stamina is consumed when taking actions. Strength 5. Strength determines power. Agility 5. Speed is the only way to defeat martial arts. Spirit 5. Determines the height of thinking. Luck 10. Indescribable attribute. Talent. SS unlimited ammunition. 1 talent is added every 100 levels. From a 5-level stamina to 20 stamina, Lee Gooden felt his body's endurance greatly improved. When going out to fight zombies, he had to be fully prepared. In case something went wrong, this golden finger would be wasted. After searching the 10-square-meter daily rental house twice, Lee Gooden picked up a slingshot. He had a mop tucked into his belt and hanging above his head, emitting a musty smell. That's it. Let's talk about it after we get out. Lee Gooden was originally a villager from Luojidan village. He had just arrived in Longsheng 3 days ago and was planning to find a construction site to move bricks, but he didn't expect to encounter this disaster. If he were in his own village, he could easily find a few shovels. He gently pushed open the door and stuck his head out to look around. The mop above his head swayed with his movements, which seemed a bit of a hindrance. The building is not big, with 3 floors and 10 households on each floor, but they live very densely, mostly young couples. Considering the 90% mutation probability, there must be zombies in the building. Lee Gooden walked quietly in the corridor. There were gaps in the dilapidated doors along the way. He followed the gaps to carefully observe the situation in each room. There were bursts of screams coming from the innermost room. Lee Gooden couldn't help but frown, thinking, what are these 2 stupid lovers doing? Are they going to lure all the zombies out? He had originally planned to quietly sweep through each room to keep it secret. Suddenly, the door on the right suddenly fell down. An ugly zombie opened its bloody mouth full of big yellow teeth, and green sticky liquid flowed from its mouth and rushed straight towards Lee Gooden. Weak zombie, black iron, level 1, stamina 50, strength 10, agility 10, spirit 0. Introduction. This lucky creature evolved from weak humans and gained a strong physique. Even though it is a little weak now, it will continue to evolve over time. Lee Gooden looked at the zombie and was shocked. Wow, 50 points of physical strength. This cannot be underestimated. Although Lee Gooden's name sounds stupid, he is actually very smart. Fortunately, he was not far from his room, only 10 meters away. He pulled out a mop from his waist with his left hand and rushed straight to the zombie's chest. However, 5 points of strength was obviously not strong enough. The mop only pushed the zombie back half a meter and could not continue to push it. Run! Lee Gooden turned around quickly and ran towards his room. Although the zombies were more agile than him, their reactions were slow, perhaps because they had no brains. Lee Gooden rushed back into the house, slammed the door shut, and blocked the entrance with cabinets, beds, and other items. There was a big hole in the door, and a hairy, green zombie arm stretched out through the door panel. At this moment, an idea flashed through Lee Gooden's mind. Golden Finger. Can I modify the data of this zombie? If he could modify the attributes of the zombie, he would become invincible. Ding! The gold finger can only modify the host data. Lee Gooden sighed helplessly and acted according to the original plan. He took out a 5-centimeter long iron nail from his pocket, raised the slingshot with his left hand, supported the nail with a rubber band with his right hand, and pulled the slingshot hard. Pew! This sound was almost made by Lee Gooden himself. The 5-centimeter long iron nail hit the zombie's arm, but the zombie's physical strength was still 50 points. My goodness, a nail pierced my hand, but I'm not losing blood? Lee Gooden's infinite ammunition emitted a burst of light, and a pure silver iron ball appeared in his hand. Blast ball, infinite explodes after being fired, causing explosion damage equal to strength x1. Awesome. So this is what infinite ammunition is all about. I thought it was just endless ammunition, but I didn't expect that they even have the right ammunition ready. Lee Gooden looked at the iron ball and became even more excited. Strength x1 means 5 points of damage. The zombie's 50 stamina has no protection, so this attack should be strong. He quickly grabbed the explosive pellet in his hand, pulled the slingshot, and shot it at the zombie. Bang! A faint explosion sounded, and a number floated over the zombie's head. -5. The zombie's arm was blown to pieces, but it still didn't react at all. Huh? How can I see the zombie's face? Lee Gooden's eyes widened, and suddenly he found that the door panel was blown to pieces. However, this zombie didn't seem to be able to bend down and was stuck in a bed, unable to get in completely. It could only scratch the bed desperately outside the door. That's easy. Lee Gooden was delighted and seized the opportunity to launch more explosive balls. Piu, piu, piu. One explosive ball after another flew through the air and hit the zombie's chest. -5, -5, -10, -5. Suddenly, a critical hit prompt appeared. It should be the luck value that takes effect. Ding! The host kills a weak zombie at level 1 and gains 10 experience points. The first kill will get a weapon, 1 Juga crossbow, black iron grade, and 10 ordinary crossbow arrows. Ding! The items are automatically put into the storage space, and the initial storage space size is 1 cubic meter. A flash of light passed by, and Lee Gooden actually upgraded. At some first, he quickly decided to put all the points in strength. The damage was too low, and high physical strength alone was obviously dangerous. Open the personal panel. ID, Lee Gooden. Level 2, 5 free attribute points added for each level up. Stamina, 20, stamina consumed when taking action. Strength, 20, strength determines power. Agility, 5, speed is the only way to defeat martial arts. Spirit, 5, determines the height of thinking. Luck, 15, indescribable attribute. Talent, assesses unlimited ammunition. 1 talent is added every 100 levels. Juga crossbow, black iron firing rate 2 arrows/second. 10 arrows per load. Reload time, 10 seconds. Range 50 meters. Ordinary crossbow, shooting damage power ×1. Lee Gooden picked up the Juga crossbow and was very satisfied. It is much better than a slingshot. He loaded 10 ordinary crossbow arrows into the repeating crossbow and found that the loading process was quite troublesome. Each arrow had to be loaded into the chamber manually, which took at least 10 seconds at the fastest and was unpredictable at the slowest. It took Lee Gooden 30 seconds to load his arrows for the first time, but it's an improvement. You could try to load your arrows for the first time. Lee Gooden winked and grinned. Finally, he loaded the arrows and shot the first arrow immediately. Pew! Ding! The wooden crossbow arrow hit the iron bed and bounced out. Lee Gooden looked expectantly and stretched out his palm to examine it carefully. Sure enough, a ball of golden light flashed, and a dark crossbow arrow appeared in his hand. This arrow was 30 centimeters long, made of iron, felt hard, and had an extremely sharp tip. So this is the mechanism of SSS infinite ammo. Fire the weapon once, and after activating it, it can generate unlimited suitable ammunition. Fine iron arrow, black iron shooting damage power x2, range increased by 20 meters. Awesome. Using the Juga crossbow with his fine iron arrow, the range is actually 70 meters. He couldn't wait to walk out of the room and head towards the corridor, aiming for the room of the couple in the corner. The noise made by the couple seemed to attract only this one zombie, and the noise he made while fighting was not small, so no more zombies came. When they arrived at the door, it was locked tightly, and there was no more movement from inside. Did the zombies attack them? Lee Gooden peered through the crack in the door and saw two disheveled zombies biting each other. It seems that the door was not broken by the zombies. It's strange, but in any case, the experience is worth it. He raised the Juga crossbow, loaded with arrows, and aimed at the 2 centimeters gap in the door. Although he couldn't see the exact location of the shot, he believed that a large number of shots would always solve the problem. 10 arrows were fired randomly, and Lee Gooden took back the crossbow and began to reload. Ding! Kill the weak zombie level 1. Gain experience point times 10 and get luncheon meat times 1. It looked like one zombie was killed, and the other one seemed to have missed. Ouch! The zombie let out an unpleasant roar and then walked towards the door. Lee Gooden slowly backed away, quickly reloading his crossbow as he walked. 17 seconds. I broke my own reloading record. He was delighted. Finally, he reached the other side. Crack! The door collapsed, and the last zombie slowly turned around. Crack! Lee Gooden shot 2 arrows, and the numbers above the zombies' heads were -40, -80. Ding! The host kills a weak zombie at level 1, gains experience points x10, and obtains a police explosion-proof shield. Police explosion-proof shield, durability 1000. Yes, the protective gear actually fell off. Lee Gooden smiled. An inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. A new star in the apocalypse was rising. Chapter 3. The Howling Female Corpse. Lee Gooden searched every room on the 3rd floor, but found nothing. He had to believe the system's prompts. All food had gone bad. All technological products had become ineffective, and the environment for survival in the apocalypse was becoming increasingly severe. He took 2 sips of mineral water, gently tightened the bottle cap, and put it back into the storage space. The storage space is large enough, and the capacity of 1 cubic meter is enough for now. After all, he only has a little food and water, as well as a police explosion-proof shield and a broken slingshot. Although the slingshot was broken, he was reluctant to throw it away. Although the Juga crossbow was powerful, it took too long to reload. In case he didn't have time to change the crossbow in a critical moment, the slingshot was his backup weapon. Lee Gooden knew very well that zombies would continue to evolve, and falling behind would mean being defeated, so he had to improve himself as quickly as possible. He held the blast shield in his left hand and the crossbow in his right hand, and walked towards the 2nd floor. He paused for a moment and continued downstairs. In this small space, he was no longer suitable to be a shooter. A close fight with zombies would only lead to death. He needed a more suitable place. He walked out of the building and looked around, trying to find an open area. The buildings in this village were low and dense, and there was no spacious space at all. Suddenly, he heard a faint voice behind him. "Help me." Lee Gooden frowned slightly and quickly locked onto the source of the sound. He saw a woman in white squatting in the corner of the room, holding her head with both hands, crying and calling for help from time to time. Lee Gooden was alert in his heart. This is not right. She doesn't seem like a normal person. He immediately checked the system information. Howling female corpse, black iron, mutation, level 3, physical strength, 1000. Strength, 50. Agility, 100. Spirit, 50. Summary. A black iron level female corpse mutated and became a fast-moving howling female corpse. Run away. However, you can't outrun her. Lee Gooden immediately turned around and ran out of the alley quickly. After running for 30 meters, he heard a sharp scream from the female corpse behind him. Ah! The speed of the female corpse was incredible, almost dazzling. Lee Gooden quickly turned around and raised the blast shield. His mind quickly calculated the attack pattern of the female corpse. According to his speculation, the female corpse was about 1.6 meters tall, and if her arms were extended during the attack height would be about 1.8 meters. If the attack is in a straight posture, the target height is 1.5 meters. Lee Gooden must raise the blast shield to protect his head. He quickly squatted down and held the explosion-proof shield horizontally at a height of 0.5 meters, preparing for the impending attack. Although this was only a slim chance, if the female corpse was moving too fast, he might be able to trip her up by inertia. Suddenly, the female corpse rushed over, and Li Guden was knocked to the ground. His explosion-proof shield was knocked away, and his left hand was scratched, bleeding profusely. However, the female corpse was tripped, and her body flew more than 10 meters like a cannonball. Her head hit the ground hard, and a string of red numbers appeared, -450. Just as the corpse was still recovering, Li Guden quickly raised his right hand and shot 10 arrows. Each arrow hit the corpse accurately, and from the first arrow on, the corpse's movements were completely interrupted. Within 5 seconds, Li Guden shot 10 arrows in a row, causing a total of 560 points of damage, just enough to kill the female corpse, and even caused 10 points of excess damage. System prompts: kill a level 3 howling female corpse, black iron, mutated, and obtain experience points times 300, howler necklace, bronze level, howler gloves, bronze level, Barrett sniper rifle, bronze level, 12.7mm bullets times 10, mineral water times 5, and spam times 5. The host reaches level 3 and gains 5 legendary free attribute points. The host is the first in the server to kill the howling female corpse and gains the title of Howling Pioneer and is awarded 5 legendary free attribute points, modified, and 5 luck points. Li Guden was overjoyed. He checked the rewards he had received and found that he had made a huge profit. Howler necklace, bronze agility plus 30, critical hit rate plus 10%, stamina plus 100. Howler gloves, bronze strength plus 30, agility plus 30, stamina plus 100. Barrett sniper rifle, bronze level shooting damage power times 10, ammunition 1, reloading time 5 seconds, range 2000 m. Li Guden excitedly added points, all to strength. He put on new equipment and checked his personal panel. ID, Li Guden. Level 3. Physical strength, 20, 200 strength, 50, 30. Agility, 5, 60. Spirit, 5 luck, 30. Critical hit rate, 10%, 30. His luck value is 30 points, which means that the critical hit rate is greatly improved. He raised the Barrett, activated the infinite ammunition talent, and a bronze level 12.7mm bullet appeared in his hand. The initial velocity of the bullet increased by 100%, and the range increased by 1,000 meters. A light flashed in Li Guden's eyes, and he began to think about how to become an efficient sniper. 80 points of strength, combined with the Barrett's great power, can cause 800 points of damage in one shot, with a range of up to 3,000 meters. In this way, except for those special mutated zombies, other zombies will not be able to withstand this attack. Li Guden put away the Barrett and prepared to find a higher vantage point, planning how to use this powerful weapon to clear out the zombies. He picked up the blast shield, threw it back into the storage space, and began to load the Juga crossbow. Although the Barrett was powerful, the crossbow was more suitable for close combat, firing 10 arrows at a time, and its power was also not to be underestimated. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly thought of a question: why didn't the scream of the howling female corpse attract more zombies? He speculated that zombies were only sensitive to human voices and didn't care about other sounds. Fortunately, if Barrett's voice could attract the attention of zombies, it would be troublesome. He walked towards the alley entrance and cast his eyes towards the 30-story building in the distance, thinking to himself, the distance of about 1 kilometer would provide him with a better perspective. Chapter 4. The Bug of the Goldfinger. Li Guden followed the path, sticking close to the wall, and finally escaped from the complex village in the city. From time to time, the roars of zombies could be heard around him, occasionally mixed with the screams of women and the cries of men, all of which made him numb. In the last days, life is like sand in an hourglass, fleeting, and no one has the energy to care about others. The population of Dragon City once was 5 million, but now it is estimated that there are less than 500,000 left. The number of zombies is constantly increasing, and the situation is becoming more and more serious. Li Guden looked at the tall building not far away. The target was in front of him, but crossing the road was not so easy. If he didn't have a cover, he would be easily discovered by the zombies. Faced with hordes of zombies, his crossbow would be in trouble after using up 10 arrows, and the fastest reloading time would take at least 10 seconds. His agility now reaches 65, so his speed should be faster than most zombies, especially level 1 zombies whose agility is only 10. The agility of a level 2 zombie is about 20. As long as Lee Gooden doesn't encounter a mutated zombie like the howling female corpse, he should be able to escape. But the problem is that zombies come from all directions, and his route of action is likely to be blocked, so he can only find another way and take a detour. As more and more zombies appear, the situation becomes more and more bad. Everything has become shabby in the end times. Even the car has turned into scrap metal. Otherwise, he would have run over it long ago. Lee Gooden turned and entered a shop on the side of the road. After looking around and making sure that the surroundings were safe, he decided to wait here until dark. He took a gamble and guessed that the zombie's eyesight was not very good. This shop sold suits, and he picked out a black suit, black shirt, and black leather shoes. The shoes were too shiny, so he decided to do some cleaning. Lee Gooden scooped up a handful of sand from the wall outside the shop and rubbed the shoes with the sand. After 20 minutes of hard work, the shoes had lost their luster. He checked the system time. It was 3:27 p.m. It would take until 8 p.m. for it to get dark. System, he asked, would the zombies be stronger after dark? System response, zombies rest between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. the next day and are only active during the day. If you disturb zombies at night, their attributes will double. It is recommended that survivors rest at night and maintain a regular schedule so that zombies will not actively attack. Lee Gooden smiled, thinking that this was quite humane. Zombies also had off-duty times. He continued to organize his equipment, ready to face the night. But at the moment, he didn't dare to sleep, so he climbed up to the second floor of the shop, moved a chair, and sat down. He opened a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water, looked out the window leisurely, and replenished his energy. Although life is difficult in the end times, you can still enjoy a good meal occasionally. Lee Gooden couldn't help but sigh that a box of luncheon meat used to cost more than 20 yuan, but now he can eat it with peace of mind. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a sudden commotion caught his attention. Outside the window, several zombies were walking over from across the street, slowly strolling along the road. Lee Gooden immediately put away the luncheon meat, took out the Barrett sniper rifle, and began to prepare for shooting. He skillfully loaded the 12.7mm bullet and quickly and accurately entered the combat state. The target is 5 zombies, the distance is uncertain, and the wind speed is light. He muttered softly in his mind and adjusted the angle of view to focus on the camera. This should be enough. I think I can hit it. Lee Gooden said to himself. Bang! The bullet was fired instantly and hit the telephone pole instead of the zombie. Lee Gooden was stunned. He actually missed the target. Seeing the pole being penetrated, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Not bad. I can actually hit the pole from such a long distance. The telephone pole made a crisp sound, and the bullet penetrated the hollow iron pole and hit the ground deeply with considerable power. Hearing the sound, the 5 zombies walked towards the electric pole. Lee Gooden thought to himself, this gives me an opportunity. He quickly opened the gold finger and asked, can I improve my shooting accuracy? The system responded, to improve shooting accuracy, you need to do the following. 1. Learn shooting skills. 2. Practice shooting skills. Lee Gooden frowned and continued to ask, can I modify my shooting skills? The system replied, the host must first obtain the skills before modifying them. Lee Gooden suddenly felt depressed and then asked, can the efficiency of my shooting training be improved? After a moment of silence, Goldfinger suddenly responded, the host's comprehension has increased by 999,999%. Lee Gooden burst into laughter and clapped his hands on the table. Ha ha! I finally fixed the bug in the gold finger. Then, he continued to shoot smoothly. This time, the bullet hit a zombie's left shoulder accurately, tearing its ribs and causing the zombie to fall to the ground. The system prompts, kill the weak level 1 zombies and gain experience. Lee Gooden felt dizzy and a lot of shooting skills emerged in his mind. Low spirit value, insufficient brain power. He realized that increasing his mental capacity could help him use his brain more efficiently, greatly increasing his learning speed and capacity. After another shooting, Lee Gooden's mind was clear. He shot and killed several zombies in succession. He felt that he was becoming more and more skilled, as if he and the gun had become one. Several zombies were killed, and Lee Gooden obtained 50 experience points, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 boxes of luncheon meat, a pair of black running shoes, a barrel of diesel, and a rope from them. He changed into black running shoes, discarding his badly worn leather shoes, and said with a smile, I wouldn't have bothered with that if I had known earlier. This small battle made Lee Gooden feel more and more powerful. He knew that in the end times, only by becoming stronger could he survive. Chapter 5. Reward for Killing. Lee Gooden half lay on the table, staring at the building across the street through a telescope, looking for traces of zombies. The shops on the second floor are so low that only the windows of the houses in the front row can be seen, while the houses in the back row are completely blocked from view. The sound of Barrett's gunfire echoed in the streets like thunder. Whenever a zombie entered the sight of the scope, Lee Gooden could always kill it with one accurate shot. The system kept reminding him that the storage space was also full, and the 1 cubic meter space was almost filled. With a flash of golden light, Lee Gooden reached level 4. All 5 legendary free attribute points were added to agility, and his current agility value had reached 80. With this value, he was more confident about his plan to sneak into the building at night. His 80 points of agility allowed him to easily shake off most zombies, and he couldn't even catch up with the extremely fast mutant zombies like the howling female corpse. Lee Gooden raised his gun and looked towards the 30-story building opposite, deciding to investigate the situation in the building first. Bang! Kaka! He began to fire layer by layer. Even at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, Barrett was still accurate. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be survivors hiding in the window of the 11th floor. He took a telescope and looked carefully, and found 6 men and 1 woman in the house. Through the scope, Lee Gooden clearly saw that one of the 6 men had his legs broken and was lying on the ground in pain. The other 5 men were wearing black suits, but no pants. A woman with a hideous face and a stuffed mouth was lying on the table, banging her head against it from time to time. Lee Gooden sighed, and he had already guessed what had happened. He decisively adjusted the sight and pulled the trigger. Bang! A 12.7 millimeters bullet accurately hit the chest of one of the men. Blood gushed out, and the body fell to the ground. Lee Gooden showed no emotion at all, just watched the other 4 men run towards the desk in panic, trying to hide. Host kills level 1 survivor and obtains 1 cubic meter of storage space and all its items. Lee Gooden frowned, looking at the enlarged storage space. He didn't expect that killing the survivors would give him all their belongings, but when he thought about it carefully, the space of these survivors was empty. It seems that what the system said is right. There are no real friends in this world. Lee Gooden's eyes became even colder. He knew that human nature in the end times had become as cold and ruthless as zombies. He continued to observe the other survivors on the 11th floor and saw the man with broken legs, struggling in pain, and the humiliated woman banging her head against the table frantically. Host killed 2 level 1 survivors and obtained 2 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. Lee Gooden did not hesitate and continued to eliminate these suffering people. Their death brought them relief and also provided him with supplies. The remaining 4 men hid behind the table. Lee Gooden's mouth corners slightly raised. He knew that the shelter was meaningless to him. Bang, crack. The continuous gunshots were deafening. The desk was smashed into pieces, and chips flew everywhere. Host killed 2 level 1 survivors and obtained 2 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. There were only 2 survivors left, and they took advantage of the time when Lee Gooden was reloading bullets to quickly escape. Forget it, they have some courage. Lee Gooden shrugged his shoulders without much emotion. After all, there should be a lot of zombies in the building, and their escape does not mean that they will have a chance to survive. He continued to look towards the upper floors of the building, his eyes fixed on a very large room on the top floor, a place that looked like a conference room, with at least 30 people hiding inside. This group of people did not seem to be threatened by zombies and were surrounding an old man, discussing something. Based on the current intelligence, Lee Gooden speculated that there were at least 500 zombies spread across at least a dozen floors in this 30-story building, distributed in different rooms and hiding quite tightly. Even if he successfully sneaked into the building, it would be impossible for him to reach the rooftop smoothly, and he would probably be besieged by a group of zombies. Lee Gooden did not act rashly, but observed more carefully. He opened the storage space and looked for useful items. 3 60-meter-long ropes caught his attention. The building is about 120 meters high. If the 3 ropes can be connected, they will be enough to support him climbing. But it's not easy to throw it to the top of the building. Lee Gooden said to himself. He thought that if he climbed up the outer wall 3 layers at a time and threw the rope onto the windowsill each time, it should be no problem. Moreover, the corners of the balcony on the outer wall could also be used to fix the rope. It only takes 11 climbs to reach the top of the building. As for coming down, Lee Gooden decided to slide down directly from the top of the building, which was a very adventurous plan. Well, if you don't even have this little courage, you shouldn't be living in this apocalypse. He patted himself on the back and cheered himself up. He checked the time. It was 16:55, and there were still more than 3 hours until dark. Li Gooden decided to take a nap. System, can you set the alarm for 2030? Ding! The alarm has been set. He smiled and thought it was quite humane. He put away the Barrett, ate the rest of the luncheon meat, and went to sleep in the closet. In his dream, Li Gooden recalled his co-worker Wang Fugue, with whom he had worked together on the construction site. No matter what work was done, he was always responsible for welding, while Wang Fugue was responsible for other things. That time was fulfilling and enjoyable. Ding-ling-ling, the system alarm rang, and Li Gooden woke up suddenly. He looked out the window. It was getting dark so fast that he could hardly see anything. He pushed open the closet door, and the moonlight poured in, illuminating the surroundings. This is too dark, Li Gooden muttered softly and stretched. He quickly opened the bottle of mineral water, took a few sips, and felt refreshed. It's time to hunt, Li Gooden whispered, ready to take action. He quietly went downstairs and hid behind the door to observe the outside. It was completely silent, with absolutely no movement. He was wearing black clothes, black shoes, black hair, and his skin was so dark from years of exposure to the sun at the construction site that it almost blended into the moonlight. He crossed the road lightly and successfully arrived under the outer wall of the building. Li Gooden took out a coil of rope, quickly pulled it out 3 meters, and threw it hard. Throw it again. Throw it again. He chanted in his mind, trying to throw the rope towards the windowsill. Finally, on the 27th attempt, the rope was accurately caught at the corner of the windowsill. Chapter 6, Poisonous Toad. Li Gooden stared at the rope that had been put on and suddenly realized, so this is how you throw it. He was impressed by his own comprehension and found that he learned faster than he thought. After all, high comprehension is so powerful. He then used another rope to tie it to the corner of the opposite balcony to ensure that it was safe. With the second rope fixed, Li Gooden became more confident in climbing. He tied the ropes carefully, tied one around his waist, and held the other in his hand, and began to climb up. When he reached the 4th floor, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down, but fortunately he stabilized himself in time. Shit, I almost fell down. It was so dangerous. He cursed, and his heartbeat accelerated. But fortunately, his climbing skills improved, and he became more skilled with each climb. As time went by, Li Gooden threw out the rope again and continued to climb up. After continuous efforts, he finally stood on the top of the building. The moonlight shone on him, and a cool breeze blew past him, causing him to shiver. He immediately regretted not bringing thick clothes. The saying, "It's cold at the top," is true. He walked a few steps on the rooftop, found some oilcloth, made a cape and draped it over his back, tying a knot around his neck. How could a sniper not have a ghillie suit? It's hunting time, he said to himself, his heart full of determination. Night is the battlefield for snipers. Li Gooden took out the Barrett from a storage space, set it on the outer wall of the roof, and began to observe the village and the city in the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the tranquility around him. Goldfinger, can you help me improve my eyesight? I'm having some problems with my eyes because of the welding glasses, he asked softly. The system prompt sounded. Correction, the host's retina has returned to normal, and the corneal degree has returned to normal. Li Gooden frowned. Damn, can it be adjusted higher? The system replied helplessly. The Goldfinger can only modify the upper limit data of the host body. To break through the limit, you need to improve it through other means. He rolled his eyes and said, It's good to be back to normal. That's just the normal vision of normal people anyway. With the help of moonlight and the night vision function of the Barrett scope, Li Gooden's vision finally recovered. Bang! Click! He saw a zombie through the scope and fired accurately, hitting it with one shot. 1. He counted quietly. Bang! Click! 2. He pulled the trigger again. As each bullet was fired, Li Gooden gradually got into the state, and he never missed a shot. Looking down at the entire urban village from the rooftop, he had a very wide field of vision, and he was like a falcon capturing every target. But under this kind of high-altitude sniping, the experience gained from killing level 1 zombies seemed insignificant. As Li Gooden's level increased, the experience gained from killing low-level zombies gradually decreased. He thought that perhaps he should find stronger enemies to gain more experience. As Li Gooden was thinking, he found a particularly disgusting zombie. Its tongue was as long as a toad's, its body was covered with green spots, and even bubbles came out. Ugh, Li Gooden couldn't help but frown. This zombie looked very dangerous. Then the system's prompt sounded, Poisonous Toad, Black Iron, Mutation. Li Gooden looked at the toad zombie and thought to himself, a level 4 black iron mutant. This is an awesome character. It will definitely drop some equipment. Bang! Crack! A bullet hit the back of the toad zombie, and the bullet exploded with huge damage, causing 1,600 points of damage directly. Li Gooden's eyes flashed with disdain. Died so soon. However, what happened next stunned Li Gooden. The attributes of the poisonous toad skyrocketed, and its health increased from 400 to 800, and its other attributes also doubled. Li Gooden finally understood that it was the attribute doubling effect of the night zombies. This is the buff of the zombies at night. As long as you anger them, their attributes will double. Fortunately, the poisonous toad couldn't see him. Bang! Snap! Li Gooden fired again, directly blowing up the toad zombie's head, and its long tongue swung up. The system prompt sounded. Host level has been raised to level 5. Host killed a level 4 poisonous toad, black iron. Mutated, gained experience points x 200, a poisonous ring, bronze level, toad leather armor, bronze level, and some food. Li Gooden opened the inventory and saw the poison ring and toad leather armor. He couldn't help but smile. Poison ring, bronze level spirit value plus 50, poison resistance plus 100. Toad leather armor, bronze level physical strength plus 200, agility plus 50, poison resistance plus 100. These equipment just filled the gap for Li Gooden. He put on the ring without hesitation and put on the cold toad leather armor. Although it was a bit disgusting to wear in a suit, he had to get used to it in order to improve his survivability. Another level up. Li Gooden excitedly checked his status and added all his attribute points to strength. ID, Li Gooden. Level 5. Stamina, 2400 strength, 65, 30 agility, 20, 110 spirit, 550 luck, 40. Critical hit rate, 10%. Toxin resistance, 200 storage space, 8 cubic meters. Strength is still my weakness. My equipment doesn't increase my strength. It's strange, Li Gooden murmured. He continued to observe the village and the city and found that some windows had curtains drawn, as if there were living people inside. How could a zombie draw curtains? This made Li Gooden excited. Suddenly, he saw a faint light coming from a building, which caught his attention. The light became stronger and stronger, and the entire corridor was illuminated. Li Gooden saw through the telescope that a man holding a flamethrower was spraying fire in the house, burning the zombies one by one. The flames brought with them a scorching air wave, which made it impossible for the zombies to resist. Flames are my favorite toys, Li Gooden said to himself, his eyes flashing with greed. The man then set the entire building on fire. The flames shot up into the sky, and the zombies within a kilometer radius seemed to be awakened. Li Gooden frowned. Can the light attract zombies? Or can zombies sense heat sources? This is a question that is related to his future survival strategy. The man walked out of the burning floor and headed for the next building. Li Gooden thought to himself that this man was very powerful, and his flamethrower was probably not simple. He needed to improve his ability as soon as possible to fight against this threat. Chapter 7. Congratulations on getting a mortar bang. Kaka. Minus 1900, a wailing female corpse was disturbed by the flamethrower and instantly fell under the Barrett's 12.7 millimeters bullet. The luck value took effect and a critical hit occurred. Ding. The host kills the level 3 howling female corpse, black iron, mutation, and gains 80 experience points, a flamethrower, black iron, and 1 diesel. Huh, I got the flamethrower. Li Gooden looked at his trophy excitedly. He never thought that his luck would allow him to get the weapon he desired so quickly. It seems that the luck value can really sense my wishes and tilt the reward in the direction I want. Li Gooden was delighted, but he also felt that the luck value was so unfathomable that it was a little scary. The system prompt sounded. Flamethrower. Black iron continuously spray flames. Reload once and use for 20 minutes. Damage per second equals strength times 2. Range 20 meters. Reload time 1 minute. Diesel. A barrel of ordinary diesel, multi-purpose. Li Gooden picked up the barrel of diesel and poured it into the tank of the flamethrower. The tank made a gulp-gulp sound, and after a little more than a minute, the tank was finally filled. After screwing on the lid, Li Gooden couldn't help but smell the diesel on his hands with intoxication. The smell of diesel is really good, refreshing. He wiped his hands casually and picked up the flamethrower. Ooh, a 20-meter long fire snake spewed out from the nozzle. Li Gooden immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body and shivered. It feels so comfortable and warm. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a can appeared at Lee Gooden's feet. He picked it up and found that it was canned napalm, black iron, which has a higher temperature and stronger adhesion. He immediately installed the can onto the flamethrower. Immediately afterwards, the flame temperature of the flamethrower suddenly increased. A 20-meter-long fire snake surrounded the entire roof, and the ground was also burned into a sea of fire. Lee Gooden looked at the warmth brought by the flames excitedly, and even roasted his luncheon meat next to the flames. Well, it's not cold anymore. He was in a good mood, drank a sip of warm mineral water, and sighed. When life is happy, you should enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Then he raised the iron box high and toasted it to the moon, cut it to death. He casually threw the iron box into the flames, and he felt that everything became so easy and happy. Then, Lee Gooden put the flamethrower into the storage space, took out the Barrett again, set it on the outer wall of the roof, and continued to observe the surrounding situation. Could this sea of fire be a zombie tide? Lee Gooden was shocked to find that the entire village in the city was on fire. The fire was raging, and zombies from all directions were constantly heading toward the fire source, and each zombie was emitting a scarlet light. Shit! Lee Gooden suddenly became alert. The situation in front of him became complicated. The heat of the fire attracted a large number of zombies. He whispered to himself, "They won't spray the fire to my side? If this building burns, I won't be able to escape." At this time, Lee Gooden noticed a man holding a flamethrower leading a group of survivors to advance. The man not only used the flamethrower to spray fire, but also threw various weapons to the survivors behind him. Bows, crossbows, swords, pistols, and even hoes. The weapons kept changing, and Lee Gooden couldn't help but admire. This guy pulled out a team in just a few minutes. He is really brave. The man used a flamethrower to burn a large number of zombies to death. But as the flames spread, the zombies became more and more dense, and the survivors were trapped in the wall of fire. Lee Gooden began to shoot zombies with a Barrett to help relieve the pressure on the survivors. However, despite his best efforts to shoot, the density of the zombies still made Lee Gooden feel overwhelmed. The road was filled with thousands of zombies, and the survivors were trapped in the wall of fire, unable to move forward. They fought back desperately with crossbows and pistols, but the number of zombies was too great. It looks like it's time to do something. Lee Gooden's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea came to him. He killed another level 4 toxic toad. The system prompts, host killed level 4 toxic toad, black iron, mutation, and obtained light mortar, bronze, 82 millimeters explosive grenade times 10, 82 millimeters smoke bomb times 10, 82 millimeters illumination bomb times 10. Haha, now it's time to have fun. Lee Gooden excitedly picked up the light individual mortar and started operating it, replacing the shells with the Talent Advanced version. Light individual mortar, bronze range 8 kilometers, damage equals strength times 10, effective killing radius 15 meters, reload time 3 seconds. 82 millimeters high explosive bomb, bronze damage equals strength times 5. 82 millimeters poison gas bomb, bronze damage equals spirit times 10, effective radius 100 meters. 82 millimeters illumination bomb, bronze illuminates the radius of 5 kilometers, lasting 30 minutes. Lee Gooden smiled wickedly and decided to have a fireworks show. He set up the mortar, aimed at the target, and prepared to fire the first flare. 3, 2, 1. Lee Gooden chanted in his mind, put down the shell, and pressed the trigger button. Bomb. Boom. The mortar fired, and the shell flew into the air, instantly lighting up the night sky. The entire 10-kilometer radius was illuminated by white light, and the scarlet light on the zombies quickly disappeared, and the double attribute buff was broken. Lee Gooden looked at the dazzling white light in the sky with satisfaction, and smiled even more happily. The zombies' double attribute buff has disappeared. This night has finally become safe. Chapter 8. Horror Music Box Bang. Kaka. Minus 1,425. Lee Gooden's Barrett accurately hit a howling female corpse, and it fell to the ground. The explosion effect brought by the high explosive bomb caused the surrounding zombies to fall one after another. The impact of the explosion made him see a large number of damage numbers jumping, and the system prompts kept ringing. Oh, this is great. Lee Gooden looked at the system prompt happily. His strength was increased again, reaching 110 points. As he continued to load high explosive bombs, the survivors in the firewall finally noticed his presence. Someone waved at him to express gratitude. But Li Gooden couldn't hear it at all because the distance between them was too far and the surroundings were too noisy. A large number of zombies fell, and the bodies piled up like a mountain. The zombie tide's attack was severely weakened, but their madness did not weaken. Some zombies even began to devour the bodies of other zombies, and they were upgraded to level 2. Li Gooden smiled. The explosion lasted for 2 hours, and his level was successfully upgraded to level 8. During this time, Li Gooden completely ignored the system prompts and blocked them directly. He just checked the spoils he had obtained from the storage space. The corpses of the zombie tide were completely destroyed, and the survivors began to move forward, moving towards the low building on the other side of the road. Seeing these survivors heading for the safe zone, Li Gooden was not very interested. He knew that the survivors in the apocalypse were often a burden, and any careless move could bring him trouble. He opened the storage space and found it was filled with weapons, equipment, and some strange items. Li Gooden thought to himself, I still need a bigger storage space. Suddenly, he found a square box, horror music box, bronze. He opened the box and found a device that could play light music. Playing beautiful light music can cultivate sentiment and help sleep. It can also scare away zombies because they think this thing is scary. Not bad. There is actually such a good thing. Li Gooden smiled and suddenly noticed another thing. Loudspeaker. This is a magical tool, just in time to communicate with the people below. Li Gooden excitedly took out the loudspeaker, put it to his mouth, and started shouting, Attention, everyone down there. You have been surrounded by me. The zombies here have been cleared out. Please rest here and wait for dawn. I strongly remind you that arson is prohibited in the safe zone. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, and arsonists will be killed immediately. After he shouted 3 times, the survivors below finally responded. Some of them poked their heads out, and the man breathing fire also responded from the roof of a low building. Thank you for helping us out of this predicament. If you need any supplies, I can send someone up to deliver them. Li Gooden was a little impatient. He thought to himself, I don't lack any supplies, and I don't really want anyone to come up. He used the loudspeaker to shout again, No need. I'll be on guard for you upstairs. Rest assured and don't set fire. A brief response came from below. Okay. Li Gooden put down the speaker and pressed the switch of the music box. The beautiful piano music spread through the loudspeaker, as if the entire rooftop was surrounded by notes, and the warm melody seemed to make people forget the horror of the end of the world. He continued to patrol the rooftop and entered the 33rd floor through the fire escape. Holding the Juga crossbow in his hand, Li Gooden scanned the entire floor vigilantly. At the door of a meeting room, Li Gooden heard a noise. Before, he had seen people here in the shop across the street, but he didn't expect them to be hiding here. Bang! Li Gooden kicked the door open and walked into the conference room of several hundred square meters. There were more than 30 people inside. They all stood up and stared at Li Gooden nervously. The old man in the lead stood up and bowed to Li Gooden. Young man, I am the owner of this building and the chairman of this company. Thank you for coming to save us. But we have nowhere else to go except here. The world outside is even more dangerous. Can you find us some food? Li Gooden rolled his eyes, feeling a little impatient. Why are you staying here waiting to die without any food? This building is mine now. You guys should leave quickly. There are more than 100 survivors in the low building next to it. You can go and meet up with them. At this time, a woman stood up and said in a not very friendly manner, Why are you so rude? The chairman is a well-known figure in Longcheng. You should respect him. Li Gooden smiled coldly and pointed to his chest. Are you saying that I don't know how to behave? Some people in the house stood up and started to yell. That's right, there's so many of us, and you are so arrogant alone. Hand over your weapons quickly, or we will tie you up and throw you off the building. Li Gooden's eyes became sharp, and he was secretly prepared in his heart. These people seemed not very sensible, but he knew that people's hearts in the end times were unpredictable. At this time, the old man stretched out his hands to stop the noise in the house. Young man, we are all high-level talents here. Even if the world ends, we are excellent survivors and will play an important role in the future world. For the sake of national justice, you should take the initiative to contribute your light and heat, unite with everyone, and fight the end of the world together. The old man continued. You seem to be in good health and suitable for going out to look for supplies. This glorious mission is given to you. I promise that you will have a bright future with my team. If you perform well, I can make an exception and promote you to vice president of the company. What do you think? Li Gooden's mouth curled up slightly. Looking at the people in front of him, his heart full of sarcasm. Do they really think they can survive in the end times with so-called high-level talents? Chapter 9. The second day of the apocalypse, Lee Gooden looked at the survivors and then at the storage space, thinking to himself, the apocalypse is still acting like a superior, trying to paint a rosy picture for me and make me their free labor. He really thought these people were so stupid. I'll say it again, everyone get downstairs. This is your last chance. I don't have that much time to chat with you. Lee Gooden looked at everyone with a cold look in his eyes. He held a crossbow in his right hand and took out a P92 pistol in his left hand and pointed it at them. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the old man's temples, but he still pretended to be calm, trying to stabilize the situation. Young man, don't be impulsive. There are 34 of us here, and we don't want to bully others. There must be water and food in your storage space, right? These are all we need. Otherwise, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and his voice was somewhat threatening. Otherwise, with so many of us, once we subdue you, you won't have the power to choose. The old man's words carried a threat from a superior. Lee Gooden couldn't help but sneer as if he had heard a joke. What will you do to me if you subdue me? He shook his head slightly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. The old man raised his eyebrows, and a majestic expression appeared on his face, full of the aura of a superior. Young man, don't challenge my bottom line. If you have a good attitude, I can let you live and serve the team. If you have this attitude, I will have to kill you and take away everything you have. Young man, I advise you to learn your lesson. Lee Gooden's smile became more playful, even a little disdainful. Then, he fired his crossbow and pistol at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the 19 survivors fell to the ground in an instant, their flesh and blood blurred. You killed someone. You killed the chairman. One of them screamed in horror. Don't shoot. Let's go downstairs. Let's go downstairs. The rest of the people fled in panic, holding their heads and running, shouting in panic. Lee Gooden watched coldly, and 2 P92 pistols full of bullets appeared in his hands again. The reloading speed was too slow, so he simply changed the gun directly. Bang, bang, bang. 15 gunshots were heard, and the remaining 15 people all fell down. Either do nothing or do it completely. Lee Gooden sneered in his heart and decided not to leave any survivors. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. He knew that the most dangerous people in the end times were those with ulterior motives. System prompt. Host killed 34 level 1 survivors and obtained 34 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. Great! Lee Gooden was delighted. The storage space had reached 42 cubic meters. He opened the space and saw that it was empty. There was nothing left except a few women's underwear. Lee Gooden frowned and sighed in his heart. These people are so poor that they don't even have useful things. He sniffed the smell of the woman's underwear helplessly, and suddenly a strange feeling emerged in his mind. Lee Gooden couldn't help but shudder, shook his head, threw the underwear on the ground, and walked out of the meeting room. The music box on the rooftop was still playing. Lee Gooden walked into an office and found a leather sofa to lie down on. He checked the system time, 1:50. After a whole night of hard work, Lee Gooden really needed some sleep. He picked up the crossbow, turned sideways, and fell asleep. The crossbow fell to the ground, and Lee Gooden began to dream. In his dream, he returned to the village and returned to those simple days. He got up at 5 o'clock every morning and traveled more than 10 kilometers to the town to study. Everything that happened afterwards, until his parents disappeared in the flood, the village chief and the villagers adopted him. At the age of 14, Lee Gooden started his own business and worked in a brick kiln in the town. At the age of 18, he went to work in the city with Lao Wong from the village. But as the dream continued, Lee Gooden dreamed of the outbreak of the apocalypse. He was chased for 10 kilometers by a wailing female corpse and eventually bitten to death on the road. Lee Gooden suddenly woke up from the dream, sweating profusely, his heart pounding like a drum. It was a dream. Lee Gooden sat up, picked up the crossbow on the ground, and checked the system time, 12:30. It seemed that he had slept for 10.5 hours. Woo! Lee Gooden stretched and felt comfortable all over. The comfort of the leather sofa reminded him of the days when he slept on a brick bed and an iron bed. The difference was really huge. Swish! The leather sofa suddenly disappeared, and Lee Gooden put it into the storage space. The music box on the roof was still playing, so he went upstairs, turned off the music box, and put it into the storage space. He stood by the outer wall and looked down. He found that there were no zombies on the road. There were only a few survivors moving between buildings, seemingly looking for something. Lee Gooden couldn't help but wonder, what are they looking for? The technological equipment and food are all unusable. He picked up the Barrett and observed the survivors through the scope, and found that they were collecting wooden furniture and iron tools, obviously making crossbows. It seemed that their ammunition reserves were running low. This is really Versailles. Lee Gooden complained silently in his heart. He remembered that he had the talent of unlimited ammunition and secretly sighed in his heart. This is really a good opportunity to make a fortune. However, he quickly realized that these survivors had nothing worth exchanging. Let's not waste time. Lee Gooden muttered softly and turned his gaze to the distance. A few kilometers away in the zombie group, Lee Gooden saw a shocking scene. A man in a Taekwondo uniform, holding a long knife, shuttled through the zombie group like a tiger, killing 7 times and 7 times with agile movements. Fuck, this is too awesome. Lee Gooden was shocked. He found that the group of zombies were all level 2 zombies, and there were no level 1 zombies anymore. Lee Gooden's mind quickly turned. Could it be that the basic level of zombies will increase by 1 level every day? He couldn't help but panic. If this was true, then yesterday's level 4 poisonous toad would become level 5 today, and even other mutant monsters would continue to evolve. Too scary. Lee Gooden clenched his Barrett tightly, feeling uneasy. His level had already risen to level 8, but facing these mutant zombies, he still seemed so fragile that he couldn't fight them head-on. It seems that the rule of this apocalypse is to use wisdom to overcome everything, rather than to fight head-on like that Taekwondo man. Lee Gooden sighed lightly, and a new idea gradually came to his mind. He looked at the survivors quietly, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Can I find some cannon fodder? Chapter 10. The Pursuer's Self-Destructing Robot. Lee Gooden went downstairs and came to the low-rise building where the survivors gathered. This low-rise building was 6 stories high and had 3 units. It had been transformed into a small base by the survivors. A dozen people downstairs were busy using electric saws to cut wood and iron tools to make piles of crossbows. The ground was littered with diesel and generators, as well as various tools. It's amazing. On the first day of the apocalypse, productivity was restored and simple weapons were made. Lee Gooden couldn't help but sigh. Human beings' desire for survival and wisdom are really strong. He found a man who set the fire last night in the crowd, and the man recognized him at a glance. Brother, it's you. Thanks to you last night, we were able to survive. Now everyone has elected me as the leader of the camp. I have been waiting for you. I hope you can take over this position. The arsonist showed a sincere smile. Lee Gooden waved his hand. I'm not interested in being a leader, and I can't do it. Since everyone nominated you, then you can do it. I came here to ask if you have any plans. Plan. The arsonist hesitated for a while before speaking. Everyone's combat power is not high, and now we don't even have enough ammunition reserves, so we can't explore the periphery. I plan to lead everyone to make some crossbows first, so that at least we have basic combat power, and then we can make plans. Lee Gooden nodded, thinking that the arsonist's plan was quite practical. Brother, I can provide you with some weapons and ammunition. In exchange, I want you to send a team to explore the city for some intelligence. I will try my best to follow behind and protect everyone. Lee Gooden pointed to another building 5 kilometers away. Just send me there. Oh, there must be zombies there. I have no objection to whether you are willing to go or not. The arsonist frowned. Lee Gooden took out 100 bundles of fine iron arrows, black iron, from a storage space, 100 arrows in each bundle, a total of 10,000 arrows, and placed them on the ground. Do you think these arrows are okay? The arsonist squatted down, stroked the fine iron arrows, and nodded. Although there are not many, with these arrows, everyone's overall strength will be greatly improved. How about this? I will let everyone go together to avoid the embarrassment of sending you over and not being able to come back. After all, when encountering strong zombies, you mainly have to rely on your mortar to output. Lee Gooden nodded. Okay, time is running out. You tell everyone, we will set off now. You can tell everyone that the zombies level up by 1 every day. If we don't hurry up and get stronger, we won't be able to defeat the zombies in a few days. The arsonist's face changed when he heard this, and he walked quickly to the front of the low building. Lee Gooden ran 2 steps, took out the loudspeaker, and handed it to him. The arsonist took the loudspeaker and shouted at it. Everyone gather! Everyone give up the tasks at hand and gather in front of the camp. The camp is ready to set off. 10 minutes later, except for Lee Gooden, the 166 survivors had gathered into a line, all holding crossbows. Although some had pistols, they had already run out of bullets. The arsonist shouted into the loudspeaker, "Everyone, pay attention. This is the hero who saved us last night." He turned his head and looked at Li Gooden. "Hero, what's your name?" "My name is Li Gooden. This hero saved everyone last night. I have decided that we will all head towards the tall building 5 kilometers northwest. This hero will be behind us to provide support. If you don't want to go, please raise your hands." The crowd chatted with each other, and about 70 to 80 people raised their hands. "It's too dangerous. I don't want to go through that again. We finally escaped. Isn't it stupid to go looking for trouble with zombies again?" "That's right. I just want to work in the camp. Don't let me go out." The arsonist seemed to have expected this, and there was nothing unexpected. He glanced at Li Gooden and continued, "Those who raise their hands, step out and select a new leader. Those who are willing to go, follow me, and we will set off immediately." Li Gooden nodded, silently agreeing in his heart. The arsonist was gentle but strong, with a compassionate heart to save the world and decisive decision-making without dragging his feet. He was obviously an excellent leader. In the end, only 50 people followed the arsonist, and the remaining 100 people chose to stay where they were. The arsonist distributed crossbows to the 50 warriors and ran to Li Gooden. Gooden, there are only so many people left. Let's go." "Okay, I'll follow the team, and I'll give you this loudspeaker to facilitate your command. Don't fight close to powerful zombies, otherwise you will be easily injured by my shells." Li Gooden said, and took out 2 cans of napalm, black iron, from the storage space and placed them on the ground. "These 2 cans of gasoline are for you. Don't set fire on the road. A big fire will attract another wave of corpses." The army set out in a mighty manner. The 51 survivors led by the arsonist were 1 meter apart and marched neatly towards the high-rise building 5 kilometers away. Li Gooden followed behind in a wretched manner, holding a crossbow, as if he was taking a walk. There were no zombies in the first half of the journey, but in the second half, there were sporadic zombie attacks on the team. The survivors barely needed Li Gooden to do anything and successfully reached the building. On the way, dozens of survivors joined the team and followed. The arsonist did not stop them, but was very happy. "Everyone, gather, enter the building, and clear out the zombies in the building. This is our temporary camp." Everyone rushed into the building, and the arsonist walked up to Li Gooden. "Brother, go. It went smoothly all the way. You want to snipe on the roof, right? Wait until everyone has cleared the area before you go up." Li Gooden scratched his head embarrassedly. "Brother, what's your name?" "Wu Yang." "Wu Yang, we won't be able to contact each other after this morning, so don't let anyone go up to the roof to disturb me. I will clear the zombies around on the roof, and you can rest here today. At night, we will create another wave of zombies to gain experience." "Okay, listen to me, brother, go. From now on, I, Wu Yang, will follow you." At this moment, a female scream was suddenly heard. "Ah, mutated zombies." Li Gooden turned around and found a 3-meter-tall fat zombie stumbling towards him from the intersection, waving a large kitchen knife in his hand with blood dripping from the tip of the knife. Butcher, black iron, mutation, level 5, stamina 3000, strength 500, agility 50, spirit 0. Introduction. The butcher's thick fat forms a natural armor. Don't fight him in close combat. His kitchen knife is already thirsty. Li Gooden looked at the butcher's speed and breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the crossbow and calmly prepared to fire. He quickly pulled the string of the crossbow in his hand and shot 10 times in a row. Gaga! Minus 280, minus 280, minus 560, minus 280, minus 560, minus 280, minus 560, minus 280. The 8th arrow hits, and the butcher falls. Ding! The host kills the level 5 butcher, gains experience points times 400, and obtains the butcher's cleaver bronze, the butcher's boxer pants black iron, and the chaser's self-destruct robot bronze. Li Gooden is not interested in close combat, so he throws the butcher's broken knife directly into the storage space. The butcher's boxer pants black iron increases strength and stamina, while the chaser's self-destruct robot is a disposable consumable with high explosion damage, suitable for destroying a large number of enemies. Disposable consumables? Li Gooden stared at the exquisite robot in his palm, which looked like a square box the size of a radio, with 4 rows of small wheels underneath. It was heavy and obviously loaded with a lot of explosives. Goldfinger, Can the consumption data of the pursuer's self-destruct robot be modified to ammunition consumption? Ding. Correction. The consumption data of host weapon type disposable consumables has been changed from weapon consumption to ammunition consumption. Li Guden laughed wildly without paying any attention to Wu Yang. I'm such a fucking genius. In the future, whenever you obtain this type of disposable weapon, you will have unlimited ammunition. Li Guden reached out and threw the pursuer to the ground. Click, sizzle, drip, drip. The pursuer was moving towards the intersection hesitantly. His speed was not fast, but he was still well concealed. Not even as high as a shoe. Half a minute later, in a house a few dozen meters away. Boom. Ding. The host kills the level 2 survivor and gains 1 cubic meter of storage space and all its items. Shit. Killed someone? Li Guden looked at the fire not far away, looked at the confused Wu Yang, and walked straight into the building. Fortunately, no one saw the death in the explosion. I guess everyone thought it was a zombie. This pursuer is quite good and can be very effective at times. Li Guden was delighted when he saw the pursuer lying quietly in the storage space. This thing is a disposable weapon with no CD. You can use the infinite ammunition talent to brush it out at will and then release it unlimitedly. One awesome bug. The automatic lock-on feature is too powerful. It is easy to accidentally injure survivors. It's not called accidental injury. It should be called accidental killing. Li Guden did not search the room, but went straight to the roof through the fire escape. The building has a total of 50 floors and is about 200 meters high. The rooftop is quite luxurious. There is a pool of green water in the open-air swimming pool. There is a big H painted on the ground next to it, and a helicopter is parked on it. The end of the world has begun, and the water source has deteriorated and is definitely poisonous. Airplanes are technological products and cannot be used. Li Guden walked onto the plane curiously and looked at the layout inside. This was his first time on a plane, and it was quite novel. The parts of his plane are actually recyclable, but Li Guden doesn't understand these high technologies. If he can learn this knowledge in the future, maybe he can build a plane by himself. After getting off the plane, Li Guden walked to the outer wall of the roof. This broken wall was made of glass and looked far less solid than reinforced concrete. However, this thickened tempered glass is 1 centimeter thick, so it can't be considered cutting corners. The Barrett is set up and the sniper is online. Bang! Snap! Bang! Snap! Li Guden's sniping skills should surpass all snipers in history, because no matter how he shoots now, it will not increase his proficiency. I really want to eat stir-fried pork with green onions. I ate luncheon meat all day yesterday, and now I have no appetite. Bang! Snap! Why got was luncheon meat and mineral water? Is this the only thing we are fit to eat in the apocalypse? An hour later, Wu Yang was shouting downstairs with a loudspeaker. The building has been cleared. Everyone enter the building. I will set the fire and prepare for the zombie tide. Li Guden barely heard it, put away the Barrett, took out a can of cold luncheon meat, and started eating. No matter how bad it tastes, it can replenish your energy. After drinking another bottle of mineral water, Li Guden walked to the swimming pool and urinated. Huh, why is there a dead body in this green water? I saw the back of a woman in a bikini in the water, face down in the water. Aren't dead people supposed to float on the water? Why did this thing sink to the bottom? Oh shit. The green water surface gently rippled, and the woman's body under the water moved. Civet, iron grade, mutation. ID, Gumongamo. Level 1. Physical strength 1. Strength 1. Agility 1000. Spirit 1000. Introduction. A typical example of evolution failure. Having lost the qualification to evolve, an existence between a survivor and an evolver. It is uncertain whether he has sanity, but he has the power of apocalyptic evolution in his body, and it is unknown what the consequences will be. Li Guden stared at the woman's back. She was trembling slightly in the water and was clearly still alive. Since they are between survivors and zombies, just treat them as zombies. Li Guden picked up the Barrett and aimed at the woman's back. Bang! Snap! -0. The woman's back bent backwards, and she jumped out of the water in a strange posture, splashing green, poisonous water all over Li Guden. Why did you hit me? You hit me. If you do it thoroughly. Li Guden fired another shot in anxiety. Bang! Snap! -0. Stop hitting me. I'll cry if you hit me again. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Li Guden's forehead. What the hell is -0? This mutant civet cat has both 1 stamina and strength, but it deals 0 damage. Really? Li Gooden looked at the opponent's body intently. There seemed to be a thin film on the surface of the skin, and it was that film that blocked the bullet. Don't hit me, baby. Surrender, okay? The woman walked up to Li Gooden and raised her hands, revealing the whiteness under her armpits. Well, no hair. Are you a survivor? Li Gooden was very uneasy and asked tentatively. The woman shook her head, and suddenly her body flashed red and turned into a cat. Meow. Li Gooden was stunned. He raised his Barrett and fired another shot, hitting the cat demon on the head. -0. The cat demon changed back into human form, knelt on the ground, and began to cry. Why are you still hitting the baby? He has already surrendered. Li Gooden's pupils contracted, his body felt cold, and he turned and ran towards a fire escape. Whoosh! The woman flashed in front of Li Gooden and blocked the passage. Don't leave. You bad guy. Apologize. Li Gooden was so scared that his hands were shaking slightly, and he could hardly hold Barrett. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me go. The woman snorted softly, put her hands on her hips, and raised her head and said, I will never forgive you. Whoosh! The woman appeared in front of Li Gooden and punched him in the chest with her pink fists. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Li Gooden was sweating coldly. Although the damage was not high, the woman was so fast that he couldn't dodge at all. He would be beaten to death sooner or later. The key is that the damage to her is 0. Could you please not be so clueless? Fortunately, the woman stopped after punching 10 times, and she wrapped her 2 white arms around Li Gooden's neck and looked straight into his eyes. My name is Chu Mingming. I don't know why I became like this. I was just swimming here with my cat when I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. I feel my body is very strange. Can you tell me why? Li Gooden rolled his eyes in despair. Then promise not to hit me. Chapter 12 Speedy Escape. Commandement blanc, michivusli. Okay, I won't hit you, and you can't hit me either. Li Gooden took a deep breath and sat on the ground. Chu Mingming, it's the end of the world now. Have you received any notification from the Doomsday System? Chu Mingming shook her head like a rattle. Where is your home? I can take you home. My home. I have many homes. I don't know where my mother is. My father used to live in this building. Ligolda Nudda. If what the cat demon said was true, then his father should have turned into a zombie and been killed by the survivors. Wait here for me. I'll go downstairs to look for your dad, okay? Commandement jumped up excitedly. Really? Can I come with you? Li Gooden shook his head. No, there are too many zombies down there. It's very dangerous. It's safest for you to wait for me here. Oh, then Mingming will be waiting for you here. You have to be careful. Good. Li Gooden sat up and walked towards the fire escape, not forgetting to make a sound to comfort the cat demon. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gooden's figure disappeared from the corner of the stairs. Chu Mingming sat at the door of the fire escape, with her head down and her knees hugged. Strange. He hasn't asked what Dad looks like yet. Maybe he knows Dad. That's great. Li Gooden ran down the fire escape quickly without disturbing the survivors in the building. If a commotion is caused and the cat demon finds himself trying to escape, he may not be able to escape. It's the end of the world. No one can be trusted. The cat demon has an agility of 1,000, which is really too fast, and a spirit of 1,000. She looks extremely terrifying. I don't know what special abilities she has, but it is estimated that the protective film outside her body is related to that spirit. Li Gooden would never joke about his life. Faster, faster, faster. Li Gooden anxiously increased his speed and arrived at a gate in 2 minutes. Wu Yang was directing the defense layout in the lobby on the first floor. Hey, brother Go, why are you in such a hurry? Dog brother. Wu Yang suddenly realized something. His pupils shrank slightly, and he took out a loudspeaker. Everyone gather. Run. Retreat. Quick. Li Gooden's head buzzed, and he instantly became furious. Damn this idiot. Why did I give him the loudspeaker? This is such a ripoff. Li Gooden didn't look back, but he thought that it might have alarmed the cat demon. These survivors will definitely flee in the direction they came from, where there are basically no zombies on the road, and it is relatively safe. But Li Gooden didn't want to act with them because he was too big and couldn't hide from the cat demon at all. Li Gooden hurriedly ran into the alley in the opposite direction and disappeared in an instant. While running, he dropped the pursuer's self-destruct robot to the ground. Don't blame me for being cruel. Anyone who follows me and blows me up will be killed without compensation. The pursuers were thrown to the ground one by one every second. Li Gooden's figure kept shuttling back and forth in the alley. The cries of zombies could be faintly heard from the buildings on both sides. No zombie is scarier than that cat demon. Li Gooden is not afraid of anything at this moment. Heading north, he heard explosions behind him. Looking back, he had already run a kilometer, but he could not see any trace of the cat demon, and there were no survivors who could catch up with him. Li Gooden also has an agility of 130. When he runs, things on both sides are a little blurry. A cool breeze is blowing, and he no longer sends out pursuers. The pursuers were deployed previously to prevent any survivors from catching up. Now he should hide and move quietly. None of the zombies behind him could catch up with Li Gooden, so he ran for 10 kilometers and reached the northernmost part of the city. Li Gooden hid in a residential building and climbed to the roof along the corridor. Call! Li Gooden breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping from danger. What is Chu Meng Meng? She is not cute at all. She's so damn scary. When he came up, Li Gooden heard that there were quite a few zombies on the floor below, but they had not been cleared out. It is too dangerous to clean up house by house. If there are any powerful zombies behind the door, you might be ambushed and killed. Li Gooden moved some debris from the roof, blocked the door of the fire escape, and sat on the ground. I'm so thirsty. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the storage space and drank it all in one gulp. I looked at the sun. It was almost setting, and the sunset at this moment was breathtakingly beautiful. Li Gooden picked up the Barrett, placed it on the outer wall, and looked outside. Outside the city are patches of grassland, several roads, and a railway not far away. It is peaceful and quiet. Looking through the Barrett's scope, a beetle the size of a football was spotted in the dense grass. WTF? It's so big. Beetle, mutation. Level 2. Stamina, 200. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 0. Introduction. One of the mutant species in nature, 90% of all species have evolved, and it is just an ordinary beetle. Awesome. Turns out not only 90% of the zombies, but 90% of all species have mutated. This is too scary. It seems that there are more insects than humans. So, the suburbs are more dangerous than the city right now. If plants could mutate, Li Gooden gave up the idea of leaving the city. It seems that there is no choice but to hide from the cat demon in the urban area. Li Gooden set up the mortar and took out an 82mm poison gas bomb. Let's see if these dead bugs can withstand biological weapons. Hee. Boom. Whoosh pa. A poison gas bomb was fired onto the grass several kilometers away. Li Gooden couldn't see how many insects were in the grass, but a saturation strike was always right. The killing radius of the poison gas bomb is 100 meters. One poison gas bomb can cover a range of 200 meters. The damage is spirit times 10, which is 550 points of damage per second. However, the damage numbers did not appear as densely packed as imagined. Only a few numbers. Ding! The host kills a level 2 mouse mutation and gains experience points times 1. Ding! The host kills a level 3 mouse, mutated, and gains experience points times 1. Aren't insects afraid of poison gas bombs? Li Gooden rolled his eyes, and an 82mm high-explosive bomb appeared in his hand and put it into the muzzle. Boom! Whoosh pa! Minus 2,850. Minus 5,700. Minus 2,850. Dense damage numbers floated up, and ding-ding-ding sounds continued to ring. The grass within a range of 30 meters was burning with a raging fire, spreading outward rapidly. There were all kinds of reptiles, all of which died under the artillery fire. The spreading fire gradually caused damage to the surrounding reptiles. Dense damage numbers floated in the air, but they were not very high, only 190 points per second. It seems that the fire caused by my attack will cause damage at strength x1, which is quite reasonable. With only 190 damage per second, almost no bug can survive more than 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Li Gooden kept aiming, loading, and firing, and was very busy. Due to level suppression, each bug could only bring 1 experience point, but given this efficiency, the experience point growth rate was also considerable. Chapter 13 Experience Card. Li Gooden surrounded the entire suburbs, and mortar shells would bomb an area of 30 meters every 5 seconds. The system prompt sounded nonstop, and after more than 10 minutes, the suburbs were already a sea of fire. Ding! The host level has been raised to level 9. Ding! The host level has been raised to level 10. Ding! Survivor Li Gooden has achieved the first level 10 achievement in the server, and is rewarded with 5 legendary free attribute points and 5 luck points. Automatically notify the whole server. Ding. Survivor Lee Gooden has become the first person in the server to reach level 10. The system has opened the chat channel and the trading channel. Ding. The chat channel is open. Ding. The trading channel is open. Add attributes first or add all strength. 10 points for 2 levels plus 5 points for achievement. A total of 15 points. ID. Lee Gooden. Level 10. 5 legendary free attribute points added for each level up. Stamina. 20, 450. Strength. 155, 80. Agility. 20, 110. Spirit. 550. Luck. 75. Critical hit rate. 10%. Toxin resistance. 200. Storage space. 42 cubic meters. Strength reached 235 and luck value reached 75. The current critical hit rate should be 10% plus 75%. The luck value is awesome. Moreover, the luck value should also increase the item drop rate, but I don't know how much it can increase. Open the chat system, divide it into regional/full server. It got stuck as soon as it was opened, and a message popped up saying 99999 plus. Lee Gooden was so stuck that he closed it immediately. Open the trading system, which has detailed classifications and a search box. Every survivor can put the supplies in their hands on the shelf and exchange them for the items they need. There will be no currency in the end times, so there will be no standard to measure value. Lee Gooden casually flipped through a few pages of transaction information. All the items on the shelves were miscellaneous items in exchange for food and mineral water. Found something I haven't seen before. There's a transaction information. ID. Anonymous. Buy a large number of 9mm bullets and exchange them with experience cards. 100. 1 card for 100 bullets. Experience card? Does it add experience points? Lee Gooden took out a P92 pistol, and his infinite ammunition talent continuously produced 9mm bullets, which were of black iron grade. I don't need it anyway, so at most I can let him make a small profit and see what this experience card is. 109mm bullets, black iron, were placed in the trading box. Ding. Transaction successful. Experience card obtained 100. Experience card. 100 used to gain 100 experience points, which can be used to increase personal level and improve skill proficiency. Oh, skill proficiency? Lee Gooden seems to have only one talent skill, assesses infinite ammunition, and this talent has no proficiency. Lee Gooden was confused, feeling that he, the first person to experience the apocalypse, was playing a fake apocalypse. What can I learn skills? How do I get experience cards? Open the trading channel search box and search for skills. Ding. No products available. Lee Gooden looked at the experience points below his panel. 1355/102400 plus. The experience required for each level upgrade is twice that of the previous level, and it takes 102,400 experience to upgrade to level 11. Huh. What's the plus sign at the end? Lee Gooden clicked the plus sign and an interface appeared. 1. Lock the experience value, and the excess experience value will be converted into experience cards. 2. Actively convert experience points into experience cards. If the experience points are insufficient, they cannot be converted and cannot be downgraded. 3. Use experience cards to increase experience. Lee Gooden suddenly realized how the experience card came about. The importance of experience points to every survivor is unquestionable. It seems that the experience card is the universal currency in the apocalypse. On the second day of the apocalypse, the zombie level was generally 2, and a very small number of mutated zombies reached level 5. However, the experience points that could be obtained by reaching level 10 had become 1, wasting too much experience points. With the experience points increasing bit by bit, the upgrade will be slower and slower. It is better to lock the experience conversion card so that you can get a lot of experience points to exchange for supplies. Lock in experience points. An invisible energy seemed to turn into shackles, blocking Lee Gooden's path to upgrade. This strange feeling is really unpleasant. Lee Gooden looked at the trading channel again and searched for gold in the densely packed list of goods. Japanese sword, black iron exchange for experience card, $998. Chainmail, black iron exchange for experience card, $2,000. Experience card, $5,000 exchange for bronze level knife weapons. Bronze weapons seem to include a butcher's knife. Butcher's cleaver, bronze attack damage equals strength times 20, attack speed equals agility times 2. That's awesome. With my current strength of 235, I can deal 4,700 damage with one strike and kill the butcher with one strike. However, no one has yet been able to reach such a high level of strength. Just change it. It's useless to keep it anyway. Ding. Transaction successful. Experience card, 5,000 obtained. Well, in this case, I have a new upgrade route. Since your level is far higher than that of the zombies, the experience gain becomes 1. You can sell items in exchange for experience cards from other survivors. After all, their level is low, and they gain experience faster than me. Awesome. Ding. Use experience card, 5,000. Use experience card, 100. 5,100 experience points entered Lee Gooden's body. Look at your own experience value. 6455/102400. This is equivalent to killing more than 5,000 mutant insects and zombies. The road to wealth. The key bug is SSS Infinite Ammunition, which allows you to produce unlimited bullets and sell them. The more people use guns, the greater the demand for ammunition, and the better your business will be. If fewer people use guns, the ammunition dropped by survivors when killing monsters will remain fixed, and the price of ammunition will become lower. In fact, due to the scarcity of firearms and ammunition, most people chose to fight the enemy in close combat with cold weapons. Lee Gooden silently opened the chat channel, and a mature idea appeared in his mind. Ding. Please set your chat channel ID. Set to Arms Wholesaler. The World Chat channel is constantly refreshing chat messages, with tens of thousands of messages per second. No one else can see what you say. Huh. Loudspeaker. Spend 1,000 experience points to use the loudspeaker once, and the chat channel of the entire server will be pinned to the top for 1 minute. It's really expensive. Most people can't afford to replace the speakers. Come on, 3. ID. Arms Wholesaler. Loudspeaker. Attention everyone. I sell a large number of various ammunition. 5.56 millimeters, 7.62 millimeters, 9 millimeters, 12.7 millimeters. If you're interested, please contact me. I can provide different types of weapons and customized ammunition. It was sent 3 times in a row, and 3 golden fonts occupied 1/3 of the chat channel and remained at the top for a minute. The system notification sound keeps beeping. Lee Gooden's message list was bombarded with private messages. Chapter 14 Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Lee Gooden was screening private messages. Some people directly mailed experience cards to him. They were so bold that they were not afraid of being defrauded by telecommunications scam. However, Lee Gooden did not intend to be a liar. He believed that business must be done well, with integrity and reputation, and that the name of the arms wholesaler must be made into a golden signboard. Boss, I need 1,000 5.56 millimeters bullets. This is my M16 rifle and a payment experience card, 1,000. Please check. Lee Gooden took out the M16 from a mail. It didn't even have a grade. It was just an ordinary rifle. Lee Gooden had hundreds of such guns in his storage space. With a thought, 1,000 5.56 millimeters bullets appeared in the storage space, and the gun was mailed over. Ding. The host uses the experience card, 1,000. Haha. The first transaction is completed. The speed of earning experience is much faster than killing zombies. In less than half an hour, Lee Gooden had completed 12 transactions and obtained a total of 24,000 experience cards. He was so tired that he leaned against the outer wall of the roof and drank a bottle of mineral water. I can't go on like this. There are still tens of thousands of private messages, and I can't finish all the transactions even if I don't eat or drink. It still depends on the trading channel. Lee Gooden spent another 3,000 experience points to release 3 loud messages. ID. Arms Wholesaler. Loudspeaker. I will post the transaction information on the transaction channel later. You can search my ID to purchase directly. Thank you for your patronage. After sending it 3 times, Lee Gooden returned all the attachments in the private chat and deleted all the private chats. Open the trading channel and put up trading information for various types of ammunition. Each iron level bullet is worth 2 experience points, and each bronze level bullet is worth 5 experience points. As soon as I hung up, the system notification sounds of ding 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 kept ringing, and the experience value in the card pool on the right side of the experience slot kept increasing, and the experience slot was filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlock the level. Ding! The host level has been raised to level 11. Experience 120/204800. This is exploitation. This is naked exploitation. Lee Gooden has mastered the most important production resource in the end times, ammunition. He can continue to exploit the survivors and make them work for him. Damn, Almost sold out, restock now. With a wave of his hand, a large number of ammunition of various calibers were replenished to the trading window. Ding! You have successfully sold 100 items in the trading channel and obtained the Honest Merchant ID. The system has opened an exclusive store for you. Please enter the store name. Store name? Something catchy. Dog Brother Arms Manufacturer Direct Sales. Ha ha ha. Loud, right? Ding. Lee Man followed your store. Ding. Charles Dodd followed your store. Ding. Yuri King followed your store. The number of fans of the store increased sharply, and Lee Gooden was surprised to find that he could send store products to fans in bulk at any time. I looked at the pile of weapons in the storage space. There were almost 500 pieces, occupying half of the storage space. Clearance sale. Lee Gooden put all his inventory on the store, set a reserve price of 1 experience point, and started a 1-hour bidding. Come back in an hour to collect the money. These garbage should be treasures to the survivors. Lee Gooden opened the food column of the trading channel and searched for food other than luncheon meat. I never understood why there was only luncheon meat. Sure enough, all the food on the trading channel was luncheon meat. Lee Gooden scrolled through more than 10 pages and saw thousands of trading information. Durian-flavored pizza, black iron. Price experience card, 1,000. Iron-grade food. Does it have any special effects? I bought it even if it was not expensive. It's not like I can't afford it. Ding. The host obtains 1 durian-flavored pizza, black iron. Durian-flavored pizza, black iron. After fully eating, you can permanently increase your physical strength by 1 point. There is no limit to the number of times you can eat it. If you can eat it, you can keep eating it. Awesome. Permanently increase your stamina by 1 point. As long as you add it, you don't have to worry about the price. This is like spending money to buy life. Who would complain about having a long life? Lee Gooden carefully opened the pizza box, and a strong aroma filled his nose, but the pizza was cold. Heating it up shouldn't affect the effect. Lee Gooden stretched out his sleeves to shake off the dust on the outer wall and placed the pizza box steadily on the outer wall. He turned around, took out the flamethrower, and sprayed it at the ground not far away. Whoosh! A wave of heat came over, and flames burned on the ground, more than a meter high. Lee Gooden gently picked up the pizza box, placed it on the ground in front of him, and licked his lips happily. Let's see what else there is to eat and drink. Ding! Purchase Coca-Cola, black iron, X5. Ding! Purchase 1 rich cheesecake, bronze. Coca-Cola, black iron. After drinking it completely, it can permanently increase your spirit by 1 point. Rich cheesecake, bronze, permanently increases spirit by 2 points when fully consumed. Ha ha! What a treat! While the pizza was still hot, Lee Gooden picked up the small box of rich cheesecake. Even before the end of the world, he had never eaten such a delicate cake. The rich cheese covered the whole thing like a snowy mountain, and the 3 layers of sandwich cake underneath were soft and extremely tempting. Baji, baji, baji. Tasty. Lee Gooden swallowed the fist-sized cake in 3 bites, then hurriedly unscrewed the cap of the Coca-Cola bottle and poured the drink into his mouth with the bottle mouth facing down. Gudong, gudong, gudong. He poured out 6 sips, which was Lee Gooden's limit. If he poured out any more, his throat would explode. So cool. Lee Gooden glanced at the panel and saw that his spirit value had increased by 2 points. It seemed that he couldn't increase it because he hadn't finished drinking the Coke. These foods had to be completely eaten before they could be added. This prevented some people from maliciously using bugs, such as eating a cake between 2 people. Putting the Coke aside, Lee Gooden started to eat the pizza. The 9-inch pizza was already so hot that it burned his mouth. Lee Gooden blew on it while eating, and from time to time he looked at the big fire in the suburbs downstairs. Basically, everything that could burn had been burned, and the fire was not big anymore. After eating the pizza, Lee Gooden desperately drank the rest of the Coke. His stomach was so full that he could hardly stand. In order not to waste this 1 point of energy, I feel really bloated. Looking at the system time, it was 1812, and it was not long before evening. Lee Gooden stood up with difficulty and walked towards the fire escape. Let's find a room on the top floor and rest for tonight. The door on the left side of the top floor was locked tightly, but the lock broke when I pulled it gently. The door was equipped with a combination lock, which is a technological product and has become ineffective. Lee Gooden held a crossbow in one hand and closed the door with the other, pulling the sofa in the living room to block the door. After checking around, he found a naked zombie in the bathroom, howling as it walked out of the bathroom door. These level 2 zombies posed no threat to Lee Gooden, so he fired 2 crossbows in response, but there was only 1 damage number, which was a critical hit. -1,000. Ding! The host kills a level 2 zombie and gains 1 experience point, 1 mineral water, and 1 strange ring. Chapter 15 Mutation Crisis. Huh, weird ring? Lee Gooden took out the ring from the storage space and examined it carefully. Strange ring. It is just very strange, but not of much value. This ring is a diamond ring, but unfortunately diamonds are worthless in the last days, and no noble lady would think that it can symbolize love anymore. Love? It seems to be an expensive thing. It was expensive in the past, and even more expensive in the end times. There has never been a Lee Gooden before, and there will never be one in the future. He threw the ring aside and looked at the naked zombie on the ground. Its festering skin was oozing with green water, which was extremely disgusting. Even if the zombies of the apocalypse died, their bodies would not disappear. Lee Gooden even suspected that the green blood would infect the survivors and turn them into zombies, so he avoided them as much as possible. After closing the bathroom door, Lee Gooden went straight to the bedroom. This is a pink room, but unfortunately it is a little dark and there is no light, so the room is very dark. A big round bed is placed against the wall, and there's a photo frame hanging on the wall with a beautiful woman on it. It must be the zombie in the bathroom. It's such a waste of his face that he turned into such an ugly monster. Lee Gooden laid down on the big bed, holding Zhuge Lianyu in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed by minute by minute. Lee Gooden had been lying down for 3 hours and had just fallen into a deep sleep. The bathroom floor was already covered in green blood, and the strange ring emitted bursts of red light and entered the zombie's body. Gulp, gulp. The green blood began to flow back and into the zombie's shriveled body. More than 3 hours passed. It was 1 a.m. Lee Gooden turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and the zombie on the bathroom floor appeared in the bedroom, with his arms raised straight up, the strange ring on his fingers, and he walked towards the big bed with stiff steps. Surprise! A sound of flesh being torn was heard, and the zombie's fangs bit the back of Lee Gooden's neck. Blood spurted out, and a burst of intense pain woke Lee Gooden up. Lee Gooden vaguely saw a damage number floating above his head. -40. Ding. The host is infected and will begin to evolve into a zombie in 30 minutes. Fuck. Evolve. Lee Gooden broke free from the zombie's fangs despite the pain, leaving behind a piece of flesh and blood. Another number floated above my head. -100. He didn't know where the crossbow had fallen, so he took out a P92 pistol and fired 9 shots at the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Once the first shot is fired, the zombies will be deader than dead. Lee Gooden was resentful. How could he be infected? Why didn't he open the horror music box? Was it because good things happened one after another, and he was careless? How could zombies actively attack at night? Didn't the system say that zombies rest at night? There are 30 seconds left before the mutation. This must be true. Lee Gooden clearly felt a strange and violent energy slowly sinking from the back of his neck, flowing into his limbs and bones, and even his brain was affected, causing him to become a little manic and restless. Are these the last 30 minutes of your life? Lee Gooden opened the trading channel and frantically searched for medicine or items that could cure the infection. The query was fruitless. How could such a thing exist? If it did, it would have been sold at a sky-high price long ago. This damn zombie. Lee Gooden went crazy. All his efforts since the end of the world were about to be burned to ashes. It was all because of this zombie. Lee Gooden walked up to the zombie and punched it in the face. Boom, boom, boom. After more than 30 consecutive punches, the zombie's head was smashed into pieces and green water stained Lee Gooden's body, but Lee Gooden no longer cared. Isn't the ring on the zombie's finger that glowing red the same strange ring? Lee Gooden broke the zombie's withered fingers with force and took the ring off. The information has changed. Strange ring. It seems to have the ability to bring zombies back to life. Lee Gooden tried his best to suppress the violent emotions in his mind and analyze the situation calmly. It was this ring that made the dead zombie in the bathroom stand up again and attack him. This ring was clearly a relic of its original owner, so how could it have the power to revive zombies? In other words, this ring is not a product of the end of the world, but belongs to its original owner. Lee Gooden hurriedly put on the ring, but unfortunately it was too thin and could not be put on his ring finger. Pinky, wear it. A sharp pain came from Lee Gooden's finger, and the ring flashed red light and penetrated into his body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. There was a sizzling sound of boiling water, and white steam came out of Lee Gooden's body. The green liquid in his body gradually evaporated, and the scar on the back of his neck slowly shrank, and his skin gradually returned to its dark color. Ding! The host's evolutionary power is blocked, and evolution fails. Call. Li Guden let out a long breath, and his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. No, something is still different inside my body. Li Guden could still clearly feel some crazy thoughts in his brain, wanting to bite people and tear everything apart. Is this the power of evolution in the end times? The system prompts that the power of evolution is blocked, but does not say that the power of evolution has disappeared. In other words, this ring can block the power of zombie evolution. So how did its original owner evolve into a zombie? Li Guden thought about it carefully and thought that the original owner might have taken the ring off while taking a bath, and then it evolved into a zombie. That makes sense. Then he killed the zombies himself, and the ring established a connection with the original owner through the green blood, so he resurrected the original owner. However, after resurrection, the original owner had evolved into a zombie and was irreversible. In other words, as long as Li Guden wears this ring, he can stop evolution, but he cannot eliminate the power of evolution. The hidden dangers are still there. It's only temporarily safe. Hateful. Li Guden took off the howler glove on his left hand, put the ring on his skin, and then put the glove back on. This thing is as important as life now. We can't lose it. I don't know if there is any way to eliminate the evolutionary force in my body. I can only figure it out slowly. Li Guden looked at his panel, and his face turned pale. ID. Li Guden mutation. Evolution level. None. Level. Level 11. 5 legendary free attribute points added for each level up. Stamina. 21. 450. Strength. 170. 80. Agility. 20. 110. Spirit. 850. Luck. 80. Critical hit rate. 10%. Toxin resistance. 200. Storage space. 42 cubic meters. Am I still a human? The ID is marked with mutation. No evolution level. Is it possible that the next step is to evolve to the black iron level? Oh my god, what should I do? Could it be that the cat demon I met before is just like me now? But she can turn into a cat, so she is obviously evolved, and she can still maintain human rationality? Chapter 16, Evolution to Black Iron Level. System, can you retain your sanity after evolution? Ding. If evolution fails, you will become a zombie and lose your human characteristics. Zombies can continue to evolve. The probability of successfully evolving to iron level and retaining human characteristics is 1%. The probability of successfully evolving to bronze level and retaining human characteristics is 0.1%. The probability of successfully evolving to the silver level and retaining human characteristics is 0.01%. The probability of successfully evolving to gold level and retaining human characteristics is 0.001%. The further we evolve, the lower the probability of retaining human characteristics. It seems that this evolution is a road of no return. But since there's a chance of retaining human characteristics, don't I have a chance? Golden Finger. Maximize the probability of evolution retaining human characteristics. Ding. Correction. The probability of the host retaining human characteristics after evolution is 100%. Ha ha ha. Then this evolutionary power is a blessing in disguise. System, what is the current success rate of evolving to black iron level? Ding. The current host has 1 evolutionary power, and the evolution success rate is 0.01%. When the evolutionary power reaches 10,000 points, the success rate is 100%. If the evolution fails, the host will become a zombie. So that's why. No wonder there's zombies all over the streets. In the apocalypse, only 90% of people are selected and given 1 point of evolutionary power. Only 1 in 10,000 can successfully evolve into black iron, and the rest of them become zombies. Among the 1/10,000th of people who evolve to black iron, only 1% will retain human characteristics, and the other 99% will become irrational black iron-level mutant monsters. Then the cat demon encountered before retained 1% of its sanity. The reason why the cat demon level was level 1 was probably because when I encountered it, the cat demon had just awakened from its evolution and had not had time to upgrade its level. In other words, the cat demon now is indeed a human being, a black iron-level mutated human being. But if they continue to evolve, they may lose their human characteristics when they reach the bronze level. Then you're not a human being. But Li Guden would not have such concerns. Although I don't know how to obtain the power of evolution, I can actually evolve successfully with just 1 point of evolution power. The cheaters have their own ways of cheating. As long as it is a matter of probability, it is not a problem. Golden Finger. Maximize the evolution probability of 1 point of evolutionary power. Ding. The host's evolutionary power of 1 point increases the probability of successful evolution to 100%. Haha. System evolution. Ding. Evolution failed. The power of evolution is blocked. Oh, forgot about that. Liguden took off his gloves and removed the strange ring. A violent force began to surge into the body and into the brain again. System evolution. Ding. The host has successfully evolved to the iron level. Please choose the iron level evolution direction. 1. Physical evolution, plus 2,000 points of physical strength. 2. Strength evolution, plus 2,000 strength. 3. Agility evolution, plus 2,000 agility. 4. Spiritual evolution, plus 2,000 spiritual points. 5. Strength and physical training, plus 1,000 points of strength, plus 1,000 points of physical strength. 6. Agility and spirit, plus 1,000 agility, plus 1,000 spirit. There are all kinds of dual cultivation, but Liguden is not interested in them. After being attacked this time, Liguden realized that what he lacked most at the moment was physical strength, and life was the most important. As for strength, it is now enough to kill many mutated monsters in seconds, no matter how much strength is added. Choose physical evolution. Ding. Evolution is complete. Open your personal dashboard. ID. Liguden, Black Iron Level, Mutation. Level, 11. Physical Strength, 2021, 450. Strength, 170, 80. Agility, 110. Spirit, 850. Luck, 80. Critical hit rate, 10%. Toxin resistance, 200. Storage space, 42 cubic meters. This powerful force really makes people feel at a loss. Ha ha ha. The physical strength value has reached 2,471. It's really a blessing in disguise. Liguden looked at the broken female corpse on the ground and felt a little ashamed. It was thanks to her strange ring that he was able to gain the power of evolution. Just die. You're not a human being anyway. I won't return the ring. It may be of great use to me in the future. After all, it is a ring that has the power of resurrection and can also block the power of evolution. It is a treasure. Liguden threw the leather sofa in the storage space to the ground and took the soft pink bed. I looked at the time. It was 1:30 in the morning. No more sleep. Get to work. Liguden walked up to the roof, stood by the outer wall facing the cold wind, and looked at the dim world below. Huh, is the store sold out? As soon as you open the trading channel, you start to be bombarded with information. The ding-ding-ding sound lasted for a full 2 minutes. All the junk on consignment was sold out, but what was annoying was that there was actually a switchblade that was sold for the low price of 1 experience. Including the ammunition sold, the total profit is 1,530,000 experience points. All the ammunition has been sold out, and there are thousands of comments below. The manufacturer has closed down, and they're not restocking the products. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law. Boss, please restock. The fighting situation on the front line is intense. Boss, can you add me as a friend? Liguden began to replenish the stock in a hurry. This time he worked at full capacity and extracted 1 million rounds of ammunition per second. It took him 2 hours to do so, and he kept putting them into the store. There are 700 million worth of ammunition in the store, which is enough for them to spend. Liguden was so tired that he was sweating profusely and wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. 1,530,000 experience points, continuous upgrades. Ding. The host level has been raised to level 14. Experience 96400/1638400. Ha ha. The remaining experience points are also a huge fortune, enough for me to eat and drink. Full strength. The strength value reached 295 and the luck value reached 95. If I'm not mistaken, with the 10% critical hit rate provided by the Howler necklace, the critical hit rate is now 105%, which is overflowing. Liguden looked at the ashes below and estimated that there was no mutant creature left. I can't test the damage, but according to calculation, every hit should be a critical hit. The current stamina is not lower than that of the mutant monsters, so even if you encounter them in close combat, you won't be that scared. After all, the damage is off the charts. Come on, let's have another zombie-tide conference. Liguden turned and walked to the other side of the outer wall, set up a single-person mortar, and fired 2 illuminating shots into the sky over the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 flares like small suns illuminated the night sky, and the city below gradually became brighter. Wake up! The hunting time has come. Boom! 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 Lee Gooden randomly bombed the buildings below. One building after another was blown to pieces. Only some tall buildings were not within Lee Gooden's bombing targets. Maybe I will need the tall building myself. Ding! The host killed a level 3 survivor and gained 1 cubic meter of storage space and all its items. There's someone in the house. He is so blind that he lives within my range of fire. It's his bad luck. After all, the main causes of death are zombies. Boom! 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 Most of the shells hit the buildings, causing no casualties, and were all wasted. Lee Gooden stopped his action. From time to time, the roars of zombies could be heard from the building complex, but they were not very smart and did not gather together. It seemed that only fire could attract them, and the flames produced by the explosion were very small. After all, it was not an incendiary bomb. I miss Wu Yang and his gang of cannon fodder so much. Chapter 17, Double-Barreled Blue Fire Gatling Gun. Lee Gooden put away the mortar, opened the trading channel, and searched for hot weapons. From pistols to rifles, submachine guns, and even sniper rifles, it seems that with the sale of their own ammunition, the survivors' combat effectiveness has increased and their equipment has increased. Fragmentation grenade, price, 100. Lee Gooden took a look and swiped over. Grenades need to be thrown manually. Although they are ammunition and can be manufactured infinitely, they're not very practical and are not as good as the Pursuer's self-destructive robot. AK-47 rifle, price, 1,000. There is no grade, and the rifle requires 2 hands, so it is not as useful as the Juga crossbow. Double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun, bronze, price, 20,000. Damn, Gatling is for sale. Bought it. Ding. The host obtains a double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun, bronze. Double-barreled blue fire Gatling, bronze, single-barreled firing rate 100 per second, double-barreled firing rate 200 per second, damage equals strength times 10, effective range 1000 m, reload time 5 seconds, magazine capacity 4,000 rounds, gun weight 25 kilograms, bullet weight 80 kilograms. WTF, more than 200 pounds? Lee Gooden took out the Gatling gun from the storage space. It didn't seem heavy. How could it weigh 200 pounds? I opened the magazine and saw it was empty. All right. Lee Gooden took out 2 rolls of 2007.62 mm bullets and put them into the magazine. The Gatling gun in his hand suddenly sank, and the veins on Lee Gooden's arms bulged. His muscles seemed to become active, and the power was continuously output. No wonder this thing is being sold. It is so heavy that it can only be placed on a car or a helicopter. Ordinary people can't carry it around. My current strength is 295, so I don't feel particularly heavy holding the Gatling gun, and it seems I can still run for a few kilometers. In the end times, where do the cars and helicopters come from? It is estimated that the strength of the other survivors is only about 30 to 50. They probably cannot walk after picking up this 210-pound Gatling gun. A strength value of 1 point should mean being able to lift a weight of 1 kilogram easily, making it seem as if it were nothing. With a strength of 295, theoretically, he can lift a weight of 295 kilograms and still walk briskly. Lee Gooden put away the Gatling gun and looked at the moon in the sky. It was 4:30 in the morning, and there was still an hour and a half before 6 o'clock in the morning. Lee Gooden bought 3 more beef Wellingtons, bronze, and had a delicious breakfast while roasting over a fire. Ding! The host has completely consumed 3 beef Wellingtons, and his physical strength is increased by 6. The more you eat, the more you improve. No more waiting. Wake everyone up. Lee Gooden turned around and went downstairs, took out the flamethrower, walked all the way towards the city, spraying flames madly on both sides. Within a minute, a raging fire started. The zombies around seemed to have received some instructions. They poured out from all corners and gathered into teams. A system prompt sound rang in Lee Gooden's ears, and many level 2 zombies were instantly burnt as soon as they were touched by the flames, and a huge damage of minus 1,180 appeared on their heads. After being burned by flames, the bodies of zombies will be roasted into ashes. Before they turn into ashes, even if they are dead, they are still excellent fuel. 20-meter-long fire snakes kept spraying on both sides, until Lee Gooden walked to a square, stopped, and waited for the zombies to besiege him. Li Guden is now a man of great skill and courage, and is not afraid at all when surrounded by the tide of zombies. He simply walked to a corner of the square, leaned against the right-angled wall, and burned a wall of fire 10 meters in front of him. Looking at the countless waves of zombies coming, Li Guden grinned, put away the flamethrower, and took out the double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun. The wall of fire spread out, reaching a width of more than 30 meters. No zombie could withstand the minus 1,180 damage per second. Li Guden vaguely saw a poisonous toad leap high into the air, and it stayed in the sea of fire for 3 seconds before dying. Just as Li Guden was about to lower the Gatling gun's joystick, the voice of a survivor came from above his head. "Boss, you are awesome. I will start a live broadcast and send your battle video to the chat channel." Li Guden suddenly raised his head and saw a window open on the 3rd floor above his head. A young man stuck his head out and looked at him. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a stream of venom sprayed towards Li Guden. "Be careful, boss." Li Guden turned his head, and the venom sprayed on his toad leather armor. -0, -0, -0. The damage jumped 5 times in a row. This is the venom of a poisonous toad, which should cause less than 200 venom damage per second. The 2 pieces of equipment on me are from poisonous toads, and the 200 poison resistance just offsets the poison damage. Ha ha! Li Guden laughed wildly, but he didn't know that this scene was being watched by countless people in the chat channel. Boss is really awesome. He is still laughing at this hour. Who is this person? Is he the number 1 level 10 player, Li Guden? Li Guden was completely unaware of this. He shook the joystick of the Gatling gun with his right hand, and bullets shot out in an instant. The zombies gathered 30 meters away fell down in groups. -5,900. -5,900. -5,900. Every shot was a critical hit, and one bullet could penetrate the bodies of multiple zombies, knocking them down. Fuck. Boss, this damage is cheating, right? 5,900 damage. Awesome. But why no critical hits? Don't you have any luck? Boss, you may have enough critical hits, so make sure every shot is a critical hit. Where is this? I need to find a big guy to warm my bed. This is the People's Square of Jianqiao District, Longcheng. I'm nearby. The Gatling gun in his hand became lighter and lighter. In 20 seconds, Li Guden had used up all the bullets in a magazine. There wasn't a single zombie within 200 meters, and the zombie corpses were piled up densely on the ground. The zombies behind were still advancing towards the wall of fire. Li Guden changed the magazine, and it took him 6 seconds. He raised the barrel of his gun, ready to fire when the zombies came closer. There is a huge dark shadow ahead. What is that? Li Guden squinted his eyes. After facing the fire for a long time, his eyesight was a little bad. Zombie Lord, Bronze, Variant. Level 10. Physical Strength, 20,000 times 2. Strength, 500 by 2. Agility, 200 by 2. Spirit, 2,000 by 2. Introduction. A wise zombie lord with powerful mental power who can cast some terrifying spells. Holy shit. This is too big. This is the boss. It is 5:10 now. It is still nighttime, and the attributes of the zombie lord are also doubled. Li Guden had a solemn expression as he looked at the distance from the zombie lord. It should be less than 1,000 meters, within the range of the Gatling gun, but the bullets were too scattered and the accuracy could not be guaranteed. The barrel of the gun was raised and bullets were sprayed towards the zombie lord. -0, -0, -0. Hundreds of bullets were fired, but only 3 damage numbers appeared, all 0. Chapter 18, SS Infinite Mecha. The last time I encountered such a situation was the last time. When attacking the cat demon, the damage is also 0. If there was anything they had in common, it was that their mental powers were extremely high, far higher than his own. Could it be that the zombie lord also has a layer of energy film outside his body to resist damage? The distance was too far, and Li Guden couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, the zombie lord raised his hands, and Li Guden clearly saw a huge staff in his huge palms, and a huge crystal bead on the staff was emitting a green glow. Swish! Swish! The unburned zombie corpses on the ground were pulled up by the green light, and they stood up tremblingly and continued to move towards the wall of fire. The man upstairs was stunned. The audience watching the live broadcast in the chat channel were also stunned. Li Guden was in danger and had no time to sit there in a daze. He pointed his gun to the zombie army that had just stood up and kept firing bullets. Large groups of zombies fell one after another. These zombies that had died once died again, and Lee Gooden received the reward again. But none of this matters. What matters is that the zombie lord is standing behind the tide of zombies and is reluctant to come forward. It seems that he is very intelligent. He knows to let his subordinates die and consume Lee Gooden's ammunition while he commands from behind. The zombie lord raised his staff again, and the green light once again pulled up the zombies outside the firewall. The endless tide of zombies surging behind stopped, as if they were waiting for the performance of the Suicide Squad in front together with the zombie lord. Sweat was pouring down Lee Gooden's cheeks. He didn't know whether it was because of the heat from the flames or because of nervousness. If zombies have tactics, then the end of the world would be too terrifying. The zombie lord actually has the ability to resurrect zombies, so it will be a war of attrition. It depends on whether its mental power is exhausted first or its ammunition runs out first. Lee Gooden took the time to open a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp, while also taking a big bite of luncheon meat. Isn't it just a protracted war? Come on, I have food, drink, and ammunition. Ta-da-da! There were rounds of shooting again and again, and the tide of zombies was knocked down again and again. While the zombie lord was casting a spell, Lee Gooden put the Gatling gun on the ground, took out the Barrett, and fired a shot at the zombie lord 1 kilometer away. Bang! -0. As expected, I still couldn't do any damage, but the zombie lord's spirit value had dropped to 950 by 2. It dropped by 2,100 points. Lee Gooden thought carefully. If the protective film formed by mental power could resist damage, then his 4,900 damage would surely be enough to destroy it. Therefore, the defensive film constructed by the spiritual value should be offset by Lee Gooden's spiritual attributes. Lee Gooden's spiritual attribute is only 58, while the opponent has 2,000 by 2. Therefore, each damage can actually only cause 58 points of mental energy damage. Before breaking through the mental energy protective film, physical damage will not be effective. I only hit the zombie lord 4 times, so its spirit value should have dropped by 232 points, which means that the zombie lord also needs to consume spirit value to cast spells. Lee Gooden watched as groups of zombies stood up again and observed the information of the zombie lord. Sure enough, the zombie lord's spirit value became 850 by 2. This means that every time this resurrection skill is released, its spirit value will be consumed by 200 points. In this case, we must first capture the leader. Lee Gooden picked up the Gatling gun again, and bullets poured out madly towards the zombie lord 1 kilometer away. At 200 rounds per second, only 3 hits are possible. This zombie lord was too intelligent. After the first shot, it ran out of Lee Gooden's effective range. -0, -0, -0. The zombie lord was shot 3 times and began to change position again. His huge body moved, making it more difficult for the Gatling gun to hit him. A large number of zombies rushed into the firewall. Lee Gooden took out the flamethrower and refilled the napalm in the firewall several times. He switched to the Barrett and carefully aimed at the zombie lord. Bang! Snap! Bang! Snap! Every 5 seconds there is a precise headshot, no matter how the zombie lord hides. -0, -0, -4,900. Ugh! The zombie lord roared, and the 12.7 millimeters bullet penetrated his forehead. The energy protection film disappeared, and his spirit value returned to 0. Bang! Snap! -4,900. Ouch! The zombie lord suddenly fell down, but Lee Gooden did not hear the system prompt to kill him. Holy shit! This old bitch must be lying down, hiding from bullets. Lee Gooden was furious and said some dirty words. The zombies outside the firewall stopped moving forward and turned around to walk towards the zombie lord. This is the zombie lord commanding the zombie tide to protect himself and retreat. Want to run? Ask my mortar first to see if it allows you to run. Although the zombie lord could not be seen, it was most likely lying down on the spot. It was impossible for a zombie to crawl. Although it had extremely high intelligence, lying down was probably its limit. Crawling was absolutely impossible. Boom! The mortar fired towards the location where the zombie lord disappeared. Damage numbers of -8,850 floated up one after another, but there was no notification sound of killing the zombie lord in my ears. The zombie lord has 20,000 times 2 of physical strength. He was previously hit by 2 12.7 millimeters bullets, with damage of 9,800. Adding this 8,850, if he hits, he will still have 21,350 points of physical strength. In other words, if you're lucky, you still have 3 shots to kill it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more shots hit the same spot, and the figure of the zombie lord appeared. He stood up and ran quickly to the back. Lee Gooden looked at its information and found that its physical strength was less than 2,000. It seems that the damage from these shots was not enough, but they did hit the target. At a distance of a little over 1 kilometer, it would be an extremely stupid idea to try to slip away from a sniper. Lee Gooden picked up the Barrett, and a yellow flame spurted out from the muzzle, disappearing in a flash. Minus 4,900. Ding. The host killed a level 10 zombie lord, bronze, mutation, and obtained experience points times 1,000, evolution crystals times 10, improved type 99 a main battle tank, silver, times 1, and military fortress, silver, times 1. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Lee Gooden is the first to kill a level 10 zombie lord, bronze, mutated. His glorious deeds will be recorded in history and spread widely. Rewards. 1 extra number of S-level or higher talent extractions, 10 legendary free attribute points, and 5 luck points. Ha ha ha. Damn, what a great harvest. There was no time to look at the spoils. What Lee Gooden cared about was the extra number of times he could draw talents above S-level, as rewarded by the system. Goldfinger. You know what I mean? Pull it full. Ding. The host probability of extracting SSS level talents this time has increased to 100%. Extract talent. Ding. The host obtains the talent SSS Infinite Mecha. SSS Infinite Mecha. The mecha equipment obtained by the host can be manufactured infinitely without consumption. Chapter 19 Evolution Bronze Level. All the rewarded attribute points are added to Spirit. The Spirit value has now reached 88 points. I need to add more Spirit power in the future. Facing enemies with strong Spirit values, I cannot break their defense without Spirit value. Look at the spoils. This is the first mecha obtained since the end of the world. Improved Type 99 a main battle tank, silver level 70 tons, automatic driving function, 125 millimeters, main gun damage equals strength times 20, automatic reloading, firing rate 1 round per second. Composite armor throughout the vehicle, fixed immunity to damage below 1,000 strength. Moving speed 90 kilometers per hour, can be equipped with other weapons and equipment. Military fortress, silver a fixed fortress that can be folded up and down at any time. The interior space is 50 square meters, and it only takes up 1 cubic meter of space when folded up. The defense is fixed and immune to damage below 1,000 strength. Weapons and equipment can be placed inside for defense. Evolution Crystal. 10 increases evolution power by 10 points after use. Haha, this is a great harvest. Let's evolve first. Ding. The host gains 10 points of evolutionary power. Golden Finger. Increase my evolution success rate to the maximum. Ding. Correction. The host's probability of evolving to bronze level with 1 point of evolutionary power is 100%. Evolution. Ding. The host has successfully evolved to bronze level. Please choose the bronze level evolution direction. 1. Physical evolution, plus 2,000 points of physical strength. 2. Strength evolution, plus 2,000 strength. 3. Agility evolution, plus 2,000 agility. 4. Spiritual evolution, plus 2,000 spiritual points. 5. Strength and physical training, plus 1,000 points of strength, plus 1,000 points of physical strength. 6. Agility and spirit, plus 1,000 agility, plus 1,000 spirit. Are the evolution points for bronze level the same as those for iron level? It seems that no qualitative change has occurred. Considering the threat of civet cats in Dragon City, it is better to practice both agility and spirit. Now that I have understood the situation of the mental shield, I am not afraid of encountering cat demons again. Ding! The host chooses the bronze level evolution direction, dual cultivation of agility and precision. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Lee Gooden, bronze level variant. Level, 14. Physical strength, 2027, 450. Strength, 215, 80. Agility, 1020, 110. Spirit, 1038, 50. Luck, 105. Critical hit rate, 10%. Toxin resistance, 200. Storage space, 43 cubic meters. Yes, this time it is an all-round improvement. Except for the low strength, all attributes have skyrocketed. Moreover, the current power is sufficient, with explosive damage and enough to sweep across the apocalypse. Ding! The host's SPR exceeds 1,000, and the skill is learned. Mental Shield. Mental Shield can be turned on at any time, using mental value to build an energy shield. When turned on, it is immune to physical attacks, and the mental value of the source of damage will be deducted from the shield value. The consumed mental value needs to be slowly restored, and the recovery speed is 1 per minute. Ha ha ha. This is simply a magical skill for bullying weaklings. Most survivors and zombies have very low mental values. Only a few mutant creatures can reach a mental value of over 1,000 after evolution. In other words, unevolved creatures can no longer pose a threat to themselves. Turn on the mental shield. Lee Gooden watched eagerly as a thin layer of transparent protective shield rose on the surface of his skin, wrapping his entire body without any blind spots. My mind became much clearer, and I felt that my brain had extremely huge reserves, yet was empty like a mentally retarded person. System, how much of my brain capacity is being used? Ding. The host's brain capacity is less than 1% utilized. Well, he is indeed mentally retarded. I have to find time to learn something. However, let's deal with these little zombies first. The zombies outside the firewall were gradually retreating, which seemed to be an order issued by the zombie lord. But after the zombie lord died, these zombies were still mechanically executing the order. The zombie tide that we have gathered with great difficulty cannot be let go. Lee Gooden looked at the time. It was already 6:02. The sky was turning pale, and the sun was about to rise. The basic attributes of zombies have returned to normal, and the double buff has disappeared. Let's see if this mental shield can withstand the flames. Lee Gooden walked slowly towards the scorching wall of fire and stepped into it. -100. -100. -100. Ah, it's on fire. Damn it. Lee Gooden quickly retreated from the firewall, took out a bottle of mineral water, and quickly poured it on his left foot. Zila. Zila. The flames on his feet went out, and his black sneakers were burned beyond recognition, with his toes exposed. I almost set myself on fire, damn. Lee Gooden looked at his physical strength, which was 300 points less. The recovery speed seemed very slow. It should be the same as the mental strength, recovering 1% per minute. Lee Gooden looked up at the young man upstairs and had long forgotten what he said about starting a live broadcast, thinking silently in my heart. Luckily, only one person saw it. Boom! A huge tank appeared next to Lee Gooden, stirring up a cloud of ashes on the ground. Bah! Bah! So disgusting. He turned and looked at the young man upstairs. Brother, stop looking. If you have time, come down and fight the zombies. After saying that, Lee Gooden entered the tank without looking back, turned on the automatic driving, and the tank started up and moved towards the zombies not far away. On the other side, the regional channel exploded. Brothers, it's dawn. Let's go out and fight the zombies. The boss has driven the zombies away. It's time for us to have some soup. That's Lee Gooden. I've seen him before. Brother Go is awesome. I didn't expect the #1 is in our Dragon City. The zombies seem to be only concerned with retreating and won't attack us. Yeah, I've killed quite a few zombies. Lee Gooden was completely unaware and was studying the shells for the 125mm main gun in the tank. There are armor-piercing shells, high-explosive grenades, and smoke bombs. First, the 125mm fragmentation grenade was loaded. Lee Gooden checked and found that the effective range was 2,000 meters. The shell would deviate from the trajectory and start to fall beyond 2,000 meters, so the actual range was about 5,000 meters. The effective killing radius was 30 meters. Boom! A shot was fired, and a small mushroom cloud rose within 60 meters not far away. The huge shock wave knocked down the zombies within 100 meters. Click! The tank automatically loaded very quickly, and it was loaded almost as soon as the gun fired. Lee Gooden hadn't even aimed for the second shot. Boom! 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 Not far away, zombies were being blown to pieces, falling all over the place. I didn't expect that on the third day of the apocalypse, Lee Gooden, would be able to drive a tank to attack zombies. With infinite armor, there are endless tanks, and infinite ammunition means the tanks have endless ammunition. This cheat is so cool. The tank was speeding up, reaching 70 kilometers per hour in the square. Lee Gooden set the automatic driving system to follow the zombies from a distance and not get close. A large number of zombies left the square and ran towards the road and the building area. Lee Gooden had no choice but to chase and fire along the road, but he was unable to do anything in the building area. It is inconvenient for tanks to move in, and the buildings will block the main gun's firing range. For zombies, these buildings have become natural shelters. Chapter 20 Ambush. Lee Gooden drove the tank along the highway, set it to automatic cruise, and pressed whatever he saw. He sat in the tank, opened the trading channel, and searched for delicious food. Fresh milk. Black iron increases spirit value by 1 point after complete consumption. Sandwich. Black iron increases stamina by 1 point after fully eating. Breakfast is half of life, so make sure you have enough energy today. Lee Gooden gently tore open the outer packaging and started to eat the sandwich happily, taking a bite of the sandwich and a sip of milk. The tank was speeding on the road at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. Hundreds of people gathered in front of it and set up a checkpoint to intercept it. Everyone was covered with grenades and holding submachine guns, but the roadblock was a bit dilapidated, with only sofas, benches, and beds piled together. The middle-aged man in the lead had scars all over his face. He looked at the speeding tanks and turned to the people around him and said, "Stop him and take his tank down. When he slows down, use a grenade to blow up his tracks." Yes. The scarred man took out a rocket launcher and aimed at the speeding tank. Bang! Bang! A violent shaking almost spilled the milk in Lee Gooden's hand. Fortunately, Lee Gooden's tongue was long enough to catch the 2 drops of fresh milk thrown in the air. What's going on? The tank was attacked? Lee Gooden controlled the tank to stop, stuck his head out of the observation hole, and looked at the situation outside. Several survivors shouted at Lee Gooden at the top of their lungs. "Stop the car. This is our campsite. No entering allowed." Lee Gooden looked at the composite armor in front of the car, which had black marks on it. He then looked at the scarred man in front of him holding a rocket launcher, and instantly realized that he was under attack. Damn, my new tank. Lee Gooden controlled the main gun and aimed it at the head of the scarred man 30 meters away. The black barrel was already loaded with 125mm fragmentation grenades. "People in front, get out of the way, you've been surrounded by me." The scarred man seemed not to have heard and waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen grenades flew around the tank and exploded instantly. Lee Gooden quickly retracted his head from the observation hole and closed the lid. "Tanks! Charge! Alarm! Track failure! Please repair it immediately." Huh? The tracks were blown off? Damn, these survivors are causing trouble. Lee Gooden saw through the artillery aiming display screen that the body of the scarred man had been hidden behind a roadside bunker, and dozens of people had surrounded the tank. "Get out of the car and surrender. Hand over your weapons, and you won't be killed. Get out of the car and surrender. Hand over your weapons, and you won't be killed." Lee Gooden was annoyed. He thought that these survivors might feel that life in the apocalypse was too boring and were eager to reincarnate. Lee Gooden opened the observation hole of the tank and crawled out, holding a double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun in his hand. As soon as he stood up, he was aimed at by dozens of submachine guns. The mental shield was always on, and his physical strength had reached 2,478, but facing so many guns coming from all directions, he was still a little nervous. The scar man walked out from behind the bunker and shouted at Lee Gooden from a distance, "Put down your weapons and raise your hands and surrender. Otherwise, I will give the order to open fire." There was a hint of coldness in Lee Gooden's eyes. Without saying a word, he put away the Gatling gun in his hand, burst out with all his strength of 1130's agility, jumped off the tank, and disappeared in an instant. Where are the people? This person suddenly disappeared. The double-barreled Gatling gun fired countless bullets from a distance, and Lee Gooden's figure holding the gun was already 100 meters away. The composite armor on the tank kept clanking, and dozens of survivors near the vehicle fell down one by one. The scarred man saw Lee Gooden in the middle of the road and gritted his teeth. Everyone spread out and find cover. Groups 2 and 3 upstairs opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense gunfire in the rooms on both sides of the road, and countless bullets were fired towards Lee Gooden. -0, -0, -0. In just 1 second, Lee Gooden was hit by more than a dozen bullets, including 9mm bullets, 5.56mm bullets, and 7.62mm bullets. The most infuriating thing is that these are all black iron-grade bullets, which he sold himself. The spirit value dropped visibly by more than 100 points. Lee Gooden turned into the alley next to him and put away the Gatling gun. There were too many people, and some of them were hidden in buildings, which made it tricky. This is a 1v100 battle. In just one encounter, Lee Gooden had shot and killed 35 people, and the storage space increased by 45 cubic meters. It seems that some of these people have killed people, so the storage space exceeds 1 cubic meter. Although it is a bit tricky, it is not very dangerous and I can retreat safely anytime. It is a good opportunity to kill people to increase the storage space. The role of grenades in this kind of street fighting becomes apparent. Lee Gooden hurriedly bought a grenade from the trading channel, and a small pile of high-explosive grenades appeared in the storage space. High-explosive grenade. Bronze damage equals strength times 10. Lee Gooden stuck his head out from the side of the road and found that the tank had disappeared. Damn it. Someone must have had enough storage space to take the tank away. Lee Gooden gritted his teeth, extremely angry. He secretly decided in his heart that even if he had to kill everyone present today, he would take back the tank. The tanks are too powerful to allow these enemies to succeed. Lee Gooden took out a pursuer self-destruct robot and slowly placed it on the ground. Click sizzle. The pursuer hesitantly exited the alley and drove toward the crowd. Click, click, click. Lee Gooden kept leaving pursuers on the ground, hiding behind them and waiting quietly. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of explosions rang out one after another. The crowd outside was in chaos. What the hell? It blew up Lao Lu to death. Where is that person? Why can't I see him? Be careful of the robots on the ground. Shoot them. In less than a minute, Lee Gooden released more than 200 pursuers and searched everywhere for the target. Although the pursuer moves slowly, its tracks can attach to walls and climb, making it omnipresent like a spider. Explosions continued to be heard from the buildings on both sides. Lee Gooden grabbed a grenade, reached out from the corner, and threw it out with force. Boom! There was no warning sound, and no one was hit by the explosion. Lee Gooden simply leaned out and jogged all the way to drop bombs on the buildings on both sides, carpet dropping them, throwing 2 bombs regardless of whether there were people there or not. Boom! 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 The high-explosive grenade was so powerful that it blew off rows of roofs. The Scarman's voice came from behind the roadblock. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Lee Gooden recognized his voice, picked up the Gatling gun, and fired wildly at the roadblock. Ta-da-da! The wooden roadblocks were pierced through in an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and a figure flew backwards, beaten into a sieve. Ding! The host kills the level 5 survivor and obtains 12 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. Huh, the tank is back. Lee Gooden looked at the tanks in the storage space and was very satisfied. If it breaks, you can replace it with a new one, but it will never fall into the hands of others. Chapter 21 Dragon City Camp. Lee Gooden was holding a Gatling gun. There was no one left on the road. The pursuers deep in the alleys on both sides of the road exploded from time to time. Most of them were zombies, and the sound was getting farther and farther away. Alas, I don't know how many people the other side ambushed, and how many escaped. Although I'm strong in combat, I cannot chase down so many people. It is really like 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Forget it. Let's repair the tank. Lee Gooden took the tank out from the roadside, took the repair box from the car, and squatted in front of the tracks. Well, the track is not broken, but the small wheel inside was blown apart. How do I repair it? Lee Gooden tentatively unscrewed a screw with a wrench. A light bulb went off in my head, and suddenly a lot of tank maintenance knowledge appeared. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I didn't feel dizzy this time. It might be because my energy level was improved and my brain power increased greatly. Now I don't feel any pressure to learn this knowledge. In less than 3 minutes, the track on the left side of the tank was repaired. Lee Gooden turned to the right track and completed the repair in less than 2 minutes. It's so easy. The tracks are so strong that they are difficult to be blown apart. There are spare tracks on those BMX vehicles. They can be repaired in minutes. Lee Gooden turned around and got on the tank, drove over the roadblock, and drove towards the city. The storage space now reaches 146 cubic meters. Lee Gooden happily hung the spoils he had just obtained in the shop and withdrew the payment from the shop. Ding! The host obtains experience card 1370000. Upgrade. Ding! The host has reached level 15. Full strength. Just when Lee Gooden was relaxing, the chat channel exploded. A video was circulated in the chat channel. In the video, a figure was throwing grenades at a building on the side of the road. There were screams from inside the building. He was also firing a Gatling gun, laughing as he fired, and shot a middle-aged man behind the bunker into a sieve and sent him flying. The protagonist in the video is Lee Gooden. I didn't expect that the first person in the apocalypse would be such a vicious person. Yeah, I still think of Lee Gooden as my savior. Defeat Lee Gooden. All the strong men must kill him when they meet him. Everyone calm down. Maybe there's a reason for this? This video is very short and a bit one-sided. Why is Lu so saintly? Li Gudin's name became even more famous among hundreds of millions of survivors around the world. However, most of the people arguing in the chat channel are weaklings. The real strong ones don't know where to work hard to upgrade, and have no time to watch this. Li Gudin drove the tank into the center of Longsheng. There were almost no zombies here, but a large number of survivors could be seen from time to time. Li Gudin put away the tank to avoid being too shocking. Li Gudin turned left and right and walked towards the cordon in front. Stop, everyone in front. This is the Dragon City Survivor Camp. You need to pay 100 experience points to enter. Li Gudin looked back over the cordon and sentry post. Was the entire city center already controlled by the survivors' camp? It was incredible. Just 100. Li Gudin handed in the experience card and walked into the camp. There were survivors repairing buildings everywhere on both sides of the road. The tall buildings were almost intact, and the sound of diesel generators was everywhere. It seemed that there was electricity here. A little girl came running over with a bag of luncheon meat in her hand. Big brother, do you need food? 1 box for 10 experience points. Li Gudin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it, and walked straight ahead. The little girl caught up. Brother, what service do you need? I am cheaper than the price in the camp. Li Gudin stopped curiously and looked into the little girl's eyes. What service? The little girl's face flushed, and she bit her lip gently. Do you need a foot massage, big brother? It only takes 10 experience points. Li Gudin was a little disappointed. He waved his hand and turned to walk towards the camp. The little girl turned around and ran to the next survivor who entered the camp and said something to him. The survivor behind her immediately took the girl in his arms, kissing and licking her. Li Gudin walked to a hotel building. There was still a sign from before the end of the world hanging on it. There was a wretched fat man sitting on a stool at the door. Handsome guy, want to spend some money? We have hot water, beauties, and a one-stop service for bathing and massage for only 80 yuan. It includes bathing, scrubbing, and a 2-hour full-body massage. Li Gudin looked up and was very surprised. 80 experience points card. That's right. Handsome guy, only 80. Li Gudin looked at his dirty clothes. Do you do laundry here? The fat man stood up and put his arm around Li Gudin's shoulders. Brother, we can wash clothes, but there is no drying equipment, so we need to wait a long time for them to dry. Everyone is very busy in the end times, and we have new clothes in our hotel. You can buy a new set. Li Gudin nodded. What the fat man said made sense. Where to pay? Li Gudin followed the fat man to the hotel bar, handed in an 80-point experience card, and received a hand card. There was no key, only a number, 026. The receptionist politely pointed to the entrance on the left. Sir, this is the men's bathroom. Once you're inside, you can store your clothes in the storage space. We do not provide boxes. Li Gudin nodded and walked into the men's bathroom. As soon as I entered, I saw 3 men sitting naked on the sofa, smoking and laughing about something. At this moment, Li Gudin began to miss his life before the end of the world. It seemed to be similar to life here. After taking off clothes and entering the bathing area, there was a 200-square-meter pool filled with light green water with rising hot water. Although there was no peculiar smell, Li Gudin could tell at a glance that this was a polluted water source. It seems that pure water resources are still very scarce. Bathing here may be done by filtering contaminated water and then heating it. It is definitely not drinkable, but bathing should be fine. What's more, Li Gudin has the power of evolution in his body, so he is not afraid even of polluted water. There were 10 massage beds next to the pool, with 3 men lying on them, being scrubbed by 3 women in short sleeves and short skirts. It was really an eyesore. Li Gudin withdrew his gaze and entered the pool. His tilde. I shivered and a warm current seeped into my skin. Cool. It's so relaxing to take a hot bath in this apocalypse. Li Gudin's eyes drifted towards the bathing area from time to time, as if he was looking forward to it. After soaking for half an hour, Li Gudin shouted, "Scrub the body." The door next to the bathroom opened, and a woman who was less than 30 years old walked out, wearing a uniform and carrying a bath towel, and walked towards the massage bed. Technician number 18 is at your service. Li Gudin lay on the massage bed, buried his head, and began to enjoy the bath without saying a word. Chapter 22 Conflict. Sir, you have finished rubbing it. Do you have any other requests? Li Gudin slowly got out of bed, his legs tightly clamped around something. Where should I get the massage? Sir, you can go upstairs and choose a massage technician for a massage. Lee Gooden went up to the third floor and had sex for a while, then bought a new set of sportswear, spending only 150 experience points. After coming out, I was amazed at how well the business of Longchen Camp is doing. The camp covers a square area less than 10 kilometers long and has absorbed tens of thousands of survivors. The camp has formed patrol teams to continuously pick up lone survivors within Longchen, and the camp has gradually grown in size. The normal production and living order before the apocalypse has almost been restored. Men can hunt zombies outside to gain experience points, while women and children are engaged in logistics production work and service industries in the camp. Everything is in order. Lee Gooden found a hotel in the camp. When he was checking in at the counter, a figure ran out in a hurry, attracting Lee Gooden's attention, but he didn't think much about it. After the man went out, he hid in front of the hotel building, opened the chat channel, and seemed to be sending messages to someone. Command! Command! A dangerous person has checked into Zhejiang Hotel. Our patrol team number 7 was ambushed by this person, requesting support. Command received. Don't act rashly. Stay at the door and don't let him get away. Not far away, in a towering building in the camp, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery outside the window and listening to the report from someone below. You mean the strong man who almost wiped out Patrol Team 7 is staying at Zhejiang Hotel? Yes, Master. For the sake of the order of the camp, we must suppress this person. Otherwise, the survivors will lose confidence in our management. Okay, I understand. I'll go there myself later. The young man slowly turned around, raised his hands behind his back, and gently pressed on his temples. Not long after, the young man seemed to have made a decision. He stretched out his hand, and a green sword appeared in his palm, with the blade facing outward. He flicked the sword lightly with his left index finger. Buzz! Waves of energy filled the room, and papers on the desk flew everywhere. The young man put away his sword and walked out. Ask the cleaning department to come clean my office and the law enforcement team to gather downstairs at Zhejiang Hotel. At the same time, Lee Gooden was lying on the big bed in the hotel, staring at the luncheon meat and mineral water on the TV cabinet. What details? They have done everything you can think of. The light bulbs in this hotel are working, and there is a flush toilet. Although the water sprays out green, it is indeed usable and clean. Who built the Dragon City camp? Who is so great that he could accomplish this in 3 days? Lee Gooden looked at the time, and it was only 11 o'clock in the morning. There was no restaurant in the camp, only a supply supermarket, and the only thing sold in the supermarket was luncheon meat. The supply of high-end ingredients in the market is too small, and they are hard to come by. Walking out of the hotel building, Lee Gooden was a little confused. Hundreds of men in black armed with cold weapons stood outside the door, seemingly waiting for something. A man in black raised his sword and pointed it at Lee Gooden. Stop, you can't leave. Me? What? Lee Gooden took out a double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun, held it in front of his chest, and shook the gun barrel. The leading man in black said nothing and stood aside in silence. It was very embarrassing to leave Lee Gooden there. Lee Gooden is unhappy. Since he doesn't say anything, I'll just walk around and see. What can he do? Just took a step with my left foot. Clang! A man in black chopped the ground in front of Lee Gooden with his big knife, and cracks appeared on the ground. Lee Gooden was a little angry. He was being bullied for no reason. His finger was on the trigger. You better not give me an excuse to kill someone. Just as the man in black was about to speak, a figure in white suddenly appeared beside Lee Gooden, and the white hand grabbed Lee Gooden's arm tightly. I asked him to stop you. I am the owner of the Dragon City camp, and I want to discuss something with you. Lee Gooden struggled to break free from the hand, retreated violently into the hotel lobby, and pointed the gun at the man in white. If you have anything to say, stand there and say it. Don't make any moves, or I'll open fire. The man in white frowned and looked at his palm. My 200 points of strength can't even subdue you. What level of strength have you reached? I originally wanted to recruit you, but now it seems that you are not such an easy person to manage. Left and right, kill this person. Whoosh. Hundreds of figures entered the hotel lobby and rushed towards Lee Gooden. At the same time, Lee Gooden pulled the trigger, and the double-barreled blue fire Gatling gun roared wildly, sweeping out a bloody mist at the entrance of the hotel in 2 seconds. Minus 6,200. Minus 6,200. Minus 6,200. In a flash, more than 20 people fell. Spread. At the command of the young man in white, the men in black withdrew from the hotel lobby and stood on both sides outside the door. What the hell is this hurting? Did you see that? 6,200. Isn't it horrible? The young man in white frowned, holding the green sword, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Clang! The young man appeared behind Li Guden and stabbed with his sword, which hit Li Guden's lower back, but was blocked by the mental shield. -0. Li Guden turned around calmly and looked straight into the young man's eyes. Unexpected, right? I was surprised too. Li Guden had somehow found himself holding a P92 pistol in his right hand against the young man's ribs. Bang! -1,240. The young man's pupils widened in disbelief. Li Guden couldn't see his physical strength, but he himself knew it very well. After being shot, his physical strength was less than 50 points left. Swish! The figure of the young man in white disappeared out of thin air again. Li Guden looked a little puzzled. What special ability did this man have? He was so elusive. Similar to teleport? It's a pity that this luxurious hotel will soon be reduced to pieces. Li Guden grabbed a high-explosive grenade and was about to throw it. The voice of the young man in white came from outside the hotel. Go away. I won't pursue the matter of you ambushing our patrol team, number 7. You are not welcome in the Dragon City camp. Li Guden thought about it for a moment. Patrol Team 7? Could it be the people led by Scarface? Blow up the tracks of your own tank. It seems that he helped someone escape and then returned to the camp to report, so the Dragon City camp came to cause trouble for him. Li Guden made up his mind and decided to kill him since they were enemies. Explanation is the answer given by the weak to the strong. I am obviously not a weak person. The grenade was thrown lightly, and there were several loud noises outside the hotel door, followed by a cloud of blood mist and broken arms and limbs flying everywhere. These men in black armed with cold weapons were not even as intimidating to Li Guden as the patrols armed with submachine guns. They are really out of their minds. Chapter 23, Career Advancement. After the heat wave from the grenade explosion spread, Li Guden walked out of the hotel lobby holding a Gatling gun. They started shooting indiscriminately, and bursts of crying and shouting were heard. Hundreds of men in black were struggling in the rain of bullets. Some of them had only broken a leg, but the huge amount of damage directly emptied their physical strength, and they lost their lives. The rules of the end times are so cruel. In less than 20 seconds, Li Guden put away the Gatling gun that had run out of bullets and took out 2 black P92 pistols. Bang! 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 Li Guden walked out while shooting at everyone who could move. At a short distance, the P92 pistol's burst fire capability is far superior to that of rifles and submachine guns. What's more, it is flexible and easy to change magazines. It's a pity that the young man in white was not seen. His mysterious moves were too strange, and no one knew how he did it. The men in black were cleared out, and Li Guden gained a total of 270 cubic meters of storage space and a large amount of weapons and equipment. The survivors around had long since run away, which was exactly what Li Guden was thinking. He took out the improved 99, a main battle tank, and got in directly. We have offended the Longshan camp, and it will be inconvenient for us to come here next time. Li Guden drove the tank towards another gate of the camp, heading towards the south of the city. The sentry did not intercept the tank and let it pass without hesitation. Perhaps they received instructions from above. Tanks were speeding on the highway in the south of the city. There were only a few scattered zombies, and survivors were everywhere, fighting against the zombies. If this situation continues, will the zombies be exterminated by the survivors? Ding! Your store is out of stock. Holy shit! Are the 700 million worth of ammunition sold out? Today's sales are thousands of times greater than yesterday's. Li Guden hurriedly opened the store and saw the empty shelves and millions of messages from fans below. He was speechless. Ding! You extracted the experience card, 700 million. Upgrade! Upgrade! Rays of golden light rose continuously from Li Guden's head, and his level rose to 70 in one go. Am I dreaming? If this is done by killing zombies, how many years will it take? All power. Open your personal panel. ID, Li Guden, bronze level, variant. Level, 70. Physical strength, 2028, 450. Strength, 1055, 80. Agility, 1020, 110. Spirit, 1039, 50. Luck, 385. Critical hit rate, 10%. Toxin resistance, 200. Storage space, 416 cubic meters. Strength has surpassed the spiritual attribute and reached 1135. So cool. The zombie lord can't even withstand my shot now. Attributes skyrocketed in all aspects. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Lee Gooden's level has exceeded 50, and he will be rewarded with one hidden job draw. The apocalypse has entered the second stage ahead of schedule. The number of zombies in the server has been reset, and the minimum level has been raised to 50. Survivors have opened the job transfer channel, and survivors who have reached level 10 can choose a job promotion. The chat channel exploded. Lee Gooden, I will never forgive you. That damn Lee Gooden, the zombie level is 50, we are doomed. This is not what everyone should be concerned about. What does it mean to reset the number of zombies? Is it like in the game, where monsters will be refreshed after they die? Oh my god, a large number of zombies appeared in the Los Angeles camp. The Tokyo camp is the same. There are level 50 zombies everywhere. It's over, they're coming. Lee Gooden didn't pay attention to the chat channel because the tank had stopped. Bang, bang, bang. Through the surveillance camera, we saw countless zombies suddenly appearing in the open space on the ground, scratching the tanks frantically. The composite armor was being beaten and making clanging sounds with many dents on it, and the tracks had long been torn off by the zombies. It's the kind that can't be repaired. This time it's not the wheel that's broken, but the track that's been torn off. Oh my god, there is no time to study career advancement, so let's study how to fight. Lee Gooden looked at the zombies around him, which were at the lowest level 50, and his eyelids trembled slightly. Strong zombie. Level 50. Physical strength, 5,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. What a qualitative change. Today, most survivors are still in single-digit levels. Facing such powerful zombies, they would probably curse themselves to death. Lee Gooden climbed out of the tank, holding a Gatling gun in his hand, and fired wildly at the side of the vehicle. Da-da-da. Minus 22,700. Minus 22,700. The damage has exploded, and zombies have been harvested in droves. I don't know if it's because the luck value bonus is too high or the drop rate of level 50 zombies is too good, but there are piles of bronze items stacked together in the storage space, including various kinds of food. Just on the road where Lee Gooden was, there were thousands of zombies densely packed. After 10 rounds of shooting, the Gatling gun's bullets created potholes and fractures on the road, and the zombies were finally cleared away. Large numbers of twisted zombie bodies were lying on the road, and green blood flowed like a river. Lee Gooden abandoned the tank, released a military fortress, silver level, on the ground, and entered it. In the middle of the road, a 7x7 meter bunker was stuck in the middle, which did not look very polite. Career advancement? Lee Gooden looked at the system's job transfer interface. There were the following occupations in total. Shield Master, the only profession with enhanced defense capabilities. Battle Master, a master of combat using physical strength. Fighter, a master fighter who uses spiritual energy. Mage, a profession that excels in elemental energy combat. Taoist Master, expert in yin-yang magic and able to save the dying and the wounded. Magician, specializes in strange mental magic. Gunner, a master of using hot weapons in combat. Technician, proficient in all-round production and life technology. Engineer, good at making mechas for combat. Ding, select a career direction to extract hidden careers. S-level hidden job extraction probability, 90%. SS level hidden job extraction probability, 9%. SSS level hidden job extraction probability, 1%. Lee Gooden thought about his own situation and decided that the unlimited ammunition talent was more suitable for the gunner profession, while the unlimited mecha talent seemed more suitable for engineers. I don't know if I can choose these two career directions at the same time. Ding. The host can spend 100 luck points to buy the second profession and spend 200 luck points to buy the third profession. Ha ha ha. So this is where luck comes in handy. As long as you have enough luck, you can learn these professions. There is only one chance to extract a hidden profession now. Choose the gunner first. Golden Finger. Maximize the probability of extracting SSS level hidden professions. Ding. Correction. The host probability of drawing an SSS level hidden job this time is 100%. Haha. Extract. Ding. The host obtains the gunner hidden profession, SSS Gun God. Chapter 24, SSS Gun God. SSS Gun God, Professional Skills. 1. Firearms Proficiency. When using firearms in combat, the speed of drawing, shooting, reloading, and shooting accuracy will be increased according to the agility value. 2. Leather Armor Mastery. Gain additional agility bonus when wearing leather armor. Agility value granted by current equipment times 2. 3. Gun God Body Skills. Passively master the tactical movements of the gun god, and your body is like a phantom, not easy to be captured. 4. Every shot hits the target. Shooting damage ignores mental defenses, such as mental shields. 5. Divine Glory. The gun god's ammunition is attached with a rare light attribute attack. The attack target cannot recover physical strength. The duration is 1 hour. Ha ha ha. This is so awesome. This gun god profession is already deified just by its ability to hit the target with every shot and divine brilliance. Every shot hits the zombies, ignoring all mental shields. This solves a big problem. Some zombies have high mental attributes and are extremely difficult to deal with. Divine Radiance can prevent the enemy from recovering health, so some enemies that you may encounter in the future that have healing abilities will be completely useless. Not to mention the proficiency in firearms. You can improve the speed of drawing, shooting, and loading guns according to your agility. Combined with the gun god's body movements, it's so cool. There are plus signs under the 5 professional skills, which means that other skills can be learned later, but it is not clear how to acquire the skills at present. It's worth celebrating. Lee Gooden moved the pink bed from the storage space into the bunker and lay on it. He then poured out a large pile of special food from the storage space and picked out a few that he wanted to eat. Fat Family potato chips. Bronze increases physical strength by 2 after complete consumption. A box of fresh cherries. Bronze increases spirit value by 2 after complete consumption. Big green mango. Bronze increases spirit value times 2 after complete consumption. Black Bull vitamin functional drink. Bronze increases agility by 2 after drinking completely. Start making. Quack, quack, quack. At the same time, the young man in white in a Longshan camp had not yet recovered his physical strength. Facing hundreds of level 50 zombies, his figure moved left and right like a dragon, cutting bloody wounds on the zombies' bodies. -500. -500. -500. Swish. A streak of golden light flashed across the sky, and the young man leveled up, with his stamina restored to full value. Lee Gooden? No wonder you are so powerful. You have reached level 50. It's incredible. Yang Lan, will catch up with you soon. Just wait for my revenge. Within 5 minutes, hundreds of zombies fell. Yang Lan's level continued to rise, and he walked to the gathering place of the survivors in the camp. Everyone, don't panic. Gather together and deal with the zombies in the center first. The patrol team is not in the camp right now, and the law enforcement team was just wiped out. Even if I, Yang Lan, am the only one, I can protect you all. Tens of thousands of survivors gathered together, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Chief Yang, you are truly our benefactor. Yes, Chief Yang, I still have 1,000 experience points here. You can use it. That damn Lee Gooden, we need to launch a wanted notice for him in the chat channel. He is so abominable, he killed all of our compatriots in the law enforcement team. Yes, let the survivors from other cities support us. An undetectable smile appeared on Yang Lan's lips, and Lee Gooden soon became a pariah. At this time, Lee Gooden picked up the garbage on the bed and threw it onto the road through the machine gun hole of the fortress. Chu, who the hell is scolding me? After eating and drinking a lot, Lee Gooden touched his belly and checked the system time. It was 12:30 noon. He put away the big bed and the military fortress and found the most advanced pistol ever from a storage space. Smith Wesson in 500 silver level. Revolver, loaded with 5 rounds, shooting damage equals strength times 10, caliber 12.7 millimeters. Although the silver level revolver has a small capacity, its short gun body and powerful power make up for this shortcoming. Lee Gooden's infinite mecha talent flashed, and a second identical revolver appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha. If mechas can be manufactured wirelessly, a gun is nothing. Lee Gooden copied another improved Type 99A main battle tank and placed it in the storage space for use. The revolvers in both hands were not placed in the storage space, but were put into the 2 holsters on the belt. These are the holsters that came with the revolvers. Draw your gun. Shoot. Reload. Lee Gooden kept practicing this set of steps. With more than 1,000 agility bonuses to firearms proficiency, the time from drawing the gun to aiming and shooting is compressed to less than 1 second. To change the magazine, you only need to press the buckle and swing it horizontally, and then swing it back, and the 12.7 millimeter spare bullets with unlimited ammunition will be loaded, also in less than 1 second. Lee Gooden looked at the double guns in his hands and smiled lewdly. As long as the enemy does not use nuclear weapons, I will not imitate Yin Shuangying. Lee Gooden returned towards the direction of Longshan camp. Although he had just had a conflict with the camp's law enforcement team, the camp was almost entirely populated by women and children. Their fighting power was probably not enough to resist the large number of level 50 zombies that had just refreshed. Anyway, I'm going to kill zombies wherever I go, so since there is such a temporary camp, I might as well go there. If you happen to meet that young man in white, you can point a gun at his forehead and ask him how he does that teleportation skill. Bang! Bang! 2 zombies rushed towards them, and 2 revolvers fired 2 golden bullets, causing 2 5-digit damages. The zombies fell to the ground, and a faint silver light emanated from their wounds. Apart from anything else, the divine radiance and the light attribute bullets are very beautiful to look at. Bang! 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 Minus 22,700. Minus 22,700. Minus 22,700. The 2 guns in Lee Gooden's hands continuously fired silver bullets. His figure displayed the mysterious and unpredictable skills of a gun god and moved towards the Longqing camp at an extremely fast speed, which was no slower than that of a tank. In less than 10 minutes, Lee Gooden arrived at the south gate of the camp. The sentry post had long been destroyed by the tide of zombies. Dense swarms of zombies poured into the camp. At a glance, there was no trace of any survivors. Revolvers are cool, but when it comes to large-scale, sweeping fire, Gatling guns are more suitable. Lee Gooden held a double-barrel blue-fire Gatling gun in both hands and attacked the zombie group from behind. Ta-da! Lee Gooden, who is level 70, still gets no experience for killing a level 50 zombie and can only obtain 1 experience point as a reward. However, in fact, the items dropped by the zombies are worth hundreds or thousands of experience points, so it is the same to sell the items in exchange for experience. Forgot to restock. Damn, what a big loss. Lee Gooden flashed into a building and opened the shop. The comments from fans below were already disgusting. Boss, if you don't restock, you will lose your customers. Boss, please restock. We are out of ammunition and food. Did the boss die? Brothers, stop arguing. The manufacturer doesn't have that much ammunition. Lee Gooden smacked his lips and loaded bullets into the rack at a rate of 1 million bullets per second. It's too slow. Putting the ammunition into the storage space and then taking it out of the storage space and putting it in the store is so tiring. Is it possible if I just allow unlimited ammunition to replenish the store? Chapter 25 Store Restocking. Lee Gooden pondered for a long time. Goldfinger, can I modify the way my store stocks goods and directly link to SSS Unlimited Ammunition Talent? Ding. Correction. Host, Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Store shelf data, link host Lee Gooden SSS Unlimited Ammunition Talent skill. Haha, it worked. Lee Gooden opened the store shelves and looked at the quantity of each type of bullet. 5.56 mm, Infinity. 7.62 mm, Infinity. 9 mm, Infinity. 12.7 mm, Infinity. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. Now the boss doesn't have to stock the shelves himself, and my mom doesn't have to worry about me running out of stock anymore. Let's put some other items on the shelves to improve the survivors' combat effectiveness. Now that the zombies are all level 50, we still have to keep everyone alive, lest this apocalypse becomes the apocalypse for just one person. Raise pigs, and then slaughter them. If all the survivors die, who will work for Lee Gooden? Golden Finger, link unlimited mecha talents to the store. Ding. Correction. Host, Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Store shelf data, link host Lee Gooden SSS Unlimited mecha talent skills. High explosive grenades are now available. Price, 10 quantity, Infinity. Light individual mortar is now available. Unit price 1,000, quantity Infinity. 82mm shells are now available. Unit price 100, quantity Infinity. Improved type 99, a main battle tank, is now available. Unit price 10,000, quantity Infinity. 125mm fragmentation grenade. Unit price 500, quantity Infinity. Flamethrower is now available. Price 500, quantity Infinity. Can napalm is now available. Price 100, quantity Infinity. Military Fortress is now available. Price 20,000, quantity Infinity. These equipments are the best that Lee Gooden has at present, but he is not afraid to give them to others. After all, they are weapons that rely on strength bonus. Even if someone aims at Lee Gooden with a tank, it can't even break his mental shield, so there is no threat. It is more cost-effective to sell it and earn experience points. As long as he continues to gain experience cards, Li Gooden's level will soar, and his strength will far exceed that of other survivors. After setting up the shelves in the shop, Li Gooden opened the chat channel and bought 3 large speakers to post advertisements. ID, Arms Wholesaler. Loudspeaker, attention everyone. Dog Brother Arms Factory directs sales. New products are available in the store, so hurry up and buy now. Be brief and to the point, and send it 3 times in a row. The chat messages below instantly reached 99999 plus again. Li Gooden directly closed the chat channel as he really had no desire to see them. Now that the business is done, it's time to slaughter the zombies. Li Gooden walked out of the building, picked up the Gatling gun, and moved forward while firing at the group of zombies. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, boom. Several mortar shells fell into the zombie swarm, causing waves of heat. Although they failed to kill the zombies, they caused -400 to -600 damage to their heads. The survivor's power is too low. It is obvious that the user who just purchased Dog Brothers Arms is testing the product. Li Gooden was still a little excited. Such battles were taking place simultaneously all over the world, and Li Gooden had to pay a hefty amount of experience cards for every artillery shell consumed. The feeling of making money is awesome. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Gooden's level will be far ahead for a long time in the future. However, it seems that we have to be cautious when upgrading. This time the zombie level has been raised to level 50. I wonder how much casualties it will cause to the survivors. To make money, the survivors cannot be allowed to perish. I, Li Gooden, am willing to provide arms to survivors around the world to fight against zombies. This is righteousness. Li Gooden felt a sense of daring to be the first in the world and was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Boom! -0. A mortar shell fell at Li Gooden's feet. Li Gooden took off with the righteousness of the human race. He took off with full of righteousness. Taking advantage of the shock wave from the explosion, Li Gooden leaped onto the roof of the 2-story building next to him. Who is so blind as to hit me so far off the mark? My grandma's leg. I have money to burn. Hit me. Hit me as much as you want. I bought it from you anyway. Li Gooden took out the Barrett and looked into the distance through the scope. There were tens of thousands of survivors, mostly the elderly, the weak, women and children, shivering under a building. All around were thousands of young men and women in armed uniforms, holding all kinds of guns and shooting at the tide of zombies. Although they were level 50 zombies with an agility of 500, under the full coverage of firepower, the zombies in the front were stunned by bullets, and the zombies in the back were blocked and could not rush forward. This continued, and the zombies were harvested in large numbers. From time to time, golden light appeared on the heads of those young men and women as they practiced and upgraded. Li Gooden felt a little jealous at the upgrade speed. These low-level survivors killed level 50 zombies, and their experience bonus was at least multiplied by 100 times, spanning more than 40 levels. This upgrade was too fast. Huh? Fireball? Li Gooden saw that a thin woman suddenly put down her gun and made some strange movements with her hands. A fireball with a diameter of 5 meters rose in the sky and hit the zombies. Bang! The range of the fireball explosion was only 10 meters, and the damage was -2,000. Awesome. Could it be that he has changed his job to a mage? Mages use elemental damage. It's a bit strange that there is no information about the survivors in this apocalypse. Li Gooden can only judge based on his own experience. Brush. A huge blue sword light that was 20 meters long cut across the zombie tide, causing 5,000 damage to the zombie horde. Is it so cruel? What the hell is this? Li Gooden looked at the sword light with some confusion. A man in white appeared. It was the leader of Longsheng Base, Yanglan. He shuttled among the zombies, constantly killing large swathes of zombies. Golden light rose above his head, and the damage he inflicted became higher and higher, even releasing some more powerful swords and sabers. Li Gooden was secretly shocked that the strength of these survivors increased too quickly. These professional skills are so powerful that if this continues, the sales of arms will be affected. Li Gooden looked at the skills on his Gun God Profession panel. There was not a single fancy active skill. An SSS-level hidden profession could not be weaker than theirs. System: how to acquire professional skills. Ding. Ways to acquire skills. 1. System achievement rewards. 2. Drops from zombies and mutant monsters. 3. Purchase through trading channel. Li Gooden silently opened the trading channel and searched for skills. Ding. No information about skill products was found. It seems that everyone now gains skills by killing zombies, and no one has put their skills up for sale. Li Guden rummaged through the storage space, looking for the spoils from killing the zombies just now, which were piled up like a small mountain. There are quite a few new equipment dropped by level 50 zombies. They seem to have very powerful attributes and are incomparable to the equipment dropped by level 5 zombies. Li Guden looked through it carefully and took out some better equipment. Chapter 26, High Firepower Reconnaissance. Phantom Cloak, Silver Agility plus 200, Stamina plus 500. Scarlet Ring, Silver Strength plus 200, Spirit plus 200. Carlo's Agate Necklace, Silver Agility plus 200, Spirit plus 200. Streamer Leather Jacket, Silver, Agility plus 200, Stamina plus 500, Leather Armor Mastery. Equipment comes with Agility x2. Tucker Leather Pants, Silver Agility plus 200, Stamina plus 500, Leather Armor Mastery. Equipment comes with Agility x2. Buffalo Leather Boots, Silver Agility plus 200, Leather Armor Mastery. Equipment comes with Agility x2. Gilded Leather Hat, Silver Agility plus 200, Leather Armor Mastery. Equipment comes with Agility x2. Bort Leather Gloves, Gold Strength plus 500. Try to find the best leather armor possible and gain leather armor proficiency, which will greatly increase your agility attribute. It must be because of the luck bonus, so the quality of the equipment obtained even reached gold level. The monsters killed were clearly ordinary ones, not even of any grade, yet the drop rate was so explosive. Most of the equipment currently traded in the trading channel are of ordinary and black iron levels, and bronze level equipment is hard to come by. Li Guden looked at the handsome silver equipment on his body with great pleasure, twisting his body in a strange posture. Ding! Server-wide notice. The system has detected that the number of survivors has dropped sharply. The Doomsday system has adjusted the physical strength mechanism and opened up health points, which are physical strength times 100. Oh, that's good. Check it out. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Guden, bronze level, variant. Level, 70. Health, 353,000. Physical strength, 2030, 1500. Strength, 1055, 700. Agility, 1022, 110. Spirit, 1041, 2000. Luck, 385. Critical hit rate, 0%. Storage space, 416 cubic meters. Not bad, not bad. Li Guden put all the other high-end equipment in the storage space in the shop. It was a pity that these equipment could not be produced in large quantities. Otherwise, they would definitely be sold at a good price. Skill book. Kunlun Sword Skill. Silver available to the warrior class. Swinging a sword releases a 20-meter-long circular sword arc, causing damage equal to strength x 20 to enemies within a 20 times 20-meter range in front. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Holy crap. This skill is really awesome, but it's a pity that it was learned from the combat master profession, and I have killed so many zombies, but I only have this one skill book. What a bummer. Maybe all my luck was used to get equipment. Sell it and exchange the junk for money. Li Guden felt a little lost. Looking at the tide of zombies in the camp ahead, he suddenly became a little anxious. Must grab monsters, skills urgently needed. Li Guden picked up the Gatling gun, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. With an agility of 3041, Li Guden's speed is already as fast as flying without having to use his full strength. The Gatling gun in his hand was as light as a feather. Li Guden stopped less than 5 meters behind the tide of zombies and opened fire. Ta-da! Minus 35,100. Minus 35,100. Minus 35,100. Rows of terrifying numbers floated above the zombies' heads. One bullet could even penetrate 3 zombies. No zombie could withstand a single shot, and they fell down in large numbers. Ordinary zombies obviously did not enjoy the bonus to their health points, and their health points were still 5,000. The tide of zombies in front of him was attacked from both sides and seemed to have noticed the situation. The zombies close to Li Guden turned around and rushed towards Li Guden. Hiss! Hiss! Amid the sound of Gatling gunfire, any strange sound could not enter Li Guden's ears at all. The gun god moved left and right, holding the Gatling gun like a phantom, and the zombies were shot in circles. Some of the zombies couldn't even turn their necks back, probably because they twisted too much and got stuck. Hiss! Hiss! A stream of green venom suddenly spurted out from the zombie group, and a trace of it accidentally stained Li Guden's trouser leg. 2 numbers popped up above his head. -0. -1959. What the hell? Li Guden retreated rapidly and looked towards the source of the venom. 7-colored python, bronze, variant. Level, 55. Health, 300,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 2,500. 2 hits of venom broke the shield. The mental shield of 3,000 points is only useful against survivors, but it is not very reliable against mutant creatures. It's just a little snake, it scared me. Lee Gooden appeared in front of the zombies again with a Gatling gun and shot wildly at the position of the 7-colored python. Tadada! Minus 35,100. Minus 35,100. Minus 35,100. After one volley of bullets, all 4,000 rounds were used up. All the zombies within a few hundred meters ahead fell down. Even a 7-colored python with 300,000 health points was shot into a sieve. However, its body was hard. The snake was full of bullets, but the bullets did not penetrate its body. Ding! The host kills a level 55 7-colored python, bronze, mutation, and gains 15 experience points, high firepower reconnaissance, gold, 2 baked sweet potatoes, bronze, 5 flying hair platforms, gold, and 1 colorful snake gallbladder, gold. A skill is released. High firepower reconnaissance, gold level conduct firepower reconnaissance on a designated 100 by 100 meter area within a 10 kilometers radius. 10 armed helicopters will fly to the area for bombing. Saturation bombing lasts for 10 seconds. Damage per second equals strength times 20. The helicopters will transmit real-time images along the way to the host's mind. The cooling time is 5 minutes. Awesome, strong firepower reconnaissance, and long-range precision skills. Try it. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and 10 armed helicopters appeared above Lee Gooden's head. They flew towards the front group of zombies, according to Lee Gooden's thoughts. All the zombies along the way could see them clearly. In less than half a minute, they flew over the survivors of Longshan Camp. Look, a helicopter. Awesome. Who is this person coming to support us? Brother Go's arms manufacturer has started selling armed helicopters directly? Why didn't I see it? Where did these helicopters come from? Lee Gooden couldn't hear what these people were saying. He turned around and saw Yang Lan in the tide of zombies, waving a sword and fighting with the zombies. It seems like he can handle it with ease. Let me investigate you. Da-da-da boom. Boom. 10 armed helicopters dropped a large number of rockets, anti-tank bombs, and incendiary bombs with Yang Lan as the center. 10 heavy machine guns also fired crazily, covering a range of 100 by 100 and could not accurately attack only one person. A large amount of damage floated up, and the zombies in the range were instantly killed. Only Yang Lan dodged here and there to avoid the bombing. Minus 70,200. Minus 70,200. Minus 70,200. In the third second, Yang Lan couldn't hold on any longer and fell down, with an unwilling look in her eyes and a hint of doubt. The survivors in the rear were shocked. The leader was killed in the explosion. This damage is too high. Who is targeting us? Who assassinated our leader? Don't run away, those planes. Get down. The crowd was filled with indignation and shouted to stop the plane. Some survivors picked up their guns and fired indiscriminately at the helicopter. Whoosh boom. One helicopter was shot down, fell to the ground, and exploded. At the 10th second, it disappeared along with the other 9 helicopters. He disappeared very abruptly, leaving everyone confused. Chapter 27, Continue Investigation. Lee Gooden, who was several kilometers away, knew everything. He held a colorful snake gall in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. This thing can permanently increase poison resistance by 500 points. It's a treasure. Ding. The host killed the level 37 survivor and obtained 45 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. This guy is leveling up so fast. He's already level 37. It's useless. There's no need for this damn person to keep struggling. Isn't this just making things easier for me, Lee Gooden? See what treasures the leader of the Dragon City camp has. Luyan sword, silver. Not bad. No wonder the attack is so high. Windwalkers, silver agility plus 200, can teleport once every 5 seconds, with a range of no more than 20 meters. Awesome. No wonder this guy is so elusive. It turns out he has such a strong shoe. Lee Gooden hesitated for a moment and still didn't want to wear the shoes. It's not that I'm a germaphobe, but I just feel sick just thinking about wearing secondhand shoes. Who knows if that person has athlete's foot? Lee Gooden believes that it is better to wear shoes they're firsthand. I just threw it on the ground. I can't let it dirty the storage space. I looked through the other items and found they were all ordinary stuff. This experience card cannot be obtained by killing people, which is very troublesome. Experience cards are stored in the host experience slot and will not be dropped as items, unless someone specifically puts the experience card into the storage space. But there shouldn't be anyone who would do such a thing. Li Gooden put the useless items on the trading channel, picked up the Gatling gun, and rushed towards the zombies. Ta-da! 2 hours later, Li Gooden fought his way to the survivors in the camp. Tens of thousands of people were looking at him as if he were a savior. Li Gooden said helplessly, "Everyone, now that we have dealt with the zombies, please return to your respective posts." The crowd looked at each other and pushed out a middle-aged man, who used to be Yang Lan's right-hand man. The middle-aged man knelt on one knee and clasped his fists towards Li Gooden. "Hero, you saved us all, but our leader just died in battle and we are leaderless. I hope you can show us a way out." Li Gooden touched his nose. "Wasn't it him who killed the person, and he did it on purpose? Then you could be the new leader. I don't want to take care of this mess. If possible, I would like to stay in a hotel for one night." The middle-aged man felt Li Gooden's disdain, but he was not angry. "Hero, my name is Yang Lai. I will temporarily take over as the leader of the Dragon City camp. It's great that you can live here. If you have any needs in your daily life, everyone in our camp will satisfy them." Li Gooden didn't like this kind of flattery and became a little impatient. He waved his hand and walked towards the hotel. Yang Lai also directed everyone to return to their posts, and the order in the camp temporarily returned to normal. Li Gooden returned to his room at Zhejiang Hotel, the same room he had booked before. He was not afraid of people knowing that he had a conflict with Yang Lan. Yang Lan was dead anyway, and no one in the last days would speak for a dead person. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Li Gooden got out of bed and opened the door. 3 young girls came in with toolboxes. "Sir, do you need any service?" The leader said that as long as I can provide you with services, I will be rewarded with 1,000 experience cards. Li Gooden gestured for them to sit on the sofa, turned around, and silently closed the door. In the evening, the waiter brought a bowl of Beijing-style shredded pork rice and a bottle of mineral water. Li Gooden took a look at the bronze-level Beijing-style shredded pork rice bowl and thought it was quite good. He took out a bottle of mutated from his backpack and started to enjoy it. Physical strength increased by 2 points, and strength increased by 5 points. Speaking of mutated, it tastes really strong. After dinner, Li Gooden stood in front of the hotel window, looking at the people busy working in the Longcheng camp, and had the illusion that it was the end of the world. Humans are social creatures who like comfort and always stay together for warmth. Li Gooden has no doubt about the creativity of these people below. If they're given a few years and work so hard, they will definitely be able to rebuild their homes and restore industrialization. But this end of the world doesn't seem to be the case. Li Gooden was thinking that since the end of the world, there's been a certain balance between zombies and survivors. As the level of the survivors increases, the level of the zombies will also increase. However, when the zombie level increases too much and the survivors are facing a life or death situation, the system increases the survivors' health points to balance the relationship between zombies and survivors. Symbiosis. This may be the secret of the end of the world. On the one hand, zombies are the losers of evolution, and on the other hand, they're the strong ones created by the system. The symbiotic relationship between the two is the rule established in the apocalypse. I am afraid that no matter which side becomes unilaterally powerful, it will be punished by the end of the world. As for those who have successfully evolved and retained human characteristics, apart from myself, the only other person I have seen so far is a civet cat named Chu Mengmeng. Chu Mengmeng is obviously not a survivor. She is not being given the survivor system, which means that the evolvers can only grow according to the rules of evolution. Li Gooden couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who am I? Are they survivors or evolvers? Li Gooden had an idea and used a skill of strong firepower reconnaissance. 10 armed fighter jets suddenly appeared and hovered in the air outside the hotel window. Li Gooden thought of a direction, which was the building where he had encountered the crouching figure. The helicopter formation was flying towards that direction. Along the way, Li Gooden can freely switch the perspective of any helicopter and even control 10 helicopters to go in different directions. However, if bombing, each helicopter can deal full damage, but the bombing range is only 10 by 10, which is exactly 1/10 of the collective bombing range of 10 fighter jets. Inside the Longcheng camp, countless people looked up and saw this familiar yet unfamiliar helicopter. Some even saw that it suddenly appeared from the Zhejiang Hotel. The news spread quickly, and everyone knew who was staying in Zhejiang Hotel. When Yang Lai heard the news, he quickly passed on the message and suppressed it. Within just a few minutes, almost everyone in the camp knew that the hero living in Zhejiang Hotel was the murderer of the former leader Yang Lan. However, the new leader Yang Lai didn't say anything, so everyone naturally scattered and didn't say anything. After all, I heard that Yang Lai is Yang Lan's uncle. Before the end of the world, they belonged to the Yang family of Longcheng mining group and were direct descendants. But now the Yang family is gone. The Yang family's death squad was originally in the camp law enforcement team and was all killed by Li Guden. After Yang Lan's death, Yang Lai felt heartbroken and would never indulge in the Yang family's fantasy again. The reality is bloody. Yang Lai is now a commander without troops. Fortunately, he was named as the leader by the great hero who lives in Zhejiang Hotel. Otherwise, he would soon have to work to survive like ordinary survivors, or send patrols to fight life and death to resist the zombies. Or they would do odd jobs in the camp, such as moving bricks or doing rough labor. Speaking of which, I really have to thank this hero and benefactor. It's better for Yang Lan to die. Chapter 28. The Civet Cat takes action. Li Guden's 10 armed helicopters patrolled in 10 directions of the city. I happened to be in the city center, and the helicopter search within a radius of 10 kilometers could cover almost all the city center areas. But facing the huge Dragon City, if you want to conduct a city-wide reconnaissance, the aircraft's operating range must be at least 30 kilometers. Wuyong. Li Guden's helicopter was flying to the first building he had climbed before. Nearly 1,000 survivors had gathered in the low building below. It is nighttime now, and most of the survivors who went out have returned. Although the zombies rest at night, their attributes will double if disturbed, and it is not something a single survivor can deal with. Looking at the situation of the thousands of people on Wu Yang's side, the camp was pitifully small, as if they had just taken this territory from the zombies during the day. The crowd looked dejected, and Wu Yang was sitting in the corner holding a sword. Swish! A beam of emerald green light emanated from Wu Yang's hand and shot onto the top of a survivor's head. The survivor immediately became more active. Is this a Taoist skill? It seems that only Taoist priests can save the dying and heal the wounded, while other professions do not have this function. Outside Wu Yang's small camp, there were tens of thousands of zombies standing on the road with their eyes closed. The scene was really a bit scary. No wonder they're desperate. Seeing the sun the next day would definitely not be a problem, but no one knew whether they could see the moon the next day. Compared to the sun, humans in this end times prefer to look at the moon, because at night, it can bring people a sense of security. Cat demon? Li Guden saw a little girl wearing a white coat among the crowd of survivors and almost didn't recognize her. She is an evolver, so Li Guden can see her panel. Civet, Iron Grade, Mutation. ID, Chu Ming Ming. Level, 50. Lifeline, 100,000. Strength, 100. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. It is almost impossible for a survivor to have such a high level. Li Guden is no longer afraid of the civet cat, Chu Ming Ming. Not to mention that the gun god's professional skill of hitting the target with every shot can ignore the mental barrier. Even if Li Guden relies solely on mental power, he can break the shield with one strike. There is a high possibility that the civet cat, Chu Ming Ming, will lose its human characteristics in its next evolution, so Li Guden must catch it and observe it. The helicopter stayed high above the civet cat, and no one below noticed it. Moreover, as long as the plane was not shot down, it would continue to exist until it completed Li Guden's bombing mission and would disappear. He opened the shop first, and Li Guden collected the payment for the goods. Ding! The host extracted the experience card 1533492700 from Da Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. 1.5 billion experience points. Upgrade. Ding! The host level has been raised to level 95. It has been raised by a full 25 levels, adding full strength. The strength reached 2135. If nothing goes wrong, tomorrow's store income will allow Li Guden to reach level 100 and obtain the next SSS talent. However, considering that the zombie level may also be raised to level 100, it is better to be cautious at that time. Li Guden walked out of Zhejiang Hotel and, taking advantage of the night, headed towards the location of the civet cat that was being detected by the helicopter. Along the way, Li Guden took out a flamethrower, burned as he walked, and attracted a large number of zombies to besiege him. From a north gate of Longshan Camp to the outside of Wuyang's 1,000-man camp, 2 straight walls of fire lit up the night sky. Endless zombies rushed towards the walls of fire desperately, with high damage of 8,540 jumping out above their heads, and they were burned to death instantly. On Wu Yang's side, thousands of survivors were living in a low building, which was very crowded. Chu Mingming was currently snuggling on the sofa with a dirty teddy bear doll in her arms, looking at the faint firelight outside the window, wondering what she was thinking. Wu Yang had been guarding outside the building gate, with 2 young men beside him, also on duty. A young man took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Wu Yang. "Brother Yang, the fire seems to be spreading towards us. Will it attract a tide of zombies?" Wu Yang slid a match in his hand and lit the cigarette in his mouth. "Isu, we are surrounded by at least 50,000 zombies outside. We can only take a break at night when the zombies rest. The zombie tide is not a bad thing for us. It may also reduce our pressure and give us a chance to break out." The 2 young men nodded. Thanks to a resourceful leader like Wu Yang, they were able to survive the zombie siege until now. Suddenly, the fire in front burned into the group of zombies on the road outside the camp. Tens of thousands of zombies were awakened by the fire. Scarlet light spurted out from the zombies' bodies, and zombies from all directions began to move towards the fire. Wu Yang's left hand holding the cigarette trembled, and a piece of ash fell to the ground. "Wake everyone up. The zombies behind us may pass through our camp. This is also our best chance to break out." The young man next to him had a heavy expression on his face. He threw the half-smoked cigarette in his hand to the ground, rubbed it twice with the sole of his shoe, stood up and shouted towards the inside of the building. "Assemble! Assemble! Prepare to fight!" Boom! As the sound spread, the survivors in the building ran downstairs one after another. The noise was so loud that the floor shook. Chu Mingming put down the teddy bear doll in her arms, followed the crowd out of the downstairs, stood behind Wu Yang, and grabbed Wu Yang's sleeve. "Brother Wu Yang, Mingming doesn't want to fight anymore. Can she stay in the team? Mingming doesn't want to rush to the front." Wu Yang looked into Chu Mingming's eyes with a complicated expression. "Mingming, you're the most powerful among us. If you don't fight, more brothers and sisters will die in the battle. Can you bear it?" "Oh." Chu Mingming pouted, let go of Wu Yang's sleeve, and stood in the front of the team. Unlike others, Chu Mingming did not carry any weapons. Wu Yang looked at the direction of the firewall. It was not far away. He turned around, drew out his sword, and pointed it in the opposite direction of the firewall. "The zombies will soon pass through our camp, but the direction they are coming from is empty. That is our breakout route. Brothers and sisters, if we fail tonight, it will be our last madness. If we succeed, we can break through the siege and rebuild the camp. Attack to the north. Don't linger in the battle. Break through straight ahead." Thousands of survivors were outraged. Even middle-aged women in their 50s picked up their pistols and shouted loudly. "Go!" Chu Mingming rushed to the front reluctantly, her 2 dirty little hands holding an unknown spell, and 2 small ears grew on her head, shaking slightly and emitting a green glow. Boom! An invisible energy spread out, and the zombies that were coming towards them fell into a brief coma after being exposed to the light, and stood there being covered by the survivors' gunfire. Chu Mingming's face turned a little pale, but she felt a little better when she saw the expressions of appreciation and recognition from everyone around her. Chapter 29 Laser Cannon. On Li Gooden's side, he had already switched to Gatling gun and was firing wildly in all directions. Bullets were sweeping the ground like rain. No matter how many zombies there were, they were not enough to kill. Through observation from the helicopter, he found that Wu Yang and others were breaking out to the north. Li Gooden was not in a hurry. The huge reward from harvesting zombies were also amazing. His luck value was high, and the items dropped by killing ordinary zombies were at least bronze level, and there were even high-end silver level items. Ding! The host obtains the skill book, Random Shooting, silver level. Gunner skills, learn directly. Shooting, silver, hold 2 guns, and shoot to create 1,000 times more ammunition to shoot in all directions. The damage of each bullet is equal to the weapon damage. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. Ha ha ha. This skill is based on the dual guns. It is just a move. There is no fixed damage or range. It all refers to the attributes of the dual guns. Li Gooden put away the Gatling gun, held 2 revolvers, and used the skill, Random Shooting. The revolver in Li Gooden's hand suddenly transformed into thousands of revolvers that surrounded him, as densely packed as the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Revolver bullets were pouring out at a rate of 2,000 per second, but with absolutely no accuracy, and at least a third of the bullets were fired into the air. The 360-degree shooting, without blind spots, formed a barrage of bullets 100 meters high and long in front of Lee Gooden. The zombies within the barrage were beaten to pieces without even a complete limb. This indiscriminate shooting lasted for 10 seconds, but in fact, all the zombies within the attack range were wiped out in the second. Ding! The host obtains the skill book, Laser Cannon, Silver. Laser Cannon. Pull out a laser cannon from the back and instantly fire in one direction, shooting out a 2-meter diameter cylindrical laser with an effective range of 1 kilometer. Damage caused to enemies in a straight line equals strength times 50, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Ha ha ha! This laser cannon is YYDS. Lee Gooden learned the skill, put the double guns back into the holsters, and released the skill. In 0.1 seconds, Lee Gooden pulled out a laser cannon from behind. It was just pulled out of thin air. There was nothing on the back at all. Beep! A 2-meter thick laser shot out along the ground directly in front of Lee Gooden. The speed of the laser was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye, and it had already reached a range of 1 kilometer. A 2-meter thick and 1,000-meter long blue laser beam penetrated the bodies of all zombies along the way. Minus 213,500. Minus 213,500. Minus 213,500. On the straight line where the laser reached, a dense row of high-damage attacks were dealt out, and all the zombies on the straight line fell down. In this dense tide of zombies, a vacuum zone actually appeared, and the visual effect was extremely shocking. Ha ha! Cool! Lee Gooden looked at the cooling time of the laser cannon. There were still 4 seconds left, which made the connection a bit disconnected. He quickly pulled out his revolver and released random shooting at the zombies that were rushing towards him from all around. This lasted for 10 seconds, while he quickly chased the zombies forward while firing randomly. Beep! Another thick laser shot out, creating a vacuum zone in front, but this time the laser seemed to have caused some accidental injuries. The end of the laser shot to the rear of Wu Yang's team, killing more than 10 people. What the hell is that? Brother Wu Yang, we were attacked from behind. The battle was fierce, and Wu Yang and other backbone members of the front of the team seemed to have heard nothing at all. The survivors at the back of the team rushed forward even more frantically. Ding! The host kills 14 survivors and obtains 16 cubic meters of storage space and all its items. Lee Gooden felt ashamed and stopped firing laser cannons towards the survivors. He fired bursts of fire from the revolver in his hand. In less than 3 minutes, he had fought his way through the tide of zombies and joined the team of survivors. Lee Gooden put away his 2 guns and looked for the civet cat among the survivors. Found it. The 2 small ears on Chu Moming's head continuously emitted a green light, which spread towards the zombies. All the zombies touched became drowsy and lost their fighting ability. Lee Gooden was frightened. He didn't know what would happen if this strange energy shot at him. Judging from his spirit value, it was higher than that of the civet cat, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Lee Gooden took a few quick steps, came behind Chu Mingming, stretched out his left hand, and hit her hard on the back of her neck. Minus 2,135. Chu Mingming's body suddenly became soft, and she fell backwards. Lee Gooden was quick-witted and quick-handed. He held Chu Mingming with his left hand and quickly retreated in the direction they came from. Many of the survivors who saw this scene were so shocked that they were incoherent. I saw a traitor sneak attack Mingming just now. Yes, I saw it too. He ran back. Brother Wu Yang, we have to go save Mingming. Without Chu Mingming's help at the front line, Wu Yang was under increasing pressure. Although the swing of his sword didn't do much damage, green light frequently appeared above his teammates' heads. It was the Taoist's auxiliary skill, which restored his teammates' health. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and shouted to the survivors in the back. Keep attacking. Don't worry about the back. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Wu Yang's eyelids trembled slightly. His body was exhausted, and as he looked at the zombies in front of him, it seemed that there was no end in sight. A feeling of powerlessness arose in his mind. Why did that damn Lee Gooden take Mingming away? Damn it. Grass. At this time, Lee Gooden embraced Chu Mingming and rushed out of the zombie group and came to Wu Yang's previous camp. There are no zombies here at this time, and it is as quiet as a paradise. All I could hear was the shouting and screaming not far away, which gradually faded away. Lee Gooden entered a room, wiped his dirty hands on a curtain, and put Chu Mingming on the bed. Chu Mingming's white coat was obviously ill-fitting and was too big. At this moment, the coat was open, and the clothes underneath were still the bikini she wore when I first saw Chu Mingming. and it was stained with some dirt. The sanitary conditions in the last days are truly difficult. But this little face is wiped quite clean. Li Guden stretched out his dirty right hand, held Chu Mingming's chin, and observed her carefully. If you don't look at the information, you won't be able to find any traces of evolvers. Didn't he just faint? Why hasn't he woken up after so long? Li Guden loosened his chin and gently patted Chu Mingming's face with his palm. Snap, snap. Still not awake. Li Guden was a little speechless and used some strength. Bang. -1,000. Chu Mingming woke up from her sleep, looked at the surroundings in panic, and saw Li Guden in the dim room. It's you? You liar. You said you would go find my dad, but I waited for a long time and you didn't show up. Brother Wu Yang said you ran away. You were a bad guy. Li Guden frowned, took out a revolver from his waist, and put it against Chu Mingming's chin. Tell me, how did you evolve? Chu Mingming's eyes became even more panicked. She tilted her neck and glanced downward, looking in horror at Li Guden's right hand holding the gun. I told you last time. I was taking my cat to bathe in the swimming pool, and then it turned out like this. It seems that the cat has become one with me. Li Guden looked at Chu Mingming's clear eyes and could not see any flaws, so he slowly put down his gun. Chapter 30 Cats Have 9 Lives. Do you have the power to evolve? Li Guden held the trigger of the revolver with his right index finger and shook it gently, and the revolver began to rotate counterclockwise. Chu Mingming looked at Li Guden in horror. Stop turning around, or that broken gun might go off. Bang! The gun did not stop rotating, and a bullet hit the wall, scaring Chu Mingming so much that she burst into tears. Li Guden continued to spin the revolver and asked in a cold voice, Tell me, do you have the power to evolve? Chu Mingming held her head with her arms, leaving a gap between her eyes. She looked at Li Guden in the darkness with trembling eyes. Her ferocious face was even more terrifying than that of a zombie. I still have 17 points of evolutionary power, which I gained by killing mutant creatures above the black iron level. I need 10,000 points of evolutionary power to advance to the next level. Li Guden had a blank expression on his face, but his mind was much clearer. This cat demon had been acting like a coward before, pretending to know nothing. Although no one knew what her purpose was, she was definitely not a simple little girl. Chu Mingming, can you see my message? Chu Mingming shook her head. Li Guden's survivor system blocked the information, so naturally she couldn't see it. Li Guden also dispelled his doubts. He was previously worried that if he became an evolver, his information would be exposed like Chu Mingming, but it seemed that he was being overly concerned. Give me your power of evolution. Chu Mingming's expression instantly became serious, and she asked cautiously, You are a survivor. The power of evolution is a deadly poison to you. What do you want it for? Buzz. 2 small ears suddenly grew on Chu Mingming's head, and a strong green light rushed towards Li Guden. Li Guden's mental barrier had already been opened, and Chu Mingming could sense it, but this mental attack seemed to penetrate the barrier and directly made Li Guden dizzy. Bang! Li Guden subconsciously fired 2 shots, shooting Chu Mingming on both knees, and then he stood firm by holding onto the wall. Chu Mingming let out a heart-wrenching cry. Her body turned into a cat and climbed onto the chandelier on the roof. Li Guden's mind returned to normal, and he looked at the cat demon on the lampstand without any worries. You rely on this spiritual power spell, right? It's useless to me. Hand over the power of evolution, and I'll let you go. The civet cat squatted on the chandelier, its pupils contracted, releasing a wave of energy. Bang! Li Guden raised his hand and shot the civet cat again. Meow! The civet cat quickly broke the glass and jumped out of the window. Li Guden watched the civet cat quickly disappear into the distance. Wind direction, southwest, wind speed. Unknown, distance, 50 meters. Beep. Li Guden quickly pulled out a laser cannon from behind, and a 2-meter-thick blue light beam smashed into the ground from the upstairs window. Boom. -213,500. This was the first time a laser cannon was used to shoot at the ground. The laser shot through the ground for an unknown number of meters, the ground cracked, and blue arcs of electricity surged across the ground. Ding! The host kills a level 50 civet cat, black iron, mutation, gains experience points X1, and gains. Ding! The civet cat is revived, and the remaining number of resurrections is August 9th. What the hell? Li Guden hurriedly jumped down from the 3rd floor and ran to the place where the laser hit to check. There was a dead cat on the ground, with electric light surging on the body, making it look deader than dead. What does system mean? Cats have 9 lives? Civet, is it really a combination of Chu Ming Ming and a cat? Or is it lying to me? Is the evolution of human-cat combination so terrifying? Li Gooden clenched his fists tightly, his face looking grim. This time we have a falling out with the civet cat, so it would be fine to kill it, but it would be a big trouble if it escapes. I need the power to evolve. The civet cat will definitely guess that Li Gooden is also an evolver. This time, they have become enemies, and who knows who will plot against whom next time. Damn it, this is the root of disaster. Li Gooden chased in the direction of Wu Yang with a gloomy expression. Those survivors must have seen the information of the civet cat, but they were deceived by the civet cat and treated them as teammates. Wu Yang might know some information. Li Gooden was running fast in the night, while Wu Yang was almost unable to hold on. Hundreds of the thousands of survivors died, and the remaining 800 hid in a school building. Wu Yang and dozens of others guarded the door of the building, while other survivors upstairs shot down from the windows. Wu Yang was breathing heavily, and from time to time healed his teammates. With a profession like Taoist priest, teammates around you will hardly die, but the Taoist priest's mental and physical strength are extremely limited, and excessive release of skills will cause great damage to the body. Although this apocalyptic profession does not consume any mental energy to release skills, it is a burden on the body. If fighting to the death, an ordinary person can also burst out with powerful endurance, but overdrawing the body may affect lifespan. Strong firepower reconnaissance. Li Gooden summoned 10 helicopters from behind the group of zombies besieging the teaching building, flew over the teaching building, and bombed the front of the building. There was a burst of gunfire and dust, and the pressure at the entrance of the teaching building suddenly disappeared. There was not a single zombie within 100 meters around. Wu Yang took a deep breath and sat down on the ground heavily. The teammates beside him were secretly glad. Although they didn't know who was coming to support them, they all thought there was more than one person on the helicopter. Li Gooden advanced 100 meters after firing randomly, then picked up the Gatling gun and began to shoot at the zombies. Ta-da! 20 minutes later, the zombies in front of the teaching building had been basically eliminated, and the corpses of the zombies on the ground were piled several meters high. Li Gooden climbed over the hill of zombies and stood at the door of the building. He smiled at Wu Yang and waved. Wu Yang, do you still remember me? Wu Yang looked up at the hill. How could he not remember? If this person hadn't kidnapped Chu Ming Ming, he wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation, with his back against a dead end. Brother Go, thank you for saving us. Where's Ming Ming? Li Gooden walked closer, put his hand on Wu Yang's shoulder, and patted him. Wu Yang, did you know that Chu Ming Ming is a mutant monster? Wu Yang frowned. Yes, that being said, Ming Ming has been helping us survivors. She is different from those monsters. She is very kind and has human consciousness. Li Gooden raised his hand and interrupted Wu Yang. You are too soft-hearted. How can a cat demon be a friend to humans? She needs the power of evolution to evolve. She is just relying on her human wisdom to use you to kill mutant monsters. At most, we have the same goal. It cannot be said that she is protecting you. Wu Yang's face turned pale, but he did not comment. Dog brother, she has never hurt anyone. So where is she now? I want to see her. Li Gooden shook his head. If I knew where she was, I wouldn't have come looking for you. She just escaped from me. I came here to ask you if you know anything about her habits or abilities. Wu Yang seemed a little annoyed and turned around and sat on the ground. I don't know. We are not familiar with her. Her ability is to freeze the zombies, and we survivors can shoot them. Li Gooden rolled his eyes and pulled Wu Yang up from the ground. You can still sit down. Why don't you take people to the Dragon City camp? Wu Yang sighed, reached into his trouser pockets with both hands, and turned them inside out. No money. Chapter 31, Huachi Finance Store. The patrol team at the Dragon City camp has informed us that only able-bodied people can join the camp, 100 per person, and the disabled need 1,000. There are over 1,000 people on my side. Half of them were elderly, weak women and children, and there are dozens of brothers who were wounded in battle. I couldn't abandon them, so I changed my job to a Taoist priest to treat them. Li Gooden nodded. Wu Yang was indeed a responsible fool. He was still helping the weak in this apocalypse. It was truly admirable and lamentable. Wu Yang, have you ever seen any powerful mutant monsters around here? Wu Yang lowered his head and thought for a long time, and suddenly a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. According to the information in the chat channel, there is only one zombie lord in each city who is the leader of the zombies. Originally, The zombie lord of our dragon city was killed by you, but all the zombies resurrected this morning and someone saw him. It's hiding in a football field on the outskirts of the city and won't come out. It's also gathering all the mutant monsters and no one knows what it's doing. So now everyone is encountering ordinary zombies. This is where it's at. Wu Yang took out a map of an empty city and drew a circle on it. Li Guden took the map and was about to put it away when Wu Yang spoke again. Brother dog, I bought this map with 50 experience points. Li Guden thought about it and threw an experience card, 1,000, into Wu Yang's arms. You've killed so many level 50 zombies, and you still lack this little bit of experience? You're so petty. Wu Yang lowered his head in shame. Brother Go, I borrowed money from a loan shark. There's nothing I can do. Usury? There's still usury in the end times. Li Guden was shocked and stared at Wu Yang with his big eyes. Tell me what's going on. Wu Yang scratched his head and signaled Li Guden to open the trading channel and search for the Huachi Finance store. Li Guden opened the shop. There were no goods on the shelves. There were only 4 financial service windows providing deposit/withdrawal/loan/insurance services. Li Guden was surprised. How did this business come about? Deposit/withdrawal service. Register a bank card with a user ID, and the deposited experience value will have an annual interest rate of 10%. The current savings can be deposited and withdrawn at any time. The savings value can be designated to more than one heir. If the user dies unexpectedly, the savings value will be inherited by the designated heir. Loan business. You must have a financial card to apply for it. The experience points gained from the loan will be deposited into the financial card. The loan amount shall not be higher than the total experience points of your own level. After notarization by the trading system, a gambling agreement is signed. If the user repays on time, the daily interest rate is calculated at 1. If the user is overdue for more than 10 days, or the user dies, the user's level experience points will be sealed and fully refunded to the Huachi Finance store by the trading system. Insurance business. You must have a debit card to process it. After the user purchases insurance, if accidental disability, injury, or death occurs, the Huachi Finance store will pay the compensation, and the compensation will be paid to the designated heir of the user's debit card. That's awesome. Li Guden was shocked. This gray industry chain is really amazing. There's probably no one doing deposit and insurance business. In the end times, everyone lives for themselves and has almost no relatives. If you think so, you're totally wrong. Some group leaders can use force to force the weak to deposit money and buy insurance at Huachi Finance, and then fill in the leader as the heir. After notarization by the trading system, the experience slot will be locked. Once something happens, the money will be transferred to the Huachi Finance store by the trading system and then paid to the heirs. In this way, the life of the depositor is in the hands of the heirs. He will be treated like a slave every day while alive, and all his experience points will fall into the hands of others after he dies. It's so evil, it's so dark. Survivors cannot gain experience cards from each other by killing each other, but the trading system can. The owner of this Huachi Finance store is really a talent. He uses the rules of the trading system to allow people to obtain other people's experience cards legally and reasonably, and then earn commissions. This man must have been a profiteer before the end of the world, as he could come up with such a vicious method. You evil capitalists, I, Dog Brother Arms Manufacturer Direct Sales, am only exploiting the labor of the survivors, but this Huachi Finance is exploiting the human rights of the survivors. The survivors of the apocalypse may soon become a slave society, and those who are branded as slaves will be unable to resist until their death. Li Guden came back to his senses from his shock and looked at Wu Yang. How much did you borrow? Wu Yang lowered his head, took out the sword in his hand, and stroked it gently. 500,000. I bought this sword, and it saved everyone's lives. As for paying it back, it will be barely enough after a few levels. Li Guden nodded secretly. It was actually very cost-effective to use this loan to improve one's strength. After all, becoming stronger would bring greater gains. This was also an inclusive financial product. And with the Huachi Finance loan, more people can afford their own ammunition, and they can make more money. Li Guden waved goodbye to Wu Yang, turned around, and hurried towards Jiujiang Hotel. It's 23:15, time to go back and have some sleep. It spans half of Longsheng, which is an easy journey for Li Guden now. The next morning, Li Guden sat up sleepily. His body was still numb and lazy. He looked at the time, and it was only 6:02. Oh, I got up too early. Why is it so noisy outside? Li Guden pulled aside the curtains and looked at the rising sunlight. Fuck, where did the zombie tide in the camp come from? Ding. System prompts. Every morning at 6 o'clock, all zombies will refresh at the place of death, not including mutant creatures. Lee Gooden looked at the densely packed level 51 zombies downstairs, turned around, and went back to bed, took out two 7.62 bullets, and stuffed them into his ears, muttering to himself. It's so annoying fighting zombies all day long without giving me a break. Help! Ugh. The noise was too loud, and even bullets blocking the ears could not completely block out the sound. Lee Gooden's blood sugar has been a little low recently, and he hasn't slept well for days. He lay on the bed angrily with his eyes closed to rest. I have plenty of experience. If I want to strike, I'll strike. No one should bother me. Forget it. Let's have breakfast first. Lee Gooden took out a Big Mac beef burger, ate it, and drank a box of fresh milk before getting up from the bed. Opening the window and looking at the tide of zombies gathering below, the survivors of Jojiang Hotel were trembling inside the building. No one knew who was guarding the door, and the zombies did not come upstairs. Lee Gooden released strong firepower for reconnaissance downwards, and the zombies within a 100-meter range were cleared out instantly, but within a dozen seconds they were surrounded by zombies again. This monster-killing efficiency is really low. Why not upgrade to level 100 and get the third talent? Chapter 32, SSS Craftsman God. Ding. Withdraw Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Store income and obtain experience card. 6233333400. Upgrade. Ding. The host level has been raised to level 101 and a talent extraction opportunity has been obtained. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The level of the first survivor Lee Gooden in the server has been raised to level 100, and he will be rewarded with 1 times the number of hidden job draws and 5 times the luck value. The apocalypse process has been greatly advanced. The lowest zombie level has been reduced to level 100, and the zombies in the server have been reset. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The survivor Lee Gooden has been hated by 100 million survivors, earning him the title Public Enemy. His coordinates are now displayed, and you can gain his full experience points by killing him. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Lee Gooden, 331-3668-295560. Survivors can check Lee Gooden's coordinates at any time. Holy shit. Am I wanted? Public enemy? Lee Gooden looked above his head and saw a line of blood-red words appearing at some point. Public enemy ID. Lee Gooden plus. There was also a plus sign. Lee Gooden clicked it and was shocked. ID. Lee Gooden, bronze level, variant. Occupation. SSS Gun God. Level, 101. Health, 353,200. Stamina, 2032, 1500. Strength, 1525, 700. Agility, 1022, 110. Spirit, 1041, 2000. Lucky, 521. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Storage space, 477 cubic meters. Isn't this my personal dashboard? Lee Gooden frowned tightly and clicked the plus sign above his head with trembling fingers to turn off the panel. Call. Draw your talent first, so you can survive by becoming stronger. Even if you're wanted, you have to kill me with your strength. Golden Finger. The probability of drawing SSS level talents is maximized. Ding. Correction. The host probability of extracting SSS level talent this time is adjusted to 100%. Extract talent. Ding. Host extracts talent. SS is infinite intelligence. SS is infinite intelligence. The host can give the mecha artificial intelligence without limit input commands, and the mecha will fight autonomously. Lee Gooden's expression was extremely interesting, and his face began to twitch. Awesome. The 3 SSS level talents are all infinite. Taking any one of them alone would not make me so excited, but the combination of these 3 talents achieves the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 equals infinity. Infinite ammunition plus infinite mecha plus infinite intelligence equals superpowered army? Look at the profession again. System, by me is second profession. Ding. The host spends 100 luck points to purchase a second profession. Ding. Please choose the direction of your second career. Choose an engineer. Lee Gooden had already thought about it. With his own talents, the engineer would benefit the most, and he was good at manufacturing mechas for combat. Golden Finger will maximize the probability of extracting hidden professions. Ding. Correction. The host probability of extracting a hidden job this time is adjusted to 100%. Extract. Ding. The host extracts the hidden profession, SSS Craftsman God. SSS Craftsman Professional Skills. 1. Ingenious. With the creativity of a craftsman, you can always break through cognition and come up with brilliant ideas. 2. Material extraction. There's a certain amount of loss when extracting higher-level materials from low-level materials, but there is no consumption in the extraction. 3. Decomposition by the god of craftsmanship. Decompose everything and obtain the original materials of the items. 4. Craftsman space. A free space that can be carried with you, with an infinite range, replacing the storage space. Any engineering facilities can be created independently in it, which is convenient for scientific research. 5. Metal storm. Summons a giant rocket launcher with a firing rate of 16,000 per second, a strike range of 1,000 by 1,000 meters, and a continuous strike of 10 seconds. Damage equals strength x 50. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. It is just a prototype and can be evolved. Ha ha ha. It was indeed the right thing to choose engineer as the second career. The scientific research ability of this craftsman god is exactly what I need most. The storage space is gone, replaced by the infinite god of craftsman space, and it seems that he can also enter it. Instant. Lee Gooden moved his mind, and his body appeared in another space. The infinite metal ground. The sky is dark black without any clouds, and the sky above is filled with endless stars. It looked infinitely high, with no visible corners or obstacles around it. Of course, there was nothing else except the items in the original storage space piled nearby. Lee Gooden looked at the pile of junk and picked up a piece of equipment at random. Breakdown. Ding. Decompose to obtain 10 level 2 universal materials. The higher the material level, the rarer the material. Universal material. The decomposition of the god of craftsmanship is too amazing. Everything in the world can be forged with this material. Material extraction. Ding. Extraction failed. Level 2 universal material times 10,000 equals level 3 universal material times 1. Okay. Lee Gooden had an idea, and all the debris piled in front of him except for food was decomposed. Ding. Decompose to obtain level 2 universal material times 70,000. Boom. Without raising any dust, a small hill of metal blocks appeared on the metal floor of the god of craftsmanship space. Each level 2 universal material is a large block of 1 cubic meter in size. 70,000 level 2 universal materials, that's 70,000 cubic meters. Lee Gooden gently stroked the metal block in front of him. It had a special texture, felt cool and smooth. It looks black all over, emitting a faint blue light, and is full of a sense of technology. That's so cool. So cool. Lee Gooden excitedly picked up a piece of universal material and shook it. This must weigh several tons, right? What can materials do? Lee Gooden looked at the empty space of the god of craftsmen and closed his eyes. A lot of creative ideas come to mind, but I still don't know how to do it. How can we use these versatile materials? Ding. After obtaining a profession, killing zombies will drop the profession's exclusive skills. The system prompt sounded, and Lee Gooden suddenly realized, yes, if you don't have the skills, you won't be able to build anything. It's a waste of effort. Instant. Lee Gooden returned to Jojiang Hotel, looked at the surrounding environment, and checked the time. I have disappeared from the real world for 20 minutes. With this god of craftsman space, even if someone wants to kill me, the worst that can happen is that I can hide in it for a few years and then go out. Lee Gooden looked at the metal storm on the skill panel, stood in front of the window, and gestured with his hand, estimating the range of the open space downstairs. This way, 300 meters. This way, 600 meters. 500 meters. Damn, this is not enough. The maximum strike range of the metal storm is 1,000 times 1,000 meters. It is not difficult to control the range actively, but this is the Longqing camp. Lee Gooden does not want to blow up these buildings, but the zombies are densely packed with them. After a long time, Lee Gooden finally measured out and used his mind to draw a rectangular area 700 meters long and 300 meters wide. Metal Storm. Blast. Chapter 33, Public Enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the window, an extremely huge metal storm was hanging in the air, and the huge roar made Lee Gooden's ears buzz. The ground instantly turned into a sea of fire. No, it wasn't fire, it was the blinding light of a rocket exploding. The light pollution alone is comparable to nuclear weapons, 16,000 rockets per second. It's so terrifying. The blinding light on the ground lasted for a full 10 seconds, but the high damage number only appeared once. All are minus 232,500. The single-shot damage is the same as the laser cannon, but in reality, it is only Metal Storm's damage per second. If it lasts for 10 seconds, the total damage is as high as 232,5000. Unfortunately, there is no mutant creature that can withstand the damage of the Metal Storm. Big killer. 10 seconds later, the lights slowly dimmed. Li Guden's ears began to ring, and he became temporarily deaf. The same was true for the survivors of the entire Longchang camp, who all stared blankly at the bombed area. Road? Earth? They no longer exist. All that was left on the original ground was a 300-meter wide and 700-meter long deep pit with no bottom in sight. All the glass in the entire Longchang camp was shattered, and the steel bars in the walls of nearby buildings were exposed due to the explosion. Li Guden stomped his feet and felt the Zhejiang Hotel under his feet was shaking. Although the bombing range avoided these buildings, the chain reaction of the bombing completely destroyed them. Alas, what a pity! Li Guden looked at the clean room reluctantly. It was actually quite a blessing to live in such a nice hotel in such a doomsday. There's nothing I can do. I'm so ashamed. Li Guden silently opened the door and walked out of Zhejiang Hotel. The zombies nearby kept pouring towards this side. Zombies, such unintelligent creatures, did not know how to be afraid. Even a pig should know how terrifying the explosion here is. In this way, Li Guden stood at the door of Zhejiang Hotel and watched rows of zombies fall into the 300-meter wide and 700-meter long pit. Li Guden improvised a poem. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and each wave is stronger than the last, pushing the waves ahead into a big pit. Li Guden waited quietly for the zombies to fill the pit, but after 5 minutes, less than 1/10 of it was filled. This is a pit of corpses. Survivors continued to come out from the edge of the pit, and they ran away in fear when they saw the scene. There were also people running out of Zhejiang Hotel. After all, the building was crumbling, and even the most timid people had to run away at this time. However, none of the survivors talked to Li Guden. They all acted as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Li Guden. There were even a few girls who were so scared when they saw him that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times before they were willing to leave. Li Guden suddenly remembered something and looked up at the sky above him. Public enemy ID, Li Guden Plus. Shit, so that's why. Li Guden's name is now known to everyone in the Doomsday. These survivors will naturally be excited and worship him when they see the big star up close. Normal. PIU. Clatter. A silver crossbow arrow hit the wall beside Li Guden, creating a crack in the wall, and the silver crossbow arrow penetrated deeply into it. Li Guden glanced and wondered, isn't this his crossbow arrow? Li Guden raised his left hand, pulled out the crossbow arrow, and without even looking at it, threw it in the direction it came from. A scream was heard, and it sounded like a man. Li Guden looked at it with disdain. Throwing a crossbow arrow and listening to the sound to determine the position was like child's play for his sniper skills. It doesn't matter who attacked me. What's important is that the moment he made his move, he was already facing death. Ding! The host kills the level 27 survivor and obtains all the items in his storage space. There is no storage space reward because it has been replaced by the God of Craftsman space, and the God of Craftsman space is infinite and cannot be further upgraded. Speaking of which, the reward for killing someone has become smaller. I don't know how I can emulate that Huachi Finance store and gain the experience of the survivors. Is he a bug in the card transaction system? I am a man with a golden finger. How can I not be better than him? Li Guden carefully pondered the loopholes in the system. Cheat codes. Can you modify the way I drop items when I kill survivors to increase the amount of experience I gain? Ding. Survivors are protected by the rules of the Doomsday system. Experience points can only be obtained through legal transactions without authorization from the trading channel. Goldfinger. Can you forge the authorization letter from the trading channel to Li Guden? Ding. Gain trading channel experience points to obtain authorization letter. I got the authorization letter. If the real thing can't be done, then the fake one will be even harder to do. Goldfinger. Added a new way for Li Guden to drop the loot when he kills a survivor. Experience points drop. Ding. Correction. The host submits the authorization letter and obtains the drop method for killing survivors. Experience points drop. This way you won't waste experience points. If you see a blind survivor in the future, just kill him and get all his experience points. As for those law-abiding cattle and horses, they were left alone, allowed to buy their own weapons and work hard. After all, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a one-time deal. Long-term cooperation and continuous exploitation of labor are the correct path for capital exploitation. Li Guden looked at the pit below and saw that it was already half full. That's it. After seeing that the 10-minute cooldown of Metal Storm was over, Li Guden released it again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Li Guden instantly hid in the God of Craftsmanship space, staring at the pieces of Level 2 universal materials in a daze. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Instant. Li Guden appeared at the same place again, and the bombing was over. The dazzling light had not yet dissipated, but Li Guden's eyes went dark, and he was almost blinded. Wipe it, and add 2 more seconds next time. Li Guden didn't know that the chat channel was already in chaos at this time, with the screen full of Li Guden's name and coordinates. Longcheng, right? Our camp was badly harmed by Li Guden. Everyone wait for my news. I will find a way to rush over and kill him. Let's go together. But how do we get through the city? The mutant creatures outside the city are so scary. It's okay, just walk along the highway. It won't be a problem. I've tried it. Railways are easier to travel on than highways, but it's easy to get lost. Everyone is going to go out of town to look for Li Guden. Go to the trading channel and buy a flamethrower. That thing repels insects. You are all rubbish. You are afraid of bugs, and you still want to cause trouble for Li Guden? Wait for my good news. I, by Dianfeng, want Li Guden's experience points. The name above is really stupid. Doghead. Li Guden saw that there were still some zombies jumping into the pit not far away, but the number was not as dense as before. He suddenly lost interest and stood there waiting slowly, studying his new talent, SS Infinite Intelligence. Boom! A modified Type 99, a main battle tank appeared in front of Li Guden. Li Guden had an idea, and a metal box was installed inside the tank. A cold voice came from the tank. Enable artificial intelligence. Please give instructions. Li Guden thought about it. Patrol within the Dragon City. Kill zombies autonomously. Activate the self-destruct program when the vehicle is seriously damaged, and do not allow yourself to be captured. Chapter 34 Manufacturing of Armed Helicopters. Receive the order. The battle begins. As soon as the cold female voice in the tank fell, this improved 99, a main battle tank, drove out along the edge of the pit at a fairly fast speed. Li Guden nodded with satisfaction, gave up the corpse pit in front of him, and walked towards the square in the camp. Tens of thousands of survivors in the square huddled together to resist the attack of the zombies. Li Guden stood at the edge of the square and had an idea. In an instant, 100 improved Type 99, a main battle tanks, appeared outside the square. They immediately formed a queue, marched towards the group of zombies, and continued to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The survivors on the other side of the square were stunned. This is an armored regiment? My God, the firepower. The zombies in the square were thrown into chaos by the artillery fire and turned around to rush towards the tank formation. The tanks autonomously moved to the other side and kept shooting at a distance of 500 meters from the zombies. Although their speed of 70 kilometers per hour was not as fast as that of the zombies, their artillery fire prioritized attacking the zombies that were close, so no zombies could get close to the tank group. This may be the story of a chopstick and a bunch of chopsticks. Yang Lai, the leader of the Longcheng camp, saw Li Guden behind the tank group and lowered his head, fearing that Li Guden would discover him. Li Guden is not obvious, but the big blood-red words on his head are obvious. Public enemy, ID, Li Guden plus. These words can be seen from several kilometers away. They are so penetrating that even buildings cannot block them. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Although Li Guden has helped Yang Lai, no one would feel at ease seeing public enemy. Li Guden seemed to have noticed something and smiled non-committally. Ding. Someone is using a loudspeaker to at you in the chat channel. Huh? At me? Li Guden silently opened the chat channel, where a loudspeaker message was pinned to the top. ID. Song Tianhe. Loudspeaker at Li Guden. I am a direct descendant of the Song family in Kyoto. I invite you to be a guest of my Song family. Please do not be ungrateful. Otherwise, I will kill you. Li Guden took a look and laughed angrily. What a big tone. How come your teeth didn't break? It's the end of the world, but you're still doing the family thing? You're putting on a lot of airs. Another loudspeaker message at myself. ID. Manhwa loudspeaker. At Li Guden, young man, you got to learn your lesson. My Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi school will definitely kill scum of the martial arts world like you. Within 5 minutes, more than a dozen people at themselves honking their horns. Li Guden's brows were furrowed into a pimple. These people are really going too far. Even though I, Li Guden, have a good temper, I can't stand it anymore. However, these people did not introduce themselves, except for the first one, Song Tianhe, who was really fearless and dared to leave his address. It seems that we have to PK offline. If he dares to leave his address, we can find him by following the internet. When the time comes, let him kneel on the ground and sing Conquer. Li Guden also bought a big loudspeaker and sent a message. ID, Arms Wholesaler, loudspeaker at Song Tianhe. Where's your home in Kyoto? If you want to recruit me, you have to leave a detailed address so that I can visit you. Damn it. Retreat now. Cannot withdraw. Damn. Why is it this ID? Arms Wholesaler? Isn't this exposed? Really? The chat channel below exploded. Li Guden is the Arms Wholesaler? Fuck. No wonder Li Guden upgraded so quickly. Selling arms is making money. Boycott arms wholesalers. Boycott Li Guden. Yes. Boycott. Reject the bastards. Upstairs, what do you mean by dog? It's Li Guden's stuff. How can we resist? We don't even have enough bullets. Yes, although I changed my job to a shield master, guns and cannons are still more useful at this stage. Li Guden was also relieved. It didn't matter if he was exposed. Ammunition was a necessity anyway, so he was not afraid that they would not buy it. If you want to resist, you have to have strength and the ability to chop the zombies with a knife. ID, Song Tianhe, loudspeaker at Ligdan, Kyoto Xiangshan. You can find the way just by asking. Boy, I'll wait for you. I'll give you strong tea when you come. Li Guden closed the chat channel and took note of this place. It would be nice if helicopters could be made using infinite mechas. Li Guden released his gun to conduct reconnaissance and looked at the armed helicopter in the sky. Ding! Craftsmanship is learning, and the learning progress is 5%, 20%, 100%. Learning success. Ding! Master the core technology of armed helicopters. A lot of knowledge suddenly flooded into Li Guden's mind, and looking at the helicopter in the sky, he suddenly became enlightened. So this is the principle of this thing. Oh, Li Guden moved his mind, and an armed helicopter appeared on the ground, exactly the same as the 10 in the sky. The difference is that Li Guden can sit in this helicopter. Bang! Li Guden closed the cabin door, fastened his seatbelt, touched the helicopter handle, and a lot of helicopter flying skills appeared in his mind. There is radar on the plane, but no routes or maps. Maybe it's because there are no satellites in the sky and no air traffic control departments or towers, so the actual functions are not perfect. Li Guden thought that after mastering the technology, he should be able to launch tens of thousands of satellites into space. How cool that would be. Beep, beep, beep. The helicopter slowly took off, and Li Guden looked at the ground below, feeling very excited. However, if this thing accidentally falls or is knocked down by someone, it would be a bit dangerous. It can only be used for traveling, not for combat. After all, I am a mortal being and I will die if I fall. If Li Guden, the public enemy of the whole nation, died in a plane crash, it would be a laughing stock. Looking at the Dragon City below, Li Guden's only concern was the civet cat. No one knows where the cat demon is hiding. It's a pity that we haven't dealt with it. It will become a disaster sooner or later. This helicopter flies quite slowly, but with unlimited ammunition, Li Guden can refuel the aircraft at any time, so he doesn't have to worry about its endurance. That's the speed. 300 kilometers per hour. After flying for 3 hours, we finally arrived over Kyoto's Kozan. Li Guden found a remote and deserted place and slowly landed the plane. Beep, beep, beep. The wings of the plane kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground. Li Guden landed behind a small hill, and there was not a single mutant creature to be seen there. According to Song Tianhe, the Song family is in Xiangshan. It seems that Xiangshan has been cleaned up by them. Li Guden's infinite mecha talent flashed a bright light, and 100 armed helicopters hovered in the air. The infinite intelligent talent flashed another bright light, and the planes made a beeping radio sound and flew towards the depths of Xiangshan Mountain. Li Guden was a little excited. This was his first time in Kyoto. The air felt sweet. It's a pity that I'm here to kill people. Now that I can build helicopters myself, my high-power reconnaissance skills are basically useless. Hundreds of real armed helicopters were flying in formation. This kind of scene would probably have been hard to see even before the end of the world. Song Tianhe, wash your neck clean and wait for me. I'll give you a fireworks show. Chapter 35, Bombing the Song Residence. From a very beginning, Li Guden had no intention of meeting Song Tianhe. After all, I'm not stupid. If I rush into someone else's house alone, only traps and ambushes will be waiting for me. Li Guden started out as a sniper and never intended to engage in close combat with anyone. Close combat is the behavior of reckless men. For now, saturation strike is the truth. Li Guden manufactured another 100 improved 99 main battle tanks and ordered them to stay on standby and form a circle for alert. Li Guden directly released the military fortress and placed it on the flat ground behind the hill. What to eat? Li Guden looked at the part of the food stacked in the God of Craftsman space and took out a piece of filet steak, a bottle of Romancani red wine, a portion of cheese salmon, a bowl of cream of mushroom soup, and a plate of donuts. The conditions are a bit simple, but eating Western food in a bunker is really awesome. Not even a white tablecloth. Li Guden opened the trading channel and actually found a brand new white tablecloth. He spent 1 experience point to buy it. He also bought a knife and fork, a golden lay plate, a red wine glass, and an ivory dining table, spending a total of 5 experience points. It is not difficult to open the red wine. Li Guden just pinched the bottle with 2 fingers and pulled it gently, and it opened. After all, he had to use all his strength. It was just a cork. As long as you want, you can break the stone in your heart in a matter of minutes. On the other side, Song Tianhe had just finished lunch and was taking a nap in a magnificent living room. Song Tianhe was lying on his side on the sofa, with 2 European maids kneeling below him. Each of them was holding a leather boot, holding it high above her head with both hands. Hold on, these are my newly bought silver-grade leather boots. If you make them dirty, I will kill you. The 2 maids were trembling. One of them put her leather boots on her head and held them tightly with both hands, which made Song Tianhe laugh. At this time, an old man dressed in elegant attire walked in. Master, do you want to call back some of the people scattered in Kyoto? There are only 100 guards in the family base right now. If Li Guden really comes, I'm afraid they won't be enough. Song Tianhe snorted coldly, slapped the armrest of the sofa, and sat up. How did Li Guden get here so quickly? Besides, I'm also a level 75 expert now, so why would I be afraid of him? A magic wand appeared in Song Tianhe's hand. There were old lines on the wooden wand, and a crystal ball in the shape of a baby's head was suspended on the top of the wand. Song Tianhe pointed his magic wand, and a maid in front of the sofa trembled. In broad daylight, her soul actually came out of her body, floated upwards, and kept rising. The old man and the other maid were both stunned by what they saw. This was truly a ghost. Song Tianhe tapped his magic wand again, and the soul exploded in the air. Although it did not emit any waves, the already illusory soul turned into starlight and dissipated. The maid on the ground fell straight down. Song Tianhe stretched out his bare feet and stepped on the maid's head and stroked it, as if feeling the remaining warmth. Butler, these maids don't look good. There's so many beauties from home and abroad in Kyoto. Catch a few more for me. The old man clasped his right fist over his chest, bowed slightly, and left the living room. As soon as I went out, I heard some strange noises. Beep, beep, beep. The old man looked up and almost fell to the ground with his old bones. Airplane. Master, come and see. Song Tianhe looked at the old man, who was reluctant to leave the door, feeling a little annoyed and frowning. What are you looking at? What kind of plane is this? After saying that, he picked up the leather boots on the other maid's head, put them on, and walked out of the living room. On the other side, Li Guden saw Song Tianhe here through the perspective of the helicopter, but he didn't know who Song Tianhe was. There's only an ID, but no portrait in the chat channel. There are more than 100 people in this house, and it is impossible to tell who is Song Tianhe. Li Guden frowned, took a bite of steak, and made a decision while chewing. Or just kill them all. Song Tianhe stood behind the butler and looked at the group of fighter jets circling overhead. The planes were loaded with anti-tank missiles, and sturdy heavy machine guns hung down. The scene was a bit terrifying. The butler looked solemn and turned to look at Song Tianhe. Master, it looks like you are here with bad intentions. Please withdraw first. I will cover you. Clang. A 2-meter-long sword appeared in the butler's hand and was dragged on the ground. He dragged the sword with his right hand and pinched his fingers with his left hand, and waves of energy appeared under his feet. Suddenly, the old butler pulled the knife with both hands and slashed it upwards towards the sky. A green knife arc swept across the sky in a semicircle, and the faint green light instantly cut off the 2 nearby armed helicopters. Boom! Boom! The plane crashed to the ground and exploded, with the ammunition on board detonating at the same time, creating a small mushroom cloud. Black smoke filled the air in front of the house. Song Tianhe stretched out his left arm to cover his face, leaving only a pair of phoenix eyes exposed. Mistakenly, Gooden's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. This old man chopped the plane down with a big knife, which was really a bit too much. Helicopter formation, bombing. Boom! When the old butler put away his knife, hundreds of helicopters in the sky began to attack the ground. Anti-tank missiles bombarded the ground indiscriminately. Heavy machine guns kept spitting out bullets, and the sounds of explosions instantly became one. Boom, boom, boom. The old butler stood in front of Song Tianhe, wielding a big knife with both hands, the end of which was inserted into the ground. A green energy shield appeared around the two of them. Blue sky cover. Song Tianhe stood in the light shield and raised his magic wand. A faint light flashed above the magic wand, and small beetles all over the sky flew towards the helicopter in the sky. The sounds of bombing became less and less frequent, and helicopters in the sky fell to the ground one after another. The swarm of insects flew into the helicopter, blocked the oil line, bit off the electrical circuit, and got stuck in the gun barrel. It was really disgusting. Li Guden swallowed the steak in one gulp, walked out of the military fortress, and put it away with a wave of his hand. This Song Tianhe is really capable. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and domineering. However, the crash of these helicopters caused no loss to Li Guden. Li Guden stood on a small hill, looking at the house 3 kilometers away, and could vaguely see the smoke and dust over there. Turning around and looking at the hundreds of modified 99A tanks around him, Li Guden felt a sense of heroism. Boom, boom, boom. The 125mm main guns of hundreds of tanks fired at the same time. The shells pierced the air with a sharp scream and landed in front of Song Tianhe. Bang! Minus 89,000. Minus 89,000. 2 huge damage numbers floated up, and the butler who had just withdrawn the Qinglong cover looked at Song Tianhe's body shells exploding into the sky in amazement. Master! Ding! Boom! The butler waved his sword to block the incoming shells, but the shells still exploded, and a high damage number appeared above the old butler's head. Earth-shattering slash. Swish. Bang. The old butler swung his sword quickly and slashed to the ground. A huge sword shadow 100 meters long smashed through the earth. Dozens of huge rocks jumped up from the ground and flew into the sky, blocking the shells fired from afar. In just a moment, the butler carried Song Tianhe's body and fled into the distance. Chapter 36, Ancient Warrior Guanjian. Li Guden was surprised and stopped the shelling. At this moment, the entire Song residence had been razed to the ground. Hundreds of survivors had died, and only Song Tianhe and his housekeeper escaped. This butler is a bit difficult to deal with. He is so smart despite his old age. The sword in his hand is like Guan Yu, and he swings it with great force, which makes Li Guden speechless. Beep, beep, beep. Li Guden thought about it, and 100 helicopters appeared in the air, searching in the direction where the 2 men fled. They were found in less than a minute. The 2 of them did not run away, but hid in an underground cave behind the house. This underground cave was quite solid, made entirely of pitch-black steel and extended downward for an unknown distance. Li Guden ordered the helicopter to replace the napalm bombs with ones and throw them madly towards the cave entrance. Petrol bombs fell into the cave, igniting a fire, and thick smoke drifted out of the cave. Brush! A green light suddenly appeared, and the old butler supported Song Tianhe with his left hand and prodded the ground with a big knife in his right hand. He bent over and coughed continuously, almost coughing out his lungs. Cough, 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 cough. This time Li Guden was sure of his location. He stood on the hill and picked up the Barrett. Distance, 4 kilometers. Bang. Minus 44,500. Ding. The host kills the level 75 survivor Song Tianhe and obtains all his experience points and all items. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, this is Song Tianhe. The old butler stared blankly at the young master in his arms. The entire skull on his forehead had disappeared due to the bullet. He sat down tremblingly. The big knife was placed horizontally on the ground. The old butler took off his shirt to cover Song Tianhe, stretched his skinny muscles, picked up the big knife, and looked towards Li Guden's position. For kilometers apart, Li Guden had no doubt that the other party had discovered him, because I can see him with my naked eyes. The old butler was running wildly with a knife with his upper body naked, babbling like he was singing an opera, and he was moving at an extremely fast speed. Li Guden waved his hand, and 100 pursuer self-destruct robots appeared on the ground, making clicking sounds and slowly moving towards the direction of the old butler. Li Gooden walked down the hill and casually got into a tank. The helicopters in the sky urgently need to be bombed. This time, they will not carry out a saturation attack, but only attack the route where the old butler is advancing. Napalm bombs were thrown all over the ground, creating 3 layers of scorching firewalls inside and outside, blocking the old butler's route. Hey, who is the one who tried to assassinate my young master? Why don't you show up? Li Gooden shook his head in disdain and ordered the planes and tanks to fire, aiming at the wall of fire with the old butler as the center. Brush! Boom! The old butler was incredibly fast. Before the shell exploded, he had already jumped dozens of meters high, took a few steps in the air, and rushed towards Li Gooden. Li Gooden in the tank was shocked when he saw this scene from the helicopter's perspective. Is this old man a martial arts master who could do Qigong? There is nothing in the air, and he can exert force by just stepping a few times. His brain was working rapidly, and Li Gooden figured it out in less than a second. There must be some energy released under the feet, which then generated force with certain substances in the air to achieve this effect. Is this what is called internal strength? Brush! A huge knife shadow 100 meters long was thrown towards the hill where Li Gooden was. Fuck! Is this even possible? Seeing the blade light flying towards him quickly, Li Gooden hurriedly entered the space of the god of craftsmanship. 5 seconds later, Li Gooden returned to his original position. It was originally in the tank, but this time the tank was chopped into pieces. Li Gooden had the yellow sky above his head and the yellow earth under his feet, standing in the smoke and dust, feeling a little dazed. Is this butler a survivor? How come he is so strong? The Shanshansong family does have some heritage. Li Gooden suddenly looked up and saw a green light spot gradually getting bigger in the sky, filled with yellow earth. Oh no, this old guy is coming. Li Gooden became serious, and using all his 1132 agility, he quickly retreated, pulled out 2 guns from his waist, and shot at the light spot. Ding! Ding ding ding. The bullets all made a metallic collision sound. The old butler's body was seen in the dust, shooting towards him like a cannonball. He spun the sword in the air with both hands to block the bullet. It's you? Public enemy Li Gooden. Give me back my young master's life. Brush! Another 100-meter-long blade light fell from the sky and slashed towards the ground. Boom! The ground was cracked and rocks were flying everywhere, but there was no sign of Li Gooden. Li Gooden broke out in a cold sweat while hiding in the god of craftsman space. This old man can't even see the attribute panel. What kind of strength is this? It's so terrifying. There were several helicopters in the sky outside, and Li Gooden could see the scenery outside, even though he was in the god of craftsmanship space. The old butler walked back and forth behind the hill, dragging his knife, with a suspicious look on his face. Li Gooden waited for a full minute until the old butler left the place where he entered the god of craftsman space, and then he quietly teleported out. The disadvantage of this god of craftsman space is that no matter where you enter, you can only return to the original place after coming out. Metal Storm. Snapshot. Li Gooden released 2 skills instantly, and a huge metal storm above his head fired rockets towards the old butler 100 meters away. The body shot out and retreated in the opposite direction. Boom! A dazzling light appeared, and 16,000 rockets hit the old butler's surroundings. At that moment, there was only strong white light between the sky and the earth, and everything was unclear. Ding! The host kills the level 48 ancient warrior Guan Jian and obtains all of his experience points and all of his items. Li Gooden took a deep breath. It seemed that the old butler was dead. Ancient warrior? What is that? Ding! The system prompts that ancient warriors are people who possess great power before the end of the world. Their basic panel attributes are relatively high. After obtaining the end of the world system, their strength will become stronger as their level increases. So that's how it is. Li Gooden's expression became even more serious. It turns out that there are extraordinary ancient warriors in the world. I didn't meet any in Longsheng, but this is the first time I have met one in Xiangshan, Kyoto. It seems that ancient warriors do exist, but their numbers are extremely rare. Otherwise, with such powerful strength, they would be able to sweep the apocalypse on the first day. Li Gooden calmed down and looked through the spoils of killing the 2 people. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Diamond level can perform skills below diamond level. It was indeed Guan Eri's sword. No wonder it looked so similar, but it was actually diamond grade. It had no attribute bonus, but it could perform diamond grade skills. Judging from the battle just now, it was indeed very powerful. It's useless, and I don't know how to use it. Li Guden silently put away the knife and looked at the next item. Song Family Tree. A list of the Song family members from the beginning of Songjiang at Liangshan Marsh to the present day. Secret key to the treasure pavilion. There is only one key to open the Song family's treasure pavilion. Innate Qi, diamond level, ancient martial arts practice method, which can be used to refine Qi in the body and use it to fight against enemies with amazing power. It has the effect of protecting oneself and is indestructible to swords and guns. Drag sword style, diamond level, ancient martial arts technique, a total of 8 styles. The first move is Blue Dragon, slashing the moon. The second move is the Azure Dragon, sweeping the sea. The third move is the Blue Dragon, swinging its tail. The fourth move is the Azure Dragon, covering the sky. The fifth move is the Blue Dragon, splitting the mountain. The sixth move is Blue Dragon, shaking the earth. The seventh move is the Advent of the Azure Dragon. The eighth move is Flying Dragon in the Sky. Chapter 37 Attributes, Soar. Li Guden was very excited when he got the 2 ancient books. If the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, its innate energy, and the sword dragging style are correct, it should be the inheritance of Lord Guan. The old butler Guan Jian might be the descendant of Guan Yiri. I don't know why he became the housekeeper of the Song family. I guess he fell into decline. Li Guden opened the book of innate Qi and read just a few words. Ding. System record. The host begins to comprehend innate Qi, diamond level. Ding. The host comprehension has overflowed by 9,999,999%, and comprehension is complete. Ding. The host opens the skill column. The current number of skills available is 1. You can spend 100 luck points to purchase the next skill column. Ding. The host has learned the skill innate Qi, diamond level. Strength plus 2,000, agility plus 1,000, stamina plus 5,000. Li Guden bent over with laughter. Insight. Insight overflows 99,999,999%. A martial arts genius, a rare talent. Awesome. Thanks for the Goldfinger. I understood this profound skill in seconds. Li Guden immediately picked up Drag the Knife and opened it to read excitedly. Ding. The host has learned the combat skill Drag Blade, diamond level. Not bad. It seems that there is no limit to the number of combat skills, but there's a limit to the number of skills. It costs 100 luck points to open the second skill column, and each time you open a column thereafter, you will need double the luck points. This is the same price as the second and third jobs. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Guden, bronze level, variant. Occupation, SSS Gun God, SSS Craftsman God. Skill, innate Qi. Level, 101. Health, 853,200. Physical strength, 7,032, 1,500. Strength, 35, 25, 700. Agile, 2022, 110. Spirit, 1041, 2,000. Lucky, 421. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Attributes skyrocketed. The attributes added by diamond level technique even surpassed its own attributes. I don't know how much Guan Jian has learned. If Metal Storm wasn't so powerful, Li Guden might have been in danger of his life. Swish. Li Guden felt comfortable with the Green Dragon Crescent Blade in his hand. He swung it with ease, as if he was controlling his own limbs. Azure Dragon cuts the moon. Brush. 100-meter-long green blade light slashed down from the sky. Boom. The already broken earth once again threw up countless sand and dust. The effect is not as good as that of hot weapon bombing, but this is a cold weapon, which can make up for its close combat shortcomings. It's quite useful. Try the power of this final move. Flying Dragon in the Sky. A dragon roar came from the sky. Li Guden held the knife in both hands and swung it towards the sky. 1,000-meter-long green dragon shadow flew up from the tip of the knife and circled in the sky. Li Guden swung the knife and smashed it heavily. The dragon shadow in the sky poured into the blade and smashed to the ground. It did not have the might that had been imagined, and the dragon shadow seemed to disappear without a trace after it entered the blade. No. Li Guden could clearly feel the power of the blade, with both hands holding the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This strike simplifies things and returns to basics. The general trend was condensed on the tip of the knife, which was indestructible and not a single bit of the internal energy leaked out. This blow should be fatal. The damage would be incredible. It's a pity that there is no hard target to test its power. That hole in the ground? Li Guden turned around and galloped 4 kilometers to the steel cave that had been set on fire before. He swung his sword and chopped it down with great force. Base! A slight cutting sound was heard, and the ground shook. The steel hole was split in half and was dozens of meters deep. It's awesome. Such thick steel can't be penetrated even by metal storm, but Fei Longzai Tian can cut it in half with just one sword. Li Guden was shocked. Sometimes quantitative change cannot catch up with qualitative change. No matter how powerful thermal weapons are, they cannot change their nature, which is explosion. However, delicate work like cutting steel requires sharpness and concentrated strength. Li Guden turned the sword around, but the blade was too long, so he had to drag the blade on the ground, making a squeaking sound as he walked into the cave. The fire ignited by the petrol bomb has been extinguished, but the temperature inside is still extremely hot. Li Guden wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked down for dozens of meters. With the help of the cut made by the Qinglong Yenyue sword, the faint light could penetrate and he could see clearly. There was an iron door at the end of the road with a keyhole on it. It was so obvious that Li Guden took out the treasure pavilion key, inserted the key, and the door opened. Light entered the treasure pavilion through the crack in the door, reflecting dazzling golden light from inside. Gold, all gold. Li Guden looked at the piles of gold bricks in disbelief. The Song family was really rich. The walls were built with gold bricks, the floors were paved with gold bricks, everything was gold bricks. In the middle, there was a table with 2 cushions and a book on the table. Li Guden walked closer and picked up the book. Portrait of Women from Xiangyang, a cultural relic from the Song dynasty, a pornographic painting. Li Guden didn't know what to feel. He threw the book heavily and stomped his feet. What dishonest person would build a secret room like this just to look at pornographic pictures? Li Guden stomped his feet twice, and the ground echoed. Is this empty down there? Ha, that's why. Li Guden raised his long knife and chopped it downwards. The gold bricks on the ground flew up layer by layer, and the broken gold nuggets fell all over the ground. A 1-meter-long crack appeared on the ground, and it was pitch black when looking down. Li Guden took a few steps back and continued to smash with his knife. After 3 cuts, the gap became larger, and the situation inside was reflected back by the faint light. Li Guden clearly saw 2 pale eyes staring at him. Li Guden's nerves suddenly tensed up. He pulled out a revolver from his waist with his left hand and shot at the eye. Bang! 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 After firing 2 rounds of gunfire, 10 bullets in total, Li Guden stopped. Ding! The host killed a level 0 ancient warrior, unknown, but nothing was gained. Li Guden was puzzled. Who was this person? How long had he been hiding in this secret room? The system didn't even know his name. It seemed that he didn't have a system. The system detected him as level 0. There was no reward for killing him. It seems that this person was here before the end of the world. It took 10 shots to kill him. He had a really strong vitality. Li Guden took out an ordinary candle from the storage space, lit it, and jumped down into the secret room. This place is not big, only about 10 square meters. There are dense chains hanging on the wall, locking up the person who had just been killed, and there is no treasure. Li Guden walked to the corpse and turned over the hanging body, but found nothing on it. Li Guden walked behind the corpse and lifted up his rotten coat. There are words engraved on the back. What an unexpected surprise. Could it be? Li Guden slowly approached with a candle in his hand and looked intently at the words on the back of the corpse. This is, serve the country with loyalty? Li Guden raised his leg and kicked the corpse, and the iron chains on the wall shook in response. Chapter 38, Eat Jin Jing. Li Guden took out a flamethrower and sprayed it at the corpse, cremating it in less than a minute. This guy is really pitiful. He is locked up here and doesn't even know the end of the world is coming. Even if I don't beat him to death today, he will die of boredom sooner or later. Just as Li Guden was about to leave, he found an iron ball the size of a fist in the ashes. How could this thing be inside a corpse? Li Guden took out several large buckets of mineral water and poured them on the ashes. The black water flowed down, and the metal ball was exposed to Li Guden's sight. So disgusting. Li Guden took out another pair of white gloves, reached out to grab the metal ball, observed it for a while, and twisted it gently with his hands. Click! The ball was cracked and couldn't be closed. Inside was a crumpled piece of yellow paper and a ball of mud. Li Guden opened the yellow paper and looked at the words on it. Well, I don't understand any of them. System. Translate. Ding. Translation. This letter is only for the eldest son of the Song family to read. Anyone else who touches it will be killed. The Song family's martial arts has been lost. I stole the Southern Shaolin, Yi Jing, and copied it into this letter. In the future, only the eldest son of the Song family can comprehend it, and it is not worth telling to outsiders. If this matter is exposed, the Southern Shaolin will definitely take it back, and the martial arts world will also covet it and step into the Song family's door. Attachment: Yi Jing, yellow level. Attachment: Yi Dan, yellow level. Li Gooden excitedly held the mud pill in his hand. It turned out to be a yellow-level Yi pill. He almost threw it away as if it were something disgusting. System: what level is yellow level? Ding. Sort by level from low to high. Normal, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold diamond, yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven god. Oh. Li Gooden suddenly realized that the yellow level is higher than the diamond level. System: purchase the second skill column. Ding. The host spends 100 luck points, and a second skill bar is opened. Li Gooden hurriedly opened the Yi Jing. Ding. The system includes the Yi Jing. Ding. The host has learned the skill Yi Jing, yellow level, strength plus 3,000, agility plus 2,000, stamina plus 10,000. I won't get sick from taking this Yi Dan, right? Li Gooden looked at the mud ball in his hand, smelled it, shook it, thought it over again and again, pinched his nose and swallowed it. Ding. The pill has expired and has no effect. Vomit. Li Gooden was so angry that he turned his head to the side and scratched his throat. It's expired. It tastes terrible. A yellow-white object fell to the ground, with a mud ball still in it. Li Gooden took a look, then covered his mouth and left the secret room. When we arrived at the Song residence, the smoke and dust had long since dissipated, but the ruins on the ground would never return to their original state. Hundreds of people were moving stones and rubble back and forth in the ruins, seemingly looking for someone or something. Li Gooden shook his head, made hundreds of helicopters, got on one of them, and flew straight toward the city of Kyoto. The fleet of planes behind him followed in a huge crowd, blocking out the sky and the sun. Li Gooden looked at his panel on the plane and saw that his luck value was only 321. The drop rate of items from killing monsters this time would definitely be reduced a lot. It's really frustrating. Luck points are mainly obtained by legendary free attribute points. If this continues, learning a third profession or a third skill will cost another 200 luck points, and then I will become a pauper. The luck value cannot be too low, otherwise the critical hit rate will drop. That's a fatal weakening. Li Gooden's flight formation flew to the 5th ring of Kyoto, and many survivors could be seen hunting zombies below. The survivors in Kyoto seem to be much stronger than those in Dragon City. The survivors team is well organized and well equipped. Many survivors have successfully changed their jobs and are holding various weapons. What's that up there? A helicopter? Am I seeing things? Yes, look, there are red words on the plane behind you. Public enemy ID Li Gooden? Fuck. Li Gooden is coming to Kyoto. Send a message to the leader. Li Gooden was completely unaware of this and flew his fleet of planes towards the 5th ring road, looking at the scenery of Kyoto. There were tall buildings standing below, some of which were even higher than the helicopter. There were human figures flashing in some of the buildings, looking at Li Gooden's flying formation in amazement, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Li Gooden felt a little sad. He was like a rat crossing the street and couldn't live a normal life in Kyoto. There are basically no zombies in Kyoto City. There are patrols of hundreds of people everywhere clearing out the zombies, and corpses almost cover all the roads. No one wanted to clean up the zombie corpses because everyone knew that from now on the zombies would be refreshed once a day. It would become the norm and a resource for survivors to upgrade. Li Gooden looked at the time. It was already 16:20 in the afternoon, and there were still 3.5 hours until nightfall. The fleet of planes landed on the square inside the Forbidden City, which is the least conspicuous place in the city. It was not open to the public in the past, and there were no zombie invasions here after the apocalypse. Li Gooden walked into the Forbidden City, and the fleet of planes behind him was circling in the sky on alert. The huge square was windy and cool. The sky was clear, but the Forbidden City was covered in shade for large areas. I can't stay in Kyoto City. There's no one in the Forbidden City. I can just occupy the mountain and rule the city. Ha ha ha. Li Gooden's voice was loud, and the echo resounded in the huge square. Li Gooden stretched out his hand and pushed the door lock of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was obvious that the lock was not a historical item and was obviously locked by modern people. A gentle pinch of fingers. Snap! The door lock broke, and the door creaked open a crack. Li Gooden pushed the door open and entered, admiring the magnificent hall. Except that it was a bit deserted and dirty. Everything else was pretty good. It was extremely cold in the hall. Li Gooden shuddered, retreated, released his military fortress in the open space in the square, and entered it. Open the transaction channel and collect payment from the store. Ding! The host withdraws the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Experience card 245-968-3000. The revenue is getting higher day by day, reaching more than 2.4 billion today. Upgrade. Ding! The host level has been increased to level 125. Full strength. After level 100, the experience points required for each level are exactly 100 million, and it seems that there is no increase according to the level. Li Gooden placed a large pink bed in the military fortress, stretched out on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. My daily routine is messed up now, but it doesn't matter. I could just sleep when I'm sleepy. As the sky gradually darkened, a major event spread throughout Kyoto. Li Gooden has been in the Forbidden City for several hours. Why isn't there any big guy to kill him? Isn't Li Gooden here? Maybe they don't dare. News came this afternoon that the young master of the Shangshan Song family is dead, and the Song residence was razed to the ground. When their guards returned, it was already a ruin. Yeah, I heard that those guards were dismissed, and the Song family is gone. Haha, killing Li Gooden is a small matter. The Forbidden City is not a place that can be entered casually. We should first talk about it, if Li Gooden can get out alive. Oh, what do you mean? Brother, don't you know that not even a bird can fly into the Forbidden City? Being energy is too heavy. Now is the end of the world. Who knows what will happen? At this time, Li Gooden was already snoring. Chapter 39. There are ghosts in the Forbidden City. It was late at night, and the moon hanging in the sky was tinged with red. Li Gooden turned over on the big bed, as if he was pressed down by something. Since the end of the world, Li Gooden has had trouble sleeping and sleeps very lightly. He gradually woke up because of something that was poking him. What the hell is this? It's neither soft nor hard. Li Gooden sat up and rubbed his eyes. He felt around on the bed with his right hand and grabbed something soft. He picked it up and took a look. With the dim light in the military fortress, Li Gooden saw that what he was holding seemed to be a roll of silk. Where did this thing come from? Li Gooden rubbed his eyes again and picked up the thing. Before he knew it, the strange thing unfolded upside down. Imperial Edict? Li Gooden's voice numbed his ears. What the hell? An Imperial Edict? Li Gooden quickly grabbed the two sections of the Imperial Edict and unfolded them. There were small golden characters written on them, and he could understand the handwriting, which was similar to traditional Chinese characters. The Emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, proclaims that Li Gooden, a commoner, has entered the palace without a warrant and jeopardized the Emperor's carriage. The Nine-Gate Commander is ordered to arrest him and take him to the heavenly prison to await trial. This is my decree. Li Gooden rubbed his eyes again and stroked the Imperial Edict in disbelief. What the hell? Who are you trying to scare? Li Gooden picked up the Imperial Edict and threw it into the fireplace of the fortress, and it was instantly ignited by flames. Wisps of smoke rose from the fireplace and ascended into the sky through the fortress's vents. Li Gooden looked at the time. It was 10:55 p.m. I only slept for 6 hours, and it was a very uncomfortable sleep. Li Gooden turned around and lay down again. But I was worried and couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Whoosh, whoosh. There was a strong wind outside, and a gong sounded suddenly. Ding. It's the 3rd hour. It's dry. Be careful with fire. Ding. It's the 3rd hour. It's dry. Be careful with fire. Ding. It's the 3rd hour. It's dry. Be careful with fire. Li Gooden sat up from the bed suddenly. This time he was sure that he was not dreaming. The sound was so clear. Li Gooden stood up and looked out from the machine gun hole in the fortress. Fuck. This wide square was filled with guards in yellow coats and red hats carrying swords. They held swords in their right hands and lanterns in their left hands, and stood in rows filling the aisles of the square. The Hall of Supreme Harmony was brightly lit. The main door was open, and countless oil lamps were hung outside the door, their flames swaying in the night wind. Is it haunted? Traveled through time? Li Gooden opened the chat channel with doubts and saw the message 99999+. It seems that there is no time travel, is still the end of the world, and the system is still there. That's haunted. Li Gooden frowned, pulled out a revolver from his waist, and shot at the eunuch who was on night watch outside the fortress. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed in the forbidden city, and the bullet passed through the eunuch's body and hit the ground. Illusory. Li Guden looked at the indifferent eunuch and the guards who stood like sculptures around him and fell into deep thought. Is this a parallel universe? They don't exist in this world, so they have no entity? How we explain this imperial edict? Li Guden looked at the imperial edict that had burned to ashes in the fireplace and couldn't help but shudder. The Nine Gates Admiral, is he on his way? Boom, boom. As soon as Li Guden had this thought, the sound of a large number of horse hooves roared towards him from outside the forbidden city. By the Emperor's order, capture Li Guden. By the Emperor's order, capture Li Guden. By the Emperor's order, capture Li Guden. 3 loud voices were heard, and hundreds of figures jumped off their horses. A general wearing armor, and whose face could not be seen, clearly ran into the gate of the forbidden city, holding the same imperial edict as Li Guden's. The yellow-coated guards standing by the road stood still, watching hundreds of armored soldiers waving spears and rushing into the square. Li Guden looked up at the hundreds of armed helicopters hovering in the sky and gave the order to open fire without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The marble floor under the feet of hundreds of soldiers exploded and instantly turned into a sea of fire, with the flames illuminating the entire square. Ghost! Li Guden turned and walked towards the path on the side of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, without even having time to put away the military fortress. While running, Li Guden looked back and saw hundreds of soldiers rushing out of the bombing area, their silver helmets and armor shining, not looking like they had been bombed at all. Li Guden ran straight to the harem along the path, and the guards and eunuchs along the way seemed indifferent, as if they were not watching. Li Guden went into a dark palace, closed the door, and gasped. How terrible! Is the forbidden city haunted? The words from the imperial edict kept appearing in Li Guden's mind, and his body shuddered. What should I do if I can't hit these ghosts? Suddenly, a woman with simple makeup in the palace lit an oil lamp, stood beside the lamp, and looked at Li Guden. Why did this lord break into the cold palace? Li Guden was sweating profusely, looking at this strange palace maid, not knowing what to do. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer, as if they would find this place soon. Li Guden doesn't dare to enter the god of craftsmanship space. What should he do when it's easy to get out? Don't take risks until the last moment. The palace maid in front of the oil lamp bowed to Li Guden, which was standard Qing palace etiquette. Sir, the soldiers outside are trying to catch you. Come with me. I have a place where you can hide. Li Guden was shocked. This woman called herself this palace, so it seemed that she had a high status. How could he meet such a concubine after accidentally entering the cold palace? There's no way. Compared to those soldiers, this female ghost seems easier to deal with. The most hateful thing was that Li Guden could not see any system information above their heads, and there was no panel at all. When I was a child, the old people in the village told me that if you encounter a ghost talking to you, don't agree, otherwise your soul will be taken away. Li Guden panted, closed his lips, and followed the woman in palace dress into the hall. Li Guden carefully observed the surrounding environment. There was dust everywhere, and it was obvious that there had been no life for a long time. The oil lamp was full, which made it even more strange. Why is the oil lamp full if no one has been there for a long time? Walking to a bedroom in the hall, the female ghost was sitting on the bed, pointing at the secret room under the bed. My lord, you can hide here. The Nine Gates Admiral cannot break into the harem. Even if you break in, you cannot enter the concubine's bedroom without permission. Li Guden hesitated. It's dark under the bed, so I can just hide in this room. As for the woman in palace dress, she looks harmless, but she is probably a ghost. Li Guden calmed down, summoned the green dragon crescent blade from his hand, and stuck it on the ground. Li Guden said to himself, not daring to talk to ghosts. Why is there so many ghosts in the Forbidden City? They died so early in the morning. The woman in palace dress smiled. Although her body was illusory, her every smile and frown was so beautiful and real. Your Excellency is such a coward. The Qing dynasty has indeed fallen. The entire Forbidden City is forbidden to all living people. It is full of ghosts like me. Now that you are here, it will be difficult for you to get out. It is better for you to hide here in my palace and escape from the palace on the night of the waning moon. Li Guden broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out these ghosts knew everything. Chapter 40 Soul Gu Technique. It's the night of the waning moon, and today happens to be the night of the full moon. Do I have to wait 15 days before I can leave? Li Guden was a little unwilling, thinking there must be other ways. He asked the woman in palace dress tentatively. Were the ghosts in the Forbidden City afraid of? Afraid? The woman in palace dress chuckled again. This Forbidden City is blessed by the dragon veins, and nothing can surpass it. The current emperor is the true dragon emperor, Emperor Kanshi. The dragon veins bless and protect the souls of the dead in the Forbidden City forever. If you want to escape, just go out through the dog hole in the harem on a night when the moon is waning. Otherwise, even if the sun is shining at noon tomorrow, your soul will not be able to escape from this Forbidden City. Li Guden thought, is it possible that his soul is out of his body now? Then he pinched himself and felt pain. Instant. Failed to enter the god of craftsman's space. Ding. The host's mental power is entangled and cannot enter the god of craftsmanship space. Only part of the mental power can enter to absorb items. The system prompted, it seems to be certain. The reason why his mental power was entangled by the Forbidden City was most likely due to the dragon vein. The footsteps of the soldiers outside the door gradually faded away, and it seemed that they had left the vicinity of the palace. Li Guden checked his abilities, panel, skills, talents, and the weapons and equipment in the god of craftsmanship space, all of which were ready for use. The only thing is that it is impossible to cause any harm to these ghosts. Thinking carefully about the principle behind this, perhaps ghosts have no entity, but only exist in the form of energy or a projection. By the way, I have a golden finger. Gold finger. Can I add soul attack to my attack form? Ding. How to perform a soul attack. 1. Change career to magician. 2. Arrange soul type magic array. 3. Learn soul skills. It seems that it is not possible. Can people who do not change their profession to magicians not defeat ghosts? There are so many ghosts in the world, there must be other ways. These soul-related skills and magic arrays should not be particularly rare. Li Guden opened the trading channel and searched for the soul. Soul stone. Silver locks the soul in the stone and can be released at any time, with a maximum of 1. Price, 100,000. Soul goo technique. Gold, a technique of witchcraft, driven by mental power, mysterious and unpredictable. Price, 300 million. Holy shit. This idiot is so poor that he sells a golden skill for 300 million. Li Guden doesn't have that much cash now. Look at the store profits. Ding. The host withdraws the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales and obtains the experience card. 538892300. Fortunately, it's enough, and it saves the annoying guy who sells at a high price. Ding. Obtain Soul Stone, silver level. Obtain Soul Goo Technique, gold level. In front of the woman in palace dress, Li Guden opened a page of Soul Goo Technique in his hand. Ding. The host has learned Soul Goo Technique, gold level. A lot of witchcraft knowledge instantly flooded into Li Guden's mind, and he suddenly became enlightened, and his understanding of ghosts became clearer. Li Guden stretched out his right index finger and used his mental power to condense a cluster of white flames. This is not a flame, but a soul fire condensed from the mental power of the spirit. According to the skill book, it can cause great damage to ghosts. Go! Li Guden pointed his index finger at the female, ghost in palace costume, who was stroking her hair on the bed opposite. The desolate white soul fire transformed into a small insect and drilled into the body of the female, ghost in palace costume. Buzz. Li Guden heard a muffled sound in his mind, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's the dragon vein. I felt it. It was the power of the dragon vein that pushed me back and fought with me for control of the palace dress ghost. At the same time, this female ghost in palace dress established a connection with Li Guden, and he could control her behavior with a single thought. Lie down. Stand up. Lift your legs. Squat down. Li Guden directed the female ghost with his mind and tried various simple movements. This soul-killing technique is indeed effective against the soul. Even the dragon veins of the Forbidden City only repelled themselves and could not compete with Li Guden. Li Guden controlled the woman in palace dress to walk out of the palace and towards the hall of mental cultivation. Li Guden has already sensed that the dragon vein is in the Yangshin Palace. If his guess is correct, it is on the body of Emperor Kanshi. It is he who controls the dragon veins and protects the ghosts of the Forbidden City with his own strength, and his power seems to be extremely weak. Li Guden didn't think that he could be stronger than the dragon veins of the Forbidden City just by learning some witchcraft. There must be something wrong with Emperor Kanshi. Maybe it is also related to the end of the world. Li Guden saw the places he had bombed through the helicopter perspective outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The marble slab was blown away, leaving holes all over it, and it never recovered to its original state. In other words, this world is still the real world, and the damage is real damage. If I blow up the Forbidden City, these ghosts will have nowhere to hide. Emperor Kangxi would certainly not tolerate himself doing this. So maybe this is a bargaining chip. With a thought, Li Guden built another 1,000 armed helicopters, which were spread all over the sky above the Forbidden City. The woman in palace dress had arrived at the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Without notifying anyone, she walked in despite the eunuch's attempts to stop her and stood in front of Emperor Kangxi's bed. There was indeed someone on the bed, wearing a white robe with gold thread. His face could not be seen clearly, and he did not look like the emperor at all. The person on the bed lay on his side and looked at the woman in palace dress, as if he could see through everything and looked for a long time. Li Guden, you didn't obey my order and turned yourself in. You also caused chaos in the harem. This is concubine Xian, not a concubine of my dynasty. You ordered her to enter my bedroom. Do you know how much trouble you caused? Li Guden secretly clicked his tongue. This dragon vein must be here with Emperor Kangxi. Otherwise, how would he know that he had controlled concubine Xian? Li Guden controlled concubine Xian to open her mouth and speak. Your Majesty, I just accidentally entered the Forbidden City. I hope Your Majesty can let me go. Your Majesty can take a look at the helicopters above the palace. Your Majesty may not have seen them, but I can blow the Forbidden City to the ground at any time. Emperor Kangxi sat up and took out an illusory seal from his bosom. Below it was a square seal, and above it was a jade dragon with gold inlaid around its body. Another imperial edict appeared in Emperor Kangxi's hand. He pressed the seal on it, rolled it up, and threw it away. The imperial edict disappeared out of thin air and appeared next to Li Guden. Li Guden was shocked. He picked up the imperial edict tremblingly and opened it. The emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, hereby proclaims that Li Guden, a native of Taiyuan Prefecture, is pardoned of his crimes and is appointed the governor of Shanxi Province, the second rank, and is granted the double-eyed peacock feather. He is also honored and worshipped without any name. Swish! Out of thin air, an official hat and court robes appeared in Li Guden's hand. Double-eyed peacock feather, diamond level spirit value, plus 2,000, blessed by the dragon vein of the Forbidden City, can enter and exit the palace at will. Second rank court dress, diamond level spirit value, plus 2,000, blessed by the dragon vein of the Forbidden City, holds the power of life and death in Shanxi, and all ghosts and gods are not allowed to interfere. Ha ha ha, what a treasure. Was it a gift from Emperor Kangxi? Li Guden thought about it and decided not to go to see Emperor Kangxi in person. He controlled concubine Xian and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Is there anything you can help me with? Emperor Kangxi took out a golden book, threw it aside, and said, Li Guden, I can't hold on for much longer. This dragon vein is about to dry up. If you can achieve something in the future, I hope you will take over the dragon vein. Then you can take this imperial seal to protect the princes and grandchildren of the Forbidden City and benefit the people of the country. This Yellow Emperor's internal classic is my method, so I will give it to you. A book suddenly appeared next to Li Guden, floating in the air with a golden color. Chapter 41, Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Li Guden reached out to take it, and then looked at concubine Xian's perspective. At this moment, she had been driven out of the palace of tranquil longevity, and Li Guden's poisonous insect had also been expelled from concubine Xian's body and disappeared without a trace. Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, Xian Level Spirit, plus 10,000, Physical Strength, plus 10,000. Li Guden gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, spending 200 luck points to purchase the third skill slot. Ding! The host has learned the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Spirit plus 10,000, Physical Strength plus 10,000. The double-eyed peacock feather and the second-rank court robe do not take up equipment slots when worn and can be worn directly on the outside, which is quite unique. Li Guden found a mirror in Empress Xian's bedroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He wore a 2-foot-long flower feather on a red top, white-brimmed hat, and a blue court robe with intricate patterns embroidered on the front and back. Only his leather boots were visible under the robe. It's a pity that I don't have braids and only have a buzz cut. He looks just like a second-rank official. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Guden, bronze level, variant. Rank, second-rank governor of Shanxi. Occupation, SSS gun god, SSS craftsman god. Gongfa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 125. Health, 285, 3200. Physical strength, 27,032, 1500. Strength, 6885, 700. Agility, 4022, 2000. Spirit, 15,000, 2000. Luck, 241. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman's space, infinity. His luck value was only 241, and Lee Gooden felt a pang of pain. However, the gains were still considerable, and the strength was greatly improved. Lee Gooden picked up the Imperial Edict and looked at it again, then put it into the Craftsman God space for safekeeping. Instant. Lee Gooden moved his mind and entered the space of the God of Craftsman. Instant. He returned to his original position and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the dragon vein no longer haunts his spirit, and he can enter and leave the Forbidden City freely. Moreover, he has already become a second-rank official. Although he is a living person, Lee Gooden still feels some sense of familiarity when facing his ghost colleagues in the Forbidden City. I looked at the time, and it was already 2:30. According to the palace time, it was already the 4th watch of the night. Lee Gooden walked out of the cold palace, returned to the square, went into his own military fortress, took out Mount High wine, grilled a piece of sirloin steak on the fireplace, ate and drank, and fell asleep soundly. Lee Gooden slept uneasily that night. In my dream, I vaguely felt that there were many people wearing the same uniform as mine walking through the square and entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony for the morning court. Emperor Kangxi also specifically told them not to mind the mound of earth and the leeches in the sky above the Forbidden City. However, there were still many court officials who pointed fingers when they came and went. At 10:30, Lee Gooden stretched very long and sat up. It is more troublesome to put on clothes now than before. The court dress is neither easy to take off nor to put on. In ancient times, there were maids to help change clothes, but Lee Gooden had to rely on himself. At first, it was a bit confusing, but I got used to it after wearing it a few times. With such high attributes, you definitely can't not wear it. Lee Gooden put on his clothes, ate a sandwich, drank a bottle of Coke, then walked out of the military fortress and put away the things he had taken. There were no court officials in the square anymore. Unlike the first time he came, Lee Gooden could see rows of palace guards standing there even in the daytime. It was cloudy as usual in the Forbidden City. There was sun above us, but it just couldn't shine here. Lee Gooden got on a helicopter and commanded 1,100 armed helicopters to fly towards the palace gate. It took a total of 5 minutes from the time the first helicopter flew out of the palace gate to the time the last one flew out. The line was too long, that's what it was. There were at least hundreds of thousands of survivors outside the Forbidden City, and they were looking toward the palace. Lee Gooden couldn't help but feel curious. They wouldn't see any ghosts unless they went in, so what were they looking at here? There was a bustling crowd below. Lee Gooden is out. Look, there are red words on that helicopter. Lee Gooden is there. Lee Gooden simply jumped off the plane. It was easy to jump from a height of several dozen meters. What are you looking at? What happened to the Forbidden City? Brush. The crowd in front of Lee Gooden suddenly retreated, and the people in front crushed the people behind, causing a large-scale stampede. There were so many people, but no one spoke to Lee Gooden. Lee Gooden felt a little bitter. Although he was not a good person, he was not a vicious person. Now he was a public enemy, and there was no one to talk to. Lee Gooden waved his hands helplessly and shouted, "Where can I take a bath in Kyoto City? I can pay 10,000 experience points to anyone who takes me there." The crowd was still silent, and some people in the back row were even quietly slipping away. Alas, man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. Lee Gooden no longer had any hope and boarded the helicopter to fly outside. Along the way, the buildings of Kyoto City were in full view. Today, Kyoto was more bustling than yesterday. There was not a single zombie. It seemed that the zombies that refreshed at 6 o'clock were snatched away by the survivors in just over 4 hours. Their strength is getting stronger and stronger, and their financial resources are naturally stronger. Military museum? Lee Gooden's attention was attracted. The museum seems to be relatively intact, and the building is not seriously damaged. Lee Gooden jumped off the plane, and 1,100 planes continued to circle in the sky. Anyway, he has a very famous name, and his coordinates are public to all servers, so he is not afraid of attracting attention. No matter how many planes there are, they are not as eye-catching as your own name. After entering the military museum, Lee Gooden walked along the exhibition hall and looked around. This corridor is filled with weapons from the World War II era, which is very backward, but it is worth seeing. The ding 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 notification sound of the system is very pleasant to hear. Ding. The craftsmanship of making the Type 38 rifle is learned. Ding. The craftsmanship of Type 92 infantry cannon has been learned. This military museum displays all genuine items. In the past, I often heard online that museums display fake items, and Lee Gooden once agreed with this. But these World War II era stuff isn't antiques, and isn't that rare, so the museum actually put the real stuff here. It was just convenient for Lee Gooden to study. As we walked through several corridors, the light became darker. Many places in Kyoto City have electricity, but this military museum is probably useless as it has no electricity and no one is guarding it. Lee Gooden had been here for such a long time, but had only seen 2 survivors. When they saw Lee Gooden, they ran away in shame. Another survivor appeared in front, standing in a dark corner, leaning on a glass cabinet, looking at a heavy machine gun, looking at her long hair and perky, but you can tell she is a woman. Lee Gooden laughed and walked up to her and slapped her on the butt. Bang. Who are you? Lee Gooden. Lee Gooden was speechless again. It was not as if he had seen a ghost. Stop shouting, it's too noisy. Am I that scary? Chapter 42 Armory. The woman turned around, sat down on the ground, covered her mouth with her hands, and was about to cry. Ew, please, let me go. Lee Gooden sighed and stretched out his right hand. Okay, I'll let you go, get up. The woman tremblingly pushed Lee Gooden's right hand away and stood up with the help of the ground. Can I go now? Lee Gooden felt annoyed and waved his hand to signal her to go out. The woman walked out tremblingly, twisting her hips, with a strange box hanging around her waist. That is, nuclear symbol? Stop. Lee Gooden called the woman, took 2 quick steps, grabbed her shoulders, pulled the box from her waist, and looked at it carefully. What is this? Where did it come from? The woman bit her lip and said vaguely, I used to work in a nuclear plant. This box contains the key, the program to enter the nuclear plant. But it is useless now. All the technological equipment has lost its function and the key system cannot operate at all. Lee Gooden nodded. According to his observation, this box was indeed a hardware device, and the woman should not be lying. Don't leave yet. Accompany me through the museum and take me to your workplace. Looking at the woman's frightened expression and unwillingness, Lee Gooden really didn't want to force the woman. I can pay you, whatever you want, or any number of experience cards. It's all fine. The woman with the perky but clenched her fists and seemed a little excited. Really? I want the manufacturing principle of heavy machine guns. You should know it. After all, you run such a large arms factory. Lee Gooden rolled his eyes. Don't even think about it. That's how I make money. Besides, even if I teach you, you don't have enough machine tools to cut the materials. The woman with the perky but lowered her head and whispered in a low voice. Oh, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why do you want to discourage me? What did you say? Oh, I see. Then you can pay me with the experience card. Lee Gooden took out an experience card from the experience slot with a smile, entered 1 million experience points on it, and threw it to the woman. Wow, 1 million. Brother Gooden is so generous. Just call me Brother Dog, otherwise I feel like you're scolding me. Okay, Brother Dog. Lee Gooden turned and walked into the museum, and the woman with the perky but followed closely behind him. Brother Go, I'm familiar with this place. What are you looking for? Lee Gooden looked at the dark display cabinets and the endless corridor. For modern weapons, the more advanced the better. The woman with the perky but smiled and giggled, covering her mouth. Brother Go, you are really good at finding modern weapons in museums. I'll take you to the Kyoto Armory. It's deserted now, and no one wants to go there. Lee Gooden's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that the woman with the perky but became much more pleasing to the eye. How clever. Let's go. Lee Gooden grabbed the arm of the woman with the raised butt and moved at full speed with an agility of over 6,000, much faster than a helicopter. In less than 10 seconds, he was out of the military museum and standing under the helicopter. Lee Gooden stopped because the woman with the perky but in his arms had been vomiting all the way and might not be able to bear the speed. Hey, you, kill me if you dare. Damn it, you are going too far. The woman with the raised but vomited and cursed Lee Gooden while breathing heavily. Lee Gooden felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, took out a bottle of nutrient solution from the God of Craftsman space, and handed it over. Wow, thank you, Brother Go. Brother Go is awesome. The woman with the perky but quickly opened the bottle and started drinking, which made Lee Gooden feel sick. This woman drank directly without rinsing her mouth after spitting. After getting on the plane, Li Gooden pushed the woman to the driver's seat. Go ahead and go to the armory you mentioned. I can't fly a plane. Li Gooden pointed to the map next to the dashboard. It's artificial intelligence. You just need to set the location. The woman tried clicking a few times, but most of the small map was black, with only one route from Longqing to Kyoto lit. Brother Go, your navigation is terrible. There is no map. I know how to get there. I'll point the way and you drive. Li Gooden thought about it and decided to do so. I stood up and sat in the driving seat, accidentally squeezing someone's butt, and someone let out a strange cry. Beep, beep, beep. Thousands of helicopters flew in one direction, and the plane controlled by Li Gooden was flying in the front. The woman with the raised, but kept looking back and shouting at the top of her lungs. Brother Go, you're so impressive. Do you always put on such a grand show? The noise made by the plane flying in the air was extremely loud, and Li Gooden could only shout loudly. I'm used to it. It's not a big deal. It's just a daily routine. The woman with the perky but couldn't help rolling her eyes and waved her pink fist behind Li Gooden. 20 minutes later, the plane circled over a forest. There was no way to land the plane in the woods, so Li Gooden grabbed the woman with a perky but by the waist and jumped down. This dense jungle was full of mutant creatures. As soon as he landed, a centipede dozens of meters long swept towards him. The woman with the big but hid behind Li Gooden and felt quite safe and didn't even scream. Li Gooden stretched out his left hand to block the centipede's giant head with one hand, then took out a revolver with his right hand and shot at the centipede's shiny forehead. Bang! The giant centipede fell down instantly, and Li Gooden dragged the woman with her perky but towards the west of the jungle. Less than 100 meters away, they arrived at a mountain wall. There was a 20-meter-high cave on the wall, and a large iron gate at the entrance was tightly closed. Li Gooden put the revolver back into the holster, signaled the woman with the raised but to step back, took out the green dragon crescent blade, and performed the green dragon splitting mountain move. Swish! Bang! 100-meter-long green blade light slashed down, splitting the 20-meter-high iron gate in the middle and also splitting a 100-meter-long hole in the mountain. Duong! The big iron gate broke into two and fell to the ground, and Li Gooden walked straight into the cave. There was a light on in the cave. Li Gooden retracted his sword and walked forward. The woman with the perky, but was also surprised. Brother Go, there's probably someone in here. Be careful. Li Gooden looked back at the woman with her perky, but said nothing and walked straight inside. The cave was very spacious, and there were electric lights everywhere, which made Li Gooden very curious. Even if there were living people, how could so many circuits and light bulbs be made in just a few days in the apocalypse? Not likely. Li Gooden even found a computer that was on and seemed to be operating normally. Could it be that the facilities in this cave are not abandoned? Li Gooden was a little excited and sat in front of the computer to work. Please enter the management system key. Li Gooden used his amazing learning ability to try to crack the key. After repeating it 3 times, I mastered the cracking technique. After another series of operations, the keyboard made a clicking sound, and the key was cracked so easily. The woman with the perky but behind him was so shocked that she couldn't close her jaw. This military-grade key, you cracked it in just a few minutes? This, generally speaking, it would be impossible without a team of hundreds of people calculating for several months. Chapter 43, Acquisition of Technology. Li Gooden ignored it, searched on the computer, opened a folder, and looked surprised. Dongfeng series missiles. Hongqi series missiles. Ashvan. Jivan. Nuclear fission technology. Nuclear fusion technology. Thousands of file packages contain thousands of military technology contents. However, with so many folders, it will take some time to read them all, no matter how smart you are. Isn't this a ready-made computer? Just make the computer and import the files into it. Li Gooden had an idea and made 10 identical computers in the God of Craftsman space. He also made 10 diesel generators, connected them to the computers, and turned them on. Li Gooden bent down and fumbled for a while, then pulled open a latch, took out the hard drive of the computer, and put it into the storage space of the computer. Beep, beep, beep. Red alarm lights flashed throughout the cave, and the alarm beeps continued to sound. Li Gooden stood up proudly and continued walking into the cave. Suddenly, a human voice was heard. Boo! Li Gooden looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a white coat running towards him holding a submachine gun. How did you get in? What's the situation outside? Li Gooden looked at the man in front of him. Although he couldn't see the panel, he could feel from his aura that this man posed no threat. Outside, it's the end of the world. All technological equipment has failed. Your cave doesn't seem to be affected. The man in the white coat pushed his glasses up on his nose. Who said it has no impact? All my comrades here have turned into zombies, and I got rid of them. As for these equipment, this little thing can't bother me. Chun Dashin. The woman with the perky but looked surprised. Dr. Chun? So you are Dr. Chun. I'm glad you're still alive. Dr. Chun pushed his glasses up again and looked at the woman with the perky but with a bit of lustful thoughts. Little girl, don't get excited. It's actually very simple. When the apocalypse just started, I expelled the air from the cave, creating a vacuum environment, so these devices were preserved. Because I was doing an experiment at the time, the oxygen in the air in the cave suddenly changed, which was extremely corrosive to metals. I didn't think too much about it. I just wanted to protect the equipment, so I took the initiative. Li Good nodded. Dr. Chun was indeed a talented person. He found a way to deal with the apocalypse in such a short time. These are all cutting-edge technologies. Dr. Chin's action can be said to have provided at least 100 years of support for the development of technological civilization of mankind in the last days. Of course, Li Gooden will not share the technology. Monopoly. Absolute monopoly. Li Gooden asked the woman with the perky, but to explain to Dr. Chun while he continued on his way. This is not actually an arms depot, because there's no arms storage at all, but there are laboratories and computers everywhere. Li Gooden worked tirelessly to move things into the god of craftsmanship space bit by bit. After half an hour, all the equipment and laboratories in the entire cave were moved away. When Li Gooden returned, he saw the woman with the perky butt and Dr. Chun talking and laughing, so he waved his hand to interrupt their conversation. Take me to the nuclear plant where you work. The woman with the perky but looked at Dr. Chun, seemed to be hesitant to speak, said goodbye simply, and followed Li Gooden out. Dr. Chun pushed his glasses again, turned around, and walked into the cave, muttering something to himself. When Li Gooden and the other man walked out of the cave, they heard a series of huge explosions behind them. Don't! Dr. Chun! The woman with the perky but was sitting on the ground crying. Li Gooden hurriedly grabbed her shoulder blade and jumped onto the helicopter. Beep beep. A helicopter flew towards Li Gooden's fleet. Dr. Chun. Li Gooden stared at him in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Dr. Chun, who was wearing full flight gear at this time, took off his goggles, stuck his head out, and waved to Li Gooden and the others. Hey, have a nice trip. Li Gooden followed the route indicated by the woman with the perky and parked the helicopter at a factory area. This place looks like a large power plant, with large and small chimneys standing one after another, overgrown with weeds and zombies and mutant creatures everywhere. Li Gooden got off the plane, pulled out the revolver from his waist with both hands, and shot at the nearby area. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 151,700. Minus 151,700. Minus 151,700. The woman with the perky but pulled out and used the submachine gun from somewhere, but didn't fire a single shot. Because all the targets shot by Li Gooden were killed instantly. Brother Go, you have such high damage. How did you do that? Li Gooden ignored her and headed towards the factory. Woof, woof, woof. There were bursts of barking of dogs in the message room at the door. The cry was particularly pleasant to the ear. After all, what we have heard most since the end of the world are the cries of survivors and the roars of zombies. It was just a mutant dog at most. Li Gooden shot 2 shots at the iron door of the message room and ignored it. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Li Gooden was about to shoot again, the woman with a raise but stepped in front of him. Brother Go, stop hitting me. I'll open the door and take a look. It doesn't look like a monster. Li Gooden nodded and controlled the fleet of helicopters to patrol over the factory area. The view was full, and Li Gooden could see the situation in every corner of the factory. It's just an ordinary factory. The entrance to the underground nuclear facility is under an open-air elevator, but it seems to be out of service. The door of the message room opened, and a black shadow rushed out and bit Li Gooden's leg. Li Gooden raised his leg and kicked. Can an agility of more than 6,000 still be bitten by a dog? Bang! The big black dog was kicked onto the iron plate, making a crisp sound, and fell to the ground dizzy. Li Gooden took a look at the information about the big black dog. Chinese garden dog, bloodline. Level 1. Stamina, 100. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. What does bloodline mean? Ding. The bloodline mark is a higher level bloodline. Li Gooden suddenly realized that this black dog is a pure Chinese pastoral dog. Well, that's quite rustic. Li Gooden is quite friendly to dogs. He raised many dogs in the village when he was a child. Now, seeing this Chinese pastoral dog with pure aristocratic blood, he is somewhat tempted. He took out a can of luncheon meat, gently opened it and held in his hand, then squatted down and gestured to the big black dog. "Show go. If you hook me, I'll hook you inside." Woof. Li Guden put the can on the ground and stood up. "Eat it if you want." After saying that, he walked towards the factory. The big black dog looked at the box of luncheon meat timidly, licked his lips, tiptoed, put the luncheon meat in his mouth, and slipped into the message room. Li Guden has already felt the strong nuclear radiation. Although the nuclear facilities have long been shut down, the radiation energy seems to have contaminated all objects. No, there's a nuclear leak. The expression of the woman with the perky but suddenly turned into horror. She pulled Li Guden's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, go, let's go. You'll die if you stay here for too long." Boom! There was a burst of dust in the open space ahead, and it seemed that a huge object broke out of the ground. Chapter 44, The Eye of Truth. Squeak! Squeak! Strange noises were heard, and the factory floor cracked everywhere, with a large number of unidentified creatures emerging. Judging from its shape, it looks very much like a mouse. A 5-story-high rat? It was covered in black hair, with glittering lines on its body, and its skin was covered in scarlet blood, emitting white steam. Metallophile, silver, mutation, pollution. Level 105. Physical strength, 1,500,000. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 1,000. Pollution? What is this new affix? Li Guden grabbed the woman with her perky butt and jumped onto a helicopter. He controlled the group of helicopters to climb to an altitude of 500 meters. Bombing. Boom boom. 1,100 armed helicopters dropped dense ammunition downwards, and heavy machine guns fired crazily. In an instant, it turned into a sea of fire. Ding! The host killed 12 level 105 gold-loving rats, obtained 130 nuclear wastes, 215 enriched uranium. After obtaining a lot of nuclear materials, Li Guden took out a piece of nuclear waste casually. He suddenly felt a burning sensation in his body and put it into the space of the god of craftsmen in a panic. Ding! The host is contaminated by nuclear radiation. The contamination level is 0.05%, reaching 100% mortality. Damn, the nuclear pollution is too serious. Why would monsters explode such things? Li Guden controlled the craftsman god space and sealed the nuclear items in a very remote place, 1,000 kilometers away from where the items were stored. However, in the craftsman god space, Li Guden had the perspective of the creator and could go anywhere at will. These nuclear materials can only be taken out for research after protective measures are taken. It seems that my body cannot withstand nuclear pollution now. This 0.05% contamination should not have much impact. The woman with the perky but looked at the factory below. It had now turned into a wasteland with not even any ruins left. All the steel bars and concrete had been blown into piles of rubble, and the ground had sunk at least 10 meters. The big black dog in the message room ran out and barked wildly at the group of helicopters hovering in the sky on the wasteland. Woof, woof, woof. Li Guden threw a rope from the helicopter, tied it around the big black dog's neck, and pulled it up. This black dog is going to die here sooner or later. It's a pity that this is a pure pastoral dog. Is it okay to take it away and use it to guard the house? Li Guden pulled the rope, put the big black dog into the cockpit of the plane, and controlled the plane to Kyoto. When they arrived at a sentry post at the entrance to the city on the outskirts of Beijing, Li Guden stopped far away, put the woman with the perky butt down, and threw out another experience card, 1 million. You go now. It's not convenient for me to go into the city. Let's say goodbye now. The woman with the perky butt looked at the fleet of planes slowly leaving on the ground, and the experience card in her hand turned into a golden light and disappeared. Goodbye, dog brother. The woman stood on tiptoe and waved continuously, but Li Guden did not look back. Instead, he stroked the smooth hair on the big black dog's head. Xiaohei, you should follow me from now on. Xiaohei stuffed his long and narrow mouth into the iron box of luncheon meat and licked it with a clicking sound. It seemed that he had not eaten for a long time. Looking at Xiaohei's thin body and weak physique, Li Guden took out an experience card, 1000000, and placed it in front of Xiaohei. Hey, can you use this? Woof, woof, woof. Xiaohei let go of the luncheon meat, picked up the experience card from the ground with his teeth, and put it in his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of golden light emerged from Xiaohei's head, which was a sign of upgrading. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I'll give it all to you. Li Guden transferred all the experience points to the card and handed it to Xiao He. Swish, swish, swish. Looking at the panel again, Xiao He has reached level 100. Chinese Garden Dog, Bloodline. ID, Xiao He. Owner, Li Guden. Level 100. Physical Strength, 10,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Ha ha ha. This way I'm not so weak anymore. Ding. Xiao He is added as the administrator of the artisan space. Ding. Added. Xiao He can enter and exit the God of Craftsmanship space freely. Haha. Xiao He, if you encounter danger next time, hide inside. There's a lot of meat inside. Li Guden touched the dog's head, took out a piece of steak from the God of Craftsman space, handed it to Xiao He, and commanded the fleet to fly to launching. The governor of Shaanxi is going home. It feels so good. Li Guden looked at the official rank on the panel complacently, feeling elated. Ding. The host withdraws the payment for the Dog Brother Arms Factory direct sales store. Upgrade. Ding. The host's level has been increased to level 155. The strength reached 7335, and the luck value reached 391. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first survivor, Li Guden's level has been raised to level 150. Since he is wanted by the whole server and has not died, he will be rewarded with Eye of Truth Special Unique and Luck Value X10. Additional bounty for survivor Li Guden. Kill Li Guden to get double all his experience items. Li Guden was very upset. This system was playing tricks on him. On the one hand, it encouraged him to survive, and on the other hand, it added a bounty to encourage others to kill him. What is this Eye of Truth? Eye of Truth, special. Unique after use. It merges with the host's eyeball and gains its effects without side effects. Effect. See through all disguises and shielding techniques. It can also shield one's own information. If the system says there are no side effects, then there definitely are none. The object in Li Guden's hand flashed with golden light and entered his eyes. I blinked, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. But according to the system's introduction, I can probably see the information of other survivors. That's not bad either. A group of helicopters hovered over the launching camp. Li Guden grabbed Xiao He by the scruff of the neck and jumped to the ground. Jiuzhong Hotel has become a dangerous building, and no one has filled the huge hole in front of the hotel. There are still scattered zombies on the ground in Longchong, and the survivors are hunting everywhere. It is much more messy than Kyoto. Li Guden took the fleet of machines in the sky back to the God of Craftsmanship space. When he looked up, he was surprised to find that the red words above his head had disappeared. Is this the effect of the Eye of Truth? Li Guden thought carefully and walked towards the survivor. Brother, look at my head. The survivor glanced at Li Guden and turned away. Ha. It seems that the Eye of Truth can hide its own information. However, it still looked a bit strange that Li Guden was wearing the official uniform of the Qing dynasty and a red hat. Ding. You have a private message. Wu Yang. Brother Go. I found Chu Mingming. Do you want to come over? Li Guden was surprised and ran towards Wu Yangfa's location. The speed of short-distance running is much faster than that of a helicopter, but it is a bit tiring. Li Guden was walking through the streets and alleys like the wind. Xiao He couldn't keep up with him, so he simply entered the God of Craftsmanship space. Unlike Li Guden, when Xiao He came out of the God of Craftsmanship space, he could only appear next to Li Guden. Chapter 45, Shaanxi Prefecture. Wu Yang was talking to Chu Mingming outside a building when Li Guden suddenly appeared from behind Chu Mingming and put a hand on her shoulder. Cat Demon, long time no see. Chu Mingming threw herself forward and snuggled into Wu Yang's arms. She seemed to have thought of something and stood aside to watch the two of them. Brother Wu Yang, you betrayed me. Li Guden, why are you targeting me? You've already killed me once. How many times do you want to kill me again? Wu Yang lowered his head in shame, took out a cigarette from his chest, lit it, and sat on the steps. Li Guden looked at the cat demon with contempt, not knowing what to say. This cat demon still has 8 lives left. What's the use of killing her once more? She will still escape. Civet, Bronze, Variant. ID, Chu Mingming. Level 100. Lifeline, 1 million. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 8,000. The cat demon has advanced to bronze level, and it still retains human characteristics? The power of evolution is not so easy to obtain. It is impossible for this cat demon to accumulate 10,000 power of evolution so quickly. Could it be that because I killed it once, it was forced to lose its life, and thus forcibly broke through to the bronze level? If I kill it again, will the civic cat advance to the silver level? Li Guden pondered for a long time and stretched out his right hand. Let's make peace. I don't want your evolutionary power anymore, but you have to come with me. I'm very interested in you. The cigarette butt in Wu Yang's hand trembled, and he looked at Li Guden with shock, as if he was looking at a pervert. Chu Mengmeng lifted her hair, shook her neck, and turned her head to the side. Li Guden stepped forward, grabbed Chu Mengmeng's arm, and entered the god of craftsmanship space. Instant. Let me go. Where is this? Chu Mengmeng looked at the strange and bizarre environment around her. There was a big black dog lying on the metal floor, struggling in panic, trying to break free from Li Guden's wrist. Chu Mengmeng, this is my private space. You can't leave without my authorization. From now on, you stay here and let me study your body carefully. Chu Mengmeng's pupils contracted, and she hugged the tall breasts tightly. You. I didn't expect you to be such a person, Li Guden. Scum. Rascal. Hooligan. Li Guden shook his head, dragged Chu Mengmeng, and threw her onto the big pink bed beside him, and put handcuffs and shackles on her. Don't damage the handcuffs. You can't escape anyway. You can use the items and food here freely, but you are a prisoner. The handcuffs are necessary. It's just a formality. Xiao He, watch her. If the handcuffs get broken, find her a new pair. Chu Mengmeng lay on the big bed, confused, glaring at Li Guden, not wanting to say another word. Li Guden didn't have any bad intentions. There were no tables, chairs, or benches in the God of Craftsman space, but I reluctantly gave up the only big bed to her to sit on. I'm such a good person. I should collect some furniture into the God of Craftsman space later. Li Guden came out of the God of Craftsman space and looked at Wu Yang, who was standing on the steps like a fool. Have you paid off your loan? Oh, it's over. Brother Go, where is Chu Mengmeng? Why did you suddenly disappear? Li Guden smiled slightly. Don't worry about it. I'll give you a task. Help me find a suitable place. I want to build a government office. Government office? What is that? Li Guden pointed to the sun in the sky. There must be order in the end times. A clear mirror hangs high, and there is no law without a country. I want to build a government office, recruit government soldiers, and establish order. After saying that, Li Guden raised the brim of his hat. Did you see that? I am a genuine second-rank official. Emperor Kangxi appointed me as the Governor-General of Shangxi. I must perform my duties in my territory. The ash in Wu Yang's hand broke and fell on his fingers, and he seemed to understand. Although what Li Guden said was complicated, his meaning was very simple. Isn't it just about occupying the mountain and becoming the king? Brother Go, I understand. I happen to have a good place. I'll take you to see it. The two walked out of the city and saw a villa complex at the foot of the mountain in the west. There were rows of villas and a sales hall outside, which was extremely large. Li Guden took a look and told Wu Yang about his plan. Here, the sales hall will be turned into the government lobby. I will judge cases here in the future. The villas will be used for the government soldiers to live in. In that mountain, dig a hole and build a government prison. While Li Guden was planning, Wu Yang had already sent a private message to the survivors under his command to come here to repair the buildings. There are not many zombies in this villa area, and the buildings are relatively intact. The scenery is nice with mountains and rivers around, although the river water is green. In the afternoon, Li Guden produced thousands of diesel generators and various construction tools. Everyone worked very efficiently. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the plaque of the government office had been hung. Shangxi Government Office. Li Guden spent an entire afternoon studying a lot of data in the Craftsman God space. He integrated them, invented several machine tools, mass-produced hundreds of them, and placed them in the Craftsman God space. He used level 2 universal materials to make a bronze-grade uniform, which was the same as the uniforms worn by Qing dynasty officials and soldiers. Shangxi Fubbing Uniform, Bronze Vitality plus 200, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100. Like Li Guden's court dress, it does not take up the equipment slot and can be worn outside. In the future, my own soldiers will wear such uniforms. How majestic. At night, it was time for the zombies to rest, but there were almost no zombies to be found in the entire city. The city was brightly lit, and there were survivors walking around in a steady stream. Yang Lai, the leader of the Longchang camp, came to the gate of the government office and made an announcement, and Li Guden called him in. Brother Go, no, Lord Go. Lordly, where should the Dragon City camp go? Li Guden took out a set of military uniforms from the God of Craftsmanship space. Put this on. No matter how many people you have, bring those with stronger fighting ability to receive the clothes and recruit them as palace soldiers. For those with weaker fighting ability, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, just forget about it. Also, notify the other survivor camps in Shaanxi through the chat channel and ask them to send people to come to me to get clothes and register. If anyone doesn't come, I will punish them. Tell them I'm Li Guden, the new governor of Shaanxi, appointed by Emperor Kangxi himself. Late at night, the news spread across the country like a plague. Chat channels brought people closer together, and by 9 o'clock in the evening, almost everyone knew about it. It's over. Li Guden has gone crazy. It was conferred personally by Emperor Kangxi. It made me laugh to death. He used the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of this dynasty. My grandfather was the captain of the Republic of China. He has met Kangxi? Doesn't that mean he has seen a ghost? Don't talk nonsense. I heard that Li Guden had been to the Forbidden City before. Maybe he really saw a ghost. Ha. I want to see how Li Guden punishes everyone. We in the Pingcheng camp refuse to accept this and seek sanctions. The chat channel was abuzz with discussion all night long, with heated discussions centered around the 3 words Li Guden. Many foreigners were laughing so hard that some even threatened to come to Manhwa to see what Li Guden looked like. Chapter 46 Research on Civet Cats. Li Guden saw Yang Lai off at the government office and instantly entered the craftsman god space. This little black guy seems to like the god of craftsman space very much. He has food and drink and is safe, so he is not very willing to go out. Chu Mengmeng was wearing handcuffs and shackles. Her white coat was wrinkled into a ball. Her braids were loose. Her delicate arms and calves were exposed outside the coat, and she was sitting on the floor leaning against the edge of the bed. She didn't even know where her socks had fallen to, and her bare feet were touching the cold metal floor. Li Guden walked up to Chu Mengmeng, pinched her chin with his hand, and lifted her up, looking at her carefully. What's wrong? Are you sick? Humph. You're locked up here and still wearing shackles. Why don't you try it? If you have any bad intentions, just come at me. I'm already mentally prepared. Chu Mengmeng gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side like a chaste woman, broke free from Li Guden's hand, and sat by the window with her legs spread. Li Guden scratched his head, took out a syringe from the side, and inserted it into Chu Mengmeng's arm. Pervert. What's your fetish? Li Guden ignored her, drew a tube of blood, turned around, and walked to a pile of computers to collect data. Swish! A huge testing device appeared on the ground. Li Guden nodded with satisfaction and put the blood in the test tube into it. Drop! The test results were displayed on the screen. Li Guden wrote them down and copied them into a laptop computer. He took another syringe and stabbed it hard into his shoulder. The needle almost went crooked before it pierced the skin and took out the blood. The greater the strength value, the harder the muscles, bones, and skin will be, and they will be difficult to pierce. The same tests were done, and the data were transcribed. Li Guden carefully compared the 2 sets of data. There was not much difference in the evolutionary power between the 2 blood samples, but there were subtle differences in human characteristics. Chu Mengmeng's DNA contained some feline chromosomes, but most of them are human characteristics. Hey, I'm hungry, I want to eat fish. Li Guden put away his laptop, picked out a few bottles of yogurt and a box of fried chicken from the pile of food, and threw them onto the big bed. Chu Mengmeng's eyes widened with anger, but she didn't dare to break free from the handcuffs. She could only stare with her lips pursed. Li Guden fiddled with it for a while, poured a tube of green liquid from a container, and pushed it into the test tube. Chu Mengmeng was staring at the yogurt and fried chicken when she was suddenly pricked by a needle. What are you doing again? What are you doing? Li Guden quickly pushed a tube of medicine into Chu Mengmeng's blood. After pulling it out, he took out a ball of cotton and pressed it on Chu Mengmeng's arm and put on a Band-Aid. It hurts. Chu Mengmeng's body was shaking violently. Her fair skin was tinged with dark yellow. Drops of green sweat seeped out from the surface of her skin, and she fainted on the big bed. Li Guden looked at Chu Mengmeng's panel. Civet, Iron Grade, Mutation Weak. ID, Chu Mengmeng. Resurrection Times, 8/9, Invalid. Level 100. Health, 100. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Success. Li Guden smiled with satisfaction. Just now, he compared the 2 samples of blood and found out Chu Mengmeng's unique chromosomes. Then he imitated her chromosomes to create some highly similar replicas, which he injected into Chu Mengmeng's body, destroying her chromosomal components and reducing her strength to the level of barely surviving. Although Chu Mengmeng's level and rank are still there, her strength and true attributes are in her body and cannot be taken away. But the composition of her chromosomes has been changed, and she cannot utilize those powerful energies. So now Chu Mingming has truly lost her threat, allowing Li Guden to feel relieved. Looking around the world, I'm maybe the only one who has mastered such advanced technology. I really admire my own wisdom. Chu Mingming's body trembled slightly, and she weakly knelt down on the bed. Her hands and feet were tightly restrained by handcuffs, making it difficult for her to move. Brother Go, what did you do to me? Why do I have no strength left? Li Guden touched Chu Mingming's somewhat gloomy face and felt a little regretful. You lost your memory because you had a dream. I just healed you, and your body needs to recover slowly. Oh, I lost my memory? Everything seems blurry. Well, have a good rest. Eat this fried chicken and yogurt later. I'll uncuff you. Li Guden reached out and broke the handcuffs and shackles and pushed the food in front of Chu Mingming. Chu Mingming knelt down and stretched out her hands to open the fried chicken box. My dad seems to be at the company and told me not to run around. Li Guden thought for a while and said, it was all a dream. Chu Mingming is an orphan. Brother Go adopted you. A few days ago, you fell and fainted and had a very long dream. You just woke up today. Li Guden looked at Chu Mingming's half-believing and half-doubting expression, nodded with satisfaction, and walked toward the row of experimental equipment. It doesn't matter whether she believes it or not. Saying this just makes her feel better. Chu Mingming's power of resurrection is a big topic. Nothing related to it was found in her DNA. I wonder where it is hidden. Li Guden's eyes scanned every inch of Chu Mingming's body, scaring Chu Mingming so much that she trembled with fear, and she didn't move at all with a bulging mouth full of fried chicken. 5 internal organs? Brain? If these things were used for experiments, Chu Mingming would die. Still need to be cautious. Chu Mingming had eaten and drunk her fill, and her body had regained some of its fair luster. Dark yellow skin is caused by the sudden depletion of body energy. It will gradually restore its luster with nutritional supplementation, but the strength will not increase at all. Li Guden looked at the time and saw that it was already 23:30 in the evening. He cleared the food leftovers on the bed, took off his clothes, lay down on the big bed, and fell asleep. Chu Mingming looked at Li Guden with a dull gaze, carefully pulled up the quilt, pretended to close her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. I don't know where Xiao He went to play. Although the god of craftsman space is very big, it is full of metal floors and dark starry sky. It is very monotonous. Maybe he is counting stars outside. There was still a starry sky above his head. Li Guden looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. A soft arm was raised from his body. Li Guden put on his clothes and left the god of craftsmanship space. Back to reality, Li Guden appeared in the back hall of the government office, straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and walked outside. 4 young men in military uniforms outside the government office shouted loudly, "Hello, Governor." Li Guden nodded with satisfaction and walked out. Since the government office is located in Xishan, Xishan must be cleaned up. Otherwise, if a bug several dozen meters long falls from the mountain one day, it would be bad. Looking at the green mountains stretching for countless miles, Li Guden fell into deep thought. If it was a carpet bombing, the mutant creatures could be easily eliminated, but not only would the mountain be shattered, but the vegetation would also be destroyed. The government office is surrounded by mountains and water and has beautiful scenery, so we still have to think of other solutions. Li Guden had an idea and sent a message to Yang Lai. Yang Lai, bring all the soldiers who can fight to the foot of the West Mountain. Chapter 47 DF-17 Anti-Ship Missile. In less than half an hour, a total of 5,000 people gathered and lined up at the foot of the West Mountain, led by Yang Lai, and counted one by one. The entire team was wearing the governor's office military uniforms made by Li Guden. The weapons in their hands were varied and looked a bit untidy. There is no other way. Li Guden cannot restrict them from using weapons. After all, everyone has a different profession. The 5,000 palace soldiers are all powerful warriors who have changed their professions. Their average level is above level 30, and some of the best have reached level 60. Everyone, I'm Li Guden, the governor of Shangxi. You can call me Your Excellency, the governor. Today I will lead you to sweep the West Mountain. We must completely wipe out the mutant creatures in the mountains, but you must be careful to protect the ecological environment as much as possible. 5,000 people shouted in unison, yes. Li Guden swung his arm towards the West Mountain, and an army of 5,000 people walked towards the mountains. Just in case, Li Guden took out 1,100 armed helicopters from the God of Craftsman space and spread them towards Xishan to gather intelligence. At this time, firing had already begun at the foot of the mountain. There were only gunshots, but no explosions. Yang Lai forbade the palace soldiers to use heavy weapons above grenades. Some warriors who used cold weapons and mages who cast spells were also restricted from using skills of mass destruction. Li Guden jumped onto a helicopter and observed from above. The survivors now had generally improved in strength, and the cluster actually had no pressure facing these level 100 mutant creatures. The survivors cooperate well with each other, and their team combat efficiency is far higher than that of wild beasts. Li Guden instantly returned to the god of craftsman space. Chu Mingming was on the ground playing with Xiao He with a bone. Li Guden walked straight to the computer and retrieved the data. Dongfeng Series Missile Data Plus. DF-17 Anti-Ship Missile. This is the topic of today's research. Li Guden read the data carefully and had an insight into the production process in his mind. He took out 10 cubic meter size pieces of level 2 universal material from the material pile and began to build the parts. Many precision parts require large machine tools to manufacture. Li Guden could actually do the same thing by breaking them with his hands. However, for the sake of scientific rigor, he first broke out a few machine tools by hand, connected them to circuits, and put them aside. There were constant clanking and banging sounds, and the number of parts gradually increased, filling the floor. The advantage of this universal material is that the amount can be controlled to change into other materials, so as long as the universal material is in hand, there will be no shortage of materials. After 2 hours of work, a missile launcher was placed on the metal floor. Li Guden thought for some time and made a modified Type 99A main battle tank. He pulled off the tank's top cover and threw it aside, then lifted up the missile launcher with some bangs. It's really ugly. Let's build a car. The car was relatively simple. Li Guden built a large truck with 80 wheels in just over 10 minutes and placed the missile on the car. This is how the DF-17 missile launcher is made. Li Guden placed a missile on the mountain and went to the foot of the West Mountain with his car. Without satellite maps, long-range strikes would be far from effective. Li Guden could only use the primitive method, flying the plane to the target area for guidance, and then launching the missile to attack. Boom! The DF-17 was successfully launched, but it is unknown where the missile hit. Li Guden set the missile's maximum range to 2,500 kilometers, and it flew due east. If you're lucky, you should be able to fly into the Yellow Sea or Bohai Sea. If you're unlucky, then it depends on who will be unlucky. The DF-17 test launch was successful, and Li Guden's infinite mecha talents and infinite ammunition talents were lit up, and it can be manufactured at any time. Li Guden looked at the palace soldiers who had penetrated deep into the West Mountain. They were quite efficient, and there were no casualties so far. However, there seemed to be a huge monster in the hinterland of the West Mountain, and they might encounter it soon. Li Guden put away the missile launcher, went into the forest, and ran to the front of the team. Bang! 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 Li Guden continued firing with his revolver, shaking off the palace soldiers and going deep into the hinterland of Shishan alone. There are no roads in the jungle, and there are poisonous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere. There's a faint spiritual barrier around Li Guden's body, and there's a faint aura floating on his body surface. The woods ahead were getting darker and darker, and Li Guden had already noticed the weirdness of this place. A huge tree blocks out the sun and sits in the belly of the mountain, looking quite inconspicuous. An accidental planting of a willow has turned into a spirit, diamond, spirit, physical strength, agile, spirit. Introduction. It has lived for 10,000 years, and all the trees in this mountain are its children. This is not a mutant creature, but a monster that has never been seen before. System, what is a monster? Ding. Spirits are creatures that grow in nature and have cultivated into spirits. They have long lives and magical powers. Ligolda Nudda. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, even if it was just a willow tree, it must be extremely extraordinary. Since it is not a mutant creature, it does not necessarily have to fight to the death. It should have wisdom. Li Guden put away his revolver, took out the flamethrower, and put the can of napalm on his back. Sent a message to Yang Lai, and have the entire army return to the camp and terminate the mission. Li Guden walked slowly towards the shade of the tree. Whenever he encountered mutant creatures on the way, he kicked them away without opening fire, for fear of disturbing the old immortal. Whoa. Who's crying? Li Guden shook his ears and listened carefully. Whoa. The huge shade of the tree blocked out the sun, and it was already pitch black around Li Guden, with little light visible. Such crying is still a bit creepy. My children. Whoa. This time Li Gooden heard clearly that it was a female voice crying. "Outsider, help me kill these bad boys." Li Gooden stopped and looked around. The sound seemed deep and distant, but it sounded very real. "Are you calling me? Where is your child?" Whoa. These mountains and plains are full of my children. These bad kids have changed and become cruel. This strange power is even going to corrode me. Outsider, help me." Li Gooden didn't say anything and continued running for several hundred meters. A tree trunk as thick as a mountain blocked his way forward. Whoa. The shadow of a woman was sitting under a tree, crying with her head in her hands. Her body was illusory, and it was obvious that she was not a normal person, but more like a ghost. There is no information on the head, and it seems to not exist. "Hello, are you calling me?" The woman under the tree raised her head, and green tears seemed to hang on her illusory face. "Outsider, help me kill these bad kids. I'm so cold, so cold." Li Gooden raised the muzzle of the flamethrower and pointed it at the tree trunk behind the woman. "Annie, are you this big tree?" Boom! Crash, crash! A thick vine rose from the ground under Li Gooden's feet and swung upwards, hitting the dense leaves above his head, causing them to rustle. Li Gooden moved quickly and dodged to the side. The woman under the tree stared at Li Gooden with her empty eyes. "Don't call me Annie. My name is Lu Qingjing, and I'm the mountain god of this mountain range. Tapte 48 Li Shanshin." "Mountain god? Willow spirit. You are this willow tree, right?" Li Gooden was not afraid, as the vine just now was not threatening at all. "Have you also been eroded by the power of evolution?" The woman turned around and walked into the thick tree trunk. The trunk suddenly exuded vitality, and the bark was twisted into lines, revealing an ugly face. "Outsiders, my children have been corrupted by this evil power and have become brutal. They slaughter everything, tear each other apart, and eat my tree roots, constantly corroding me with this evil power. Help me, kill them, and I will give you my most precious thing." Li Govan Fronat. What Lu Qingjing said seemed reasonable, but he always felt that her gloomy aura was not like that of mountain god. Either he was just bragging, or he was just a demon in disguise to let his guard down. "Lu Qingjing, what is the most precious thing you mentioned? Can you take it out and let me see it?" Crash! The leaves above my head shook again, and a vine fell from the sky, with a light green ball of light wrapped around it. The light was dim, but it was impossible to tell what was inside the ball of light. Li Gooden rubbed his eyes and tried to use the eye of truth to see. 10,000 years tree heart. Diamond level, the tree heart of Lu Qingjing contains 10,000 years of Taoism, but it is eroded by the power of evolution and is about to collapse. After use, it will be swallowed by the host's heart, gaining spirit value plus 10,000, and gaining a tenacious Tao heart to assist in cultivation. It really is a treasure. This Lu Qingjing did not lie to me on this point. "Lu Qingjing, if you give me the tree heart, won't you die?" "Woo-woo, I'm already terminally ill and can't survive. If you hesitate any longer, I will be corrupted by the evil power and turned into a monster at any time. As a mountain god who protects an area, I can't." Li Gooden looked at the ugly face on the tree trunk and analyzed quickly in his mind that Lu Qingjing's evil face was most likely eroded by the power of evolution. As he said, those mutated creatures were gnawing at its roots all the time. She must be in pain and couldn't hold on for long. Li Gooden gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Lu Qingjing, I will start now. It may be painful, please bear with it." "Thank you, outsider. I'm not afraid of pain. Tell me your name, and I will pray to God for you." Li Gooden looked up at the dense shade of trees and directed the 1,100 armed helicopters in the sky to replace the napalm bombs. Then he smiled at Lu Qingjing. "My name is Li Gooden." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense shade of the trees blocked the view of the objects coming from the sky, but the next second, the entire valley lit up, except for the area 100 meters around Li Gooden. There were flames rising into the sky, thick smoke billowing, and heat waves constantly hitting him all around. Li Gooden walked to the front and leaned against a tree trunk. "Don't worry, I'll help you, and soon you won't be in so much pain." Li Gooden suddenly thought of something and bought a soul stone on the trading channel when he encountered a ghost in Zijin City. Swish! The soul stone was in hand. "Lu Qingjing, since you can separate your soul, can you hide in this stone? Maybe you can still survive." The willow tree's huge face disappeared, and the woman's soul came out, snatched the soul stone from Li Gooden's hand, and stared at it blankly. This is a natural container. How could you have such a magical item?" Unfortunately, it seems to be a defective product, which will reduce my strength to below the silver level. Lu Chengjing took the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree from the vines nearby and gave it to Li Guden. Thank you. This is what you deserve. It is my most precious thing. 10,000 years ago, I met a man who was as old as you and very powerful. He enlightened me and made me a spirit. I practiced for 10,000 years. Now, I will give you my 10,000 years of practice. This heart can help you overcome all difficulties and dangers. My soul is hidden in this container. If you meet that man one day and give me to him, he can save me. His name is Li Shangsheng. Brush. Lu Qingjing's illusory figure drilled into the soul stone. An array of light appeared in the soul stone and floated in the air. Li Guden reached out and grabbed it, then put the soul stone into the god of craftsmanship space. 10,000 years ago, Li Changsheng. He died a long time ago. Could it be some kind of immortal? I'm sorry, immortal master. Don't blame me for being so outspoken. It's a sin. Li Guden picked up the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree. It felt cool to the touch and exuded a strong scent. Ding! The host uses 10,000 years tree heart. Diamond level gains spiritual power plus 10,000. Gains Dao heart and gains 5 elements Dao. Wood Dao. Dao heart. The foundation of cultivation. 5 elements avenue wood path. It is rumored that this martial art was created by Li Changsheng. The grade and effect are unknown. The system does not have any relevant information about this person. Oh, the system doesn't know Li Changsheng? It seems that this person is at least not in this world. He may be dead, or he may have gone to another world. Ever since the creation of the god of craftsman space, Li Guden has firmly believed that there is always someone better than you and that this world is not that simple. Looking at the sea of fire gradually spreading around him, Li Guden picked up the flamethrower and sprayed it wildly at Lu Qingjing's trunk. Li Guden, with his belly bulging, sprayed streams of hot and sticky gasoline on Lu Qingjing's face, and lines began to burn. Li Guden put away the flamethrower, jumped onto a helicopter. Looking at the hundreds of meters high trunk of Lu Qingjing, it will take some time to burn out the fire. Metal storm. Brush. A huge metal storm appeared in the air, and 16,000 rockets were launched instantly, bombarding the tree trunks densely. This time, Li Guden was too close. His ears were buzzing and his head was a little painful. He instantly entered the space of the god of craftsmen. This time it will take a few seconds before going out. 13, 12, 2, 1. Instant. When Li Guden appeared on the plane, the huge tree trunk had disappeared, broken into pieces, and fell into the valley. There was a sea of fire below, and 1,100 armed helicopters were still dropping napalm bombs. The vegetation on the West Mountain could not be preserved after all, and I will never have such harsh thoughts again. In the apocalypse, there are mutated creatures everywhere, so saturation attacks are the most effective. Li Guden flew the plane to the back hall of the government office, sat down cross-legged, and took the 5 elements avenue, Wood Avenue, in his hand. Ding! The system cannot be recognized. Li Guden was suspicious for a moment, put it down, and picked it up again. Ding! The system cannot be recognized. Put it down again and pick it up again. Ding! The system cannot be recognized. Forget it. Let me see for myself. This treasure of the 10,000-year-old tree spirit was created by Li Changsheng 10,000 years ago. It must be extraordinary. It seems that this garbage doomsday system is not omnipotent. Li Guden sat down cross-legged, placed the book on his knees, and opened the first page. The unfamiliar words at the beginning suddenly became crooked and twisted into Chinese characters. The way of wood is about endless life. The way of the 5 elements requires with spiritual roots to practice. I, Li Changsheng, don't think so. The way of heaven and earth is something that everyone can learn. Today, I will create the way of wood to help me practice. I will transform my body into the 5 elements, starting with wood, and pursue the way of immortality. Li Guden was deeply shocked. Who is this Li Changsheng? Chapter 49. No cultivation allowed after the founding of the country. Hold the origin and keep the unity. Calm your mind. Focus your spirit on the center of your brows and sense your spiritual roots. Find a beam of spiritual light in the darkness. Hold it tightly, and it will be the bridge to the other side, that is, the spiritual root. Li Guden followed the instructions in the text of the martial arts technique and did it exactly as it was described. There was darkness in front of my eyes. I gradually focused my mind on the center of my eyebrows. I felt a strange, tingling sensation coming from there, a little itchy. Li Gooden suddenly opened his eyes, and everything in front of him changed, becoming two. Damn, isn't this right? Is my method wrong? Li Gooden thought for a moment and closed his eyes again. There was nothing but darkness in front of my eyes, and no bright light appeared. Li Gooden frowned, opened his eyes, and continued to watch the explanation of the exercises. If you don't have spiritual roots, don't waste your efforts. Only 1 in 10,000 people are born with spiritual roots. The infinite great Tao has nothing to do with ordinary people. This is the way of heaven. Li Gooden was a little annoyed when he saw this, but he suppressed his temper and continued reading. I, Li Changsheng, am just a mortal without any spiritual roots. I went through numerous hardships and dangers to obtain a young cultivator's top grade with spiritual root and embarked on the path to immortality. Although this method is not benevolent, it is feasible. After all, those who cultivate immortality go against the will of heaven. Since they have seized the fortune of heaven and earth, why can't they seize the fortune of others? Seizing the spiritual roots of a young cultivator? This Li Changsheng is a ruthless man. We should learn from him. But where can we find cultivators with spiritual roots? The high-quality humans in the last days were all infected by the power of evolution. If it was not wrong, the high-quality humans who had spiritual roots but had not cultivated were all selected. Ancient warriors like Guan Jian, who was killed before, should have been so powerful that they escaped the erosion of the power of evolution. Therefore, the high-quality humans selected by this evolutionary force are just people who have qualifications but not strength. In other words, the only people with spiritual roots that can be found now are the masters of ancient martial arts, and there are no novices. Li Gooden thought for a moment, and then an idea came to him. Golden Finger, can I modify my spiritual root data? Ding. How to obtain spiritual roots. 1. Natural aptitude. 2. Grafting technology. 3. Data simulation. 4. Divine enlightenment. Grafting technology? Data simulation? Li Changsheng should have chosen the grafting technology, taking away other people's spiritual roots and grafting them into his own body. Then Lu Qingjing should have been enlightened by God. So Li Changsheng is a god? Li Gooden was secretly amazed. This was truly a divine skill, so awesome. It was understandable that the doomsday system couldn't recognize it. Golden Finger. Use data to simulate a spiritual root for me. Ding. Please select the spiritual root attribute and level. Spiritual root attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, yin and yang. Spiritual root level. Mixed spiritual roots. 3 to 5 spiritual roots mixed together, and the cultivation speed is slow. Dual spiritual roots. 2 spiritual roots, which are slower to cultivate than a single spiritual root. Single spiritual root. Possessing 1 spiritual root among gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, one can focus on one thing and is suitable for practicing. Mutated spiritual roots. Single spiritual roots such as wind, thunder, ice, yin, and yang, which are faster to cultivate and more powerful. Heavenly spiritual root. A pure, single spiritual root, a natural genius. System. Choose wood attribute. Natural spiritual root. Ding. Correction. Root data is being simulated. Ding. Correction. The host's spiritual root is adjusted to the wood attribute natural spiritual root. Fake. Ha ha. Success. Huh. Why is it still a fake spiritual root? System. What impact will fake spiritual roots have? Ding. Immortal cultivators and even gods are all carbon-based creatures. Their spiritual roots are also chromosomes in their genes, which are born with them. Data simulation can only use artificial synthesis to create almost identical chromosomes and implant them into the host. They are not born naturally and have some differences in structure, but it does not affect the effect. Ha ha ha. Li Gooden understood. It meant that gods were carbon-based creatures, just like himself. There was nothing special about them. Is this what it means? Li Gooden was so excited that he closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He found a huge ball of blue light in the darkness between his eyebrows. This is undoubtedly the spiritual root. Li Gooden moved his mind closer to the spiritual root and signaled it to come over. Come closer. Quick. Uncle has candy. The spiritual root timidly floated towards Li Gooden's forehead, growing bigger and bigger until the light covered the darkness between his eyebrows. Brush. Li Gooden opened his eyes and looked at his body. No change. Ding. The wood attribute spiritual root has been connected to the host panel, and the data has been integrated. Ding. Host spirit value plus 100. Li Gooden felt ashamed. There'd a lot of thunder, but little rain. It only added 100 spirits. This is just teasing me. Li Gooden picked up the 5 Elements Avenue, Wood Avenue, and continued to comprehend. Swish. The book in his hand turned into a golden light and entered Li Gooden's body. Ding. System identification. Ding. The host failed to practice 5 Elements Dao, Wood Dao, error code, 404. Huh? 404? What the hell? What's going on? Has the technique been taken away by the system? I can't practice it. Huh? There is an extra box on the system interface, which contains 5 Elements Avenue, Wood Avenue Plus. What does this plus sign mean? Li Gooden clicked lightly, and the interface disappeared. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the universe law, starting from the year 1949 of the Blue Planet calendar, the universe prohibits the cultivation of immortals. The original cultivators are not restricted, and all non-cultivators are subject to the data panel system. The final right of interpretation belongs to Honorary President of the Interstellar Federation Li Changshan. Ding. Data fusion. The host would attribute spiritual root adds a legendary free attribute point feature. Change from each point times 3 attribute points plus 1 luck value to each point times 10 attribute points plus 1 luck value. Bang. Li Gooden slapped himself on the right cheek. I'm not dreaming. The Blue Star calendar is 1949 AD. Isn't that the year when the People's Republic of China was founded? What does it mean? After the founding of the country, cultivation of immortality is not allowed? Li Gooden looked at the legendary free attribute points on the panel and found that the node information had indeed changed. Legendary free attribute points. Enhanced each free attribute point increases attributes by 10 points and plus 1 luck value. Awesome. Now, my attribute point bonus is 10 times that of others. It's a huge gain. Li Changshan? This guy is really awesome. He is the honorary president of the Interstellar Federation. What kind of position is that? Anyway, he must be a big shot, too far away from me. Maybe one day in the future, I will meet this big guy, and with the help of this book, 5 Elements Avenue, Wood Avenue, I can build a relationship with him and use the back door. The skills have been confiscated by the system anyway, but I can still recite them in front of him. I'm such a clever kid. Open the trading system. Open shop. Ding. The host withdraws the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales and obtains the experience card 1922352000. Upgrade. Ding. The host level has been increased to level 175. Full strength. Open your personal dashboard. ID. Li Gooden, bronze level, variant. Rank. 2nd rank governor of Shaanxi. Occupation. SSS Gun God. SSS Craftsman God. Gongfa. Xiantian Gongqi. Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level. 175. Health. 285-3200. Physical strength. 27,032, 1,500. Strength. 8335, 700. Agility. 4022, 2,000. Spirit. 25,100, 2,000. Lucky. 491. Critical hit rate. 0%. Poison resistance. 500. Craftsman space. Infinity. Chapter 50. A visitor from Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. The strength reached 9035, a full increase of 1,000. This is the enhanced legendary free attribute point YYDS. Li Gooden patted his empty belly with satisfaction, took out a can of yellow peaches, a box of pork heads, and a box of steamed dumplings, and began to eat happily. Governor, someone outside is clamoring to see you. Oh, who? What do they say? Sir, they are from the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji school. They said they want that bastard surname Li to get out and die. There were more than 20 young men standing outside the government office, wearing white uniforms with a human head sewn on the chest of their clothes. They were none other than the martial arts Master Ma Baohua. The name of Master Ma is known to everyone in the entire Blue Star. He is from the Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi School and is also known as Nambo One. More than 20 people were shouting insults at the top of their voices outside the government office, which was extremely unpleasant to the ear. Hundreds of government soldiers were lying on the ground in a twisted state. Some of them had already died. Li Gooden, don't you think it's a bad name to give yourself such a name? How cultured are your parents? Li Gooden, come out and show me your skills. Hey, Gooden, boom. A 2-meter thick blue laser shot out from the glazed roof of the government office's door frame and hit the crowd at lightning speed. Boom! Minus 903,500. Minus 903,500. Two high damage numbers floated up, and the bodies of two young men in white clothes fell to the ground and twitched continuously. Electric arcs flashed in a 50-meter wide pit on the ground, and more than 20 human figures fell behind them. Ligodan, you dare to attack me by surprise? Junior brothers, go ahead. Whoosh whoosh. More than 20 figures rushed out and ran towards Li Gooden. The Eye of Truth. Li Gooden observed the panels of these people. They were all ancient warriors. Although his attributes could not be seen based on their speed, he could see that their agility was above 1,000. Li Gooden pulled out two guns from his waist, and instead of retreating, he advanced quickly towards the enemy. Bang! 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 All three shots missed. A moving speed exceeding 1,000 is really too fast. The speed at which a bullet leaves the barrel is limited, and the hit rate for high-speed moving targets will also decrease. After all, this is not a matter of prediction, but a difference in speed. Snapshot. Bang! 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 Li Gooden's body spun, and a barrage of bullets appeared hundreds of meters around him. From a distance, it looked like an uneven light shield. 5 more men in white were killed, and the remaining dozen turned around and surrounded Li Gooden. Tong Bequan, drink, catch, change, hair, hey, look at me using nunchakus. Humph. Colorful attack energy came from all directions, hitting Li Gooden's random barrage of bullets and exploding. Whoosh. A nunchaku came flying from behind and hit Li Gooden's left hip. Although the damage was not great, the pain was real. Minus 666. It hurts. Li Gooden staggered and turned to look at the man holding the iron rod. This stick is too thin, only about 2 centimeters, and it even feels stinging when it hits the butt. Brush. Suddenly, 1,100 armed helicopters appeared in the sky, circling in a large number. The distance between the helicopters was less than 1 meter. Heavy machine guns were lowered and aimed at the ground, sweeping down with a rain of machine gun bullets that covered the sky and the sun. Da-da-da. Jing, jing, jing. The rain of bullets was so dense that some bullets even collided in the air and bounced off to other places. Li Gooden just stood there, enduring the rain of bullets together with the enemy, his health dropping rapidly. 2 seconds later, Li Gooden controlled the rain of bullets and stopped the attack. Looking at the more than 20 sieves on the ground, his face was grim. It was the first time I was shot by my own gun, and it felt terrible. However, the court robes bestowed by Emperor Kanshi were of good quality and did not have a single hole. HP of the head, 213-9900/2853200. Li Gooden was surprised to find that his ammunition caused full damage when hitting the enemy, but greatly reduced damage when hitting himself. So 1 bullet from the helicopter's heavy machine gun could only cause 100 points of damage to himself. When hitting these ancient warriors, the damage numbers are all minus 180,700. This gave Li Gooden a brilliant idea. There's a tactic, shoot at me. Boom. A group of helicopters in the sky dropped a high explosive bomb, which hit Li Gooden. Boom. Minus 100. Ha ha. As expected, my own ammunition can only cause 100 points of damage to myself. Mom no longer has to worry about being kicked out. If anyone attacks me again, I will fire at myself. This can greatly increase the hit rate of artillery fire and leave the enemy nowhere to hide. Li Gooden checked the gains from killing these enemies, all of which were cold weapons and a few books on Hunyuan Heart Method, purple gold level. Unfortunately, there are no extra skill columns at the moment. Moreover, this Hunyuan Heart technique is only at the purple gold level, so it is not worth spending luck points to purchase the Heart technique column. You still need to collect some advanced skills. Li Gooden walked towards the government office, looked at the corpses of hundreds of soldiers on the ground, and shook his head. These soldiers are too weak just for show. However, as the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. The Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi School took the initiative to cause trouble, so I should step forward to deal with it. Open the chat channel and bought 3 big speakers. ID, Arms Wholesaler. Loudspeaker, 26 members of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect went to the government office of Shaanxi province to provoke trouble and have been executed. This governor orders this sect to disband immediately. Those who leave the sect will be forgiven. Those who persist in their wrongdoings will be exterminated within 24 hours by this governor to serve as a warning to others. Posted 3 times in a row and pinned it. The chat channel exploded instantly. You are using the sword of the previous dynasty to kill officials of this dynasty? Li Gooden, you pig with a green onion in your nose. What are you doing pretending to be a governor? Brother Go, I have the address of Hunyuan Taiji Xingyi School. It is in LL County, LY City, SD Province. There's a real dog upstairs. Li Gooden closed the chat channel and wrote down the address. There are so many enthusiastic netizens who actively provide addresses so that you don't have to look for it everywhere. It seems that 24 hours is too much. I looked at the time. It was 15:20 in the afternoon. Li Gooden jumped onto a helicopter and controlled the fleet to fly towards the 4 o'clock direction. After flying for 5 hours, we arrived above the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi School. It was already nighttime, and the zombies had gone off work. The lights in the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect were on, and people were coming and going below. There were at least 500 people, all ancient martial artists. A sect that can gather so many ancient warriors in the end times is indeed very powerful. Their fighting power is enough to defeat 100 of them for ordinary lucky people. Li Gooden thought about it for a while and realized that these ancient martial artists were practicing internal skills, exercising their muscles and bones to improve their attributes. They had little reliance on hot weapons and were not actually customers of Go-Go Arms factory direct sales. Well, they don't buy my goods, they don't give me money, and they still pick trouble with me. Just these people? Even the king of hell would shake his head when seeing this. You don't know the rules at all. Chapter 51, Destruction of the Family. The dark night sky was originally filled with nebulae, but a large black shadow appeared in the sky above the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi School, making a beeping sound. Strong winds blew on the ground, and dust and garbage flew everywhere. Ma Baohua closed the book and put it on the table, then slowly walked out of the room and looked up at the sky. Hundreds of people in the courtyard walked out of their houses at this moment, but no one looked frightened. What is that? Looks like a helicopter. I've heard that Li Gooden is an arms dealer. Today I see that his reputation is well-deserved. Tisk, when have you and I ever been afraid of these scraps of copper and iron? There were people whispering to each other everywhere in the yard, but no one was afraid and ran away. Ma Baohua's old face gradually became cold, and his robe was blown by the strong wind caused by the helicopter. Is that Li Gooden up there? I advise you to learn your lesson. I don't want to fight you, so let my disciple fight you. Li Gooden stuck his head out of a helicopter, saw Ma Baohua below, grinned, and was about to speak. Bang! An unidentified object shot out from the crowd on the ground and hit the belly of the plane that Li Gooden was on. The plane was cut in half and crashed to the ground. Woosh still de boom. A figure walked out from the smoke of the explosion on the ground. Li Gooden's face turned pale and his lips trembled slightly. The local gang is so rude. Beep, beep, beep. Under the control of Li Gooden, the group of helicopters in the sky dispersed in all directions, and suddenly a huge cube with a length of 65 meters, a width of 65 meters, and a height of 65 meters appeared in the empty space in the middle. Snap, snap! Suddenly, a dense mass of plastic covers fell from one side of the cube and hit the crowd on the heads. No harm done, but extremely insulting. What's this? Made of plastic? What kind of lid is this? Huh, look at that big box in the sky. It's on fire. Yeah, this can't be a weapon, right? The huge cube in the sky is the metal storm, the fifth talent skill of Li Gooden, the god of craftsmanship. Swish, 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 swish. Rockets were instantly fired from the 16,000 holes with a diameter of half a meter on the front of the metal storm. 16,000 rockets were evenly distributed throughout the courtyard of Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect. Ahem, ahem. Li Gooden coughed twice due to the smoke from the plane crash and waved to everyone. Bye-bye. Instant. Li Gooden entered the god of craftsmanship space and began to count. 12, 11, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Instant. Li Gooden crawled out of the space of the god of craftsmen, but his feet suddenly stepped on empty air and he fell heavily down dozens of meters. Climbing up from the ground, Li Gooden looked at the 50-meter-long pit in front of him, which was filled with fine gravel and powder, as well as the metal casing of a rocket. There was no corpse or anything. He leaped up and fell back to where he was. It's too high and I can't jump up. Li Gooden controlled the helicopter to slowly descend to a height of 5 meters, jumped onto the plane, and controlled the fleet to fly towards the 10 o'clock direction. Looking at the huge pit below, with no signs of life at all, Li Gooden nodded with satisfaction. The power of Metal Storm is unmatched by any other weapon. Its power is truly extraordinary. Moreover, this skill can evolve. Although he doesn't know how it evolves, Li Guden believes that it should be possible through technological means. After returning, we will study the issue and increase the caliber of the metal storm and load it with DF-17 supersonic anti-ship missiles. That way, we can increase the range. Next time you want to wipe out a family, you don't have to fly so far by plane. You can just use long-range firepower to cover them. Of course, without satellite positioning, this goal cannot be achieved for the time being. The development of science and technology must be done step by step. Li Guden's consciousness entered the god of craftsmanship space and browsed through the spoils he had just obtained. Han Yuan Xinfa. I found more than 100 copies. They are rubbish. Put them on the shelf for sale. Each card has 10 million experience points. After all, it is a purple gold level martial art. Once you practice it well, your strength will increase very quickly. Moreover, this book cannot be copied. There are only so many ebooks produced by the system, and the price is high if the quantity is small. Armed helicopters are also hung up to improve the overall strength of the survivors. According to Li Guden's idea, only when the strength of the survivors is improved will friction and conflict arise. Only conflicts and wars can consume a large amount of munitions, thereby improving the sales performance of Dog Brother Arms manufacturer direct sales. Gunship, silver, 1 million, inventory infinity. Aircraft heavy machine gun bullets, 10, inventory infinity. Aircraft rockets, 1,000, inventory infinity. Airborne anti-tank missiles, 100,000, inventory infinity. Airborne explosive grenades, 1,000, inventory infinity. The DF-17 missile launcher is not for sale for the time being. In order to maintain the reputation of our store, we cannot cheat our customers. Currently, there is no method of precise guidance. We can only actively guide the attack target, which will not only affect the range, but also cause deviations in accuracy. If it is sold at a high price and someone uses it, it will definitely receive bad reviews. More than 5 hours later, the fleet of planes flew back over the government office. Li Guden returned to the back hall of the government office and entered the space of the god of craftsmen. Chu Mingming was sleeping on the bed, with her arms and legs spread out. Li Guden observed Chu Mingming's panel and found nothing unusual. It seemed that his genetic modification was quite successful. The cat demon was transformed into a weak woman who was powerless. Chu Mingming's body has many wonderful features. We need to slowly explore them. Li Guden was dirty and felt really uncomfortable. He missed the bathing center in Longsheng Camp, which provided a one-stop service of scrubbing and massage. Make a bathtub. Li Guden looked at the large amount of mineral water piled up not far away. He thought he could never finish drinking it, even in his next lifetime. It is a waste of talent to use the title of God of Craftsman to make a bathtub. With a series of clanging sounds, Li Guden used a whole piece of level 2 universal material to create a dark bathtub, the surface of which exuded a chill. Wouldn't you freeze to death if you take a bath like this? Just threw it aside. Ding. Level 2 universal material transforms into agate. Is agate too haggard? Ding. Level 2 universal material is transformed into ivory. Huh. Is the ivory okay? Such a big piece. There was another round of clanging and banging, and a 3M x2M bathtub sat on the ground. Well, how to drain water. The floors in the God of Craftsmanship space are all made of metal, which is hard and looks unbreakable. This is a big problem. You can't leave water all over the floor after taking a shower, right? Li Guden drilled a drainage hole under the bathtub, then turned around and used the machine tool next to him to make a rubber hose and a huge boiler. A large pot was placed on top of the boiler, and a hose was connected to an iron barrel, which was well reinforced. A large exhaust fan is mounted on the boiler. In this way, the wastewater from bathing can be transferred to the boiler for baking, where it evaporates and turns into gas, which is then sucked away by a large exhaust fan and sent to high altitudes through a chimney hundreds of meters high, thus solving the problem of wastewater treatment. This God of Craftsmanship space is good in every way except that the endless metal floor is a bit inconvenient. By the way, where did Xiao He and Chu Mingming solve their big problems? Oh shit, it's not all on the floor. Chapter 52, Li Guden vs. the Jinbei Allied Forces. Li Guden hurriedly ran towards the direction where Xiao He often played. Within 100 meters, he saw a pile of black spiral-shaped feces. After walking 2 more steps forward, I saw another long, brown poop. Judging from the quality of these 2 pieces of poop, the time, place, and people are inconsistent. Li Guden grabbed a military shovel from the air, covered his nose, and scooped up the 2 pieces of feces, ran to the boiler, and threw them into the big pot, then turned on the boiler and the exhaust fan. I didn't think about how to deal with the poop, so I mixed some chemical reagents, poured them into the pot, and cooked them together. It should be fine if it turns into water vapor and is sucked away with an exhaust fan. Lee Gooden banged on the toilet again and built a toilet, dividing it into 3 areas: men's toilet, women's toilet, and dog toilet. Connect the drainage system to the pot next to it, and the work is done. Lee Gooden looked at the shiny black exterior wall of the toilet and felt a sense of accomplishment. This level 2 universal material is strong enough to be used as a building material, but it's a bit wasteful. However, Lee Gooden never thought about the topic of waste. After all, it would never be used up. Lee Gooden added a hot water system next to the boiler, connected it to the bathtub, and set up an automatic water-filling robotic arm to automatically pick up mineral water from the side and pour it into the water heater. In less than 5 minutes, the bathtub was filled with 41 degrees Celsius hot water. After taking off his clothes and lying in the bathtub, Lee Gooden moaned with comfort. The water has begun to turn turbid. Lee Gooden looked at Chu Ming Ming lying on the big bed beside them, then looked at the black dog lying on the floor, and made an immediate decision. Ming Ming, come here and give me a bath. Chu Ming Ming sat up from the bed sleepily, rubbed her eyes, and saw Lee Gooden in a seductive posture in the bathtub. What? Come over here and take a bath. Chu Ming Ming walked to the bathtub with reluctance on her face. Lee Gooden handed her a bath towel, and she stood up in the bathtub. I forgot to get the massage table. I'll just stand and rub it. No more urinating or defecating anywhere. Did you hear me? There's a new toilet over there. Oh, Lee Gooden rested very late last night. It was already 12:30 when he woke up. He ate something casually and left the God of Craftsman space instantly. Lee Gooden looked at the yellow smoke filling the sky above his head and fell into deep thought. Where's the government office? What about the roof? Lee Gooden looked around and saw broken walls and corpses everywhere. Most of them were the bodies of the palace soldiers, but there were also some other survivors. Fuck, who is so blind as to dare to mess with me again? Summoning a fleet of helicopters, Lee Gooden jumped onto a plane and headed out to scout. There is a survivor. A rope was lowered from the plane, hung around the neck of a surviving soldier, and pulled him into the sky. What happened? Hey, don't die yet. Speak. The dying soldier died, his lips trembling, blood foaming from his mouth, and an indelible bruise on his neck. Lee Gooden rolled his eyes and pushed the body off the plane. I want to see who did it. Beep, beep, beep. More than 1,000 armed helicopters in the sky were spinning propellers and spreading out in all directions for reconnaissance. Not far from the government office, dozens of simple camps were set up everywhere, on the grass and on the road, densely packed with at least tens of thousands of people. There are hundreds of improved Type 99A main battle tanks and dozens of armed helicopters parked in the base. Okay, you can learn from me and defeat me. Although he didn't know who the other party was, it was obvious that there were tens of thousands of them, well-equipped, and they were organized and premeditated to target him. It doesn't matter who they are, they will die anyway. Swish! Lee Gooden moved his mind, and 1,000 improved Type 99A main battle tanks and 10 DS-17 missile launchers appeared on the ruins of the government office, along with more than 1,000 armed helicopters in the sky, and launched an attack on the enemy camp. Clang! 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 10 DF-17 missile launchers were launched simultaneously. Due to the close distance, Lee Gooden controlled the launch unit, rushed out of the atmosphere, and then struck the enemy camp vertically. Boom, boom, boom. 10 huge mushroom clouds rose over the enemy camp. Woo! The alarm sounded, and the enemy camp began to move in panic. The helicopters and tanks that were not destroyed started moving and opened fire in the direction of the government office. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Lee Gooden versus tens of thousands of troops. Gunship 1099 vs 60 in the sky. Tank 1000 vs 400 on the ground. There were also countless survivors armed with hot weapons launching a group charge towards Lee Gooden's tank group. The entire Xishan area was shrouded in war. The collision of steel torrents and the sound of artillery fire could be heard throughout Longqing. Why is there another fight over in Xishan? Didn't they finish fighting this morning? Yes, the Jinbei coalition has gathered 30,000 troops to attack Lee Gooden. I thought it would be over so soon. Lee Gooden is indeed not easy to deal with. They are really bored. Instead of uniting in this end times, they are still fighting among themselves. Lee Gooden was not in a hurry to take action. He just wanted to see the collision of these steel torrents. It was a grand scene with a big budget. No movie before the apocalypse had been so exciting. However, the gap between Li Gudin's damage and the enemy's artillery damage is too large, and this war is destined to be an asymmetric war. When the enemy tank shells hit our tanks, they just left a black mark, but when our shells exploded, the enemy tanks turned into scrap metal, and the army of survivors also suffered countless casualties. The battle became intense as soon as it started. But the intense battle lasted less than a minute before the enemy began to flee in complete disarray. There was constant artillery fire from the enemy's position, and none of the survivors who rushed forward and were covered by the artillery fire survived. There has never been a war in world history where the survival rate is 0. Li Gudin called it the Shishan meat grinder. Li Gudin could not see the enemy camp's command system, but a large number of troops in the rear were evacuating at full speed. Some were running, some were riding bicycles, and some were sitting in large trucks. They looked extremely embarrassed. All the tanks on the ground have been scrapped, but Li Gudin's tank group is still attacking at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, chasing closely. Boom, boom. The fire control of the improved 99A main battle tank is quite good, and the accuracy of mobile shooting remains at a very high level. 7 or 8 out of 10 of the enemy troops fleeing on the road were killed or wounded. The remaining people scattered, avoiding the road, and fleeing towards the urban area not far away. Li Gudin's tank group stopped the attack and turned back to the ruins of the enemy camp. Li Gudin was calculating the results of the battle in a helicopter. We lost 15 armed helicopters and 10 tanks, and 23,811 enemies were killed. Deserters cannot be counted because the system does not have a kill notification. However, Li Gudin didn't care about deserters, so let them run away. Killing is not the goal, it is just a means. The purpose was deterrence, and it now appears that this purpose has been achieved. Li Gudin didn't know that the chat channel was in an uproar again. The battle video of Li Gudin vs. the Shaanxi Northern Allied Forces was widely circulated, and even the survivors from the United States were stunned. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Chapter 53, 5,000 Yin soldiers. Looking at the devastation on the ground, Li Gudin jumped off the helicopter. Standing on the ruins, the ground still has the residual warmth of the shells. The intact government office was razed to the ground. It's noon, this is 2. Holy shit. What the hell is going on in the middle of the day? Li Gudin stared at something not far away. 3 eunuchs in red palace costumes slowly walked over, holding a jade plate in their hands. On the plate was a scroll that looked like an imperial edict. It looked like a ghost at first glance. There was no shadow, and the figure was floating, but Li Gudin looked up at the sky. The sun is shining brightly. Don't they want to hide? The imperial edict has arrived. Shaanxi Governor Li Gudin received the order. Li Gudin hurriedly imitated the Qing dynasty ministers he had seen on TV and patted his body with his sleeves. Governor Li, there's no need to do so. The emperor has ordered that Governor Li is not an ordinary person and does not need to perform formalities when meeting me. Li Gudin stopped what he was doing and stared at the 3 eunuchs suspiciously. Father-in-law, why are you here during the day? Aren't you afraid of the sun? The old eunuch in the lead forced a sinister smile on his pale face. Lord Li, with the blessing of the dragon vein, all of us subjects in the Qing dynasty can move freely. Now that the world is in chaos, we have no more constraints. His Majesty has often said recently that he wants to take advantage of this chaotic world to create great achievements. Li Gudin nodded thoughtfully. It seems that with the end of the world coming, these ghosts have lost some indescribable constraints and are a little bit floating. But as the saying goes, whoever gives you milk is your mother. Emperor Kangxi has high hopes for me, so as long as he doesn't go against me, Li Gudin, then it won't matter. Eunuch, what is the emperor's order? The leading eunuch picked up the imperial edict, handed the jade plate to the eunuch beside him, stood upright with his bulging belly, and remained silent for a long time. Li Gudin scratched his head, as if he understood something. My mind is racing. What on earth would a ghost need money for? I can't just use an experience card to fool people. They don't even have a panel, so they definitely don't have a system. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from Li Gudin's storage space. The currency used by ghosts is the same as that of ordinary people. The old ghosts of the Qing court like gold, silver, and jade the most. But compared to these, they can also use your experience points. This experience point itself is converted from pure energy. Huh? Li Gudin was shocked. Where did the sound come from? This voice, Lu Changjing. Li Gudin ignored the eunuch in front of him and instantly entered the space of the god of craftsmanship and picked up the soul stone where Lu Changjing was. Is that you who's talking? The soul stone emitted a faint green light, and the ethereal voice was heard again. My soul is in this soul stone. Although my realm has been compressed to the silver level, I can still use soul waves to transmit messages. Let's quickly get some experience points to get rid of those eunuchs. Li Guden touched the soul stone in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Don't touch me. That's rude. I'm more than 10,000 years older than you. Li Guden scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He put the soul stone in his arms, into the pocket inside his court robe, close to his heart. Instantly, Li Guden appeared at the spot with an experience card, 1 million, in his hand and handed it to the old eunuch in the lead. The eunuch in red took the experience card, and the pale and sinister smile on his face became even brighter. Master Li is such a joker. I thought you were performing a magic trick. Shangxi Governor Li Guden received the decree. By the providence of heaven, the emperor proclaims that since Li Guden took control of Shangxi, there have been frequent rioters coming to cause trouble. Lord Li is so brave and invincible, and he has killed all the invaders. I'm very pleased. I hereby grant the Tiger Guards the military token. All 5,000 Tiger Guards in Shangxi are under the command of Lord Li. I decree this. The old eunuch took out a copper tiger talisman from his sleeve and handed it to Li Guden. Cuban military token. Special can be used to mobilize the Cuban army to fight. 5,000 Cuban army are sealed in the military token and can be summoned at any time. What a good thing. The military token bestowed by the emperor. I was just worried that my 5,000 soldiers would be killed or wounded, and now I have a replacement immediately. Thank you, your majesty. Li Guden clasped his fists and saluted, then excitedly used the military talisman. Brush, brush, brush. More than 5,000 Taoists appeared behind Li Guden. No shadow. Holy shit. Ghost soldiers. Li Guden turned around, his upper and lower teeth collided with each other, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. 5,000 ghost soldiers were wearing silver helmets and silver armor and holding silver spears, but their faces were full of ghost energy, and they had no faces. They shouted at Li Guden. To the governor. Li Guden controlled his teeth to stop colliding and waved to a ghost soldier in the front row. Come on, deliver your strongest attack. After all, ghosts don't have faceplates, and Li Guden doesn't know the strength of these ghost soldiers. If they're too powerful, he dare not control them. Clang! The ghost soldier in front of him smashed the ground with the silver spear in his hand and actually created a crack dozens of meters long on the ground. Li Guden estimated that the power was just average. Feeling relieved, he waved his hand to signal the soldier to return to the line. Li Guden turned around and bowed to the old eunuch. You have worked hard, eunuch. Please thank Emperor Kangxi for me. I won't see you off. The old eunuch laughed dryly a few times and then disappeared. Li Guden was surprised again. How could this ghost come and go without a trace? It was so strange. Turning around and facing these 5,000 evil soldiers, Li Guden was no longer afraid. Now that my spirit value has reached 27,100, it should be no problem to kill a few ghosts with the help of soul poison. Ghosts are not as powerful as people imagine. They are just another form of energy body, just like concubine Xian before. They're the weak representatives of the ghost world and are equally powerless. Li Guden didn't think that even Emperor Kangxi was that powerful. As for these ghost soldiers, they're enough to scare people. If we really have to fight this little iron spear, well, it's better to use it to scare people. However, the energy bodies of ghosts are particularly troublesome for ordinary survivors. Ghosts have no physical form and are immune to all physical attacks, and can only attack with mental energy. Spells like those cast by mages are elemental attacks, which are not actually mental attacks, and are ineffective. Taoist priests and magicians are the ones who study mental attacks. But other professions all have mental power and can practice some mental attack skills, but they are not as proficient as Taoist priests and magicians. Looking at the scorching sun above his head, Li Guden put the 5,000 Yin soldiers into the tiger talisman and put it into the space of the god of craftsmanship. This government office is useless. All the survivors in Longsheng who can fight have been selected to serve as government soldiers, but now they are all dead or wounded. Recruiting more people will only make it weaker. The problem with these rubbish survivors is that the outstanding ones have been eroded by the power of evolution and turned into zombies. Only a very small number of geniuses like me, Li Guden, can thrive in this doomsday. It seems that there is no tiger in the mountain, and Guden is the king. If you don't believe me, compare your system with the 90% of high-quality humans. You're still better than them. Pooh! Li Guden spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ruins. Shangxi is so big. Where can we build a government office? Chapter 54, SSS Unlimited Shaking. Open shop. Ding. The host withdraws the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales and obtains the experience card 261-187-3400. Upgrade. Ding. The host has reached level 200. Upgrading to the next level requires experience points 100,000,000. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first survivor, Li Guden's level has been raised to 200, and he is rewarded with Evolutionary Gene Potion, Level 2 Technology and Civilization Manual, and Luck Value X10. The lowest zombie level in the server has been raised to 200. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The wanted reward for the survivor, Li Guden, Public Enemy, has been doubled. Survivors who kill Li Guden will receive all of his experience points and items X4. Ding. Server-wide notice. As the zombie level has been raised to level 200, zombie nests have been opened in all servers, and random locations are open, which will continuously produce zombies. Survivors can actively seek and destroy them. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Ding. The current number of zombie nests in the entire server, 999999. The chat channel exploded again, but Li Guden was more concerned about the next prompt tone. Ding. The host level is increased to level 200, and the number of talent skill extractions is increased by 1. The next talent acquisition requires reaching level 500. Huh. The awesome talent is here again. Goldfinger. Do you understand what I mean? Ding. Correction. The host probability of extracting SSS level talent this time is adjusted to 100%. Huh. Extract. Ding. The host draws the talent. SSS Unlimited Shakeout. SSS Unlimited Creation. Unlimited carbon-based creatures can be created. The race, intelligence, and initial talent are freely defined by the creator. The creator has absolute control and can connect the created carbon-based creatures to the Doomsday system. Haha. Is it okay to ask for help? Li Guden slapped his thigh and laughed so hard that his legs cramped. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Isn't this how God created man? This must be a fake SSS level talent. It must be at least at the level of a creator god. Add some first, then add all your strength. Li Guden took out the item as a reward for the first person to reach level 200. Evolutionary Gene Potion. Special after intravenous injection. You will gain evolutionary power X 10,000 and can safely evolve once. Handbook of Level 2 Technological Civilization. Special, a handbook of the universe's Level 2 technological civilization that surpasses Blue Star's technological civilization. This gene potion is good. Li Guden is worried that he has no evolutionary power. One bottle can increase 10,000 points. However, its main feature should be that it can safely evolve once. Unfortunately, there is only one bottle of potion, so I will keep it for research. Once we figure out its composition, we can mass produce it ourselves. The Level 2 Science and Technology Civilization Manual was also placed in the Craftsman God space. It is a great treasure. You can learn new technologies and do scientific research in your spare time. Li Guden turned his attention to the new talent again. SSS Unlimited Shake People. Li Guden thought about it, and a person who looked exactly like Chu Meng Meng appeared in front of him. It's so lifelike with big eyes, high nose, small mouth, and white skin. However, the carbon-based creatures created were not wearing clothes. Li Guden squatted down and observed carefully. From time to time, pull it with your hands. This caused Chu Meng Meng, who was standing, to giggle. But he showed no displeasure or resistance and was obedient and well-behaved. Li Guden could clearly feel that the person he created would completely obey his orders and would not hesitate even if he asked her to break a rock with her chest. Good. Access the Doomsday system. Bite. Li Guden clearly felt a sound in Chu Mingming's mind, and the system binding was successful. Get down. Li Guden gave the order in his mind, and Chu Mingming crawled on the ground, with a lot of dust immediately covering her skin. 8 forks down. Roll. Leapfrog. Li Guden was having a lot of fun. He looked at the physical values of Chu Mingming and found that he could adjust her attributes. Li Guden was stunned when he saw the talent selection page. There are hundreds of millions of talents, and you won't be able to finish watching them all even until next year. However, you cannot specify talents. You can only choose randomly or not choose. Yes, otherwise it would be too invincible to specify talents above S level. In the attribute panel, the basic attributes can only be adjusted from 1 to 100. It is much higher than the survivors at the beginning of the apocalypse. Pull it full. Li Gooden looked at the level 1 survivor in front of him, who looked and had the same body shape as Chu Mingming, naked, dirty, and had not been given a name yet. Bang! Li Gooden pulled out his revolver and shot her in the forehead. Chu Mingming fell down trembling, but her body did not disappear. It seems that, just as I thought, what was created are flesh and blood people, not data. The bloodstains and corpse are the best evidence. Even if he is a creator, he is still a human being, just controlled by Li Gooden. Brush, brush, brush. Li Gooden's infinite shaking of people continued to light up, and a figure with 100,000 rays of light appeared in front of him. Random body shape, 20 years old. Random gender, random personality, intelligence a little lower 100. Knowledge level, 9-year compulsory education. Brush, brush, brush. Li Gooden waved his hand, and an AK-47 rifle and 207.62 mm bullets appeared under the feet of each figure. There is no way to solve the problem of clothes. I don't have the skills to do so. Li Gooden had an idea, and the dust on the ground flew up. The scene of 100,000 people running naked was like a tsunami, shining brightly. Let them live in Dragon City and disguise themselves as survivors to resist the zombies. Longcheng has experienced many devastations, and the number of survivors is less than 50,000. Most of them are the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled who are struggling to survive in the camp. There are less than 10,000 young people who can fight. You can create survivors yourself, survive on behalf of those trash, and then earn experience points for yourself to exploit. This is a way to make money. 999,999 zombie nests have been opened again in the apocalypse, and it is still unknown how many casualties they will cause. Originally, Li Gooden was worried that his unlimited upgrades would bring about a devastating disaster to all the survivors in the server. It seems to be okay now. I can create more survivors myself, even if it is played as a standalone game. By then, our people may be everywhere. Haha. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Gooden, bronze level, variant. Rank, 2nd rank governor of Shaanxi. Occupation, SSS gun god, SSS craftsman god. Gongfa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level 200. Health, 285-3200. Physical strength, 27,032, 1500. Strength, 12085, 700. Agility, 4022, 2000. Spirit, 25,100, 2000. Lucky, 626. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Shake People. Chapter 55 Zombie Lair. Li Gooden thought about it and gave up control of this group of manufacturers in order to allow the manufacturers to get closer to the survivors. These manufacturers will not know their origins, will do things according to their different personalities, integrate into the survivor ecosystem, join different organizations, and develop freely. Anyway, they can manufacture unlimited goods and don't worry about casualties, so they don't have to stick together. Internal friction will increase the sales of their own stores. I am such a capitalist genius who exploits labor. Swish! Another 1,000,000 figures appeared, assigned weapons, and ordered them to enter Dragon City, then gave up control. Ha ha ha! Creating a human being is so much fun. Instant! Li Gooden entered the space of the god of craftsmanship. Chu Mingming and Xiao He are not here. I don't know where they went. Li Gooden thought about it, and a naked woman appeared in front of him. Judging from her appearance, she was actually a first-line actress before the end of the world. Li Gooden showed an evil smile, and his hands started to move naughtily. He kept muttering, "It's hot, isn't it? It's hot, isn't it?" At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Gooden ate some food and left the craftsman god space. In the god of craftsman's space, a beautiful woman replaced Chu Mingming's position and lay on the big bed. When Chu Mingming saw this, she was furious, but her weak body was slapped away by the woman. She knelt on the floor and cried. There was a gleam of brightness in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she didn't look dull at all. She walked straight to the computer next to the workbench and checked the information stored by Li Gooden. Li Gooden boarded the helicopter and cruised over Longcheng. The situation below became very lively, with millions of naked survivors pouring into the city, leaving the original survivors stunned. Fighting was happening everywhere. There were also some naked women who were pinned against the wall and raped by the local survivors. Li Gooden can't do anything about this. Let his descendants have their own blessings. Even I do that. What a human nature. Looking at the crowded city, a smile appeared on Li Gooden's face. I looked at the zombie nest in the upper right corner. 999972. Ouch. Who are the ruthless people who cleared out 27 zombie nests? I haven't seen any of them yet. There doesn't seem to be any in this city, so the zombie nest is probably in the wild. Oh, right. Open the chat system and see if there is any similar information. Ding. Message channel 99999 plus. This zombie nest is so scary. We have to go deep inside to destroy it. It seems impossible to hit it from the outside. It's transparent. Idiot. This is called the power of space. The zombie nest is in another space, so of course we can't hit it. We need to go deep into the zombie nest and destroy the core inside. Our Sichuan Shu coalition has just dealt with 2 of them, so it won't be a big problem. The people above are 2 Versailles, aren't they? Tell me the truth. How many people were killed or injured? Li Gooden closed the chat channel. This zombie nest didn't seem to be that scary after hearing everyone talk about it. The key point was that no one would tell others what rewards the person who destroyed the nest got. So he had to try it himself. Beep, beep, beep. Li Gooden controlled the group of helicopters to fly toward Shishan. There are no mutant creatures in this mountain range now. It was turned into a black mountain by the fire I burned it with. There were a few zombies wandering around the mountain. Most likely they had come out of the zombie lair. After flying about 5 kilometers, Li Gooden found where the zombies gathered. It was a space crack tens of meters high. Irregular cracks were torn in the air, and the middle was like a mirror, with zombies constantly walking out. It looks like this is the entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Minus 763,400. Minus 763,400. Minus 763,400. The helicopter formation began bombing. Although the zombie level had risen to level 200, the high damage killed thousands of zombies in the first wave of attack. Li Gooden leaped and jumped into the space gate. Brush. There was chaos in front of my eyes, and the scene in front of me suddenly became distorted, blurred, distorted, and then became clear. In front of me is a cave. The soil there looks rather dry, unlike the soil on Blue Star. There's a faint light in the cave, and I don't know where it comes from. The cave was not big, and seemed to be a straight passage that stretched for who knows how many meters. The zombies were lined up in a straight line, walking one by one, and not very fast. No wonder people in the chat channel say that this zombie nest is not that powerful. With such a formation, they will just be targets. Beep, beep, boom. Li Gooden pulled out a laser cannon from behind, and a 2-meter-thick laser shot out, penetrating the bodies of the row of zombies. Dash 1908500. Dash 1908500. Dash 1908500. One shot killed all the zombies in front of him. Li Gooden clapped his hands, making a pa sound. This operation is usually just to give yourself courage. He took out a pursuer suicide robot and ran into the cave. Beep, beep, boom. Dash 1908500. Dash 1908500. Dash 1908500. Another shot from the laser cannon, and all the zombies seen in front died suddenly. Their bodies trembled on the ground, emitting blue arcs of electricity. After going 10 kilometers deep, the cave became larger and the light became brighter. I saw another mirror constructed by a space crack in the open space in front of me. On it was a transparent crystal as big as a head. It looked a little unreal and had some color. But I can't tell what color it is. It seems to be transparent. The space around the crystal is more abstract and distorted. I'm afraid this crystal is the energy body that supports the space crack. As long as we shatter it, we will succeed. Li Gooden pulled out the laser cannon and was about to attack, but suddenly stopped. The entrance to the outside is also a space crack like this. After entering, you'll come to this cave. Can you enter this crack in a cave? Where will it lead to? The laser cannon in his hand disappeared, and Li Gooden pulled out 2 revolvers from his waist and held them in his hands. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies that had just emerged from the crack fell one by one, and Li Gooden walked to the crack. Swish! A naked man was created by Li Gooden. Go in. The figure entered the space crack without hesitation, and Li Gooden connected to the creator's perspective. The space in front of the maker's eyes twisted again, blurred, twisted, and clear. Boom! A strong light hit the person who made it, causing him to lose consciousness, and Li Guden's perception was also interrupted. Li Guden frowned. The strong light was somewhat similar to his own laser cannon. Could it be a laser weapon? No, you have to look more carefully. Swish, swish, swish. 100 manufacturers appeared in the open space. Li Guden equipped them with weapons and began to attack the space crack. Boom, 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 boom. Strong lights struck, and dozens of people lost consciousness in an instant. Through the perspective of other makers, Li Guden clearly saw that they were 10-meter-thick laser beams shot out from UFOs in the sky. The damage numbers were not very high, far less than his own. But the technological content is amazing at first glance. Chapter 56. Attack Frustrated, Research and Develop Air Defense. It seems like a world. I just can't see how far away it is. The ground was full of zombies as far as the eye could see, but their levels were all exactly 200. The direction in which the zombies were heading was through countless space gates. The sky above his head was covered with stars, very much like the starry sky in the God of Craftsman space. There were no clouds, no atmosphere, and of course no oxygen. Even though Li Guden's creator was not killed by the laser beam, he began to suffocate and his physical strength declined rapidly. However, there was probably no chance of suffocation to death, as those flying vehicles at an altitude of 500 meters in the sky continuously shot out beams of light to bombard the creators, and they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Li Guden's perspective was interrupted again. Standing in front of the space crack, I felt a little angry. What's the big deal? It looks like I lost the fight, but in fact I didn't lose anything. Li Guden will never surrender. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of brilliant manufacturers filled the cave. Li Guden equipped them with laser cannons and used infinite mecha to make a full set of spacesuits equipped with oxygen. In Indy, you were the only ones with laser weapons? How disrespectful. Brothers, charge. Boom, boom, boom. The cave was shaken by huge footsteps, and tens of thousands of manufacturers wearing spacesuits and holding laser cannons rushed into the space crack. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they entered the world on the other side of the space, dozens of people were killed, and the spacesuits they were wearing had almost no protective effect. But it doesn't matter. The army of manufacturers behind keeps pouring out. More and more people are running out, holding laser cannons and continuously shooting at flying objects in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 2-meter-thick blue lasers were fired densely towards the sky. A number of lasers hit the flying object, and Li Guden saw the panel of the flying object. Storm-class aerospace carrier-based attack aircraft, Diamond class. Protection value, 56800/100000. Speed, Mach 11. Firepower, laser cannon plus barrage. Wow, awesome. Carrier-based attack aircraft? Where's the aerospace carrier? Can't see it. Li Guden controlled the manufacturer's perspective and looked around, but did not see the aerospace mothership. I really want to feast my eyes on this. Such an awesome thing can only be an imaginary weapon in the Blue Star civilization, and even a blueprint cannot be drawn. Almost all the manufacturers rushed into the world on the other side of the space rift, with only 1/3 of them killed or wounded, and the remaining thousands have already engaged in a firefight with the enemy zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The 2-meter-thick and 1,000-meter-long laser cannon fired indiscriminately. Although the damage was not very high, it was large in quantity. Zombies fell to the ground in large numbers. Other space portals nearby stopped teleporting zombies and launched an attack towards the portal behind Li Guden's army. An endless tide of zombies swarmed in, fearlessly and fiercely, rushing towards the creator core with their fangs and claws bared, and the battle situation was tense for a while. Li Guden at the other end of the space crack waved his hand, and tens of thousands of manufacturers appeared, equipped with full sets of equipment, and rushed into the crack one after another. The damage of this kind of manufacturing is too low. It is better. Swish, swish, swish. 100 improved Type 99 and main battle tanks endowed with artificial intelligence drove towards the space crack. Ha ha, it really is possible. Boom, boom, boom. The tank rushed into the enemy world and was instantly destroyed by lasers from carrier-based attack aircraft in the sky. Tanks are too big and move too slowly. Moreover, the tank does not have the ability to carry out air attacks, which is also Li Guden's shortcoming. After all, there are no flying zombies in the apocalypse, and Li Guden has no need for air combat, so he did not develop in this direction. However, I still have a lot of information on anti-aircraft weapons. It seems that this battle plan has to be terminated here. Swish. Hundreds of improved Type 99A main battle tanks appeared in the cave, with their 125mm main guns aimed at the space cracks, ready to go. The creators who went in were abandoned, and after their death, zombies will continue to rush into the crack. Lee Gooden does not plan to destroy this space crystal for the time being. After it is destroyed, there's a high probability that the space portal will disappear. How can such a fun place be destroyed? Just leave some tanks to kill the zombies that come through. Instant. Lee Gooden entered the Craftsman God space, ran to the workbench in a hurry, and turned on the computer. A naked beauty came over with her chest puffed out and her body swaying, with her arms around Lee Gooden's waist. Bang! Lee Gooden turned around and slapped the beautiful woman in the face. Get lost. Can't you see you're busy? The beauty panicked, got up from the ground, and stepped aside. Chu Ming Ming sat on the edge of the bed and giggled. She picked up the fried chicken bone that she hadn't finished eating and smashed it on the beautiful woman's head. There was a trace of oil on the beautiful woman's thick black hair. She knelt on the ground, angry but not daring to say anything. Lee Gooden was not in the mood to pay attention to all this. He turned on the computer and called up the information about anti-aircraft missiles. HQ, 10 Shipborne Air Defense System. This is the shipborne air defense system with the strongest comprehensive performance and is used on aircraft carriers. It has a combination of anti-aircraft machine guns plus anti-aircraft missiles, and is also equipped with a full set of radars and supporting equipment. No satellite navigation is needed to accurately defend against air threats. That's it. Ding ding bang bang. Lee Gooden took the second-level universal material and hammered it for a while, then used the large machine tool equipment next to him to cut it. It was not until 11:30 p.m. that Lee Gooden successfully manufactured a HQ, 10 Shipborne Air Defense System. 2 large trucks were built, one equipped with an air defense system and the other with a phased array radar. Done. I can't make an aerospace carrier, but the armed helicopter can be improved. PL-12 air-to-air missile. Ding ding bang bang. Finished. Lee Gooden jumped up happily, ran to the beautiful girl with his hands and feet dancing, touched her head, and patted her face gently. Next time, learn more from Chu Ming Ming. Ming Ming, you should teach her well. Instantly, Lee Gooden left the god of craftsmanship space. Chu Ming Ming on the bed laughed out loud, scaring Xiao He on the ground so much that he trembled and stepped back. Chu Ming Ming got off the bed and stood in front of the beautiful girl. Come on, call me sister and smile for me. If you don't smile well, I'll prick you with a needle. The beautiful girl forced a sweet smile. Bang! Why aren't you screaming? Lee Gooden appeared in the cave, and the tanks kept firing artillery fire at the zombies that passed through the space cracks. I don't know how many hours have passed. The manufacturers left on the other side must have all died. Swish! Another 10,000 fully armed builders appeared and charged towards the space crack. In less than a minute, the space rift in the enemy's world was controlled by our army, and the carrier-based attack aircraft in the enemy's sky began laser bombing again. This time, the firepower was obviously several times stronger. Lee Gooden pondered for a long time. Normal. The other side is not a computer, probably controlled by humans. They found the abnormality here and strengthened the guard. Just as the manufacturing army was fighting with the zombies, dozens of high-honky 10 air defense vehicles appeared around Lee Gooden. It drove into the space crack in a mighty manner. Chapter 57K, 332 Galaxy, declares war. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, da-da-da. As soon as the HQ 10 air defense vehicle entered the scene, the battle quickly became intense. Anti-aircraft machine guns fired into the sky, and each air defense vehicle could launch a precision-guided air defense missile every 3 seconds, aiming at the carrier-based attack aircraft in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike the Maker's laser cannon, the damage of these anti-aircraft vehicles is bonused by Lee Gooden's panel. -1278500. -1278500. -1278500. The high damage of anti-aircraft missiles can shoot down carrier-based attack aircraft in the sky in just a dozen seconds. Lee Gooden was extremely excited and wanted to enter the space crack and join the battlefield. After much hesitation, I finally gave up. Just have fun. What if you go in and can't get out? Since they can open the space crack, they should be able to close it. Brush. Hundreds of armed helicopters equipped with PL-12 air-to-air missiles flew into the space cracks. At this time, the enemy's carrier-based attack aircraft fled away at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the high-honky 10 air defense missiles in the air suddenly became headless flies, falling to the ground and blasting down a group of zombies. The speed of the opponent's carrier-based attack aircraft is 11 Mach, which is 11 times the speed of sound. It is too fast, and the missiles have no way of catching up. Even their most powerful DF-17 anti-ship missile has a speed of barely 10 Mach, which is still a little bit behind. However, the DF-17 anti-ship missile is simply incapable of accurately striking aerial targets. We can use it to fire at air targets, but its hit rate is worrying. Boom, boom, boom. The carrier-based attack aircraft flying at high speed in the distant air began laser bombing again, using its high-speed maneuverability to avoid Lee Gooden's high-honky 10 air defense missiles. It's so bullying. Since we can't compete in quality, let's compete in quantity. Lee Gooden will never be a slave. The size of the space crack is limited, and only one vehicle can enter at a time, which makes the speed too slow. Lee Gooden couldn't bear it anymore and stepped into the space crack alone. The space before my eyes twisted, blurred, twisted, and then clear. Looking at the world in front of us again, it is different from the perspective of the creator. Only when you are truly in it can you feel the coldness and suffocation of this world. I can't breathe. Shit. Swish. Lee Gooden hurriedly made a space suit and put it on, gasping for breath while holding the oxygen tank. Boom. A 10-meter thick laser beam hit Lee Gooden. Minus 150,000. Awesome. The damage is remarkable. Lee Gooden have 285,3200 health points, and one shot took away 1/20th of it. Looking at the hundreds of carrier-based attack aircraft densely packed in the sky in the distance, wouldn't we be dead if they concentrated their fire on us? Swish, swish, swish. Lee Gooden waved his hand, and 100,000 armed helicopters appeared in the sky ahead, densely packed to cover the sky and the moon, flying slowly towards the enemy. It really attracted firepower, and the army of manufacturers and air defense systems on the ground were no longer hit by artillery fire. Brush. 10,000 HQ, 10 air defense vehicles. Brush. 10,000 improved 99 AE main battle tanks. Fire. Attack. Lee Gooden moved his mind and instantly entered the space of the god of craftsmen. I happened to see Chu Meng Meng riding on the neck of the beautiful girl Reba and pinching her little face, which was covered with bruises. She was crying loudly but didn't dare to fight back. Instantly, Lee Gooden got out of the god of craftsmanship space. That's right. Even in this space, you can enter the god of craftsmanship space at any time. Ding. The host's Doomsday system is connected to the K332 galaxy. Ding. Chat system connected. Ding. Trading system connected. Ding. The two camps are in a hostile state, and the name is automatically read. Ding. Server-wide notice. Survivor Lee Gooden has invaded the K332 galaxy. The K332 Galaxy Federation has declared war on the Milky Way. Both sides are in a hostile state. Survivors, please be careful of attacks from outside the K332 galaxy. Oh my god, a server-wide announcement. Did I piss them off? What does that mean? Can they attack the blue planet from the universe? If you're just bragging, then why open a space rift? Are they a zombie civilization? There's so many zombies, not even a single alien. Now that war has been declared, let's fight. They were the ones who started it anyway. Tens of thousands of improved 99 main battle tanks blasted out a large space in the zombie swarm, and the tanks took advantage of the situation to advance. Lee Gooden stood at the space crack. Whenever he saw an empty space, he would make equipment and fill it up. Tanks and anti-aircraft vehicles are arranged evenly in a 10-to-1 ratio. 100,000 armed helicopters were moving at a snail's pace in the sky, continuously launching PL-12 air-to-air missiles. However, the effect was extremely poor, with only one missile out of 10,000 able to hit the target. On the contrary, a laser cannon from the enemy's carrier-based attack aircraft could destroy hundreds of armed helicopters. This is the gap in technology. It is destined to be an asymmetric war. However, the endless tide of zombies on the ground is a good way to relieve boredom. They are only level 200, and their weak bodies cannot withstand the baptism of artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie tide was not repelled and was still surging forward. However, the battle line was getting farther and farther away from the space crack, and had spread to 10 kilometers away, reaching a position that Lee Gooden could not see with the naked eye. He could only command by relying on the images transmitted back by the tank's intelligence. Suddenly, the sky was buzzing, and a large number of helicopters were dismembered in the air. The metal fragments inexplicably turned into powder and scattered in the air. Lee Gooden's ears were so painful from the buzzing sound that he took 2 steps back. Is this a sonic weapon? Brush. After a large number of armed helicopters were dismembered, a huge UFO appeared in the sky, which looked like an oval ball. It is estimated to be 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide. As for how thick it was, Lee Gooden didn't have a god's perspective. He could only see that there were countless holes under the UFO, with carrier-based attack aircraft going in and out. Storm-class aerospace carrier. Protection value: 100,000/100,000. Speed Mach 5. Firepower: ultrasonic weapons plus laser cannons plus barrage plus carrier-based attack aircraft plus carrier-based fighters plus carrier-based bombers. Holy shit, this is the aerospace carrier. Awesome. Brush. Lee Gooden manufactured 100 DF-17 anti-ship missile launchers. Boom, boom, boom. 100 DF-17 missiles were launched into the air, bombarding the aerospace carrier densely. Bang, bang, bang. The belly of the aerospace mothership ejected a sky full of round projectiles, which exploded in the air, and dense metal bullets scattered downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The DF-17 anti-ship missiles fired in the sky were hit by fine metal bullets and exploded in the air. This is almost an all-round defense with no blind spots. Lee Gooden couldn't see any loopholes with his naked eyes. Is this the barrage? I thought it was the kind of barrage of comments that people give out gifts in the book review section. Damn, Trudom EX. Awesome. I'm afraid only laser weapons can break through this kind of barrage. Missiles have almost no chance of breaking through this kind of complete defense. Chapter 58 Rich Loot. The technological level of this K-332 galaxy is quite high. Lee Gooden has mastered the top technology of the Blue Star Dragon country, but it is really difficult for him to deal with the Storm-class aerospace carrier. Lee Gooden felt bad seeing waves of DF-17 missiles being intercepted in the air. Beep beep. Boom. Lee Gooden took action personally, pulling out a laser cannon from behind and shooting at the aerospace mothership. Boom. The laser penetrated the barrage and shot into the belly of the aerospace carrier. -1278500. One strike destroyed 1/8 of the aerospace carrier's defenses. The laser cannon penetrated the hull of the aerospace mothership and reached 1,000 meters into the sky. Buzz. It was another ultrasonic attack. The DF-17 missile launchers and HQ-10 air defense vehicles on the ground began to dismember and turned into metal powder that scattered into the air. Lee Gooden felt dizzy and a number floated above his head. -50,000. The damage is okay and can be sustained, but it's much weaker than the laser cannon. Brush. The aerospace mothership climbed rapidly. Its huge size rose several kilometers like a small frog, and it broke free from gravity in just 1 second. Although the world beneath our feet seems to have no gravity. Lee Gooden waved his hand, and another 100,000 armed helicopters filled the sky, blocking the view. On the ground, a huge metal storm was ready to move towards the sky. 16,000 plastic caps fell off. With 100,000 armed helicopters blocking the sky, the aerospace carrier should not be able to detect the metal storm. This is Lee Gooden's trump card. Success or failure depends on this one move. Take a chance, and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. If you can't win, go home and plant radishes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The metal storm suddenly flashed brightly, and 16,000 rockets were fired towards the aerospace mothership in the sky. The helicopter had climbed to its highest altitude possible, blocking the view. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets fired by metal storm hit the group of helicopters in the sky. The flames lit up the night sky, and helicopters crashed in large areas. The steady stream of rockets below continued to rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's 16,000 rounds per second. Metal storm keeps spitting out rockets, attacking in batches. This time, the speed at which the aerospace carrier released a barrage was a bit slow, which was naturally due to the group of helicopters blocking the view. In this complex combat environment, any detection equipment would be misled. There were explosions everywhere, and even the most advanced instruments could not predict which missile would hit where. Lee Gooden called it the K-332 meat grinder. The barrage lasted for 3 waves, blocking 3 waves of rockets, but he was still hit by several bullets, causing high damage. The 4th barrage did not arrive for a long time, and I don't know why. Boom, boom. 16,000 rockets launched a saturation attack, all hitting the aerospace carrier. There were explosions and flames everywhere on the huge aerospace carrier. This place has no atmosphere, so naturally there's no smoke or flames. There's only the shock wave and bright light produced by the explosion, which is extremely shocking. The huge aerospace mothership was defeated by this wave of rocket attacks and fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, the rage of the metal storm has not yet subsided. This is only the 5th launch unit, and there are 10 in total. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The metal storm spewed rockets and ruthlessly whipped the Storm-class aerospace carrier. The already solid material was blown apart, shattered, and flying all over the sky. Ding! The host kills the level 572 evolver, gains experience points times 572 million, and obtains all its items. Holy shit! Level 572 evolver? Could it be that the people on this aerospace mothership are the local natives? Alien? According to the system introduction, this is not a zombie. Then what is the relationship between these zombies all over the mountains and this evolver? Lee Gooden was a little confused for a moment. But I have to say that the strength of this native was really average. He died in the aerospace mothership before we even saw him take action. Lee Gooden couldn't help feeling a little complacent. Come and see what good stuff this alien native has brought us. Storm-class aerospace carrier, ×1. Storm-class aerospace carrier-based attack aircraft, ×50. Storm-class aerospace carrier-based fighter, ×50. Storm-class aerospace carrier-based bomber, ×50. Storm-class aerospace carrier dedicated solid fuel, ×10. K-332 interstellar coordinate map, ×1. Low-level zombie control center. A disposable item that has control over low-level zombies. Mission objective book, system translation, 999,999 space gates have been opened, and 10 billion level 200 zombies will be released this time. There are also some miscellaneous items that look like small gadgets belonging to local indigenous people. This task objective book is very concise, without any extra words. Lee Gooden didn't see it very clearly. What is the context of this mission? Are you free and have nothing to do? Was it the appearance of this zombie nest arranged by the Doomsday System? Was it a mission issued by the Doomsday System to the K-332 galaxy? Don't think about it anymore. Becoming stronger is the key, and the ins and outs are not very important. Now, because of its own attack, the K-332 galaxy has declared war on the Milky Way, which means that the attack cannot be stopped. But Lee Gooden was very hesitant. If the space gate behind him disappeared, how could he go back? Don't go too deep, just play around. There weren't many treasures from killing a large number of zombies just now, but killing a level 572 evolver directly gave 570 million experience points, which is equivalent to half a day's income from Dog Brothers Arms factory direct sales. Cool. Lee Gooden took out the low-level zombie control center. This thing was pitch black and seemed to have lost its function. It must have been used. Lee Gooden took out the Storm-class aerospace mothership from the God of Craftsmanship space. Brush. Above the group of helicopters overhead, a huge aerospace mothership appeared again, blocking out the sky and the sun. But this time the situation has changed, and its surname is Lee. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Another 9 aerospace motherships were created by Lee Gooden, filling the entire sky with them. Lee Gooden's eyesight could not even see the full picture of the 10 aerospace motherships. So shocking. Empower artificial intelligence. Carrier-based bombers are dispatched. Bomb the space gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of carrier-based aircraft were dropped from the bellies of 10 aerospace carriers and flew towards the distance to carry out the mission of bombing the space gate. Lee Gooden looked at the zombies all over the mountains and suddenly felt that these little cuties were useless. Armed helicopters can solve this problem. Ta-da-da! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The armed helicopters were equipped with air-to-ground anti-tank missiles and bombarded the zombie tide, and heavy machine guns were also spewing flames. 100,000 armed helicopters were dealing with the endless zombies, and the entire Earth was shaking from the explosions. Ding! The host breaks through the space gate and is rewarded with 100 evolutionary power. Ding! The host breaks through the space gate. The same prompt sound continued to sound, and a bright smile appeared on Lee Gooden's face. This reward is really generous. Chapter 59, SSS Spell God. The chat channel exploded again. My zombie nest has disappeared. Me too. What's going on? Damn, no more monsters. These level 200 zombies aren't that powerful. I can't even rob them. The people upstairs are so arrogant. Our camp is almost being slaughtered. Level 200 zombies are too powerful. The weakling upstairs just die quickly. It's a waste of resources. Lee Gooden was completely unaware and opened the chat channel. I heard we went to war with the galaxy. What is the Milky Way? I've never heard of it. World peace is wonderful. Our K332 galaxy is so weak, it's best for us to develop peacefully. What do you know about this? We are just a subsidiary galaxy, and we can't make the decisions. I heard that the Universal Federation will allow us to bring the power of evolution to the Milky Way and help the natives there. We are the indigenous people, the unsophisticated ones, too weak. You may not believe this, but the Milky Way is even weaker. They don't even have the power to evolve. Are they that bad? Lee Gooden was stunned. After confirming again and again, he found that this was still a chat system, but there was a mark in front of it. K332 Galaxy Chat Channel. Damn, Mom, I made it. I can communicate with aliens. The first person to explore the blue planet. Lee Gooden excitedly bought 3 big speakers, which were 100 times more expensive than the Blue Star Chat Channel. ID Galaxy Lee Gooden. Loudspeaker hello. Hello friends of K332 Galaxy. China Namba Maru. After posting 3 consecutive messages at the top of the page, Lee Gooden closed the chat channel. Open the trading channel. Just as I expected. The goods here are all from the K332 Galaxy, which are very different from those in the Blue Star system. Flying maggots, set meal, platinum 100 experience points. Roasted red rat, platinum 150 experience points. Synthetic uric acid functional drink, platinum 50 experience points card. Potassium permanganate rice, platinum 100 experience points card. Strong toad skin, platinum 200 experience points. Braised slug, purple gold, 1,000 experience points. Alien delicacies, so cheap. Bye. Lee Gooden was the first to open a box of braised slugs. The size of the box was the same as Lan Xing's. The slugs took up the entire box and exuded an enticing aroma. The whole body is translucent white, and it feels very chewy, soft, crystal clear, and a little sticky, worthy of being called a slug. Lee Gooden reached out and picked up a piece, which broke as soon as he pinched it, with some threads in the middle. Put it in your mouth and savor it. Lee Gooden shuddered and finished the whole box. Complete consumption will increase your mental value by 10 points. Don't waste it. Diligence and thrift are beautiful. There is no way around it. Lee Gooden said to himself with a bitter face, it's all because these survivors didn't give me some gifts. I'll just bring some alien delicacies back for them to eat. Especially the one who said my name, Lee Gooden, is not nice in the chapter review. Send him 10 boxes of braised slugs. Vomit. Achoo. Ugh. Lee Gooden drank a bottle of mineral water, and then he remembered that he forgot to rinse his mouth. Vomit. Let's see what good weapons there are. Ding. The host account has been blacklisted by the K332 Galaxy trading channel. Ding. The host account has been blacklisted by the K332 Galaxy chat system. Ding. The K332 Galaxy has issued a wanted order for Galaxy. Lee Gooden, wanted reward. 100 experience card. It happened so quickly. Lee Gooden's trading system was hacked, and when he opened the chat system, it was also hacked. Lee Gooden sat on the ground and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Why didn't you buy some advanced weapons while you were just eating a bite? I must have not greeted you well in the chat channel. It's really not low-key. Damn it, this K332 Galaxy is so unfriendly. Lee Gooden, declare war on the K332 Galaxy. Swish. Another 100 aerospace motherships appeared in the distant sky. Lee Gooden could only observe his fleet through the perspective of the motherships. It's too big. Charge. Kill everyone you meet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The huge fleet of aerospace carriers set sail and sped towards a farther place. Lee Gooden turned around and walked into the only space door behind him. Brush. The space in front of Lee Gooden's eyes twisted again, blurred, twisted, and gradually became clear. Facing the 125mm gun barrels of hundreds of tanks, Lee Gooden waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The space crystal on the space gate was broken, and the last space gate was also shattered. Ding. Server-wide announcement. 999,999 zombie nests were destroyed, and all survivors on Blue Star were rewarded with 10 experience points. During the operation, the survivor Lee Gooden destroyed 999,817 zombie nests, ranking first, and was rewarded with 1 hidden job draw times and 10 luck points. Another hidden profession rewarded. Ok. System, spend 400 luck points to unlock the 3rd profession. Ding. The host purchased a 3rd profession. Please select the career direction. Choose Magician as your career direction. Goldfinger. Modify the probability of extracting hidden professions and maximize it. Ding. Correction. The host's probability of extracting an SSS-level hidden job is adjusted to 100%. Extract. Ding. The host draws the 3rd profession, SSS Spell God. SSS Spell God, Professional Skills. 1. Soul Nourishment. The soul of the magic god is immortal, but it needs soul power to nourish it. It can absorb the essence of the dead souls and integrate it into its body to strengthen its spirit value. Soul power equals spirit value. 2. Evil Spirits Retreat. The magic god is not afraid of the dead souls and has the power to suppress any dead souls, reducing their strength by 50%. 3. Soul Mockery. The powerful soul of the magic god always mocks the weak soul of the enemy. Any enemy will tremble in the face of the magic god and cannot exert their full strength. It will not work if the enemy's soul is stronger than the magic god. 4. Summon the Undead. The magic god can summon souls within a certain range to fight for him. Summoning range equals spirit value. 1 spirit value increases 1 meter. 5. Soul Clash. Come on, use your soul to clash with the magic god. It's a life and death battle. A life and death struggle. See, dominating. The professional skills of the god of sorcerer are all so powerful that Lee Gooden danced with excitement. However, this soul collision seems a bit risky. If the soul power is weaker than the opponent, you will probably die. This is a killer move, just as it says on the skill. A life and death struggle. One of them will definitely die. Soul power and spirit value are equal, but Lee Gooden's spirit value is still very high at the moment, and he has the soul nourishing skill. So from now on, whenever he sees a ghost, he will eat it. With a blind guess, your mental strength will grow. Lee Gooden really likes this skill of becoming stronger by eating ghosts. Awesome. Chapter 60 Nascent Soul Stage Monk. The space gate is gone, but Lee Gooden can still control the army that remains in the K-332 galaxy. 110 Storm-class aerospace carriers, each of which can launch 100 sorties of various carrier-based aircraft, and have SSS unlimited ammunition that they can load by themselves. SSS Infinite Intelligence has endowed them with the most powerful artificial intelligence in the universe. Lee Gooden does not need to operate it personally. He just needs to give instructions. The system prompt, sounds of ding ding ding, kept ringing. Lee Gooden's men were on this side, and the army was on the other side, killing each other, and blood flowed like a river. The K-332 galaxy is full of powerful evolvers from level 1 to level 1000, and no one above level 1000 has been seen yet. However, the damage of Lee Gooden's carrier-based aircraft is obviously higher than those of the evolvers at several hundred levels, and they do not have such powerful equipment. The Storm-class aerospace carrier is also considered a top-notch weapon in the K-332 galaxy, and not everyone can own one. When the space gate was broken, Lee Gooden was teleported to the depths of the West Mountain, where he sat cross-legged on the barrel of a tank and ate a box lunch. In less than half an hour, the aerospace mothership killed hundreds of high-level evolvers and gained over 10 billion experience points. A lot of harvest. But the good times did not last long, and the aerospace carrier fleet also encountered its opponent. It was a tower erected on the alien city that the fleet was attacking. Boom! A long, thin red laser shot out, and the aerospace mothership's defense value of 10 million was instantly reduced to 0, and it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The lunchbox in Lee Gooden's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. What the hell is that? A red laser. Lee Gooden gave up the attack and commanded the aerospace mothership group to return to the sky above the previous space gate. It is too dangerous to attack the city. They have such powerful laser weapons. These hundreds of aerospace carriers should find a place to hide first. There's no shortage of fuel anyway, so just keep flying. It might be of great use in the future, so it shouldn't be sacrificed in vain. After all, Lee Gooden couldn't get through for the time being and couldn't deploy weapons anymore. Swish! The sunlight over the western mountain suddenly disappeared, and the entire mountain range became dark. A huge Storm-class aerospace carrier appeared in the sky. Damn, I can't jump up. Fly lower. Warning, this terrain is not suitable for landing. Lee Gooden was speechless for a while. Such a big thing was indeed inconvenient. Swish. After taking the aerospace carrier back to the god of craftsmanship space, Lee Gooden took out a Storm-class aerospace carrier-based attack aircraft. Lee Gooden was surprised to see the carrier-based attack aircraft landed vertically on the open space beside him. It's really advanced. The technology of vertical takeoff and landing of attack aircraft is definitely not available on Blue Planet. It breaks the laws of physics. If Newton opens the coffin lid, I will weld it shut with steel plates. Lee Gooden opened the cockpit, sat in, and was surprised. This alien carrier-based attack aircraft looks very similar to the United States B-21 stealth strategic bomber. Could it be that the United States has learned some technology from aliens? It is actually quite large, 50 meters long, and with a wingspan of 30 meters. The cockpit is extremely luxurious, with very comfortable seats made of unknown leather, and even the control panel for controlling the aircraft is covered with leather. The bag is also made of unknown leather, certainly not that kind of stuff. Only indecent people always have indecent thoughts. Slurp, slurp. The carrier-based attack aircraft quickly climbed vertically, breaking the sound barrier, and sped away. The noise is very small, and it is very comfortable to listen to. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, we flew far past the old site of the government office. It was my first time driving, and I had no experience, so it was inevitable that I couldn't control the speed and distance well. Since the government office was gone anyway, Lee Gooden flew towards the center of Longqing City. Along the way, we saw hundreds of thousands of survivors. All of them were our own people. But they themselves don't know it and think it is natural. There were almost no naked survivors. Most of them were wearing clothes of various colors. With Lee Gooden guarding Longqing, the zombie nest did not pose much threat to Longqing this time. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30 noon. Lee Gooden seemed to have not slept for a long time, but he was not very sleepy. In the K332 galaxy, it was discovered that the sky, there was always black and there was no daytime, so they probably didn't need to sleep. Perhaps sleeping is a privilege for the weak. Swish! The carrier-based attack aircraft landed in an ancient building in Long City. Governor's Mansion. This was once where warlords lived, and now it can be used as a new government office. Lee Gooden doesn't need those garbage survivors this time. They're all trash. He took out the Tiger and Ben Army's military token and had an idea. Swish, swish, swish. 5,000 ghost soldiers appeared in formation. Their silver helmets, silver armor, and silver spears were so cold that the sunlight in the sky dimmed a little. You are responsible for repairing the house and hanging up the sign of Shaanxi Governor's Mansion. If anyone commits a crime in the future, regardless of gender, age, or status, they will be killed without mercy. Lee Gooden secretly made up his mind that this time he must protect his governor's mansion well. After all, it was a matter of face. The survivors not far away saw a ghost in broad daylight. A sharp soprano voice rang out, and all the survivors fled in all directions. Lee Gooden smiled slightly. This was a good idea, as it saved the trouble of clearing the area. After opening the chat channel and seeing the familiar and friendly Blue Star survivor speaking, Lee Gooden's face gradually turned ugly. Lee Gooden is extremely evil. He has been causing trouble frequently since the end of the world. He has taken advantage of all the benefits and done all the bad things. Everyone in the world should punish him. What the hell is K332 Galaxy declaring war on us? When will they come a fight? Then we will surrender and push Lee Gooden, the culprit, out. Right. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. It is only natural that Lee Gooden should bear the responsibility. Lee Gooden's coordinates have been moved to Longqing Governor's Mansion. Is there any big shot going to assassinate him? Alas, these ungrateful survivors, Lee Gooden, just destroyed the space gate, and all the survivors gained 1 billion experience points. Instead of saying thank you, they accused me of starting a war. People's hearts are so vicious. They just want to eat hot food, but they complain it's too hot and scold the cook. Lee Gooden tried hard to restrain the urge to kill. Stay calm. Stay calm. Cultivate your mind. Stay calm. Boom. Boom. Lee Gooden, come out and die. Boom. I can't stand it anymore. He's here again. My newly found governor's mansion. Can't 5,000 ghost soldiers stop him? These ghost soldiers are also useless. Lee Gooden was about to walk out of the room. Boom! A violent burst of true energy rushed over, blasting the house into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Li Guden's body was blown back. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood, and a high amount of damage appeared on his head. Minus 270,000. Damn, what kind of weapon is this? It's even more powerful than K-332's aerospace carrier. Am I dreaming? Li Guden slowly climbed up from the ruins. He still felt some pain in his chest from the bombardment just now. This was something he had never experienced before. Bang! Boom! The broken walls and ruins on the ground were blown away again, and Li Guden's body fell out again. This time, he was an old man in a white robe. Looking at his attribute panel, he was not an ancient warrior. Huang Ziki, immortal cultivator. Age, 213. Realm, late nascent soul. Shit. Nascent soul cultivator. Li Changsheng. After the founding of the country, you did not allow people to cultivate immortality. What about the existence of immortality cultivators in the past? How can I fight? I can't even see the panel. They obviously don't have a doomsday system. They are not on the same level as the survivors. Chapter 61 Nuclear Explosion vs. Nascent Soul Monk. Mechastorm. Instant. Li Guden drilled into the god of craftsman space, and the 16,000-unit rocket launcher of the Mechastorm in the sky rushed towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 12 seconds later, Li Guden emerged from the god of craftsmanship space. Whoosh. Boom. 3 long and thin spikes pierced through Li Guden's left shoulder, and an energy shock wave that followed once again blew his body away. Li Guden's head was buzzing and blood was flowing in his shoulder blades. His health points are still at 193,3200, but his body's mobility has been greatly reduced. There seems to be something strange about the attack of this cultivator. Huang Ziki appeared from nowhere and landed in front of Li Guden, standing in the air 10 meters above the ground with his hands behind his back. The invisible energy around him was surging between his robes. He looked like an immortal with terrifying power. Li Guden, do you have any last words? Li Guden gritted his teeth. His ultimate move, Metal Storm, had no effect on this man. Regardless of where this late nascent soul cultivator came from, the most important thing right now is to defeat the enemy and escape. If you really can't escape, you can only enter the god of craftsman space and fight with him. It will take a few years, and I believe the immortal cultivators won't keep guarding him. Senior, why did you kill me? Is this your last words? Then let's get going. Li Guden is definitely not a person who would sit there and wait to die. Before Huang Ziki finished speaking, Li Guden retreated quickly and jumped onto a carrier-based attack aircraft. Boom! The carrier-based attack aircraft was smashed to pieces by an energy wave before it had time to accelerate. Li Guden fell from the fuselage and happened to fall into another carrier-based attack aircraft that had been summoned in advance below and continued to accelerate. Boom! The fuselage exploded again, and Li Guden fell heavily to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of carrier-based attack aircraft appeared in the sky, firing 10-meter-thick laser cannons at Huang Ziki. The speed of the laser cannon is such that even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage cannot dodge it. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannon hit Huang Ziki directly, but there was no damage number floating up. Li Guden understood instantly that immortal cultivators were a thing of the past and were not digitized, so there was no health value display. But the damage must exist. It's just that the power of the laser cannon seems too weak. There was no trace of damage on Huang Ziki's robe, and there was no laser arc on the ground. The power of the laser cannon seemed to be blocked. Roar. Huang Ziki swung his arms, and a roar like a tiger and a dragon came from his palms. A golden dragon shadow flew towards Li Guden. Li Guden, holding the green dragon crescent blade, also performed the last move of the sword dragging style, flying dragon in the sky. 100-meter-long green dragon phantom rose into the sky and collided with Huang Ziki's golden dragon phantom, but the scene was not as shocking as imagined. The virtual image of the green dragon seemed to have been drained of energy and dissipated without a trace, and the golden dragon instantly rushed in front of Li Guden, getting closer and closer. Li Guden had already seen the golden dragon's beard, so aggressive. Instant. Li Guden entered the space of the god of craftsmen and breathed a long sigh of relief. Huang Ziki's golden dragon swept across the earth. The ruins of the entire governor's mansion disappeared, the earth broke, and the black cracks were bottomless. 10 Storm-class aerospace motherships appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun and attacking Huang Ziki. The laser cannon hitting Huang Ziki was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the advantage was its large number. Huang Ziki kept moving on the ground, looking for Li Guden's location. Li Guden in the God of Craftsman space was already studying the enriched uranium and nuclear waste he had collected previously on the workbench. This way, that way. Not difficult. As long as some neutrons are added to the nuclei of these enriched uranium atoms to cause splitting, resulting in nuclear fission, and then the nuclei after nuclear fission are split again, a nuclear explosion can be completed. However, an atomic bomb also requires placing enriched uranium atoms and the necessary neutrons together, and allowing them to automatically fuse and undergo nuclear fission under certain conditions. As for the enriched uranium, Li Guden waved his hand, and the infinite mecha talent on the open space next to the workbench produced 10,000 tons. As long as you have one copy, you can have unlimited. So even though we cannot produce nuclear bombs now, we can directly trigger a nuclear explosion. Is manual detonation okay? There was a clang of ding-dong. A 5-centimeter ball appeared in Li Guden's palm. This is not a nuclear bomb. It contains high concentrations of neutrons and is extremely unstable. As long as this neutron ball is thrown into the enriched uranium atom, the thin metal shell will be shattered and the neutrons will collide with the nucleus, causing a nuclear explosion. How much equivalent should be prepared? As long as Li Guden is willing, any amount can be obtained in a snap. Li Guden looked up some information in the computer. In the past, 1 kilogram of uranium atoms would explode to produce a TNT bomb with an equivalent of 20,000 tons. The equivalent of TNT is usually used to define the equivalent of nuclear weapons. Li Guden thought this was too hasty, so he decided to directly use the mass of uranium atoms to define the equivalent. 1 ton of highly enriched uranium atoms is estimated to have an explosive equivalent of 20 million tons, which is 1,000 times the power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. You forced me to do this. If I drop this nuclear bomb, no one will be alive in Dragon City, or even within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Instant. Li Guden emerged from the God of Craftsmanship space, holding a small iron ball in his hand. Li Guden thought about it, and a simply packaged rectangular block appeared on the ground. It was filled with highly enriched uranium, a full ton. Looking at Huang Ziki dodging the laser cannon not far away, Li Guden rubbed his left shoulder with the small iron ball in his hand and asked, "Why are you killing me?" Huang Ziki seemed to have just noticed Li Guden and was somewhat overjoyed. "Little punk, so you are here?" "Ha ha!" Huang Ziki laughed wildly and rushed towards Li Guden. Li Guden controlled the aerospace mothership in the sky to climb rapidly, straight up into the sky. He gently threw the small iron ball in his hand towards the enriched uranium on the ground, and an undetectable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instant. Li Guden entered the God of Craftsmanship space and switched to the perspective of the aerospace mothership. Glare. The blinding light enveloped the entire world. So quiet. You can't hear any sound through smart perspective. Only the picture is transmitted. After the strong light, the aerospace mothership shook violently and was affected by the shock wave that rushed straight into the sky. Hundreds of carrier-based aircraft that had not been recovered in time melted instantly and were swallowed by the high temperature. The aerospace carrier has broken through the clouds and avoided disaster. A huge mushroom cloud rose and energy waves spread outward. Ding! The host kills the late nascent soul cultivator and obtains all his items. Ding! Huang Ziki's space ring was broken, and the items inside were destroyed and could not be obtained. Li Guden was a little depressed. This was the storage ring of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. It must contain a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed by a nuclear explosion. Are nuclear weapons powerful enough to interfere with the power of space? It's really terrifying. Using 1 ton of highly enriched uranium to kill Huang Ziki is really a waste of talent. He is not that powerful in the nascent soul stage. It would have been better if the equivalent was smaller. Chapter 62 Advance to Silver Level. The chat channel was in chaos again, but Li Guden was completely unaware and was studying the anti-radiation suit on his workbench. This thing is actually very simple, but the protective effect is not very good. Li Guden put on the anti-radiation suit, but still felt unsafe, so he got on a carrier-based attack aircraft in the Craftsman God space and got out of the Craftsman God space as a whole. As soon as I came out, I felt the scorching temperature and the dazzling light, and I couldn't see anything. Li Guden controlled the carrier-based attack aircraft to fly high into the sky and entered the interior of the Storm-class aerospace mothership, and the radiation force disappeared completely. The material of this aerospace mothership isolates radiation, so it is very comfortable. Li Guden looked at Longsheng below through the monitor and sighed. There's no choice, I was forced. Driving the aerospace mothership down and flying 1 kilometer above the ground, Li Guden kept using his SSS spell, God, Professional Skill, Soul Nourishment. The soul power from all over the ground surged into the sky, penetrated the aerospace mothership, and entered Li Guden's body, and his mental strength was growing bit by bit. 2 hours later, Li Guden absorbed a full 2,000 points of spirit value. The quantity and quality of souls depend on the effect of soul nourishment. The people created by Li Guden seem to have no souls. Their bodies and souls are destroyed when they die. They are truly man-made. The soul is essentially a string of data simulations. There are almost no survivors in launching. Occasionally, one can see some people on the verge of death, whose skin tissue has been radiated and is unrecognizable beyond recognition. Li Guden shook his head and controlled the aerospace mothership to fly towards Kyoto. Open a trading channel. Ding. The host has withdrawn the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory direct sales and obtained the experience card, 13.3 billion. Adding the experience points gained previously, it is exactly 20 billion. Upgrade. Ding. The host level has been increased to level 220. Full strength. Li Guden took out the evolution gene potion from the artisan god space. I have been planning to study this thing, but now I think it would be better to quickly improve my strength. The appearance of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage this time also sounded a wake-up call to Li Guden. Although cultivating immortals was prohibited after the founding of the People's Republic of China, there were still some old monsters who had already achieved enlightenment and posed a threat to him at all times. Ding. The host uses evolution gene potion and gains evolution power x 10,000. Ding. The host has successfully evolved to the silver level. Please choose the silver level evolution direction. 1. Physical evolution, plus 5,000 points of physical strength. 2. Strength evolution, plus 5,000 strength. 3. Agility evolution, plus 5,000 agility. 4. Spiritual evolution, plus 5,000 spiritual points. 5. Strength and physical training, plus 2,000 strength, plus 2,000 physical strength. 6. Agility and spirit, plus 2,000 agility, plus 2,000 spirit. Decisively choose Agile Evolution. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Guden, Silver Level, Variant. Rank, 2nd Rank Governor of Shaanxi. Occupation, SSS Gun God, SSS Craftsman God, SSS Magic God. Gongfa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 220. Health, 285, 3200. Physical strength, 27,032, 1,500. Strength, 12385, 700. Agility, 9022, 2,000. Spirit, 27,100, 2,000. Lucky, 836. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Shake People. All 4 attributes have exceeded 10,000, and the previous shortcoming, agility, has also caught up after evolution. Li Guden estimated that if he met a Yuanying stage expert again, he would still have time to escape. Although he cannot cultivate immortality, the strength brought by the improvement of the attribute panel should not be underestimated. Li Guden was thinking about Huang Ziqi's attack. The Golden Dragon Phantom was not much different in energy from his own flying dragon in the sky, but it was just a little higher in level, probably due to the difference in the level of the martial arts or the realm. In terms of attack power, his attack only caused about 1/10 of the damage to himself, which was not very strong. It's just that he is older and has more combat experience, so he suppressed Li Guden. Brush. The aerospace mothership stopped above the Forbidden City. Li Guden jumped toward the ground hundreds of meters below and landed on the square. Li Guden took off his protective suit, revealing his second-grade court dress, and walked towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony with no obstruction along the way. Swish! A ghostly figure floated into the dragon throne above the main hall. Li Guden looked up and saw that it was the ghost of Emperor Kangxi. Li Guden, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What happened in Longsheng? Why is there such a big commotion? Li Guden thought for a moment, then sat on the ground and told the story with tears and snot. Your Majesty, since I took office as the governor of Shaanxi, I have been attacked and killed many times. This time, I thought that the 5,000 tiger guards could protect my mansion, but I didn't expect that a late Yuanian cultivator named Huang Ziki would wipe out all the tiger guards and smash my mansion. I fought to the death to kill him and was seriously injured. Huang Ziki? Late nascent soul stage. Emperor Kangxi muttered softly, as if recalling something. The immortal cultivator has been born. Li Guden was speechless. Emperor Kangxi knew a lot, and he could not be fooled. He stood up and walked to the steps under the dragon throne and sat down. Your Majesty, could you please explain the origins of this immortal cultivator? Even though he was very close, Emperor Kangxi's face could not be seen clearly, and there was always black mist surging around his head. The immortals are not in the territory of our great Qing. They are far away in the stars in the sky. They will not come easily. There must be a reason. Ancient books record that there are immortals living in the stars. They have boundless magic power and are worshipped by all people. Li Guden's brows were furrowed into a line. Reason? Could it be that the K332 galaxy declared war on the Milky Way, alarming the big guys in the Milky Way? Aren't most of the stars above our heads stars in the Milky Way? Your Majesty, do you know the K332 system? I have never heard of it. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Don't sit here. I'm not used to it. It seems that Emperor Kangxi also had only a vague understanding, and he asked the wrong person. Your Majesty, I will return this military token to you. The tiger and leopard military token in Li Guden's hand was dim and placed on the steps. Suddenly, the soul fluctuations of Liu Changjing were felt in the chest. Li Guden, Emperor Kangxi, is extremely weak. You can kill him and seize his luck. The luck of the Qing dynasty depends entirely on him. This is a rare opportunity. Li Guden touched his chest and looked at the body of Emperor Kangxi. I didn't think it was that powerful when we met last time. Does he have the aura of the Qing dynasty? That's right. His own magic god professional skill, evil spirits repel, can suppress the power of the dead souls by 50%. So Emperor Kangxi must have been very uncomfortable when he asked him to leave quickly. Li Guden looked at the professional skills of SSS Sorcerer, and both the skills of evil spirits repel and soul mockery were lit. Soul mocking, now enabled, mocking the soul of Emperor Kangxi. In other words, his soul power is higher than that of Emperor Kangxi, so the soul ridicule is effective. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, how is your health these days? Chapter 63. Internet Troll by Dianfeng. Soul collision. Buzz. A stream of pure soul power emerged from between Li Guden's eyebrows and shot towards Emperor Kangxi. Almost in that instant, Li Guden felt a sharp pain in his soul, and the body of Emperor Kangxi on the dragon throne trembled, turned into black smoke, and dissipated. This soul collision is so simple, but the pain in the soul is still unbearable. Ding! The host kills the dead soul and obtains all its items. Ding! The host is blessed by the Qing dynasty, and the luck value is plus 1,000. Li Guden was overjoyed. It turned out that the luck that Liu Changjing was talking about was the luck value. Awesome. Soul nourishment. Emperor Kangxi has turned into black smoke and disappeared. It seems that he can no longer be nourished. However, outside the hall, countless pure soul powers continued to flow into Li Guden's body, and the entire Forbidden City was filled with shrill screams one after another. The dead souls whose soul power is lower than that of the body cannot resist the suction force of the soul nourishment. Li Guden felt his mental strength increase, walked out of the hall, and jumped onto the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Looking down, soul power was emanating from everywhere in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The most numerous were the ghost guards. Their bodies gradually became ethereal, evaporated on the spot, and their soul power was exhausted. Half an hour later, Li Guden wandered around the entire Forbidden City, and his soul-nourishing skill dimmed. The total mental strength increased by 10,000. Huge improvement. After flipping through the relics of Emperor Kangxi in the God of Craftsman space, he found a large golden seal in his hand. Imperial Seal, diamond grade. Special suppresses the dragon veins of the 9 continents, blesses the body, and increases physical strength by 10,000. The holder can issue an imperial decree, which has the ability to travel through space. Yes, Li Guden put the imperial seal into his arms, and then turned into a golden light and entered his body and disappeared. The physical strength value has been added to the panel. Li Guden moved his mind, and the jade seal appeared in his hand again. This thing can be summoned at any time. Brush. A blank imperial edict appeared in his left hand, and Li Guden slowly rolled it open. Ding! The imperial edict supports voice input. Haha, it's really advanced. You can issue imperial decrees with voice input and travel through space. Li Guden thought of someone. Bai Dian Peak. This person once criticized me in the chat channel and then disappeared. Anyone can punish internet trolls. The Emperor, by order of heaven, declares that if Bai Dianfeng speaks disrespectfully or behaves in an improper manner, he may be executed. I decree this. Swish. The imperial edict in Li Guden's hand flashed with golden light and disappeared out of thin air. Close your eyes and feel it. The imperial edict flies rapidly through the dark parallel space, arrives at a place, shatters the space barrier, and appears in a house. There were 3 people in the room. A thin middle-aged man was sitting on the bed, soaking his feet, and 2 young girls were busy washing and rinsing on the side. Bai Dianfeng rubbed his eyes. Why was there an extra scroll on the bed? He opened it, took a look, then threw it aside and cursed. What the hell? Who is behind this prank? You two come here. Li Guden withdrew his consciousness from the imperial edict, but the position of the imperial edict was still in his mind. Li Guden leaped onto a carrier-based attack aircraft and flew towards the south of Kyoto. I didn't expect that Bai Dian Peak was so close. The carrier-based attack aircraft arrived above a building. There were many survivors living in the building below. The figures were flashing, making it difficult to attack. Li Guden jumped to the ground, causing several survivors to shout and scream. Fuck buddy, is that plane yours? That's awesome. Which regiment are you from? I'm from the 7th Squad, 5th Company, 3rd Regiment. Li Guden smiled and asked, do you know Bai Dianfeng? Master Bai? Yes, I know him. Master Bai is a master in our camp and an ancient warrior. It's rude to call him by his name like that. Li Guden waved his hand and walked into the building. Hey, are you here to cause trouble? Stop. Bang. After 2 gunshots, Li Guden retracted his revolver, put it on his waist, and continued walking forward. Alarms sounded in the building, and dozens of survivors took out guns from different places and shot at the door. Boom! A shipborne helicopter in the sky fired a 10-meter thick laser cannon towards the gate. Snap! Crackling. A gap was blasted from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor lobby, and the building was on the verge of collapse. Li Guden took a few steps back. Tell everyone inside who has nothing to do to come out. I will not kill you. I will only kill Bai Dianfeng. If anyone protects the rebels, I will kill everyone present. The survivors in the hall fell into a brief silence. One of them wanted to stand up and argue with Li Guden, but was held down by the 2 survivors beside him. Li Guden nodded secretly, thinking that they were smart and were scared. The survivors in the building kept coming down. Li Guden's imperial edict did not move, but Bai Dianfeng ran down in the crowd. This guy didn't even bring the imperial edict. Li Guden was standing outside the building. Every survivor who passed by had their soul trembled when they saw Li Guden, as if they were mocked by the other's powerful soul, and they felt fear in their hearts. Li Guden put away his pistol, walked towards a middle-aged man in the crowd, and grabbed his hair. Are you Bai Dianfeng? Huh? Who the hell are you? Let me go. Bang. Li Guden controlled his strength and slapped Bai Dianfeng lightly on the face, fearing that he would kill him. He pulled hard with his left hand, and a bunch of hair fell out. Ouch! Bai Dianfeng fell to pain, drew out a long sword, and stabbed Li Guden. Li Guden stretched out his left hand and grabbed the remaining hair, and twisted Bai Dianfeng's wrist with his right hand. Click! His wrist bone was broken, and his sword fell. Bai Dianfeng turned his back to Li Guden and tried to break free, but he could not muster any strength. Li Guden moved his mind, and the soul-killing technique created a poisonous insect that drilled into Bai Dianfeng's body. Buzz! There was a muffled sound in Bai Dianfeng's mind, and his consciousness was controlled by Li Guden. I'm sorry, I'm a troll on the internet. I repent, and I shouldn't curse people. Bai Dianfeng knelt on the ground. His hair that was grabbed by Li Guden left his scalp, and he slapped himself hard. Snap! 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 Slapping and repenting at the same time. The people nearby were indifferent and hurriedly walked out of the building and left. It seems that people in the last days don't like to watch the fun. What Li Guden didn't know was that the soul-ridden skill was always on, and the people around him felt that they were being ridiculed from the bottom of their souls, and their souls trembled. Li Guden lost interest and raised his revolver to point it at Bai Dianfeng's head. Bang! Bai Dianfeng's body fell straight forward and hit his head on the ground, never to get up again. The imperial edict flew out from the building, landed on by Dianfeng's body, slowly unfolded, and turned into a golden light and disappeared. Who was causing trouble in public? A path was made through the crowd, a loud voice was heard, and a dozen men in black came out holding various weapons. Li Guden saw that these people were all ancient warriors, and their attributes were all above 3,000, which was much stronger than the other survivors whose attributes were within 1,000. However, their strength was only about the same as by Dianfeng's. I'm Li Guden. I started the incident, and I killed a man. Do you have anything to say? Chapter 64 Martial Arts Alliance Conference. Brother Go, I've heard a lot about you. Sorry, I was blind and offended you. A man in bright clothes, holding an iron fan, and looking very elegant, but whose gender could not be seen clearly, stood up. Brother Go, would you please come to the camp lobby for a chat? I am Zhou Ping, the person in charge of the Kyoto camp. Today is the day of the National Martial Arts Alliance Conference. Fellow martial artists from all over the country are here. It's a good opportunity for you to see Brother Go's style. Li Guden pondered for a while and became interested in this martial arts alliance. Look at the neutral persons panel. ID, Zhou Ping, Ancient Warrior. Occupation, Warrior. Level, 172. Physical strength, 7,800. Strength, 9,500. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. His attributes were much stronger than other ancient warriors, and his strength was almost over 10,000. What was amazing was his level, which had reached level 172. It's a pity that the panel doesn't introduce the gender. Li Guden couldn't help but ask, how did you level up so high? Zhou Ping smiled and covered her mouth with her fan. Brother Go is really a joke. Your rank is the highest in the server. Does that mean that only the governor can set fires, but the people cannot light lamps? So are you a man or a woman? Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen ancient warriors drew their weapons in an instant, shining with cold light. Zhou Ping frowned, waved his fan backwards to signal them to put down their weapons. Then he cleared his throat with a serious expression. Well, Brother Go, you are joking. I am a man, but I am just handsome. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. Li Guden understood that this was in order to expel him. It seemed that the other party did not welcome him very much. But Li Guden, am stubborn by nature. Come on, take me to the Earth Escape Alliance Conference. A dozen ancient warriors drew their weapons again, and a young man with a hoarse voice shouted at Li Guden. Li Guden, the Martial Arts Alliance will not tolerate your desecration. Although we cannot defeat you, we are not pushovers. Zhou Ping waved her fan again to stop them, looking at the people behind with cold eyes. Don't be rude. How many heads do you have? I can tell from the first glance that Brother Go is a reasonable person. There must be a reason for Bai Dianfeng's death. How can you be so unkind to provoke him so arrogantly? Put away your arrogance. This world is no longer the world of the past. Respecting the strong is your compulsory course. The arrogance of the ancient warriors was instantly gone, and they put down their weapons and bowed to Li Guden. Li Guden nodded. Zhou Ping really knew how to behave. This made him look like a bully. Zhou Ping turned around, folded his fan, and tucked it into his belt, then made a gesture of invitation. Brother Go, come with me. The Martial Arts Association will be held in an hour. I'll take you there for a cup of tea. Okay, let's go. Li Guden moved his mind, and a Storm-class aerospace mothership appeared in the sky, suddenly covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The crowd below looked up at the sky blankly. Zhou Ping, the person in charge of the Kyoto camp, was also a little nervous. He pointed at the sky and looked at Li Guden. Dog brother, is this yours? Li Guden nodded. Yes, I'm a straightforward person, so I will keep a backup plan. The thing above my head is called the aerospace mothership, and it belongs to me. If you want to harm me, it will open fire at any time. Haha, Brother Go is joking again. How can that be possible? You don't believe me, right? I'll show you one. Boom. A 10-meter thick beam of light shot towards the building behind the crowd. The already damaged and crumbling building collapsed with a loud bang. It was obvious that the building was about to collapse and would crush a group of innocent survivors. Buzz. An ultrasonic wave attacked the dangerous building, and the reinforced concrete began to vibrate at a high frequency, dismembering and shattering in the air, turning into small particles as big as dust in the sky and falling down. A trace of cold sweat ran down Zhou Ping's temples. He didn't know what to say. The dozen or so ancient warriors who had drawn their swords and faced each other could not stand anymore. They sat down on the ground, trembling. Li Guden walked up and patted Zhou Ping on the shoulder. Let's go. Don't worry, I won't attack my friends. Zhou Ping took Li Guden to a conference venue, which was very close to the Forbidden City. Li Guden had never seen such a large conference venue before, and it was still intact after experiencing the end of the world. There were already hundreds of people sitting in the venue, all of them ancient martial artists, speaking in different dialects and whispering to each other. Li Guden was led directly to the podium. Zhou Ping pushed the nameplate in the middle to the right and let Li Guden sit on the chair. The name on a name tag was not Zhou Ping, but Gu Jiuxia. Li Guden couldn't help but feel curious. Who is Gu Jiuxia? Zhou Ping forced a smile and said, Gu Jiuxia is the leader of the martial arts world. His name is Gu Jiuxia. I heard that it was given by his master. By the way, his master is Guo Jing, the Guo Jing from the Song dynasty. Gu Jiuxia is over 500 years old this year. Li Guden was secretly shocked. 500 years old? The late nascent soul stage cultivator Huang Ziki, who was just killed, was only 213 years old. What realm is this ancient hero at? Are there any immortal cultivators in the Martial Arts Alliance? But seeing Zhou Ping pushing the brand away, she must not be as good as me. The waiter brought Li Guden a cup of tea, but Li Guden didn't drink a sip. He sat on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, more than 1,000 people took their seats in the audience, and the noise in the venue stopped abruptly. Everyone watched an old man who looked like a fossil walk into the venue and sit next to Li Guden. Li Guden, nice to meet you. I'm Gu Jiuxia, and I've long heard of your name. Li Guden looked at Gu Jiuxia's panel. ID, Gu Jiuxia, Ancient Warrior. Level, 50. Physical Strength, 2,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 30,000. Apart from his ridiculously high spirit value, this person's other attributes are average, and his level is not high either. It seems that there's been no upgrade since the end of the world. This spirit value must have been very high before the end of the world. Hello, Senior Gu. Are you really 500 years old? Haha, that's right. When I was young, I took an elixir that prolonged my life until now. It was luck, but I don't have much ability. I was elected as the leader by my fellow Taoists. Li Guden nodded and said nothing more. This ancient hero is not a cultivator, so it seems that Huang Ziki is not necessarily from the Blue Planet. After all, representatives from all the martial arts families and sects across the country are here, but there is not a single immortal cultivator to be seen. Gu Jiuxia stood up and began his speech. Li Guden closed his eyes and fell asleep after listening for 2 minutes. A light snoring sound came from Gu Jiuxia's microphone and spread throughout the venue. The people in the audience dared to be angry, but not to say anything. After all, the person who snored was sitting in the main seat. Although he didn't have a name tag, he must be extraordinary to be able to sit in front of Gu Jiuxia. Gu Jiuxia looked at the sleeping Li Guden and laughed into the microphone. Don't be surprised, my fellow disciples. The person next to me is the famous Li Guden. Let him sleep if he wants. I will continue my talk. Snap, 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 snap. A loud applause came, and Li Guden's dream was interrupted. I wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and looked at the surroundings. Has Gu Jiuxia finished his speech? Li Guden looked at the system time and found that 3 hours had passed. It's time for dinner. Chapter 65. Forced to join the gang. My fellow comrades, I will not waste any more time on polite words. Let's get to the point. Li Guden felt embarrassed. After sleeping for 3 hours, he just said some polite words? Oh my god. Gu Jiuxia took a sip of tea, picked up the microphone, and started talking. We don't need to panic about the K332 galaxy's declaration of war. Other planets in the Milky Way have recently sent people to question us. A senior in the nascent soul stage, Huang Ziki, came from Altair. He checked the space on the Blue Planet and found no space-time channel to the K332 galaxy. After that, other planets will often send people to investigate Blue Planet to prevent the space channel from being opened and the enemy from launching a sneak attack. What we need to do is to unite with other countries on Blue Planet to prepare for the invasion of the K332 galaxy. As for the incident in Dragon City, the investigation results of the Martial Arts Alliance concluded that it was a nuclear bomb. It is possible that the nuclear arsenal before the end of the world was accidentally left behind and exploded unexpectedly. This is the only explanation. Li Guden turned his head away, his face slightly red. The news of a nuclear explosion must not be spread out. Otherwise, everyone in the world will know who is the culprit behind the destruction of Dragon City. And Huang Ziki, it turns out that he is a friend, not an enemy. He was sent by other planets in the Milky Way to help Blue Planet. But why was he hunting me? Was he angry? Did he blame me for causing the K332 galaxy to declare war? Alas, if other planets knew about this, would they send stronger cultivators to hunt me down? My future is worrying. I really want to be an ordinary person. Gu Juxia continued to speak. Let's start voting on uniting the countries. Those who agree to unite by force raise their hands, and those who agree to unite by diplomacy do not raise their hands. Li Guden held back his laughter in his heart. This old man seemed to have something else to say. Those who disagree with the use of force should not do anything. Most of the people here are men who dares not to get an erection. Brush, brush, brush. Almost everyone in the audience raised their hands. Even Li Guden raised his hands. Gu Juxiao looked at Li Guden with surprise. Comrades, Brother Li Guden has also raised his hands. It seems that he supports us. Let us applaud and welcome Li Guden to join us. With him here, our joint armed action will be more successful. Snap, snap, snap. There was warm applause from the audience. Li Guden, however, looked confused. I dare not do it, but I don't want to act with you. Is there anyone who is forced to join a gang? Okay, then we will pass this resolution. Everyone must gather their forces when they return to their respective places and purchase enough armed helicopters from Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Our joint armed operations must rely on these helicopters to be able to maneuver quickly. We will first unite with the surrounding small countries in Southeast Asia and Japan and South Korea on the other side. At the same time, we will increase our efforts in the research and development of warships and then unite across the ocean. As everyone knows, Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales is Li Guden's store. Now we are all family, so we shouldn't be stingy with experience cards. If God Brother is strong, the alliance will be strong. When Li Guden heard this, his eyes lit up, and he nodded secretly in his heart. Good. What the old guy said is really good. I just want to buy more products from Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Warship? Li Guden was thinking to himself, it's time to build some warships. We already have aerospace carriers, so we're aircraft carriers. There are also transportation tools. The speed of armed helicopters and warships is very slow. In order to bring people closer together, should I study large aircraft? No. Large aircraft require fixed airports and a large number of management personnel. It is too cumbersome, and I cannot do it alone. Moreover, the end of the world is dangerous, and the accident rate of large aircraft must be very high, so it doesn't make much sense. Oh, right. We can study the power system of the aerospace carrier and install it on the aircraft carrier, right? Li Guden whispered with Gu Juxia for a while, then called Zhou Ping out of the venue. Find me a secluded house. I want to rest for a while. Okay. Li Guden was taken to a villa, and Zhou Ping left. The two added each other as friends for easy communication. Li Guden couldn't wait to open the computer and look through the information. 004 Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. J-25 attack aircraft. J-20 fighter. H-20 bomber. The drawings are very detailed. Li Guden has the profession of a craftsman, so parts and materials are not a problem. The universal material can be made into parts of any material by himself. With a lot of clanging, Li Guden dismantled a Storm-class aerospace carrier, took apart its power system, and examined it carefully. The power system is far more advanced than nuclear power, which converts kinetic energy generated by nuclear fusion into electricity to drive the engine. The power device of the aerospace mothership uses more advanced nuclear fusion to generate electricity, and in a special way, it drives a magnetic ball to do work and transmits power. There are three differences. The first is to replicate the more advanced nuclear fusion system. The second is to use that special method. And the third is this huge magnetic ball. The weight parameter of the aerospace mothership is huge, as much as 100 million tons. This 200-meter-long magnetic ball can push the 100 million-ton aerospace mothership to fly at a speed of Mach 5 in the sky. It is really a great technology. In addition to the power device, the aerospace mothership also has a strange thruster. After some research, Li Guden discovered that this was an accelerator. If it was in a vacuum environment, it could theoretically accelerate indefinitely. One of them is to use the force generated by the collision of dark matter. In a vacuum environment, the friction and resistance of the aerospace mothership are almost zero, so it can be continuously accelerated by the force of the dark matter collision. As for to what extent, Li Guden can't imagine. But interstellar travel is theoretically possible. In other words, this aerospace mothership can accelerate infinitely in the universe. thus quickly traveling through the stars. In addition to the engine and accelerator, the aerospace mothership also has a coordinate function, which Lee Gooden doesn't quite understand. I have a vague feeling that this thing can be located through coordinates and travel through the universe. However, this design seems to be still in the experimental stage on the aerospace carrier and cannot be used. It seems that this is a project that the K332 Galaxy is researching. It's really awesome. Ding ding bang bang. An improved 004 aircraft carrier has been built, equipped with a castrated version of the aerospace carrier's power plant, and its speed has reached over 1,000 kilometers per hour. There is no choice but to install a castrated version, because the original engine with a diameter of 200 meters cannot be placed on an aircraft carrier, and such advanced technology cannot be learned by others. There are also various types of aircraft. Lee Gooden opens Dog Brother Arms factory direct sales. On shelves. Improved 004 aircraft carrier, price, 1 billion, quantity, infinity. 1130 close-in defense gun, shipborne, price, 5 million, quantity, infinity. 1130 closed defense artillery shells, price, 1,000, quantity, infinity. J-31 carrier-based attack aircraft, price, 50 million, quantity, infinity. Anti-aircraft missile price, 100,000, quantity, infinity. Ground-to-ground missiles price, 100,000, quantity, infinity. J-20 carrier-based fighter price, 50 million, quantity, infinity. H-20 carrier-based strategic bomber price, 200 million, quantity, infinity. Chapter 66. End of the World Technological Revolution. The DF-17 hypersonic missile can actually be installed on an aircraft carrier, but it still does not have a satellite dish, so it cannot be used even if it is installed. Lee Gooden walked to the workbench and prepared to study the satellite. After flipping through the information, after a series of dings and bangs, a low Earth satellite was completed. In theory, it is necessary to build a rocket to send the satellite into space. Considering that a rocket launch base also requires supporting equipment to launch a rocket, and the process is too cumbersome, Lee Gooden gave up this inefficient method. Lee Gooden crawled out of the God of Craftsmanship space, jumped out of the window, and boarded a carrier-based attack aircraft to enter the aerospace mothership. The Storm-class aerospace carrier began to climb, and the survivors below looked up and watched the behemoth gradually disappear into the distance, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Having such a huge thing hanging over my head all the time is very stressful. 2 minutes later, the aerospace mothership rushed out of the atmosphere and entered the sky above the blue planet. The low Earth orbit was full of satellite fragments and space junk. These broken satellite fragments are satellites of various countries in the past of the blue planet. It is said that a company in the United States has manufactured tens of thousands of satellites, and they are mainly responsible for the current garbage. Lee Gooden controlled the aerospace mothership to fly in low Earth orbit around the blue planet, launching ultrasonic attacks along the way to crush the satellite fragments into ashes. Sound propagates by utilizing air vibrations, but in the vacuum of the universe, ultrasonic weapons are still invincible, and their propagation range is expanded thousands of times. It's really amazing. After the garbage was disposed of, Lee Gooden dropped satellites from the aerospace mothership, which flew in low Earth orbit. A total of 20,000 missiles were dropped in one go. The aerospace mothership slowly descended and was above the Pacific Ocean. Lee Gooden could clearly see the scenes of various parts of the blue planet through the satellite perspective. The resolution reached the centimeter level. Even a survivor in Paris pooping on the side of the road could be seen clearly. Flying back to the sky above Kyoto, Lee Gooden flew back to his residence on a carrier-based attack aircraft and took the aerospace mothership back to the God of Craftsmanship space. Inside the house, Lee Gooden found Zhou Ping's location through satellite without leaving his house. He was next to Gu Jiuxia, surrounded by a group of ancient warriors, and they were talking about something. Not far away, a number of armed helicopters took off, and it seemed that these ancient warriors were going home. Lee Gooden lamented that this communication method was too outdated. Just to send a message or attend a meeting, one had to make a trip, which was inefficient. If we have mobile phones and the internet, people will be closer to each other. Now that we have satellites, the internet is available. All we need is mobile phones. Lee Gooden returned to the God of Craftsman space, and after a lot of clanging and banging, he produced a not very advanced touchscreen phone. The technology comes from the military mobile phone data in the Beijing suburban arsenal. Its feature is anti-eavesdropping, but the technical means are far inferior to Blue Star's previous mobile phones. But even this is worth the survivor's scramble for it. Open Doggo Arms factory direct sales. On shelves. Mobile phone, free on the internet, price, 50,000, quantity, infinity. Dongfeng, 17 missile vehicle, load 4 missiles, price, 10 million, quantity, infinity. DF, 17 carrier-based launcher, load 4, price, 10 million, quantity, infinity. Dongfeng, 17 anti-ship missile, including satellite positioning, price, 5 million, quantity, infinity. High Honky air defense system, price, 5 million, quantity, infinity. Mission accomplished. Just sit back and count the money from this wave of listings. Now each level up requires 1 billion experience points. Once these products are on the market, they will be snapped up and you will gain a lot of experience points. Zombies? Let the social animals kill them. Big capitalists never work. When he opened the chat system, Lee Gooden was dumbfounded. Ha! Is Lee Gooden stupid? Putting mobile phones on the shelf? It reminds me of the joke about shared phone booths. Awesome. The system is so convenient. He sells mobile phones here. The boss is the boss. The pattern is different. Don't say that. Lee Gooden is now the boss of the Martial Arts Alliance. Everyone should treat him well. Only idiots buy mobile phones anyway. Damn, I just bought one, and it's not even as good as the Nokia I had as a kid. Lee Gooden was confused. I have been living alone since the end of the world and have hardly used the system to chat, so I have completely forgotten about this. Other survivors use the system functions to chat, voice, video, and even live broadcast every day. And every day I'm like a country bumpkin walking alone, and I'm also spending a lot of time developing mobile phones. He's really become a laughing stock. Lee Gooden gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. In order to restore his dignity, he had to let them buy their own mobile phones. Add some useful features. Lee Gooden took out a mobile phone, and with a series of clanging and banging, he handmade the chip of the phone into the 2-micron level, which is ahead of the world level. Connect to satellite positioning and share perspective. Open administrator privileges to control satellite reconnaissance and radar early warning functions. Develop a mobile phone program to issue an alert when the radar detects zombies, and set the ringtone to Dog Brothers Warm Reminder, the zombies are coming. The voice is an electronic simulated female voice. Okay, it's done. Lee Gooden exchanged the phone in the store for a new one, and the price increased tenfold. 500,000. Open a chat channel. Buy 3 large speakers. Just change the ID to your real name. Everyone knows the arms wholesaler's alias anyway. ID. Lee Gooden. Loudspeaker. Dear customers, hello. The new mobile phone has been launched with satellite detection function and zombie warning function. The satellite detection function can operate the mobile phone to detect information within a specified range, and the range is not limited, and it can detect any corner of the world. The zombie warning function can issue a warning when the zombie approaches within 50 meters. Hurry up and buy it. The sooner you buy, the sooner you can enjoy it. It was pinned and played 3 times, and the chat channel exploded again. Really? Boss, buy one and try it. I've already bought it, and I'm peeping at Xiaohua Ping. Really? I'll buy one and try it too. You rascal. This phone violates women's privacy. I'm going to file a complaint with the Women's Federation. You can also watch men pee. No one is stopping you. Get out. You filthy rascal. The guy upstairs. I've already found you through satellite reconnaissance. Be careful. I'll come over and rob you. Lee Gooden closed the chat channel with satisfaction. The opening of satellite reconnaissance functions not only brings people closer together, but also directly creates a huge conflict for the survivors. Satellite reconnaissance can be used to investigate enemies, track down criminals, and make friends. I guess there won't be any more online trolls this way. After all, if someone finds your address after you troll, you won't even have time to wave goodbye or kowtow before kneeling down. However, it is indeed unfriendly to the majority of female survivors. Being peeped at is the least of the problems. If it is used by some bad use to locate beautiful women and commit atrocities, no one could do anything about it. But since it's the end of the world, it has to look like the end of the world. If you are afraid of being hurt, you can work hard to become stronger. The weak have no right to talk about dignity. We should have a technological revolution. Otherwise, how can we gain experience? Anyway, I'd better block my location first. Lee Gooden controls 20,000 satellites in the sky, which shield the area within 100 kilometers around him. making it undetectable. As for others, I don't care, but if you have money, it's not impossible. On shelves. Satellite shielding function. To prevent being detected by satellites, you can purchase this function to shield your information location. Price, 100 million. Quantity, infinity. Chapter 67 Galactic Strategy and Defense Bureau. The Martial Arts Alliance Conference ended successfully. Li Guden rested in Kyoto for one night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he was awakened by Zhou Ping's urgent private message and came out of the God of Craftsmanship space. Brother Go, someone from the Galactic Strategy and Defense Agency, is here to see you. Galactic Strategy and Defense Agency? Li Guden guessed that the person who came was most likely someone with bad intentions. When he opened the door, he saw Zhou Ping had been waiting outside for a long time. Li Guden was a little nervous, but he did not want to escape. Even if he was questioned, he had to respond calmly. If he avoided her, he might be defined as absconding for fear of crime. It was impossible for anyone else to know that Huang Ziki was killed by himself. At that time, there were almost no survivors within hundreds of kilometers around the nuclear explosion, so the news could not have leaked. Li Guden calmed down and asked Zhou Ping about it. Zhou Ping, where does this Strategic and Defense Bureau come from? Brother Go, I'm not too sure about this. It just happened suddenly. I haven't heard of other life in the Milky Way before. Huang Ziki came a few days ago, and now this situation has emerged. Our blue planet is really in trouble. Two people came, a yellow man named Yi Jiuchuan and a white man named Charles. They said they were special envoys from the Galaxy Strategy and Defense Bureau. They came to investigate the cause of Huang Ziki's death and specifically mentioned you. Specially mentioned me? How? The original words were, the whole world has received a notice that the survivor Li Guden has invaded the K332 system, and the two of us also want to see Li Guden's demeanor. Li Guden rolled his eyes and felt a headache. It's really hard to keep a low profile. As they were talking, the two walked to the door of an office, which was open. Inside sat Gu Juxia and a group of backbone members of the Martial Arts Alliance, surrounding the two new faces and asking about their well-being. Li Guden cleared his throat and interrupted everyone's flattery. Ahem. Ahem. I heard someone is looking for me. Gu Juxia stood up and smoothed things over, introducing the two alien visitors. This is Li Guden, the honorary vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance and our arms supplier. Li Guden. This is Yi Jiuchuan, a cultivator at the spiritualization stage. This is Charles, a platinum-level evolver. They are from Altair and are the leaders of the Galaxy Strategy and Defense Bureau. After saying that, Gu Juxiao winked at Li Guden, although Li Guden didn't understand what he meant. Do you two have anything to ask me? Li Guden, according to the information sent back by Huang Ziki, he went to Longqing to look for you before he died, and then he disappeared. Do you know about this? Li Guden's head shook like a rattle. Oh, who is Huang Ziki? When did he contact me? I don't know, and no one notified me. Did you know that there was a nuclear explosion in Longqing? Have no idea. Where were you when the nuclear explosion occurred? When did it explode? This was the standard response of not knowing anything about the subject. Li Guden had to respond like this. Not there, don't know. Brush. Yi Jiuchuan disappeared from his seat and suddenly appeared in front of Li Guden, pointing a finger at Li Guden's forehead. Buzz. Li Guden felt dizzy and instantly flicked his fingers away. Yi Jiuchuan looked at his right index finger with an expression of disbelief. Your soul is so powerful and blessed with good fortune that even my soul-stealing technique cannot control it. Spiritual? What kind of spell is that? Li Guden frowned and questioned the other party. His hands reached to his waist and rested on the holster. The white man named Charles laughed and came over. Li Guden, don't panic. The cultivators of the fighting faction are just so vicious and respect strength. We in the technology faction are different. We put people first. Soul stealing is an evil spell of the cultivators. It can capture people's minds and detect the information in their brains. Li Guden's brows were furious. He grabbed the revolver in his hand and shouted at Yi Jiuchuan. Senior Yi, you are very rude. Do you suspect that I killed Huang Ziki? Do you have any evidence? All the people from a martial arts alliance in the room were silent, and some were even considering taking sides. On one side is the real survivor and strong man Li Guden, and on the other side is an alien who came out of nowhere and claimed to be the leader. Gu Juxia clenched his fists, signaled to his colleagues around him, and made a decision for everyone. Li Guden is more trustworthy. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone in the room stood up, tense. Bang. Yi Jiuchuan slapped the table with his palm, But the table didn't react at all, just shook slightly. But the air in the whole room was in turmoil, and a dangerous aura emanated from the invisible, colorless, and odorless air. Everyone's body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, frozen stiff, unable to move. Charles walked forward a few steps, patted Yi Zhuochuan's shoulder with his right hand, and grabbed Li Guden's left shoulder with his left hand. Everyone calm down. The scene has not been investigated yet. So, Li Guden, come with us. Instant. Before anyone noticed, Charles grabbed the two of them and disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Li Guden's shoulder was pinched by Charles and it hurt. When he was about to resist, the other party had already let go of his hand. Just as he was about to speak, Li Guden discovered that the environment around him had changed. It was a disc-shaped aircraft hovering high above the roof. Senior Charles, are you going to take me away? Li Guden was not afraid of being caught. As long as he hid in the God of Craftsmanship space, the aircraft could not take him away. When you enter the God of Craftsman space, the world coordinates will be recorded, and you can only appear at that coordinate after you come out. Even if the aircraft pulls him away, it cannot take away the world coordinates. Li Guden will still appear at the original place, not inside the aircraft. It is easy to escape from the aircraft in this way, and no shackles can restrain Li Guden. Charles smiled slightly, and his two blue eyes on his fair face stared at Li Guden. You are very good. If the results of the investigation have nothing to do with you, I will recommend you to join the War Defense Bureau, Galactic Strategy, and Defense Bureau. But now, you need to go with us and conduct a field investigation. Swish! The UFO started to move, and Li Guden could feel the inertia, and the speed increased instantly. Okay, go ahead. If the results of the investigation have nothing to do with me, you must apologize to me. Charles didn't say anything else, but Yi Zhuochuan glanced at him coldly and snorted. Humph! A frog in a well. Li Guden seemed not to hear it. He pretended to sit in the seat of the UFO and observe the structure of the UFO. In fact, his brain was working fast, thinking of countermeasures. A few minutes later, powerful radiation penetrated the UFO and was detected by Li Guden. They have entered the range of nuclear radiation. Li Guden found the precise location through satellite reconnaissance. Buzz. The spaceship stopped suddenly, and a huge gravity suddenly pressed down on it, and the spaceship stopped above the former site of the governor's mansion. Li Guden was surprised. These two people found the location so accurately. It seemed like they had some tricks. Li Guden was held hostage by the two men, and a light ladder was lowered from the spaceship, slowly descending. Chapter 68, Perjury. Charles took out a box of medicine and put it in Li Guden's hand. Li Guden saw the information with the eye of truth. Radiation antibody lozenges, platinum grade. After taking, radiation antibodies are produced, and the medicinal properties last up to 5 years. There are at least 20 tablets in a box. Li Guden still believed his eyes, took out a piece, and put it in his mouth, and chewed it into pieces. The burning sensation caused by the radiation disappeared immediately, and the system interface showed that the radiation contamination index also dropped to 0. Yes, this was a blessing in disguise. Such medicine may not be valuable on their alien planet, but it is like a magic pill to Li Guden. The three of them fell to the ground. Yi Zhuochuan closed his eyes and made hand gestures, not knowing what magic he was performing. Charles kept putting down small robots in his hands, which seemed to have the function of exploration. Li Guden was also not idle. He took out a Storm-class aerospace mothership and hung it above his head, blocking out the sky and the sun. Oh, my God! The K-332 system is being invaded? Why is it so sudden? Yi Zhuochuan frowned, took out his steel whip, and assumed a fighting stance as if facing a formidable enemy. Yes, this is their Storm-class aerospace carrier, absolutely. Li Guden patted the two of them on the shoulders. Hey, don't panic, that's mine. What? Charles screamed, and Yi Zhuochuan looked at Li Guden and the sky with disbelief. Li Guden said without showing off, I invaded K-332, and I stole it. Oh, my God. Can you steal this thing? Unless you shoot it down, or they give it to you. Li Guden, are you a spy from the K-332 galaxy? Yi Zhuochuan pointed his steel whip directly at Li Guden's chest, looking ferocious and evil. Li Guden took out his green dragon crescent blade and used the blade to push away the long whip in front of his chest, refusing to be outdone. Senior Yi, if I were a spy, would K-332 be stupid enough to issue a warrant for my arrest? Charles nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. That's right, Jiu Chuan, you're too sensitive. This aerospace carrier is one of K-332's top technologies. How could it be taken out so easily? Li Gooden, if you can hand over this aerospace carrier, it doesn't matter even if you really killed Huang Ziki. The value of this aerospace carrier is far beyond your imagination. We'll discuss this later. Let's investigate the truth first. Well, okay. Charles's thoughts on the aerospace carrier obviously far outweighed his desire to investigate the truth. He casually released a few robots, and the three of them walked towards the southwest. We encountered endless large numbers of zombies along the way. The zombies contaminated by nuclear radiation have undergone tremendous changes in their physical appearance. There are even giant zombies that are tens of meters tall, as well as various creatures with deformed appearances. Yi Jiuchuan walked in front, and with a wave of his hand, he released the heaven-destroying internal energy, and he seemed a little tired from fighting. Li Gooden controlled the aerospace mothership and released hundreds of carrier-based aircraft to bombard the zombies on the ground, causing tons of damage, which caused Charles to be confused and uncertain. Li Gooden, is your talent SSS? You have such a high attack at only level 200. Li Gooden shook his head. This aerospace carrier is so powerful. I'm actually a nobody. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the three of them walked to the foot of the West Mountain. The route where the zombies were cleared was the marching route, and the zombies were mainly cleared by Li Gooden. This route was unknowingly led astray by Li Gooden. An undetectable smile appeared at the corner of Li Gooden's mouth. I've been here before. There's a 1,000-year-old tree spirit here. It is extremely powerful. It was contaminated by the power of evolution and mutated into a monster. Yi Jiuchuan frowned and counted with his fingers. It seems that there really was such a tree spirit. Yi Jiuchuan nodded towards Charles. Where was the dry before? Li Gooden pointed toward the depths of the West Mountain, and a carrier-based bomber immediately flew over, bombing the zombies to clear a path. When they arrived at the place where Lu Chengjing passed away, the jungle had already turned into scorched earth. This was naturally because of the fire set by Li Gooden. However, there are still some fragments with energy on the scorched earth, which are the remains of the trunk of Lu Chengjing. Yi Jiuchuan picked up a few pieces of debris and sniffed them, as if confirming the existence of Lu Chengjing. Li Gooden laughed inwardly, but his face remained calm, thinking to himself that the outcome was already decided. Li Gooden had an idea and used his SS Infinite Shake-Up talent to create a survivor in a cave under the scorched earth not far away. After some disguise, he pretended to be a down-and-out, single and seriously injured survivor. There's a living person over there. Yi Jiuchuan suddenly sensed something and flew straight to a place. He whipped the scorched earth away, revealing a hole. A ragged survivor was nestling at the entrance of the cave, holding an AK-47 rifle in his hand. Charles flew towards the survivor with a look of surprise on his face, and Li Gooden followed closely behind him. Survivor, what have you been through here? The survivor opened his eyes tremblingly and said weakly, Water! Give me water! Li Gooden was already laughing in his heart, but he pretended to be calm and walked forward to hand the survivor a bottle of mineral water and a radiation antibody tablet. Brother, if you eat this, you can resist radiation. Here you go. The survivor shed tears of gratitude, wiped his nose, took the water and pills, and drank them all. Charles frowned. Li Gooden, do you know how precious this medicine is? And you gave it to an ordinary person so easily. Li Gooden pretended to be angry and questioned. What are you talking about? As a Blue Star citizen, how can I stand by and watch my compatriots suffer? My motto is to save all living beings. If Sir Charles is reluctant to part with this pill, I will compensate you at the price. Charles was stunned. He never expected that Li Gooden had such ambitions. He felt a little ashamed and lowered his head and bowed. Brother Li Gooden, you're absolutely right. It was me who was ignorant of the big picture. Yi Jiuchuan nodded on the side, walked slowly to the front of the survivor, and poured a strong internal energy into the survivor's head, and the survivor's mental state instantly became active. Thank you, brothers. Thank you for saving my life. Yi Jiuchuan put away his palms, his true energy dissipated, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a sanctimonious god with his chin raised high. No need to be polite. Just tell me what happened to you here. The survivor stood up, patted his butt, and told the story. I was originally a guard at the nuclear arsenal here. I have been hiding here since the apocalypse began. Perhaps due to the vacuum environment of the underground arsenal, The nuclear weapons have not been destroyed. I've been trapped here since the end of the world. There's a big tree demon outside, and there are many mutant creatures. I dare not go out. Until one day, an immortal flew here to fight with the tree demon. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the cave door, a powerful energy swept in. I guessed it was going to hit the nuclear arsenal. I took advantage of the situation and hid in a radiation-proof cave. As soon as I came in, there was an explosion outside. I was seriously injured and unconscious until now. And that's when I met you guys. Charles showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Yi Jiuquan frowned, not knowing what loophole he was looking for. Li Guden was secretly happy. Chapter 69, Micronuclear Energy Chip. This survivor in disguise is absolutely impeccable. Li Guden admires his own work. With independent thinking, personality, and system ID authentication, no one would be able to guess that the survivor in front of them was created by Li Guden. To say it was arranged in advance is even more impossible. Yi Jiuquan and Charles made a sudden visit without informing anyone on Blue Star. Li Guden kept it under his nose and had no time to make any arrangements. Charles rubbed his hands with a smile and looked at Yi Jiuquan. Director Yi, I told you that Huang Ziki died because he accidentally detonated a nuclear bomb, but you still don't believe it. You cultivators know nothing about technology and only know how to practice magic. Don't you know the power of nuclear weapons? This is a project that has long been banned in the Milky Way. Yi Jiuquan's face turned pale, and he turned his head away. Charles, although the universe prohibits us from developing immortal cultivation culture, I must tell you that all the permanent directors of the Interstellar Federation are immortal emperors, and none of them are useless people who play with scrap metal. Charles was furious when he heard this. What do you mean by a useless guy fiddling with junk? If you have the ability, fly back to Altair instead of riding on my spaceship. Yi Jiuquan also went berserk. You are making up a story. How can I, with my mere spiritualization stage, travel across the stars? Only a great being who has transcended the tribulation and ascended to heaven can do it. I'm talking about combat power, do you understand? Watching the two people arguing endlessly, Li Guden realized that these two people represented two factions in the Milky Way. Although they were both directors of the Department of Strategy and Defense, they were dissatisfied with each other. It sounds like the Milky Way has both immortal civilization and technological civilization, and they seem to be evenly matched. Both directors, please stop arguing. It will hurt the harmony. Charles and Yi Jiuquan stopped and looked at Li Guden. Charles took the initiative to pull Li Guden's sleeve and handed 2 cards to Li Guden. You come and judge for yourself. Come and see. This is the masterpiece of our technological civilization. See if it is better than that of the immortal cultivation civilization. Li Guden picked it up and took a look, his heart beating faster. How do I use this card? The card contains a space, which is the latest space technology. You can release the items inside by entering it with your mental power. Li Guden tried to use his mental power to penetrate the card and release it. Swish! A huge machine sat on the ground, with a chip the size of a fingernail next to it. X-39 Combat Robot. Protection value, 2000000/2000000. Mounted equipment, energy lightsaber, energy shield, pulse laser gun, charged gravity cannon. Introduction, manually controlled, with a cockpit, and can also be remotely controlled intelligently. It is the 39th generation product of the X project and is specially designed for military operations. Micronuclear Energy Chip, the 188th generation product of nuclear fusion technology, which can continuously provide kinetic energy. Chips can be stacked to increase kinetic energy. Disposable product. Li Guden was deeply shocked. This X-39 combat robot was just a weapon. This micronuclear chip is exactly the cutting-edge technology that I urgently need. It takes no effort. Li Guden was extremely happy. He played with the 2 items and, with an idea, he made several identical ones in the Craftsman God space. Not bad. SSS Unlimited Mecha Talent can be copied. Director Charles, these 2 technologies of yours are truly amazing. Li Guden willingly gave a thumbs up and returned the 2 cards to Charles. Just when Charles was feeling elated by the affirmation, Yi Jiuquan produced a crystal and a book in his hand. This is the magic skill of my sect, the Doyang magic skill. This is the real blood of an earthly immortal, the real blood of an elder of my sect. It is extremely precious. Take a look and see if you can feel the great power of the Tao in it. Li Guden rolled his eyes as he looked at the essence, blood and martial arts in Yi Jiuchuan's hand. Director Yi, I think it will take me 3 to 5 years to comprehend your technique, given my talent. Besides, you won't give me the essence and blood, so what can I see? Charles laughed out loud, his mouth wide open, and pointed at Yi Jiuchuan. Yi Jiuchuan's face turned red with anger. What Li Guden said made sense. No matter how precious this essence and blood was, it could not display its power like the X-39 combat robot. It could only be cashed out after being consumed. Only 1 in a million people can comprehend the skills, and to others they are like waste paper. However, one's own natal magic weapon has a spiritual imprint and cannot be given to others for use. I'm so anxious. Got it. Yi Jiuchuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, dragging a crystal ball in his palm. Hidden Occupation Crystal, a one-time item that can randomly select a hidden occupation. Look carefully. This hidden professional crystal is a system item constructed using the laws of the avenue. It's no worse than your scrap copper and iron. Although the profession is only a function of the system's initial testing and is not yet mature, some great people have already made great achievements by using the system's profession. Charles, for people like you and me without a profession, this thing must be tempting to you. But I tell you, we cultivators disdain such professions. Do you think I'm a great cultivator? Li Guden's eyes were wide open. There was temptation, a huge temptation. Although there are already 3 professions, there is no such thing as too many professions, especially hidden professions. Yi Jiuchuan should be difficult to deal with given his cultivation level of the spiritual transformation stage. Otherwise, Li Guden would immediately rush up and snatch him away. Brush! The crystal ball in Yi Jiuchuan's hand disappeared, and there was reluctance in the eyes of Li Guden and Charles. Charles looked at Li Guden and sighed. Li Guden asked Yi Jiuchuan questions. Director Yi, since this item is useless to you, can you exchange it with me? I will exchange it with you for the Storm-class aerospace carrier. What? Charles and Yi Jiuchuan both opened their eyes and mouths wide. I'll change. Yi Jiuchuan made a decision quickly, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards Li Guden. Li Guden hurriedly caught it, observed it carefully, and put it into the god of craftsmanship space. Thank you, Director Yi. How can I give you this aerospace carrier? Just call him out. Brush. Li Guden summoned a Storm-class aerospace carrier into the sky and cut off the intelligent control. Yi Jiuchuan waved his sleeves, and the huge aerospace mothership disappeared. See? Charles, a cultivator, don't need a card like that. I have a space ring that can accommodate everything. After saying that, the ring on Yi Jiuchuan's ring finger flashed a red light, and a slight spatial fluctuation was transmitted. This time it was Charles's turn to blush, but Li Guden didn't notice. Li Guden recalled this familiar scene. That's right. When I was infected and mutated by zombies, the ring of the female corpse had this red light. I kept the ring on my hand, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Brush. Li Guden's mental power directly entered it. This scarlet ring is indeed a space ring. The space inside it is vast and boundless, filled with an endless ocean, with surging waves and an endless flow. Li Guden felt Wang Yang's breath and was shocked. Chapter 70, Endless Cultivation, Internal Test Qualification. Life Force. Such pure life force. Looking at the emerald green ocean in the ring space, Li Guden's mental power wrapped around a drop of water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The water droplets dissipated instantly when they touched the spiritual power. Li Guden felt a cool sensation in his body, and the pain in the part of his shoulder where Huang Ziki had stabbed him instantly disappeared, returning to normal. Awesome. A drop of water can heal injuries, and there is an ocean here. Li Guden's mental power withdrew from the ring space, and Charles and Yi Jiuchuan were arguing about something again. 2 directors, if there's nothing else. I will leave first. How about that? Go away. It's none of your business. I want to have a fight with this idiot. Charles, you are a coward. Li Guden looked at the survivors beside him, boarded an attack plane, and flew away. Let them interrogate this survivor, since the suspicion has already been shifted to Lu Qingjing. Li Guden immersed his mental power in the ocean of life in the ring, feeling the surging vitality cleansing his body. Although there is no attribute growth, I am in a good mood. From now on, you will no longer be afraid of getting injured, as a drop of water can heal it. Moreover, this ocean of life may have other uses that have not yet been discovered. Ding. The host uses the Hidden Occupation Crystal. Ding. Access failed. Error code 404. Ding. The Universal Federation has issued a new law, Outline of Career Planning and Skill Reform, which clearly points out that multi-professional practitioners have greatly widened the gap between the rich and the poor among system users, leading to the efficiency of multi-professional practitioners in obtaining luck points through various channels, thereby obtaining more professions. The Universal Federation has decided to abolish the multi-professional planning, and those who already have it will not be held accountable. What the hell? Last time you didn't recognize immortal cultivation. This time, you don't recognize multiple professions? I had originally planned to use luck points to buy out all professions, but looks like that plan has fallen through. Shit, isn't this a loss? What use do I have for this hidden occupation crystal? Ding. The system reclaims the hidden occupation crystal and, as compensation, replaces it with the Endless Cultivation Internal Beta Qualification for the host. Endless Cultivation Internal Test Qualification. According to the law enacted by the Universal Federation, the entire universe prohibits cultivation. As an alternative, the system will open the Endless Cultivation mode for system users to practice. All cultivation realms will be digitized and reflected in the level, and all cultivation true energy will be converted into experience points. Breaking the level cap, users can practice endlessly, strengthen their own data panel, and gain strength beyond the gods. Currently, the user level cap is 1,000. Using the internal test qualification, the level cap can be opened in advance, and the level cap is infinity. That's awesome. I've known about the digitization thing for a long time. Cultivating immortals is not necessarily superior to upgrading the system. The system upgrade has removed the barriers to people's cultivation. There are no natural disasters and no bottlenecks, which is a major innovation in itself. This way everyone can practice, but the level will only stop at level 1,000. Obtaining the Endless Cultivation Internal Test Qualification is considered to be joining the internal test of Endless Cultivation, and you can break through the level cap first. Internal test. That must be the first experience before the public test. One step ahead, one step ahead. And according to the nature of the system, it should be an internal test that will not delete the files. After all, the previous cultivators still exist now. Awesome. Although I don't need it now. I'm only level 220. Use. Ding. The host uses the Endless Cultivation Internal Test Qualification. Ding. The host level cap is infinity. It's about time to collect the profits and upgrade. Open the trading system. Open shop. Ding. Collect the payment from Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales and get the experience card 30 billion. Upgrade. Full power. Ding. The host level has increased to 250. Ha. Lee Gooden, I'm an idiot. Lee Gooden couldn't help cheering and had already flown over the Kyoto camp. When the zombies reset every day, they will be resurrected on top of the previously dead bodies. The survivors have mastered this pattern and have gradually moved the zombie bodies out of the camp. Now, there will be no zombies suddenly resurrecting from the camp, which greatly reduces casualties. According to the statistics of the Martial Arts Alliance, there are now less than 100 million survivors on Blue Star, and there are only an estimated 10 million in Dragon Country. However, there are almost no elderly, weak, sick, or disabled people. During these days of the apocalypse, the survival of the fittest has been extremely cruel. Lee Gooden calculated that, in fact, the number of zombies and mutant creatures killed by the survivors every day was extremely limited. Many zombies spread to the suburbs, while the survivors' activities generally did not extend beyond the city. In order to obtain higher returns, to improve the efficiency of the workforce, the plan to have a baby must be implemented as soon as possible. The Martial Arts Alliance received instructions from the Galactic Strategic and Defense Bureau to unify the natives of Blue Star as soon as possible and prepare to resist the invasion of the K-332 galaxy. Moreover, the K-332 galaxy is likely to have determined the coordinates of Blue Star and launched the attack from Blue Star first. In the following series of battles, the number of survivors on Blue Star is already too small, and the number of casualties in the battles will continue to increase, which is not conducive to the sales of Dog Brother Arms manufactured direct sales. Brush. Lee Gooden controlled the situation with his mind and used satellite reconnaissance videos to observe various places on the blue planet. Every time the site reaches an uninhabited place, create 100,000 survivors with talents and personality settings set to random and gender 1:1. After all, men and women work together without getting tired. The initial equipment is given to all with an AK-47, so that when facing zombies up to level 200, The human wave tactics can still win, but the casualties are a bit large. We would be satisfied if only 10,000 out of 100,000 people could survive. Strip away control of the survivors. Then turn your attention to the next area to create survivors. Lee Gooden kept viewing famous places of interest around the world through satellites and traveled around the world without leaving his home. By the evening, he had no idea how many millions of survivors he had created. However, it is expected that not many people will survive in the end. These survivors are exactly the same as ordinary survivors, except that they do not have real souls. When they met Lee Gooden, they didn't recognize him, and Lee Gooden was unable to regain control of the survivors who had given up control. I looked at the system time and realized that I had been working on this for a whole day, and it was already 2,200 hours in the evening. Lee Gooden returned to his room in the Kyoto camp and entered the space of the god of craftsmen. Chu Meng Meng and the beautiful girl Reba were both lying on the bed. Lee Gooden brought in another bed from the outer room and threw it on the metal floor. Bang! The loud noise woke them up. Lee Gooden glanced at the two of them and laid down on the new bed, pointing at the bed with his right hand, as if he was sketching something. Brush! A figure appeared out of nowhere, and his appearance was very similar to a former internet celebrity on Blue Star. Lee Gooden looked at the new, beautiful producer with interest. Come on, meow like a cat. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Chapter 71, Mutated Sea Beast Threat. After waking up from another sleep, Lee Gooden looked at the system time. It was already 10:10 in the morning. He took a hot shower and walked out of the God of Craftsmanship space. Zhou Ping was the only person in the friend list, but she also sent a lot of messages. Brother Go, this morning the Martial Arts Alliance assembled 1 million elite troops and is now gathering in TJ City. They plan to launch an attack on Japan from Tongu Bay on an aircraft carrier. Brother Go, there are many ferocious mutant sea beasts on the sea. The aircraft carrier is damaged in many places. We are forced to withdraw. Brother Go, do you have any aircraft carrier repair project for sale? It's too expensive to throw it away and buy another one. Lee Gooden was very upset. Is the aircraft carrier we built ourselves so fragile? MMP, what kind of sea monster is so rampant? Lee Gooden jumped out of the window and boarded a carrier-based attack aircraft, flying towards TJ City in the east. Kyoto is very close to TJ City. In just a few minutes, Lee Gooden arrived at Tongu Bay and landed in the camp of the Alliance Army. The camp was set up near the port, with a population of 1 million. When viewed from the satellite, it occupied a large area and was invisible. I'm afraid that by now the survivors of Japan have already discovered the threat from the Dragon Kingdom's army and have begun to defend themselves. Actually, it was his own satellite reconnaissance function that caused the trouble, but Lee Gooden didn't think it mattered. Fighting the war is the main thing. Who wins has nothing to do with you. After all, Lee Gooden was trying to make money, and only if the war continued could he make money. It would not be good for anyone to destroy the other, so it was better to keep fighting and make Lee Gooden rich. If there is really no one to fight, Lee Gooden can use creators to fill the population. As for the threat from the K332 Galaxy and the Unified Command from the Galactic War Defense Bureau, Lee Gooden didn't take it seriously at all. Lee Gooden only wants to make money and upgrade, and he doesn't have any extra burdens. However, it is absolutely unbearable for an aircraft carrier to be attacked and damaged by sea beasts. As a capitalist, if there's a problem with the quality of the goods, it is an extremely serious crisis of trust and must be dealt with immediately. Either solve the public opinion problem through public relations, or solve the quality problem from the root, or kill the people who create the problem, such as killing all the sea monsters. It's not practical to kill all the sea beasts. Lee Gooden decided to go and see the strength of the sea beasts first, and then improve the aircraft carrier. Instant. Lee Gooden summoned an aircraft carrier from the sea, moved forward quickly, and jumped onto the deck. SSS Infinite Intelligence, empowering intelligence. The aircraft carrier started up on its own and roared towards the sea. The nuclear fusion device is also very soundproof to prevent the spread of radiation. But after all, it is a nuclear-powered electric aircraft carrier, and the sound of the electric current is still very loud, which is extremely detrimental to the stealth function of the aircraft carrier. However, the whole world uses its own satellites for reconnaissance, which can clearly see anywhere, so radar is almost useless. The noise reduction problem is very troublesome, and extra sound insulation materials must be added, which will increase the weight. Boom! The aircraft carrier was moving very fast, but there were no reefs in the waters near Tongu Bay. What did it hit? Lee Gooden walked to the side of the boat and looked at the green sea below. He felt nauseous and gave up the idea of going down to check. After the end of the world, even the sea water was polluted, so it is understandable that these mutated sea beasts are more powerful. Holy shit, how awesome is this? Bang! A 300-meter-long carp soared into the sky, creating waves that hit the deck. The carp fell from the air and bit the bow with its big mouth. A sound of metal collision was heard, and a piece of deck more than 20 meters long was bitten off the bow. Big Carp Gold variant. Physical strength, 2 million. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 0. Introduction. It can be braised, steamed, or sweet and sour, but the prerequisite is that you have to have an iron voice. Awesome. A gold-level mutant sea beast. Look at my laser cannon. Ding. Snap. There was another loud bang, and a 500-meter-long loach swooped over and hit the island on the deck. The island, which was not big to begin with, had its top cut off and broke apart. The deck was shaking, and Lee Gooden pulled out his laser gun halfway before retracting it and adjusting his body balance. Stop the boat. The aircraft carrier's power stopped, and the hull drifted on the sea. Lee Gooden frowned and recalled the 2 sea beasts he had just encountered. They were so terrifying. They pose no threat to me, and it is easy to kill them. But the sea beasts are so powerful that aircraft carriers are useless. People can't even cross the sea, so how can they fight a war? The attacks of sea beasts are so powerful that even if we use the strongest materials to build an aircraft carrier, the repeated attacks of sea beasts and the green and corrosive seawater make it impossible to use the aircraft carrier to cross the sea for combat. How can carrier-based aircraft take off in such a harsh environment? Several planes on the ship were damaged, and one of the more serious ones even lost one of its engines, leaving it almost scrapped. The aerospace mothership cannot be sold for the time being. Such a powerful weapon is still my trump card. If I give it to others to use, it will be difficult for me to deal with it. What to do? Lee Gooden frowned deeply, looking at the endless horizon and the surging green ocean, and fell into deep thought. Bang! Just as Lee Gooden was thinking, 2 huge clamps stretched out from the sea and clamped the left and right sides of the deck. Click! The steel deck was clamped off and the hull was split in the middle. The aircraft carrier was completely scrapped and broke into 2 pieces. Lee Gooden was furious. Before the big crab dived into the seabed, he pulled out a laser cannon from behind. Beep beep. Boom. -1353500. This isn't dead? Lee Gooden jumped from a deck and jumped onto a carrier-based attack aircraft. Boom. Another more powerful laser cannon. This is the technology of the K332 Galaxy. -2707000. Ding. The host kills a level 204 hairy crab, gold, mutation, gains experience points times 1,000, and stores the obtained items in the God of Craftsmanship space. Lee Gooden had no interest in looking at the items. He was too lazy to even look at some of the equipment and weapons he obtained from killing monsters. It would be better for him to research the technology on his own. This aircraft carrier must be improved. Lee Gooden hovered the carrier-based attack aircraft in the air and entered the God of Craftsmanship space. The attack power of sea monsters is so strong that defense alone is not enough. The aircraft carrier must be equipped with the ability to actively search for enemies and attack sea monsters. The torpedo data stored in the computer was not enough, and ordinary torpedoes could not kill such a powerful sea beast instantly. Lee Gooden began to make the blueprints himself and implanted a micronuclear chip on the frame of an ordinary torpedo to increase the power of the torpedo. The cost was not within Lee Gooden's consideration. Even the technological giants in the Milky Way did not dare to use the expensive micronuclear energy chip to power a torpedo. After all, a torpedo is a disposable consumable. Now the speed has been achieved, and now let's increase the damage. Chapter 72, Improved Aircraft Carrier. The damage of the original torpedo warhead was too low. It was originally designed to attack submarines. The submarine's protection was inherently fragile, and underwater blasting was difficult. After all, it was an oxygen-deficient environment filled with seawater. The underwater pressure was high, and the torpedo was slow, which further reduced the damage of the attack. Now that the micronuclear energy chip has been implanted, the speed has been increased. It can reach a speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour underwater, and the impact force is sufficient. As for blasting damage, Li Gudin made a small nuclear warhead with 100 grams of enriched uranium. The size of the torpedo was also reduced from 3 meters long to 0.3 meters, and the weight was only 3 kilograms. With this shooting, the speed can be doubled. The heavy metal content in the polluted seawater seriously exceeds the standard, and ordinary sonar cannot accurately search for the location of sea animals. Li Gudin improved the sonar technology, but due to the lack of relevant information, he experienced some setbacks in this area. But in front of the god of craftsmanship, all difficulties were solved. Li Gudin developed a new sonar that could filter out the sounds of weak sea beasts, the noise of heavy metal currents, and whirlpools. The sonar device is large in size and can only be installed on aircraft carriers, and torpedoes cannot be carried. However, Li Gudin installed an advanced electromagnetic propulsion system on the torpedo, which can change direction sharply at a very high speed, thus greatly improving the hit rate of attacking moving sea beasts. The sonar receiver is placed in the middle section of the torpedo, and the propeller of the torpedo is directly eliminated. Nuclear-powered torpedoes do not require those fancy propulsion methods. Design completed. Li Gudin used the SSS Infinite mecha talent to copy an aircraft carrier and modified it according to the blueprint. Such an advanced torpedo cannot be sold because it contains too many core technologies. Li Gudin decided to set up a restricted area on the aircraft carrier to restrict users from entering. Sonar and torpedoes were placed there, and only Li Gudin had the authority to do so. This also improves the torpedo's strike efficiency. The damage formula is calculated using Li Gudin's strength value. For a nuclear-powered nuclear warhead torpedo, the expected damage value reaches strength value times 200. Combined with Li Gudin's 100% critical strike, a strength value of 13,535 can cause 541,4000 attack damage. Enough. After searching for the enemy using the sonar, the attack is set to 3 bursts, and one of the 3 shots that hits can kill the sea beast instantly. The SSS Unlimited ammunition talent allows aircraft carriers to attack sea monsters without limit. The search range is 100 kilometers, and the interval between search and launch is 3 seconds. The sonar search target is set to sea beasts above silver level. With such an awesome setup, even an army of sea beasts can't get close. Let's improve the material of the aircraft carrier's hull. Li Gudin summoned an aerospace mothership, decomposed its materials, and obtained an unknown solid material, which replaced the main material of the aircraft carrier's hull intact. The protection level has reached 500,000/500,000. This would greatly increase the difficulty for the survivors to sink an aircraft carrier, but could mainly prevent the survivors from being sunk by sea beasts, so is the only solution. Who would buy an aircraft carrier that sinks at any time? The stronger it is, the more buyers there will be. However, the sinking rate of aircraft carriers is too low, and the number of new users will continue to decrease, which will only further increase the price of ammunition. You can make the same money by switching from selling chickens to selling eggs. It's just a change in mindset. With a series of clangs and bangs, the new aircraft carrier was completed. Li Gudin opened the Gogu Arms Manufacturer Direct Sales store, replaced the old aircraft carrier above, and set up a new service window. Aircraft carrier after-sales service. Recall the sold aircraft carriers and replace them with new ones. This service is free of charge. As an honest merchant, it is our sacred duty to recall defective products and return them to the factory for repair. Open the chat channel and purchase 3 large speakers. ID. Li Gudin loudspeaker because the aircraft carriers sold in the store are frequently attacked by powerful sea beasts. Although it is not a quality issue, but considering the interests of consumers, our company is recalling the old aircraft carriers and replacing them with new aircraft carriers at a 1-to-1 ratio. The new aircraft carrier has a stronger protection level and is equipped with torpedoes that automatically attack sea beasts, which can ensure smooth sailing. The loudspeaker broadcast 3 times in a row, and the chat channel was boiling again. What a conscientious merchant. I've never seen one like this before. The person above is sighing about chicken feathers. Can you afford an aircraft carrier? Can't you support Brother Dog if you can't afford it? Are you an enemy of Brother Dog? Don't stir up trouble upstairs. You are just bullying others. Go into hiding. Li Gudin closed the chat channel, left the God of Craftsmanship space, and flew back to the camp of the Tonggu Bay Martial Arts Alliance Army. Brush. Li Gudin landed next to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, who is the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army? Zhou Ping opened the folding fan in her hand and fanned it with a cool look as if she had never been beaten. Ahem, it's me. Ancient warrior is old and no longer fit for battle. Li Guden didn't have time to argue with him and went straight to the point. Have you replaced the new warship? Go to the store and replace it, then go out to sea. I will go with you to check the quality of the new aircraft carrier. Oh, okay. I'll arrange it right away. When 50 new aircraft carriers appeared in the port, Li Guden was speechless for a long time. These guys are really rich. They bought 50 aircraft carriers at 1 billion each. This means they have accumulated a lot of experience points in the store. It is not yet known how much survivors in other countries and regions have purchased. Don't rush to collect the money. It will give you a greater sense of accomplishment if you save it later. Haha. However, the experience points gained from killing zombies and mutated monsters are already very generous. But Li Guden's level is far ahead. Under the level suppression, the experience points provided to him by low-level zombies are generally in double digits. But for the majority of survivors at levels dozens, they can gain 1 million experience points by killing a level 200 zombie. If they kill zombies over 100 levels high, the rewards will be rich. Then use part of the experience points to buy stronger weapons from Li Guden, rapidly improve your strength, and kill more zombies. Li Guden only earned a small part of the money earned by the survivors. However, a small portion of each survivor on the entire blue planet adds up to an astronomical figure. These survivors also need a huge amount of experience to upgrade themselves, so they're relatively restrained in purchasing arms. A one-time purchase of 50 billion experience cards is really a big deal. I don't know how many people in the Martial Arts Alliance donated this huge sum of money for the War of Unification. War still burns money. Once the fighting starts, the consumption of ammunition is incalculable. After all, if you don't buy it, the enemy will. But Li Guden treats everyone equally and sells everything to everyone. Woo! At the sound of a whistle, Zhou Ping assembled a 1 million-strong army and boarded 50 new aircraft carriers. The interior of the aircraft carrier was packed with people, and the deck was full of people. Li Guden squeezed with Zhou Ping and finally reached the front deck of the flagship. Li Guden's face turned black. These 50 aircraft carriers were not enough for the 1 million-strong army. Squeeze hard. I'm too poor to even think about buying a few more. Chapter 73 Aircraft Carrier Repair Kit. The Martial Arts Alliance fleet went out to sea with great fanfare and at an extremely high speed, but they did not encounter any attacks from sea beasts along the way. Li Guden stood at the front of the deck and sensed the impact, but he could not feel any vibrations from the torpedo bombarding the sea monster. However, the system kept prompting reminders to kill sea beasts above gold level, and large quantities of platinum-level equipment items were delivered to the god of craftsmanship space. Li Guden was secretly delighted. Every time an aircraft carrier is sold, the company gets one more torpedo system. As long as the buyer drives the aircraft carrier out to sea, he can kill sea beasts and obtain items continuously. Among the large number of platinum-level equipment, Li Guden picked out some usable ones and shook his head slowly. This set of leather armor is very comfortable to wear. It is lighter than heavy armor and stronger than cloth armor. When it comes to clothes, you should wear real leather. As for the attributes of the equipment, they are no longer important. Looking at the vast green ocean, Li Guden threw down a pursuer self-destruct robot. Hiss. The robot seemed to short-circuit. It seems that this kind of low-end machine does not have a waterproof device. Zhou Ping looked at Li Guden, who was calm beside her, folded the fan back, and asked softly, "Brother Go, have you always been alone?" Li Guden came back to his senses and seemed to be touched by Zhou Ping's words. "Yes, I have always been alone. I have lived alone since I was a child, worked alone when I grew up, and survive alone in the end times." It seems like he is always alone. Zhou Ping, isn't it good to be alone? Zhou Ping looked at Li Guden's vicissitudes and deep eyes, took off the bun on her head, and her soft long hair fluttered in the sea breeze. Li Guden's eyes gradually widened. "Are you a she-male?" "Humph. Li Guden, you are such a tactless person." Zhou Ping turned around quickly, gathered her hair angrily, and muttered to herself. Bang! Li Guden slapped Zhou Ping on the back of the head. The force was controlled very small, but a minus 5,000 damage still appeared above Zhou Ping's head. "Don't talk to me like that. If you're a man, you have to lie cross-legged. If you're a she-male, you have to lie down." Zhou Ping's body trembled slightly, and she seemed to be on the verge of going berserk, but she did not dare to do so under the tyranny of Li Guden. She turned around and put on her hair in a bun. "Brother Go, I'm a woman, not a she-male. Li Gooden grinned. What's wrong with the woman? Should I give in to you? Bang. Zhou Ping was slapped on the back of the head again. Minus 5,000. Tears welled up in Zhou Ping's eyes. She never expected that Li Gooden would be such a person. Damn Li Gooden. I'm sorry, brother Go. I was wrong. Zhou Ping opened her eyes wide and tried to hold back her tears. She lowered her head to apologize, but tears still fell uncontrollably. Li Gooden saw it all without any sympathy. What is the difference between men and women? They're all survivors. If they were in the old society, they would also marry and have children. But this is the end of the world, and we will face endless challenges in the future. How can we bring a burden along? Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Besides, Li Gooden couldn't guarantee that the woman wouldn't plot against him. Li Gooden, who came from the countryside, has a low emotional intelligence, but he is not stupid either. To trust others is to put your life in their hands. Facing the sea breeze, Li Gooden sang a line of lyrics loudly. Believe in yourself. Ugh! Bang! The front of the ship seemed to have hit something. Li Gooden looked down and saw a silver-level sea monster ramming the aircraft carrier. The defense value was reduced by 5,000, which is 1,000 for the total defense value. This amount of damage is not considered high. But if you are sailing in the open sea and are attacked by a large number of sea beasts below the gold level, the defense value may collapse at some point. After calculations along the way, it was found that bronze level and below sea beasts could not cause damage to the hull of an aircraft carrier, and only silver-level crustacean sea beasts could cause about 5,000 damage. The torpedoes were set to hit targets above the gold level, which resulted in a bug. There are naturally quite a few silver-level crustaceans in the ocean, and their number cannot be compared with that of gold-level crustaceans. It is difficult to kill them all with torpedoes, so it is better to rely on the survivors to kill passively. However, this protection value will not be restored automatically and can only be restored through maintenance. The only thing left is aircraft carrier repair kits. Li Gooden used his mind to take out a piece of level 2 universal material from the Craftsman God Space. When this thing was added to the aircraft carrier's control room, it would automatically replace the damaged materials. Open Doggo Arms Factory Direct Sales. On shelves. Aircraft carrier repair kit. Price, 10 million. Quantity infinity. That's good. It can further increase the life of the aircraft carrier and make it easy to resist silver-level crustaceans. The army of survivors on the fleet deck had already launched their attack, with all professional skills in full bloom, especially the magician's skills, which are like brilliant fireworks, exploding into colorful clouds on the green sea. Silver-level sea beasts are not even considered dessert for the army and are not worth slaughtering. Zhou Ping sat on the deck, covering his mouth with a fan, and remained silent. Li Gooden made a laser cannon and handed it to Zhou Ping. This is my apology for beating you. I hope you won't be ungrateful. When Zhou Ping raised her head, she saw Li Gooden's huge weapon that was 1/2 meter thick and 2 meters long. Her mouth opened wide and saliva flowed out. Brother Go, your gun is so big. Li Gooden smiled mysteriously. This gun shoots quickly, and it can fire once every 5 seconds. I'll give it to you to play with. I hope you'll be satisfied. Brush. A carrier-based attack aircraft appeared in the air. Li Gooden jumped onto the plane and flew away. Zhou Ping on the deck held the laser cannon given by Li Gooden in his arms and couldn't let it go. He looked at the army behind him and immediately returned to his usual calm demeanor. Li Gooden had no interest in Japan. According to satellite reconnaissance, the survivors in Japan lived a very hard life. The narrow land area was full of zombies, and the survivors often encountered sea beasts. The most crucial thing is that several nuclear power plants leaked in Japan at the beginning of the apocalypse. The zombies and mutant creatures were extremely ferocious, and the number of survivors was less than the number of people created by Li Gooden in Japan. Back at the Kyoto camp, apart from Zhou Ping's absence, there was no other change in the camp. The number of survivors coming and going was almost unchanged. However, Gu Juxiao was seen sitting in a yard, and Li Gooden flew his plane to the side and landed. Yi Jiuchuan and Charles are also here. Why haven't they left yet? Li Gooden suddenly had an idea, and the time to blackmail had come again. Director Yi, you are here. You liar. The 3 people in the yard looked up at the angry Li Gooden, not knowing what to say. Yi Jiuchuan seemed a little ashamed and had a sullen face. Li Gooden, but that hidden occupation crystal is not working? Humph. Director Yi, you are a real man. You dare to take responsibility for your actions. I, Li Gooden, admire you. The hidden occupation crystal failed to be used and was taken back by the system. How are you going to compensate me for this? Chapter 74, Modify Blood Type. Taken back by the system? Oh, what a pity. But I can't return this aerospace carrier to you. You have to hand it over. Yi Jiuchuan sighed lightly and maintained a tough attitude. Li Guden frowned slightly, knowing his limits in his heart. He didn't want to fall out with the War Defense Bureau at the moment. Director Yi, Li Guden, am not a person who goes back on my word. A deal is a deal. Just consider it as a loss I suffered because I was blind. However, you are Director Yi of the Galaxy War Defense Bureau, and it is too much for you to deceive a country native like me. If you can't compensate me, I will definitely go to Altair and make this matter public in the future. Charles assisted again. Ha. It's worthy of being a product of the immortal cultivator's path. It's ineffective just like that. Yi Jiuchuan, you deceived a native of Blue Star like this. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Yi Jiuchuan's face was uncertain, and he took out a red crystal from his sleeve. Li Guden, this drop of Earth Immortal's true blood will be used as compensation for you. My hidden occupation crystal is not a fake, but it is invalid because the system changed the rules. It's just my bad luck. This Earth Immortal's true blood is not less valuable than it, and it is more than enough to compensate you. What do you think? Show it to me. Yi Jiuchuan threw the red crystal lightly, and it fell into Li Guden's hands. Earth Immortal True Blood. Earth level the essence of the blood of the immortals in the Earth Immortal realm, which contains powerful energy. After absorbing it, the properties will be enhanced. The specific effect depends on the absorption. This true blood is O-type blood, so please consider carefully according to the blood compatibility. System, what is my blood type? Ding. The host blood type is AB. Alas, it seems that this blood is not compatible and the absorption effect will be very poor. Li Guden put the true blood of the Earth Immortal into the storage space, thanked Yi Jiuchuan very politely, and then exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Gu Jiuxiao stood up and bowed to the two directors. Director Yi, Director Charles, I promise to complete the unification mission of Blue Planet as soon as possible, and at the same time, be vigilant about the K332 galaxy opening a space-time gate on our Blue Planet. Don't worry. Charles nodded. Very good. We should also go back and report our work. In a few days, warriors from other planets in the galaxy will come to Blue Star for garrison. At that time, some friction with the natives of Blue Star is inevitable. Gu Jiuxiao must put the overall situation first and not destroy the unity. Okay, please come this way, both of you. On the way to see off the two directors, Li Guden was thinking that if alien warriors came to Blue Star to garrison, the unification progress of Blue Star would be greatly accelerated, which would affect his ability to make money. We have to find a way to stop them. Li Guden greeted Gu Jiuxiao, then returned to the room, took out the true blood of the Earth Immortal, and examined it carefully. Goldfinger, can I change my blood type? Ding. Blood type modification will cause significant changes to the host genes. Please decide carefully. Type AB. Calm personality, wise, and not easily angered. Type A. Patient personality, with a strong will to make a breakthrough. Type B. Emotional personality, good temper, direct in speech and actions. Type O. Aggressive personality, impatient. Li Guden thought carefully and realized that he had type AB blood. He was calm and wise, which was actually a good personality. I don't know how much improvement this Earth Immortal's true blood can bring. If it is changed to O-type blood, impatience will not have much impact. An aggressive personality will bring a lot of trouble, right? Whatever. Being impatient is good. It helps you beat procrastination. Goldfinger. Change blood type to O-type. Ding. Correction. Host blood type change to O. Goldfinger. Adjust the compatibility of this Earth Immortal blood to 100%. Ding. Correction. The host compatibility with Earth Immortal True Blood is adjusted to 100%. Li Guden picked up the true blood of the Earth Immortal, and the system asked whether to use it. Use. Brush. The crimson crystal emitted a dazzling light, which shot into Li Guden's body, and a strange feeling came over him. Ding. The host uses Earth Immortal True Blood, and the adaptability reaches 100%, physical strength plus 10,000, strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, spirit plus 20,000, and comprehends the Earth-level magical power, Void Hidden Killing Technique, contained in the True Blood. Void Hidden Killing Technique. Earth-level the body disappears into the void and launches a soul attack from the cracks in space, which is real and unreal, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Ha ha! He also comprehended a magical power. This magical power should be the magical power of this earthly immortal, contained in his essence and blood. Ding. Withdraw the payment for Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales and get the experience card, 55 billion. Upgrade. Full power. Ding. The host's level has been raised to level 300. Ding. Reach level 500 to unlock the next talent. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first place survivor Lee Gooden's level has been raised to level 300. His reward of the title, Public Enemy, has been revoked, and his wanted list has been revoked. The zombie level of the entire server has been raised to a minimum of level 300. Ha ha ha. Having a high luck value is awesome. Although the system didn't say it, Lee Gooden also knew that because of the blessing of the Imperial Seal, his luck value skyrocketed and the wanted order was revoked. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Lee Gooden, Silver Level, Variant. Official rank, Supreme. Occupation, SSS Gun God, SSS Craftsman God, SSS Magic God. Gong Fa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 300. Health, 485-3200. Physical strength, 47,032, 1500. Strength, 235-85-700. Agility, 19022, 2000. Spirit, 57,100, 2000. Lucky, 1,736. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Shake People. Yes, the improvement brought by the earthly immortal True Blood was huge, far more valuable than a hidden professional crystal. Moreover, his hidden professional crystal was not taken back by the system, but was replaced with the qualification for the endless cultivation internal test. Ha! Yi Zhou Chuan is such a good guy. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Yi. Although you cannot cultivate immortality, many items of immortal cultivators can be used, and they are directly reflected in the data. It can be said that the system data is much stronger than the real immortal cultivation. Where can I try out this void hidden killing technique? Earth-level magical powers are second only to God-level and heaven-level magical powers. They are high-end skills. The name sounds like a spatial magical power. Another benefit of digitization has to be mentioned. The skills that Lee Gooden has learned are naturally integrated. With just a thought, his body can disappear into the void. When passing through the space barrier, I could clearly feel its solidity. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it felt extremely solid. But by using the void hidden killing technique, he instantly threw his body into the space barrier beside him, and there was not a single flaw in the space. It was perfect and flawless. It was truly magical. Chapter 75, Void Hidden Killing Technique. Lee Gooden was feeling the void. There was no sound, no air, no physical temperature, and it was endless behind him. In front of him was a transparent space barrier, through which he could see the scene inside the house, but getting in did not seem so easy. He could only use the space power of Void Hidden Killing Technique, again to break through the space barrier. Apart from that, other types of energy had no effect. I checked the system time and saw that time was still ticking away, which was consistent with the time in the space. Lee Gooden moved along the space barriers in the void and could freely wander outside any barrier in the space. No matter which direction he went, it was the same in the void, a bit like a parallel time and space. But the space barrier is always on one side of the void, while the other side is a bit dangerous. Powerful turbulence of the void blows like the wind, but is blocked by an invisible energy 100 meters within the range of the space barrier, so it is relatively safe. There is no resistance or gravity in the void, and the movement speed is increased by more than 10 times. Lee Gooden summoned a carrier-based attack aircraft, which can actually travel through the void. See if you can find the location of Galaxy K-332. Lee Gooden controlled the fleet of aerospace motherships remaining in the K-332 galaxy. A coordinate emerged in his mind, but it was just a coordinate, a direction, and there was no indication on the path. The distance is very far anyway. It is obviously unrealistic to fly to the K-332 galaxy in the void, and it is easy to get lost. No wonder they want to open the gate of space. The gate of space must have utilized some kind of law to speed up the movement speed in the void instead of walking like this. Lee Gooden walked along the space barrier and soon reached the end. That's right. It's the end of the Blue Star space barrier. The space barrier is actually a circular shape, but because it is so large, it is infinitely close to a straight line. The so-called end was just that Lee Gooden went around and returned to the origin of the space barrier. If you want to leave the space barrier blue star, you can walk forward with your back to the space barrier from any position of the space barrier, step into the endless void, and you can leave blue star. But the surging space turbulence not far away was too scary. Bang! Lee Gooden pulled out his revolver and shot at the turbulence 100 meters away. The two revolver bullets turned into powder instantly when they entered the range of the spatial turbulence. The powerful spatial turbulence shattered the bullets. Swish! Another carrier-based attack aircraft was summoned and flew towards the space turbulence. Snap, snap. The plane flew dozens of kilometers, but still failed to avoid the space turbulence and was shattered. The way it shattered was like the weathering of ancient fossils, turning into powder and dissipating. The speed and density of the turbulent cutting were quite amazing. Lee Gooden concluded that turbulence should always exist in the void outside the planet. If his guess is correct, he can reach the space barriers of other planets by passing through the turbulence. Like the universe, the void is like a parallel space-time. It's so dangerous and not of much value for now. Lee Gooden withdrew his gaze, flew close to the space barrier, and found a gold-level mutant tiger in a mountain range outside Beijing. Try the effect of void-hidden killing technique. Lee Gooden picked up the laser cannon and fired at the mutant tiger outside the void barrier. The mutant tiger was walking in the space when suddenly a 2-meter thick laser shot out from the 1-centimeter space at the back of its head and pierced through the back of its head. -2428500. The gold-level mutant tiger let out a wail, and without knowing what had happened, it fell heavily to the ground. Lee Gooden was watching the shocking scene outside the void barrier and was scared to death. Void-hidden killing technique is so dangerous. Launching an attack in the void will not destroy the space barrier. It comes and goes without a trace, and the enemy does not know where you are or where you are attacking from. The attack can be launched directly within 1 centimeter around the enemy. Hide? How can I hide? This is just a laser cannon. What if it is a metal storm? What about nuclear bombs? A trace of cold sweat ran down Lee Gooden's cheek. The owner of this magical power was an immortal in the realm of earthly immortals. Wouldn't he be able to use his immortal magical power from the void to hurt people at will? And he could also be so elusive. Oh my God, this world is too dangerous. Lee Gooden urgently needed to move forward along the space barrier and found a gold-level mutant bat with an extremely fast flying speed, which allowed him to fly through the jungle. Such flying mutant beasts are extremely rare, and the survivors regard them as major enemies and dare not provoke them easily. The fastest enemies are the most terrifying. Lee Gooden summoned a metal storm in the void, aimed at the route of the gold-level mutant bat, and calculated the time to fire based on the bat's flying speed and the distance to the blockage point along the path. 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, boom. 16,000 rockets were fired at once, the shells penetrating the space barrier. 16,000 rockets appeared directly 1 centimeter above the wings of the gold-level mutant bat. It explodes the moment it appears, without giving you even 0.01 millisecond of chance to escape. Boom, boom. The 2-meter-long mutant bat was blown into powder, and no body was left, as if it had never existed. The many beasts on the ground stared at the sky in confusion. No creature knew where the explosion came from. It seemed to have appeared suddenly. Lee Gooden shocked himself. He used the void-hidden killing technique to break through the space barrier and appeared in the sky where the bats were blown to pieces. A not-so-strong gravity suddenly appeared on his body. Lee Gooden felt uncomfortable for a moment, but then he returned to normal. I breathed in deep gulps of the pleasant air, feeling the cool temperature in the air, my heart pounding, and my tense mood eased. Lee Gooden fell to the ground and looked at the dozens of mutant beasts beside him. He ignored them and walked with his hands behind his back in the forest infested with ferocious beasts. Mutated beasts are different from zombies and have some intelligence. After some caution, the beasts united to attack. Lee Gooden was too lazy to take action. 10 carrier-based attack aircraft appeared in the sky and continuously fired 10-meter-thick laser cannons at the beast on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 seconds, the jungle returned to silence, and the wild beasts in the distance fled to a farther place. It takes 10 billion experience points to advance to the next level. The experience points gained from killing these beasts are insignificant. Li Guden found a huge rock and sat cross-legged, observing the movements of the Martial Arts Alliance fleet through reconnaissance satellites. At this moment, the Alliance fleet has successfully arrived at the west coast of Japan and landed on a coastline on Honshu Island. The landing method of the Martial Arts Alliance Army was of course different from that of the Army in the old era. When the fleet was still several kilometers away from the coastline, the Martial Arts Alliance Army summoned helicopters, and one helicopter carrying more than 10 people flew towards the shore. Chapter 76. The Awakening of Japan. 1 million vs. 20,000. And since the 20,000-strong side has no anti-aircraft weapons, the battle is not symmetrical at all. A massive bomber formation from 50 aircraft carriers crossed the coastline and launched an air strike on the mountain where 20,000 Japanese troops were hiding. Large armies landed on the seashore one after another, but they did not attack but rested on the spot and called in tanks and various types of combat vehicles. As long as both sides by mobile phones, they can observe the enemy's movements through reconnaissance satellites. So far, no one has purchased the signal blocking service. Li Guden was so angry when he saw these Japanese soldiers who were as fearless as dead pigs. The side effect of changing the O-type blood type was impatience, and now he was getting impatient. Damn it, these days they can't even afford to buy an aircraft carrier, nor a single red flag air defense system. They don't buy anything. How can they fight this war? If this continues, the 20,000 Japanese troops will be just food for the people. Li Guden controlled the reconnaissance satellite and looked towards the interior of Honshu Island. There were more than a dozen camps with hundreds of thousands of survivors. It seemed that the situation was still one of warlords fighting for power. No one sent troops to resist, and they all lived their lives behind closed doors. Oh no, they are about to surrender. Li Guden thought about it and concluded that it must be because the Martial Arts Alliance's army was too powerful that scared the Japanese useless people. The Japanese princes were originally divided into many factions, and now they all lay down and waited to be incorporated without any intention of resistance. Only a small camp near the coastline sent out 20,000 troops, but when they saw the million-strong army of the Martial Arts Alliance on the coastline, they did not dare to take action. Damn it, in my daily life, I just bully the weak and fear the strong. If they don't resist, Japan will soon be unified by the Martial Arts Alliance, which will also serve as an example to other countries on Blue Star. It is very likely that other countries will think that the Martial Arts Alliance is powerful and surrender without a fight. How could this be allowed to happen? Li Guden made up his mind to cause trouble. Since Japan does not resist, find a way to make them resist. Brush, brush, brush. Li Guden had an idea and created 200,000 male survivors on the edge of the Tokyo camp. They were all wearing the same uniforms as the Martial Arts Alliance, holding various weapons, and were equipped with 10,000 tanks, which slowly surrounded the Tokyo camp. Tokyo camp is the most populous and powerful camp in Japan, without a doubt. The population there is over 1 million. The basic industries have been basically restored, electricity, water, and food have been solved, and people can live and work in peace and contentment. Li Guden even saw that the entertainment industry had begun to develop in the Tokyo camp, with many young women dressed extremely seductively, singing and dancing to make money. You really know how to enjoy life. I'll let you enjoy it later. Boom, boom, boom. An army of 200,000 manufacturers opened fire on the Tokyo camp, and 10,000 tanks carpet-bombed the camp, turning it into a sea of fire in an instant. The level and attributes of Li Guden's manufacturing army naturally cannot be compared with those of the survivors who have truly experienced a bloody battle, but their tactical coordination and weapons and equipment are much better. The key tank's attack damage is the bonus of Li Guden's panel, which is a qualitative leap. There was a radio station on the high tower of the Tokyo camp, and the speakers throughout the camp played the sound together. Surrender, surrender, we must surrender. The sound continued to ring without stopping. After shouting at least 20 times, Li Guden finally stopped firing. The army of producers entered the camp with weapons and pulled the prisoners of war from the Tokyo camp out one by one and assembled them in a square. It took a full 2 hours to complete the assembly. Men stand on the left, women stand in the middle, and the elderly and children stand on the right. There were still 700,000 Japanese survivors who were not killed in the bombing, including 320,000 young women. The producer led these 320,000 young women out of the square and walked behind the tank position. He ordered them to take off all their clothes and kneel on the ground. He opened the chat channel and asked them to apologize live. Li Gudin's move was mainly to attract hatred, so he tried to be as ruthless as possible. I am unwilling to engage in large-scale massacres. Firstly, it would harm the harmony of nature, and secondly, it would affect my ability to make money. But humiliation is inevitable. It must be humiliated to the extreme. Survivors around the world stopped what they were doing and watched the live broadcast outside the Tokyo camp. The 320,000 women in the Tokyo camp knelt down and confessed, cursing everything written in their household registration books, and they kept confessing, even going back to the Tang dynasty. Li Gudin saw the popularity of the live broadcast channel declining and knew it was time to take the next step. The 200,000-man manufacturing army was too small, but they were all men, so only 100,000 could be selected to take off their pants and walk into the Japanese female captive formation, doing some unspeakable things. The whole process was broadcast live, and the chat channel was buzzing. The survivors of the Martial Arts Alliance all applauded and cheered loudly, but some survivors from other countries did not think so. At this moment, the leaders of camps from various countries all planted the seeds of resistance in their hearts. Especially the men in the Tokyo camp. Each of them had fire in their eyes. Li Gudin controlled the producer and adjusted the camera. A Japanese woman's face was bleeding and her horrified eyes were full of unwillingness. The whole world saw it. These 200,000 people committed atrocities. They were all wearing the uniforms of the Martial Arts Alliance, so their identities were unquestionable. Bang, bang, da-da. A burst of gunfire rang out, and the phalanx of men and the elderly and weak in the Tokyo camp began to rise up in resistance. A smile of approval appeared on Li Gudin's lips. I did not restrict the prisoners' freedom just now, because I wanted to arouse their bloodiness and create conditions for them to resist. The Japanese female formation also began to riot. One woman bit off the iron rod of a man who was making humans and pulled out a Japanese sword to insert it into the man's lower abdomen. The crowd rioted, and the 200,000-man army was instantly put on the defensive and surrounded by 3 large phalanxes. A large number of manufacturers were killed every second. After all, the levels and attributes are really too different, and the manufacturers are all level 1. It turns out that the Martial Arts Alliance is so vulnerable. We, the Japanese, really overestimated them. Fight back. Fight back. Down with the Martial Arts Alliance. The 10,000 tanks behind the 200,000 manufacturing personnel were silenced, not firing a single shot. Li Gudin watched quietly as 200,000 people died and blood flowed like a river. The Tokyo camp awakened. Men, women, old people, and children all awakened. Their calls spread to other camps in Japan through various channels, and all the survivors in Japan awakened. Resist. They must resist. Fight to the end. Li Gudin's mouth was wide open with a smile, his big white teeth bared and shining, and he gave up control of 10,000 tanks. These tanks will be given to the Japanese survivors to give them more capital for resistance. However, a carrier-based attack plane flew over the Tokyo camp, captured a woman in the chaos, and flew to Li Gudin and dropped her off. This woman is extraordinary. Hello, Sister Hitano Yui. Show me some Japanese acrobatics. Chapter 77, Rhythm. Sister Hitano Yui is indeed a world superstar, and her acrobatic performance was extremely wonderful. But Li Gudin's private photos should not be made public. Li Gudin touched Sister Yui's little head, sent her onto the carrier-based attack aircraft, and waved his hand. The plane took off and sent the young lady back to Tokyo camp. At this moment, there was no manufacturer left alive in the Tokyo camp, and all the tanks had been confiscated. Li Gudin's communication video was interrupted, and he could only rely on satellite reconnaissance to see images, but no sound. When I was doing welding at the Longshan construction site, I watched Hitano Yui's movies and TV shows every night. Now that the movies have become a reality, I feel particularly refreshed. Satellite reconnaissance revealed that 20,000 Japanese troops had been wiped out on the west coast of Honshu Island, and formations of bombers were flying back and forth in the sky, carrying out bombing missions. The aircraft carrier formation was drifting on the sea. There were 50,000 troops stationed on the beach, and the remaining 950,000 troops had already penetrated deep into Honshu Island to launch an attack. The Martial Arts Alliance still has strong financial resources. The beach is filled with Sea Red Flag air defense systems, and a number of missile launchers are deployed in Tongu Bay, far across the ocean. A round of missiles was fired every few minutes, hitting military targets on Honshu Island. This is almost unsolvable. The air defense system made by Lee Gooden cannot intercept the hypersonic anti-ship missile made by Lee Gooden. Its speed is close to Mach 7, which almost catches up with the speed of the aircraft carrier-based aircraft of the Storm-class aerospace carrier, and it is impossible to intercept it with conventional air defense weapons. This setting was originally intended to attack aircraft carriers, but it's a pity that these idiots in Japan seem reluctant to buy them. The perspective switches to Zhou Ping, who is sitting in a helicopter commanding the Martial Arts Alliance Army to attack a Japanese camp. The army of the Martial Arts Alliance was overwhelming with ease, and it was very difficult for the Japanese survivors to resist. Got it. Lee Gooden created a white survivor by his side and chose the United States as his nationality. He was given a 50,000 experience card and was manipulated by the white survivor to buy a loudspeaker and post messages in the chat channel. I suggest that the entire Blue Star form an anti-aggression alliance. The Dragon Country Martial Arts Alliance will inevitably point their swords at us. Their goal is to unify Blue Star. We must resist. 10 times in a row. The chat channel exploded. ID, Bay Fight, loudspeaker, Huachi Finance. Store provides interest-free loans to Japanese survivors to support Japan's war of resistance. ID, Trap, loudspeaker. The United States will provide Japan with 100 billion experience cards in aid. Japan is requested to nominate a person in charge to receive it. ID, Mark Def, loudspeaker. The EU seconded the proposal and provided 100 billion. ID, ULA, loudspeaker. The Bear Country seconded the motion and provided 100 billion. The pace was easily set in motion, and some small countries that did not provide financial support also expressed their support in the chat channel, accusing the Martial Arts Alliance of its aggressive behavior. The owner of the Huachi Finance store is Buffett. He started to engage in financial services a few days before the end of the world. Only he can have such a business mind. This guy is extremely rich, but the most important thing is that I don't know through what channels and trading systems he reached the cooperation. Lee Gooden could only ask Goldfinger to forge a contract and change the experience points gained by killing survivors. Forget it. He makes his money and I make mine. The existence of Huachi Finance will appropriately increase the consumption level of the survivors, and advanced consumption will be beneficial to Dog Brother Arms manufacturer direct sales. It's just that Huachi Finance exploits labor to death, while Lee Gooden's business model is actually a win-win cooperation, and every product is worth the money. Lee Gooden stood up from the boulder, brushed off the dust on his butt, and flew the plane to Longchen. Looking at the ruins covering hundreds of kilometers below, there is nuclear radiation everywhere. It is estimated that it will take 50 years for the radiation energy to dissipate. There are no survivors in Longchen now, and even those who survived the nuclear explosion have fled elsewhere. Densely packed zombies and mutant creatures covered the entire Dragon City and its surrounding counties. Most of the low-level zombies at level 300 were affected by nuclear contamination and mutated. I am now level 300, and there is no level suppression for the time being. This is a good opportunity to gain experience. Lee Gooden's plane hovered in the air and summoned 100 Storm-class aerospace carriers in the sky to carry out carpet bombing on the ground in an area of 300 by 300 kilometers. After 2 whole hours, all the mutated zombies and creatures on the ground were killed or injured. It didn't matter if some bodies were blown to pieces. The system would find the bodies at 6 o'clock the next morning and reset the zombies. A total of 50 billion experience points were obtained, which is enough to reach level 5. Upgrade. Full power. The level reached 305. Although Dragon City is such an excellent place to gain experience, its efficiency is still too low. Lee Gooden controlled the 99 aerospace motherships in the K332 galaxy with his mind and switched the perspective. The last time they attacked a city on this planet, a helicarrier was shot down by a red laser from a laser tower, and they never dared to go there again. Now, Lee Gooden wants to avoid the city and investigate the situation in the K332 star field. The vast number of Storm-class aerospace carriers spread out and moved forward in all directions, searching for valuable targets. All he saw along the way was desolate land, with occasionally a few high-level aliens. Lee Gooden did not bomb them. After all, their own aerospace carrier does not need to be disguised and can be recognized as one of their own in the K332 galaxy, because this is their pride and local specialty. Every alien passing by will look up at the Storm-class aerospace carrier with an indescribable sense of pride. Lee Gooden discovered some strange factories along the way. What were sent in from the material line were some strange crystals, but what came off the production line were zombies. These guys have the ability to create zombies. Most of the zombies that were sent to Blue Star through the space gate were produced in this way. So what is their purpose? Lee Gooden controlled a carrier-based attack aircraft and stole a crystal from the material line and put it into the aerospace mothership. Blue crystal, or bronze, a common or produced in certain star systems, with a very large output. It contains a complex evolutionary force that cannot be used by life. It has almost no value. So that's it. It's a kind of, or that contains complex evolutionary power. Due to its complexity, it's not surprising that zombies are produced in the factory. This should be a biotech method that fuses the energy of blue crystal or with some cells to create a life form like zombies. Why create these zombies? Kill them and upgrade them? Chapter 78, Spying on Intelligence. The aerospace carrier found a small town which did not have the terrifying giant defense equipment that shot down the aerospace carrier last time. Lee Gooden wondered if he could create people from the K332 galaxy in the aerospace mothership. Lee Gooden carefully observed their characteristics. They were not much different from the people in the Milky Way, except that their heights were all over 2 meters. In this case, the genetic gap must be very different. Without detailed data, it would be difficult for him to create humans similar to the people in the K332 galaxy. Lee Gooden dispatched 10 carrier-based attack aircraft to search for lone low-level aliens on the edge of the town. After a while, he captured 10 of them and brought them back to the aerospace mothership. The aerospace mothership is equipped with intelligent robotic arms, computers, and other facilities, which are sufficient to support Lee Gooden in performing remote surgery. 10 human specimens from the K332 galaxy were placed on the workbench. A huge robotic arm injected them with anesthetic and began dissection. Lee Gooden didn't regard aliens as human beings at all, so he didn't feel any guilt. Besides, in order to develop technology, even the people from Blue Star will do the digging. The people in the K332 galaxy also have gender differences, and their reproductive systems are similar to those of humans on the blue planet, but their fertility rate does not seem to be high. Some pills were also found among the items obtained from the storage spaces of these 10 specimens. It seems that these pills are very popular and are taken by the K332 galaxy. Lee Gooden was unable to test the ingredients of the pills as they contained too many samples of unknown ingredients. But if you look at the instructions, you'll know that the pills are all antibodies, many kinds of antibodies to fight viruses. There's even a pill that improves fertility. It seems that the life of the aliens in the K332 galaxy is not so satisfactory. They don't even have a healthy body. Lee Gooden didn't know the name of the planet they were on, but he thought that there would be no fewer planets in the K332 galaxy than in the Milky Way. According to the Galactic Defense Bureau, there are 40 billion planets in the Milky Way, but only a few of them have life, which is over 100 million. Among them, Blue Planet is a backward asteroid with very few population and resources. Altair, the main star of the Milky Way, is more than 100 million times larger than the Blue Star and is a star. There is generally very little life on stars, but Altair is a special case. It has gathered the highest level of combat power and technology in the Milky Way and transformed a star into a habitable planet. The benefits of this are also enormous. According to Charles, life on Altair is constantly baptized by stellar energy, making it increasingly powerful. The planet where Lee Gooden's fleet is located in the K332 galaxy is obviously just a planet. Its area is still unknown, but it is relatively far away from the star, the temperature is low, and there is no daytime. Lee Gooden controlled a robotic arm to test the DNA of 10 specimens, obtained some data, and recorded it. Swish, swish, swish. 10 manufacturers who looked and shaped like these specimens appeared in the cabin of the aerospace carrier. The hatch opened, and the 10 manufacturers landed on the ground and entered the town. Lee Gooden controlled 10 manufacturers to connect to the system of the K332 galaxy. Ding! The chat system has been connected. Ding! The trading system has been connected. Ha ha ha! Last time I only bought a few boxes of maggots and other food, which was disgusting. This time I will buy some useful weapons. Wait! I can't seem to give them experience cards. Lee Gooden does not have the ability to capture objects remotely. And even if they bought it, there was no way they could give it to Lee Gooden. Forget it. Let's put this plan on hold for the time being. Lee Gooden controlled 10 manufacturers to enter every corner of the town to gather intelligence, disguising themselves as the original identities of the 10 specimens. The K332 galaxy did not experience the end of the world, and the 10 manufacturers became people with parents, families, and jobs, but because they lacked the memories of the specimens, they all lost their memories at the same time. This caused quite a stir in the town's hospital. 10 people lost their memory at the same time? This kind of virus has never happened on our Tata planet before. Could it be a new type of virus? This is rare and surprising. Our superiors may have known about it a long time ago, but just didn't inform us. Hey, family members, please take the patients back. We can't treat them. They seem to have no other symptoms except amnesia. At least their lives are not in danger. 2 doctors in the town hospital ordered dozens of family members to leave. Lee Gooden learned from their conversation that the name of this planet is Tata Star. The 10 producers followed their families back to their homes. Not long after, the 10 manufacturers went out again under various excuses and went to various buildings to gather intelligence. Their levels are all level 1, and the strength of level 1 on Tata Star. It can be said that they are not even as good as pigs. Lee Gooden also expressed helplessness about this. SSS Unlimited rolling. It's already awesome to be able to roll people with your talent. What's wrong with that? Rolling to the maximum level directly? Is there any need to go through so much trouble? Just get some people and attack Tata Star directly. The people who were selected are mainly those with growth potential, which is already remarkable. A manufacturer accidentally walked into a stationery store and found a map of the Tata Star and a simple diagram of the K332 galaxy. They were all electronic versions, but Lee Gooden, by controlling the authority and using the maker's retinal mirror to quickly take screenshots, managed to take 200,000 photos of the electronic version of the K332 galaxy diagram. Lee Gooden entered the god of craftsmanship space above Longsheng, entered these photos into the computer, and formed a large electronic picture. A simple diagram of the K332 galaxy. That's enough, because the picture contains the coordinates of the K332 galaxy. In this way, even if the Milky Way is defeated in the future, Lee Gooden can sneak to the edge of the K332 galaxy and live there, so as not to become an egg in an overturned nest. As for relying on coordinates to launch an active attack, forget it. Lee Gooden now doesn't even dare to offend the big guys in the Milky Way because his strength is too weak. If you can master the technology of the space gate, then these coordinates will be very valuable, and you can travel freely between 2 galaxies, which will be great. Lee Gooden ordered the 10 manufacturers to lie low, stop their investigation, survive on Tata Star, and wait for instructions. The aerospace motherships were gathered together and hidden in the uninhabited wasteland of Tata Star, with one ship stacked on top of another in the sky like a pyramid, making them small and not easy to be discovered. Don't worry about fuel. As long as they are not damaged, they can keep flying. Unfortunately, ordinary residents of Tata are unaware of the zombie factories. They don't even know those factories exist. However, their way of training is not to kill zombies, but to earn experience cards through hard work. Use the experience cards to upgrade levels, buy daily necessities, and maintain their lives. For the residents of Tata, killing zombies is illegal, and there are almost no mutant beasts on their planet. It is just said that the Tata government will organize the army to mine and hunt on other planets to earn experience cards. Chapter 79 Talent Trading Contract. Lee Gooden flew a fighter jet across the Pacific Ocean and arrived at the west coast of the United States a few hours later. Satellite reconnaissance found the location of Buffett, the owner of the Huachi finance store, within a few hours of being on the road. He was in a luxury residential area in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., which has now become a military territory. Looking from the satellite, there are 200 tanks alone, as well as various air defense weapons and armed helicopters. It is obvious that Buffett is an old customer of Dog Brother Arms manufacturer direct sales. Brush. Lee Gooden's fighter jet hovered over Buffett's mansion, and dozens of high-honky air defense systems on the ground launched air defense missiles at Lee Gooden's plane. Lee Gooden leaped from a high altitude, and the plane was shot down. Hiding behind a tree, Lee Gooden took out X-39, combat robot copied from Charles from the God of Craftsmanship Space. SSS Infinite Mecha Talent activated. 100 units made. Swish, swish, swish. 100 robots as big as Megatron stood in a row. SSS Infinite Intelligence Talent activated. The robots began patrolling automatically. The target was soon discovered, which are the tanks not far away on the ground. The X-39 combat robot held an energy shield in its left hand, emitted a red laser sword from its right hand, held the barrel of a charged gravity cannon in its mouth, and had 8 pulse laser guns on its shoulders and knees. The power plant is a small nuclear fusion system with a large turbine behind it that can propel the combat robot to short-distance, low-altitude flight. Piu, pew, pew. The pulse laser gun kept firing, and short lasers 1/2 meter long and 1 centimeter thick shot towards the tank group. The laser can instantly penetrate the tank's reactive armor and cause an explosion inside. In just a dozen seconds, explosions continued to sound, and hundreds of white survivors rushed to the vicinity of the mansion, but they saw the robot army retreating again. Lee Gooden controlled the robot to stop shooting with the pulse laser gun and use the energy sword and energy shield to fight the enemy in close combat. This can minimize enemy casualties. There is no way. If you are too powerful, you need to restrain yourself. Lee Gooden jumped into the cockpit of an X-39 combat robot and drove himself into the courtyard of the mansion. Baffett had already appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by 4 white old men in red robes, but they did not look older than Baffett. The 4 old men in red robes were muttering something, and the sunlight in the sky became particularly dazzling, covering the 4 people, including Baffett, and forming an energy shield. You have some skills. Lee Gooden looked at their panel. ID, Bayfight. Level, 210. ID, Charlie, Holy Clergyman. Level, 150. The 4 people in red robes are all clergymen. The 4 of them held strange seals in their hands and chanted spells in unison. God said, "Let there be light." Brush. The dazzling sunlight illuminated the courtyard. Lee Gooden frowned slightly and took out a pair of anti-radiation goggles from the cockpit of the X-39 combat robot. The robot opened its mouth wide, and the charged gravity cannon began to absorb air and compress it. The sound of beep, beep, beep continued to sound, and the robot's head was shaking a little, but Lee Gooden was still accumulating strength, wanting to see the power when it was accumulated to the limit. 10 seconds later, the enemy's divine light had dissipated and did not cause any substantial damage to the combat robot, except that some of the shiny black paint was lost. Boom! The charged gravity cannon fired, and a ball of gravity-compressed air bomb erupted onto the energy shield. Boom! -24360000. -24360000. -24360000. A deep circular pit was blown out in the entire courtyard, and the mansion was reduced to ruins. Ding! The host kills 4 priests and gains their experience points and all their items. Ding! The survivor Baffett uses the resurrection cross to revive, and his health is retained at 5%. Brush! A ray of emerald green light rose above the deep pit, and Baffett's old body appeared in the pit, raising his trembling arms and waving them. Stop! Stop! Lee Gooden understood what he meant through the system translation, jumped out of the cockpit of the X-39 combat robot, landed in front of him, and stretched out his left palm. Take it out, the resurrection cross. Buffett looked bitter and took out an experience card, 300 billion, from his hand. The resurrection cross is gone. These experience cards are all my wealth. If I give them all to you, can you buy me a life? Lee Gooden took the experience card, put it into the experience slot, and shook his head. How did Hwachi Finance sign a contract with a trading system? If you have this information, I can let you go. I'll tell you. My talent is SSS stealing. I can forge anything. This resurrection cross was forged by me, but it costs a lot. After that, Baffett displayed his talent entries on the panel, and Lee Gooden could click to view them. SSS stealing the sky and substituting the day. Forge all real data and items to achieve a similar effect, but it requires a corresponding price. It's really awesome. The SSS level stealing talent is not much worse than my own SSS infinite flow. 1.5. It turns out that this is the trump card of Hwachi Finance. This old man really doesn't know how to play the game. He uses such an amazing talent to lend money at high interest rates. It's such a waste of talent. It's a pity that this talent is not mine. What a pity. 1.5. Lee Gooden grabbed Baffett's shoulders, entered the god of craftsmanship space, and threw him to the ground. This is my private space. You can't get out. Now I need you to forge a talent inheritance contract and pass your talent to me. If you succeed, I will spare your life. Baffett looked around at the boundless space of the god of craftsmanship and seemed to accept this fact. Are you Lee Gooden from Longwa? That's right. Okay, I accept that. Stop talking nonsense. Buffett closed his eyes as if meditating on something. Brush. A golden contract appeared in Baffett's palm and floated towards Lee Gooden. Talent trading contract. Party A, Buffett. Party B, Lee Gooden. 1. Parties A and B have entered into this contract on the basis of equality, freedom, fairness, and voluntariness. 2. Party A voluntarily sells the ownership of the talent, SSS stealing the sky, to Party B through the trading system, and the selling price is experience card, 10,000. 3. Party B has the responsibility to ensure Party A's life safety and personal freedom. Notarization column. This contract becomes effective after being notarized by the transaction system. Stamp, system stamp. This is not enough. I have to forge some certificates. As Buffett spoke, 3 more pieces of golden paper floated up. Talent skill, trading license. Transaction system developer authorization letter. Transaction system notarization. Chapter 80 SS's infinite copy. Lee Gooden put away the 4 contracts and was secretly amazed. Ding! The host obtains the talent skill. SSS switch the sky. Lee Gooden couldn't help grinning as he looked at the new talent that was glowing with golden light on the panel. Good, good, good. Buffett, whatever you want. I can agree to it if I am happy. Buffett looked at Lee Gooden with a distressed expression. I no longer have the talent, but the Hwachi Finance store can still operate, and the original contract will not be invalidated. I only ask that you, Lord Lee Gooden, allow me to continue doing business. Lee Gooden changed his mind and realized that he was not interested in financial services in the first place. And since Buffett's contribution was so significant, it would be fine to award him this business. Okay, I promise you, as long as I, Lee Gooden, am here, your Hwachi Finance can continue to operate. I will give you a guarantee, but I will take 30% of the profits. Lee Gooden did not give Buffett a chance to refuse. He waved his hand, and a golden contract floated in his hand. Hwachi Financial Equity Transaction Agreement. Party A, Lee Gooden. Party B, Buffett. 1. Parties A and B have reached this agreement on the basis of freedom, equality, fairness, and voluntariness. 2. Party A invests experience card, 10,000, to purchase 30% of the shares of Hwachi Finance store with equal rights for equal shares. 3. Party A holds 30% of shares and has the right to access the transaction system to inquire about store transactions and check accounts. 4. This agreement is strictly confidential and neither Party A nor Party B is allowed to disclose it to any third party. If it is disclosed, one party will lose all equity and transfer it to the other party. Stamp, system stamp. Okay, I'll be your shareholder from now on. Buffett, do a good job. Brush. Lee Gooden grabbed Buffett's shoulder and walked out of the God of Craftsmanship space and returned to the ruins of the mansion. Where did you get that resurrection cross? Buffett's old body probably couldn't stand the tossing and turning, so he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. That resurrection cross is an item of the church. I've seen the cross on the Pope's scepter. I use my innate skills to copy one. The cost is too high. It requires 10 billion experience cards and a drop of water of life. 10 billion experience cards are fine, but I paid a huge price to exchange a single drop of the water of life with the Pope, and I don't have any more. And the conditions for using the resurrection cross are somewhat harsh. It can only be resurrected if the body is injured, restoring 5% of the health points. If the soul is injured, it will be ineffective. Lee Gooden nodded. It was natural to have limitations. Otherwise, with so many powerful people in the universe, wouldn't everyone be invincible if they all had some resurrection crosses? Lee Gooden entered the scarlet space ring with his mind, took out a drop of water from the endless ocean of life, and held it in his hand. Can this replace the water of life? Buffett's eyes widened. This is the water of life. Oh, ha ha ha. Lee Gooden laughed out loud. You said this is the water of life. Swish. Lee Gooden took out a mineral water bottle, filled it with sea water from the ring space, and shook it in front of Buffett. Are you sure this is the water of life? Buffett's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lee Gooden took out a drop of water of life and poured it into Buffett's mouth. Buffett's body glowed with dim green light, and his physical weakness disappeared instantly. His physical strength returned to full, and he rubbed his eyes to wake up. Lee Gooden stretched out his left hand and placed it in front of Buffett. Bring me the used cross. Buffett carefully took out the cross from the storage space and handed it to Lee Gooden. Invalid resurrection cross. Special invalid. You can use the water of life to awaken its power. Lee Gooden casually took out a drop of water of life with a bottle cap and poured it on the top of the cross. Swish, swish, swish. Green lights flashed, and the black cross turned silver white. Resurrection Cross, special when suffering physical trauma to the point of physiological death. You could be resurrected once, and your physical strength will be restored by 5%. You must carry it close to your body to trigger it. In this way, there is no need to spend 10 billion to forge it again. With this cross and the ring space full of water of life, you can just activate it when it is used up. Moreover, this thing is useless if left in space. It needs to be carried close to the body. Make a pendant. Lee Gooden took off the silver-grade Carlo agate necklace from his neck, pondered for a moment, and began to take off his clothes in front of Baffet. One by one, the leather jackets were taken off and thrown on the ground. Now, the attributes of these equipments are weak and useless, so it's better to wear less and let yourself go. It's getting so hot day by day. He has bound equipment on his body, the court robes and hat of a second-rank official of the Qing dynasty. Lee Gooden likes this style. The properties of this thing are added to your body. The clothes can be taken off, but the properties can never be taken off. Perhaps it comes from a mysterious power of the ancient East. Lee Gooden used his mind to decompose the piles of debris in the storage space and obtained a large amount of universal materials. Universal materials from level 2 to level 6 were placed in piles. Lee Gooden picked off a piece of level 6 universal material crystal, rubbed it, and rolled it into a thin metal chain, which he passed through the head of the cross and wore around his neck. So you have a necklace. Lee Gooden kicked the tattered equipment on the ground aside. These rags were secondhand and still exuded his body odor. Whoever wanted them could take them. Lee Gooden waved to Baffet, boarded the fighter jet, and flew eastward. The Pope must have some valuable treasures, so we might as well go and search for them. Buffett knew the location of the Pope without having to ask. The Vatican, which is the Pope's territory in Central Europe. The plane started autopilot, and Lee Gooden was studying his new talent SSS stealing the sky and substituting the day in the cockpit. This is his first talent other than the infinite flow, and also his first talent that he has snatched from others. With the cheat code, can SSS stealing the sky change the day be modified into an infinite flow? Ding. Correction. The host's SSS Switch the World has been changed to SSS Unlimited Copy. Ha ha ha. The golden finger still has to be you. Only the infinite flow is worthy of my, Lee Gooden's noble status. SSS Unlimited Copying. Unlimited copying of all real data and items to achieve similar effects, but at a corresponding price. It looks like just a name change. The effect is the same as before. But Lee Gooden understood the meaning of no limits. Absolutely different. The system will not add a few extra words for no reason. With the talent for unlimited imitation, when you come across good things from others, you can imitate your own version. This is a huge benefit. Lee Gooden looked at the sun above his head through the transparent hatch of the fighter plane. A thought came to mind. Ding. The host needs to spend 2,000 billion experience cards to copy a star. Zoom out a bit. Ding. The host spent 10 billion experience cards to copy a small star. Boom. A huge fireball appeared in the cabin, and the carrier-based attack aircraft instantly melted into juice. Lee Gooden's eyes went dark, and he lost his senses. Lee Gooden has fallen. Chapter 81, God-Given Sphere. A huge fireball in the sky fell straight into the Atlantic Ocean. The moment the sea water touched the fireball, a large amount of white mist rose up. Boom! Explosions and tsunamis swept across the entire blue planet, with volcanoes erupting and crustal movements everywhere. Ding! The host uses the Resurrection Cross, and the current health is 5%. Lee Gooden fell from a high altitude due to his weak body. He felt pain and weakness all over his body. He tried hard to recall what had just happened. MMP, this is what happens when happiness turns to sorrow. Instant. Lee Gooden entered the space of the god of craftsmen and fell heavily on the metal floor. Woof! Chu Meng and Xiao He screamed and ran towards Lee Gooden. The beautiful girl Reba and the internet celebrity who imitated the cat's meow also covered their faces and cried. Don't cry. Are you crying? I'm not dead. Lee Gooden's mental power penetrated into the space ring on his hand and dived into the ocean of water of life. His tilde. Hey. Lee Gooden's broken body recovered visibly. The damaged muscle tissue regenerated and was covered with fresh and translucent skin. The life value on the panel was filled up in 1 second. Lee Gooden felt relaxed all over. He sat up and took the bottle of mineral water that Xiao He had handed over. Gudon. He finished it in no time. Instant. Lee Gooden crawled out of the God of Craftsman space and immediately summoned a new carrier-based fighter to catch his body in the air and continued to fly eastward. There was almost no sea below, only a huge fireball that had no boundaries. Fortunately, we were flying over the ocean. If it had been on land, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's so terrifying that such a big, small star hits the blue star. It's the end of the world. Lee Gooden tried to collect the star, but he didn't dare to put it into the space of the god of craftsmanship. After thinking about it, he gave up. Perseverance has a strong gravitational force. I can clearly feel the strong suction force at a height of several kilometers. If I were placed in the space of the god of craftsmanship, there is no guarantee that there would not be some unpredictable disasters. Lee Gooden made up his mind and decided to ignore it. The plane flew for more than 2 hours and, following the route detected by satellite reconnaissance, arrived over the Vatican. The country is only the size of a few football fields, and even in these last days, the churches below are still well preserved. Missionaries and clergymen in white robes came in and out from time to time below. Some people looked up at the sky and saw Lee Gooden's car. After all, the carrier-based attack aircraft of the K-332 Galaxy are absolutely eye-catching on the blue planet. Lee Gooden leaped to the front of the church door and disappeared in full view of everyone. Void hidden killing technique was activated. Lee Gooden escaped into the void and walked into the church along the space barrier. ID: Frederick, clergyman. Level: 173. Health: 173,0000. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Spirit. Judging from his attire, this clergyman should be the Pope, with a crown on his head, a scepter in his hand, and a cross like his own hanging around his neck. This one of his is the real resurrection cross. Lee Gooden stroked the dim cross on his neck. With a thought, a drop of water of life dripped onto the cross, restoring its luster and turning it silver. Lee Gooden looked at the Pope's scepter in the void. The top of the scepter is not an ordinary crystal, but a magic ball. Divine orb, heavenly grade, a prize bestowed by the Almighty Lord to the most loyal believers, containing endless spells and forbidden spells of the Lord. Recharge, 100 out of 100. Holy shit, a heavenly level magic ball. This Pope is simply an awesome wizard. Lee Gooden observed the environment around the Pope in the void. The Pope sat at a long table, with 4 clergymen in red robes beside him. The 5 of them were discussing something. Lee Gooden had an idea and summoned 100x39 combat robots in the square in front of the church and started to cause chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions were heard in the church. The Pope motioned the 4 cardinals to go out and check, and he stood up and sat on the leather sofa beside him, stroking the scepter. Lee Gooden calculated carefully. The Pope possessed the cross of resurrection, and the only way to kill with one blow was soul attack, but his only means of soul attack was soul collision. Without being able to clearly see the Pope's spiritual attribute panel, a rash soul collision would still be risky. Click! A tiny crack appeared in the space barrier, and Lee Gooden used the soul control technique to throw a poisonous insect at the enemy 1 centimeter away from the Pope's head. The Pope noticed it, but it was too late. At a distance of 1 centimeter, the insect instantly drilled into the Pope's body, but did not control the Pope as imagined. His tilde. A burst of white gas rose from the Pope's body, and the poisonous insect was killed. Circles of pure white light emerged from the scepter in the Pope's hand, enveloping the Pope. Circles of pure white halos purified the Pope's body, and 6 golden wings grew behind him. The Pope's panel has changed. ID: Frederick, Seraphim. Level: 173, plus 827. Physical strength. Strength. Agile. Spirit. Seraph? Their total level is 1,000. I have also heard of the 6-winged angel Lee Gooden, but he is just a character from a Western sect in mythology. I didn't expect the Pope to be a 6-winged angel. Huh? No. The pure white halo on the God-given orb transformed into that of a 6-winged angel after purifying the Pope, and when Lee Gooden looked at the charging of the God-given orb, it had become 90/100. It should be the possession of the 6-winged angel, which consumed 19 points of energy. I just don't know how long it can last. Snap! The space barrier in front of Lee Gooden shattered. The Pope's scepter emitted a suction force, and a golden hand shattered the space and grabbed Lee Gooden's body out. Void hidden killing technique has failed. Lee Gooden fell to the ground with his body prostrated. An unprecedented sense of crisis came over him. Lee Gooden crawled like a dog and used all 4 limbs to retreat in the opposite direction of the Pope. 10x-39 combat robots appeared in the room, waving energy swords in their right hands to attack the Pope. The Pope's scepter emitted another red light, and the scorching flame filled the entire room, but did not burn any furniture. The flame only rose above the metal shell of the X-39 combat robot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The robot's metal shell sweated. It was melted bit by bit, at an extremely slow speed. However, all the circuits inside the robot failed, and it just stood there, turning into scrap metal. Lee Gooden secretly thought that something was not good, so he played his trump card and summoned a metal storm in the sky above the church. 16,000 rockets were fired at the same time, and the church collapsed instantly, turning into a sea of fire. Lee Gooden did not go into the space of the God of Craftsmen, but watched how the Pope responded. The 6 wings behind the Pope flapped, and he floated up from the ground. The magic ball flashed, and a golden ball of light wrapped the Pope. Boom, boom, boom. 16,000 rockets accurately hit the golden light ball, causing dense damage numbers to explode, and the golden light ball collapsed instantly. Immediately afterwards, Metal Storm's second wave of 16,000 rockets hit. Chapter 82, Live Provocation. Boom, boom, boom. The Pope waved his scepter, and another golden ball of light enveloped him. But it still couldn't escape the fate of being shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The metal storm struck 10 times, and the Pope's golden ball of light was shattered again and again. The light on the God-given orb completely dimmed, and the charge was 0 out of 100. The 6 golden wings of the Pope's body had disappeared, and he fell into the ruins, with the resurrection cross on his neck dimming. Lee Gooden got up from the ground, dusted himself off, walked to the ruins, grabbed the Pope's scepter, and took the magic ball off the scepter. God-given orb, heavenly level recharge, 0 out of 100. Reciting the Bible for 1 hour can recharge 1 point. Ding. The host needs to join Catholicism to use the God-given orb. Well, Lee Gooden was very upset. After all the effort, you got something useless? This is an item exclusively for Catholics. Lee Gooden did not understand the teachings of Catholicism and had no interest in joining. However, this God-given orb can be an incredible magic weapon if given to Catholics. Lee Gooden installed the divine orb on the scepter and created a survivor with a white face beside him. You, take this scepter and join the Catholic Church. Brush. A golden light shot down from the sky above the Maker's head, and his level began to rise. It didn't stop until level 100. It's really awesome. If you join Catholicism with the divine orb, you can get such benefits. Catholicism has something. Lee Gooden controlled the Creator's mind and felt the Creator's state of mind at the moment. He was baptized by divine light. Although he had no soul, his mental strength was extremely strong. The human soul is simulated by data, which is always an irreparable defect. Brush. Lee Gooden sent the Maker into the God of Craftsman space and asked him to study the Bible carefully and charge the magic ball. The Pope's body on the ruins trembled slightly and revived. Without the divine orb, the Pope is just a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Lee Gooden with no deterrent effect at all. Lee Gooden came up with a brilliant idea. All the people in major European countries believe in religion, and the Pope's status is above everyone else. The quickest way to start a war is to use the Pope. Lee Gooden took 2 steps forward, took off the Pope's crown, stepped on his shiny forehead, opened the chat system, and started the live broadcast. Hello everyone. Sorry to bother you. I will be live streaming for an hour. Please call your friends to watch it together. Everyone, please look at where I am now. I am in the Vatican, in the church. Yes, that's right. This ruin is the church. Yes, 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 yes. What the public channel said is correct. I blew it up. Yes, yes, yes. The Pope is indeed very powerful. Everyone, zoom in and see what I'm stepping on. Boiled egg? Huh. This Indonesian friend is so funny. He really looks like a boiled egg. Yes, yes, yes. This is the Pope. I'm sorry. The soles of my shoes are a little dirty, and I can't see the Pope's face clearly. Let me wipe it off. Lee Gooden took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the storage space and poured them on the soles of his shoes to wash off the dirt. Then he stepped on the braised egg again. I've wiped it clean. What do you think? It's much cleaner now. Hey, you, stop giving out gifts. Your experience points are so insignificant. Who are you looking down on? That's right, Lee Gooden demolished the church and beat the Pope. I'm not exaggerating, but your Pope is a weakling and can't stand a single blow. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come to Dragon Country to find me, and I will be waiting for you. Or wait for me to find you. My martial arts alliance army will defeat you one by one and unify the world. Yes, yes, I can speak on behalf of the martial arts alliance. Yes, everyone here is garbage. After an hour, Li Guden turned off the live broadcast. The Pope was dying at his feet, but Li Guden did not kill him. Only if such enemies are alive will they organize a large army to resist and provoke war. Li Guden can already feel the hatred of the countries on Blue Star towards him, and hopes that they can gather an army to fight against the martial arts alliance. As for Dog Brother Arms manufacturer direct sales, they know that this is Li Guden's business, but if they want to fight, they have no choice. After all, it is a monopoly. Ding! The host withdraws the payment for Dog Brother Arms factory direct sales and obtains the experience card, 230 billion. Add the 300 billion given by Buffett and the 10 billion he spent on copying A Small Son, and there is still 520 billion left. Save up more. Actually, card experience has its benefits. Now, I am level 305, and I can still gain a lot of experience points by killing level 300 zombies. If you upgrade, you'll lose this part of the profit. The experience bar is jumping every moment. As long as the aircraft carriers purchased by various countries are in the sea, they will continuously launch torpedoes to kill sea beasts. The layout ends here. All that is left is to wait for war to break out on Blue Star and for Li Guden to reap the benefits. Li Guden entered the craftsman god space, snatched the God-given magic orb from the maker's hand, and began to study it. With the SSS infinite copying talent, everything in the world can be copied. It's just that the price is different. Ding! The host needs 500 billion experience cards plus 12th level magic crystal to copy the God-given orb heavenly level. Level 12 magic crystal can be made using level 12 universal materials. It's okay to lower it to level 6. I currently only have level 6 universal materials. Experience cards, 100 million is a lot. Ding! The host copied the God-given orb platinum. Divine orb, platinum, a prize bestowed by the Almighty to the most loyal believers, containing platinum level spells. Recharge, 100 out of 100. Ding! The host cannot use the God-given orb and must join Catholicism. Li Guden held the platinum-grade replica in his hand and examined it carefully. The structure was very simple. There was a magic crystal inside the magic ball, which was filled with a lot of magical energy. This shows that this is a product of the rules of the Tao, not a creation of technology. Li Guden placed the magic ball on the workbench and controlled the robotic arm to cut it, and the magic energy inside gushed out. The violent energy of the platinum level is also extraordinary, and such an experiment is very dangerous. The spell energy gushed out and was absorbed by the mechanical arm and stored, revealing the 6th level magic crystal inside. The crystal was covered with a kind of patterns. Li Guden boldly guessed that these patterns were some kind of power of Catholic law that could communicate between the two ends. The spiritual fluctuations of the person holding the magic ball, reading the Bible, will influence the laws, and then the source of Catholic power will transfer the spell energy to the magic ball. It's quite simple. Li Guden turned around and used the workbench to make a miniature repeater. He installed a miniature nuclear energy chip on it as power and casually loaded it with a control panel chip and a memory card. The memory card contains the entire Bible. The playback speed of the repeater is adjusted to 100 times. Chapter 83 Dog Brothers Magic Ball. The robotic arm grabbed the small repeater and placed it next to the magic crystal and fixed it to the crystal with 2 thin semiconductor tubes. Li Guden thought about it and realized that infinite replication would cost money. If the magic ball was made into a machine, it could be replicated infinitely at 0 cost. So a thorough transformation is necessary. The robotic arm grabbed some level 6 universal materials and simulated them into a magic crystal film, which was covered on top of the original magic crystal and the micro repeater, so that the existence of the repeater could not be seen. Li Guden compressed the collected spell energy and used high temperature to burn a spherical shell that could conduct the spell energy very well. In order to increase the brightness of the magic ball, Li Guden applied transparent dye on the outer shell and covered it with a layer of transparent film, which enhanced the feel of the magic ball. During the production process, the outer shell wraps the magic crystal and then fits it tightly. This shell is destined to be disposable and will be scrapped if it is disassembled. The micronuclear chip in the repeater has a self-destruct program, which also prevents others from taking his masterpiece and conducting research. It is not difficult at all. The creative point lies in the automatic chanting of scriptures. Moreover, the magic ball made by Li Guden has nothing to do with Catholicism, and there is no systematic introduction information. Therefore, when others use it, they will not think about the charging method at all, but will only be secretly surprised. After all, energy does not come out of thin air. This is a constant rule of the universe. Even if the top technology tycoons in the universe saw this ball, they could only marvel at it and could not find the source of its energy. The new magic ball was placed on the workbench, creating a vacuum environment. Li Gooden controlled the mechanical arm to pour the magic energy collected previously into the magic ball. The thin transparent metal shell has a good performance in conducting spell energy, with the loss being less than 1/1000th. While infusing the spell energy, the repeater also began to work. Originally, the golden lines on the magic crystal would penetrate the magic energy into the magic ball, but now they are blocked by layers of thin films, and the lines are no longer visible. One can only see with the naked eye the colorful magic energy appearing out of thin air, with the density increasing. 5 minutes later, the infusion of spell energy was completed. Li Gooden picked up his masterpiece from the workbench. Platinum. Looks like I need to name it myself. Doggo's Magic Ball. Platinum releases platinum-level spells, 6 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and light, with a purification spell. Recharge 100 out of 100. Charging time 100/H point producer. Li Gooden. Ha ha ha. Mission accomplished. The exciting moment has arrived. We will see if it is a mule or a horse. SSS Infinite Mecha. Copy. Brush. An identical magic ball appeared on the workbench in front of Li Gooden. Ha ha ha. Open the trading system. Open the Dog Brother Arms Manufacturer Direct Sales Store. On shelves. Doggo's Magic Ball. Platinum level. Price. 1 billion. Quantity. Infinity. Open the chat channel. ID. Li Gooden. Loudspeaker. Direct sales from the Dog Brother Arms Manufacturer. New product. Dog Brothers Magic Ball. Without any consumption, you can release platinum-level spells to destroy the world. Hurry up if you want to buy it. The chat channel exploded again. Boycott Li Gooden. Boycott Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. Anything produced by Brother Go must be top quality. Buy one and try it. The rich man upstairs, I saw it was selling for 1 billion. Big Brother bought it and tested it so that I can buy it with a loan. Li Gooden closed the chat channel, grabbed a Dog Brothers Magic Ball, and got out of the God of Craftsmanship space. There were still the ruins of the church under his feet. The Pope limped through the ruins, as if looking for the remains of his companions. Li Gooden glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. Heaven is cruel and treats all things as straw dogs. This has nothing to do with me, Li Gooden. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. God killed so many people, but how many did I, Li Gooden, only kill? Li Gooden leaped onto a carrier-based attack aircraft and flew towards Kyoto. This journey is quite long, spanning nearly half of the blue planet. Along the way, Li Gooden tried out the power of the magic ball. He could materialize the magic energy according to his own thoughts and use it in various forms of attack. 1 billion is too cheap because this is fixed damage and has nothing to do with the host's own attributes. For Li Gooden, the platinum level damage is too pathetic. You must know that with a volley of Li Gooden's metal storm, the golden barrier constructed by the Pope's heavenly divine orb will be shattered. Li Gooden's attack damage is not on the same level as everyone else. After all, the infinite flow boss is so terrifying. Li Gooden hadn't slept for a long time and was bored on the plane, so he took a nap. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the Kyoto camp. Li Gooden returned to the God of Craftsmanship space and had a good rest. Li Gooden has not had a rest since the end of the world. Now, his physique is so strong that it is difficult for him to feel physically tired, but he is really a little overwhelmed mentally. Li Gooden dug out a lot of meat, fruits, and vegetables from the food pile, created a female producer with the innate skill, chef, and asked her to process the ingredients. The talent of the beautiful Reba has been changed to S-Charm. The Meow host talent has been changed to S-Diva. The highest talent designated by the manufacturer is S-Level. The densely packed talent tree contains many treasure talents that need Li Gooden to slowly explore. The meal was ready. Li Gooden set a dining table, opened a few bottles of Moutai liquor, and asked 3 producers to stand aside to serve tea and water. He and Chu Mingming sat opposite each other and drank happily. After all, the beautiful Reba and the cat-meowing anchor are manufactured humans without human souls. Li Gooden really can't muster any feelings towards these data. They're just tools, and their value is entertainment and labor. The chef works hard to cook, but she is not entitled to eat at the table. Chu Mingming is weak, but has a big appetite. Li Guden has secretly observed Chu Mingming's body many times. The power contained in her body has been completely disconnected from her body due to the changes in her DNA. No matter how powerful the strength is, it is useless if the brain is not connected to use it. Today's meal is a farewell to Chu Mingming, so she can enjoy her meal. Ever since Li Guden imprisoned Chu Mingming, he has had only one goal, which is to study the cat demon's DNA and find the key information of its 9 lives. 9 lives. Cat genes. 1.5. Chu Mingming, who had lost her memory, didn't notice anything. She was very happy to have dinner with Li Guden and was looking forward to something in her heart. But the truth is always so cruel and hard to accept. Crash. Boom. Chu Mingming fainted, clutching the tablecloth tightly in her hands, with food and plates scattered all over the floor. Her head hit the metal floor heavily, and she lost consciousness. There was still a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 84: Researching Cat Demon DNA. The alcohol content of Mao Dai was already very high, and Li Guden also added a drop of powerful anesthetic into Chu Mingming's glass. Well, Li Guden felt mixed emotions. He pushed out a stretcher from the side, placed Chu Mingming's soft body on it, and pushed it behind the workbench. Thin needles were inserted into Chu Mingming's body, and many samples were taken. Rows of instruments supplied Chu Mingming with nutrient solution and anesthetics and monitored various physical indicators. Li Guden abandoned all distracting thoughts and concentrated on his research. There is no doubt about the psychological quality of the craftsman god. He immediately devoted himself to scientific research. Blood tests were normal. The DNA test was normal. The activity of brain cells is abnormal. Extract 10,000 units of DNA. DNA stripping. The 3 producers and Xiao He sat aside, watching everything Li Guden did in silence. However, the creators will not have any rebellious intentions. Their absolute control is in Li Guden's hands, and their life and death can be decided with just a thought. Xiao He was different. His ears were drooping and his eyes were wet. Although Xiao He is not a human, he can see that Chu Mingming is experiencing death, and a slow death. Thinking of the companionship during these days, Xiao He whimpered, walked out of the workbench with his tail between his legs, and headed towards the far end of the god of craftsmanship space. Not far away, Chu Mingming's shadow was everywhere. Xiao He remembers every scene clearly. 1 man and 1 dog, causing chaos in this space. Whenever Li Guden is not around, Xiao He and Chu Mingming play around happily. Li Guden's research is in progress. He concentrates on watching the DNA in the experimental equipment being slowly peeled off. There's too much DNA in one cell, and the DNA in each cell of the same individual is very different. But the resurrection gene in the cat demon bloodline is not like this. It may exist in all cells, but there are only 9 DNA samples that have the power of resurrection, and each one is unique. Chu Mingming used resurrection once, so there are still 8 samples. If Li Guden wants to find these 8 samples from all of Chu Mingming's cells, he must dissect all of Chu Mingming's cells until he finds all of them. The probability of Chu Mingming surviving is too low. The number of cells in the human body is a constant value and does not increase or decrease with age or changes in body shape. So-called obesity is simply an increase in the fat content in cells, or in layman's terms, the cells have become larger, but the number of cells remained almost unchanged. Why do you say almost? This is because old cells continue to die and new cells are produced by old cells, but between life and death, the total number of cells always remains a certain value and does not change significantly. Li Guden guessed that Chu Mingming's 9 cells with resurrected DNA samples would be immortal and would not divide into new cells. The power of resurrection is enough to support the eternal life of these 9 cells. If Chu Mingming dies once, these cells will sacrifice themselves. Each time Chu Mingming is resurrected, 1 resurrection cell will be consumed. The cells that have lost the power of resurrection can continue to survive for a period of time. Cells are such silly egoists that they will not hesitate to make sacrifices for their own survival. Assuming that Chu Mingming died completely and was isolated from these resurrected cells by external forces, then without Chu Mingming's nutrient supply, these resurrected cells would slowly age. When other cells died, they must still be alive. This is Li Guden's plan B. If this plan is implemented, Chu Mingming will be dead. The robotic arm continued to extract Chu Mingming's cells. There were a total of 56483394762,909 cells, equivalent to about 56.5 trillion. Find 8 unique cells among 56.5 trillion cells. This is a huge project. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Li Guden neither ate nor spoke, just stared at Chu Mingming's body in the God of Craftsman space. Drip, drip, drip. The equipment monitored that Chu Mingming's vital signs were still there, but she was extremely weak and could die at any time. 1/10 of Chu Mingming's cells have been extracted, which is a terrifying amount. If a normal person loses so many cells, it is almost certain death. Thanks to Li Guden's many advanced equipment, Chu Mingming is still alive. The 3 producers on the side watched blankly. They had been very careful in everything they did for the past 3 days, for fear of disturbing Li Guden. Li Guden was obviously in a bad mood. Xiaohe hasn't come back for 3 days, and no one knows where he went. The God of Craftsmanship is infinite, and as long as he doesn't want to come back, he will probably get lost. However, Li Guden can control the God of Craftsman space at any time to find it and bring it back. Drip, drip, drip. Li Guden controlled the robotic arm to stop. My luck has always been very high. I extracted 1/10 of the cells, but did not find a single cell with resurrection DNA. It may also be that I made a wrong judgment. However, it was hard for Li Guden to believe that the judgment of the God of Craftsmen would be wrong, because the ideas brought to him by the God of Craftsman profession should be 100% correct. Ingenuity is a professional skill. That means you are out of luck. You may have to wait until about 1/8 of the way to find the first one. If it really doesn't work, we have to start Plan B and let Chu Mingming die completely, leaving those 8 cells nowhere to hide. But a hint of ruthlessness flashed through Li Guden's mind, and he threw those soft thoughts behind him. Those who achieve great things don't care about small details. Click, click. Li Guden didn't have that much time to waste on experiments. 3 days was already considered Li Guden's kindness. 3 days were just to give Chu Mingming a chance of survival. Enough. Cut it off when it's time to cut it off. Li Guden flipped several switches on the robotic arms, and the densely packed robotic arms inserted more needles and tubes into Chu Mingming's body. One robotic arm used a small nuclear fission energy block to contaminate Chu Mingming's limbs. Various means were used to block the connection between Chu Mingming's life center and cells. A needle pierced the vein on Chu Mingming's wrist. At this time, Chu Mingming's skin was pale, she was extremely anemic, and her platelets were extremely thin. Transparent liquid flowed into the vein. It's a deadly drug that stops the heart. Beep, 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 beep. The indicator light on the monitoring instrument turned red and the alarm sounded. Chu Mingming has left this world. He didn't even leave a single expression before leaving. He just walked away in a daze, looking wooden. Woof, woof. No one knew where Xiaohe came from, and no one knew how he found out about Chu Mingming's death. Li Guden suddenly saw that Chu Mingming's soul slowly sat up from her body, glanced at Li Guden coldly, walked to the metal floor, and stroked the little black furry head. In the God of Craftsman space, the laws seem to be different from those in the outside world. There seem to be no shackles on the soul. Chapter 85 Blue Star is abandoned. The 8 cells with the power of resurrection have finally been found. Li Guden looked at Chu Mingming's soul, not knowing what to say, so he simply said nothing and lowered his head to fiddle with the instrument. The next steps are easy. 8 cells were stripped and DNA samples were taken out for decomposition. Thousands of protein samples were taken out from the protein library prepared by Li Guden in advance and placed in different test tubes. The data simulated the resurrection of DNA, trying to add various materials, conducting experiments again and again. Although there are many types of matter, and unknown matter is as vast as the sea of stars, the universal material can simulate all materials, so there's no need to worry about this. It's just that machines cannot create the unknown field of materials and can only imitate it based on data obtained from simulations. Try again and again, there will always be results. Li Guden set up the instrument and let it run on its own, then stood up and walked to Xiaohe. Chu Mingming's soul squatted on the ground, light and without any texture, leaning on Xiaohe's body. Li Guden sighed and walked out of the God of Craftsmanship space. Alas, you said that if you die, then you die, but why is the soul still left? This is so difficult to face. It is most likely because the Craftsman God space is an independent space and is not within the cycle of the universe. It's not that Chu Mingming is staying here, but she is blocked in the god of craftsman space and cannot get out or enter the cycle of reincarnation. After doing experiments for many days, Lee Gooden became a little fuzzy about time. Look at the store revenue. Open the trading channel. Ding. The host withdraws the revenue from the Dog Brother Arms Manufacturer direct sales store. Ding. The host withdraws the dividends from Huachi Finance shares. Upgrade. Full power. ID. Lee Gooden, silver level, variant. Official rank, supreme. Occupation. SSS Gun God. SSS Craftsman God. SSS Magic God. Gong Fa. Xiantian Gongqi. Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 400. Health, 485-3200. Physical strength, 47032. Strength, 25,085. Agility, 19,022. Spirit, 57,100. Lucky, 2,236. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Manpower, SSS Unlimited Imitation. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first survivor, Lee Gooden's level has been raised to 400, and he has obtained Gate of Time and Space ×1 and Luck Value ×20. The level of zombies and mutant creatures in all servers has been raised to 400. Ding. Server-wide warning. As the server-wide progress has been greatly advanced, it has attracted the attention of certain beings in the depths of the universe. Next, the Zerg civilization will open the Gate of Time and Space to invade the Blue Planet. Countdown, 100 days. Ding. News brief. K332 announced that it would stop declaring war on the Milky Way and enter a truce. The official chief diplomatic spokesperson of the K332 galaxy announced this statement on the K332 galaxy not confronting the Zerg civilization, which pointed out that the K332 galaxy has always maintained an open and cooperative attitude to communicate with many star regions and has always respected high-level civilizations. Lee Gooden was so upset that he knew, without opening the chat channel, that he was in trouble again. Isn't it just a level up? Why do you always cause trouble? It was obvious that the K332 galaxy was a bully of the weak and fear of the strong. When it knew that the Zerg civilization was about to invade, it turned around and left. It's real. Ding. News brief. The official chief diplomatic spokesperson of the Milky Way announced the plan and implementation plan for Blue Planet to leave the Milky Way, which pointed out that the solar system is an inseparable part of the Milky Way. In order to maintain the integrity of the galaxy and defend the sovereignty of the galaxy, the Blue Planet controlled by alien life forms will be expelled from the galaxy. Ding. News brief. The Zerg civilization S001 Galaxy Supreme Command issued the investigation report on the possible existence of rare energy minerals on Blue Planet, feasibility report and project plan on mining rare energy minerals on Blue Planet, and statement on maintaining bilateral friendly relations between the Milky Way and the Zerg civilization S001 Galaxy. Lee Gooden was confused. Blue Star was sold just like that? A few days ago, the Galactic Strategy and Defense Agency sent people to Blue Star to draw up a defense plan, but it was suddenly abandoned. It seems that the Zerg civilization is eyeing the rare energy, or that may exist on the Blue Planet. What is that? Could it be that they misunderstood because I upgraded too quickly? There are 100 days left in the countdown until the Zerg civilization invades the Blue Planet. A civilization that even retreats from the K332 galaxy must have very advanced technology. It seems that the Zerg civilization has more than one galaxy, and it is very likely a combination of all Zerg galaxies. It's a blast. There are still 100 days left for the invasion, and the Blue Planet is doomed. Lee Gooden hurriedly boarded a carrier-based attack aircraft and flew towards the Kyoto camp, while opening the chat channel on the other side. Lee Gooden, can you please turn yourself in? Brother Go, please save us. My fellow countrymen, let's not fight anymore. The casualties from the global war in the past few days have been severe. Yes, let's cease fire. We ask the Martial Arts Alliance to lead us in resisting the Zerg civilization. What's the point of resisting? I'm from the Martial Arts Alliance. Just wait for death. Before Lee Gooden arrived at the Kyoto camp, a message from Zhou Ping popped up on his friend list. Brother Go, I just received a notice that the Milky Way does not recognize the legalization of Blue Star. Out of humanitarian spirit, they will not take coercive measures, but all defense and trade exchanges with Blue Star will be interrupted. It looks like we're done. The nerves in Lee Gooden's eyebrows kept twitching. How can it be over? Aren't there still 100 days left? Live one day at a time. Lee Gooden turned off the chat channel and closed his eyes to think. We don't know how powerful the Zerg civilization is, but it seems stronger than the K332 galaxy. But they probably won't launch a large-scale attack, but instead invade by opening the gate of time and space. So there may still be hope of fighting. 100 days is a long time, enough to do many things. At worst, I could just leave Blue Star. Anyway, Lee Gooden, can survive anywhere. Lee Gooden found the space door he had just obtained in the God of Craftsman space. Space Gate, Zerg technology, a one-time technology item. It can connect a space wormhole between two coordinates with a protection value of 10 million. Good stuff. This thing is Zerg technology. It seems that the Zerg has a certain weight in this universe. The SS Infinite Mecha skill lights up, and 5-meter wide space gates are quietly placed in the God of Craftsmanship space. Ha ha ha. Just give me one, and I can replicate it infinitely. What is the Milky Way? What is the K332 galaxy? What is the Zerg? If an enemy comes, I will stop him. If a water comes, I will stop him. However, the spatial coordinates are a bit difficult to deal with. Lee Gooden only has one coordinate, which is the 99 Storm-class aerospace carriers located on the Tata star in the K332 galaxy. For this first space gate, let's go to the K332 galaxy. Chapter 86, Lee Gooden invades Tata star. Lee Gooden hovered the carrier-based attack aircraft above the ground, took out a gate of time and space from the God of Craftsman space, and threw it to the ground. This thing is installed automatically, but the coordinates need to be set by yourself. The aerospace mothership group far away in the K332 galaxy immediately sent back the coordinate data. Buzz. Space-time gate. The space around it twisted and distorted, and then slowly solidified. A huge space stone was hung on the gate, which was the power core. This space-time gate is different from the one used in the K332 galaxy before. Theirs is most likely a castrated version, and the one in front of us is the complete version. The gate is 100 meters high and 50 meters wide. Except for the aerospace mothership, everything else can easily enter. If we want to start a war across galaxies, we could just build more time and space gates like this, so there won't be a need for a large-scale attack. However, what Lee Gooden didn't know was that even the Zerg could not open the gate of time and space on a large scale. This thing is expensive. Space stones are still very rare. After all, not every bug has the SSS Infinite Mecha talent. Lee Gooden controlled the carrier-based attack aircraft to fly into the gate of time and space. It flashed through the gate and turned into a two-dimensional picture, slowly disappearing. Just like his previous experience of passing through the space gate, Lee Gooden appeared in the K332 galaxy. A feeling of suffocation suddenly arose, and Lee Gooden cursed in his heart again. Damn, these planets without oxygen are so hard to live on. After quickly putting on a heavy spacesuit, Lee Gooden resumed his breathing and his heartbeat stabilized. Sooner or later we will have to develop a breathing system. This spacesuit is too thick and heavy and not easy to use. Opening the engine cover, Lee Gooden stood on the carrier-based attack aircraft and looked at the 99 Storm-class aerospace carriers above his head. A sense of heroism arose spontaneously. Tata Star, a small step for Lee Gooden, a big step for the human beings on Blue Star. Come on, destroy. Before my blue planet gets beaten, let the K332 galaxy pay a price first. Let's go crazy. Brush, brush, brush. Countless X-39 combat robots appeared all over the ground. This is the top technology in the Milky Way. There are at least 100,000 of them surrounding the huge space gate. They have only one mission, which is to protect the space gate. Lee Gooden just thought it was cool and didn't really want to protect the goal. After all, it would only take a few minutes to build another one. I knew the coordinates of the Earth and could open the door at any time. Let's go to the zombie factory first and see what it is used for. Whoosh. The carrier-based attack aircraft flew towards the zombie factory. Along the way, Lee Gooden kept manufacturing X-39 combat robots, filling all the open space he could see and let them spread out in all directions, looking for towns and causing as much destruction as possible. It didn't take long before we arrived at the zombie factory. Lee Gooden jumped off the plane and walked in. When these zombies saw that Lee Gooden did not actively attack, they lined up in rows on the assembly line, waiting for some instructions. The factory employees discovered Lee Gooden, but when they turned around and saw the Storm-class aerospace carriers everywhere, they were completely stunned. Gulu gulu gulu, daddy. The system immediately translated it into Blue Star language. Who are you? What are you doing? Li Gooden looked at the level 203 worker in front of him and thought that he was just a laborer at the bottom of society on Tata Star, and this level was really not good enough. What's the point of producing zombies in batches? The worker frowned and became alert. I don't know. These zombies are specially supplied. The factory is just completing the order. The law of Tata Star stipulates that zombies cannot be killed privately. Don't mess around. Who are you? Li Gooden took out an experience card, 100,000, and threw it into the hands of the alien worker. Tell me the relevant information. This is the reward. The worker took the experience card cautiously, but shook his head. I can't tell you. I'll be fired. Li Gooden's face turned dark instantly. Is this Tata alien so rude? If you can't just say it, don't say it. Why should you charge people money? In a frenzy of evil, Li Gooden raised his hand, pulled out his revolver, and shot the laborer in the forehead. Bang! The worker's body fell straight backwards, and Li Gooden waved his hand and put him into the craftsman god space. The locals can survive without oxygen. We can study their DNA to see if we can find the secret and solve this problem for ourselves. After entering the god of craftsmanship space, Li Gooden quickly took off his spacesuit. This thing is so stuffy and hot to wear. But why do I feel a coolness on my back after taking it off? Li Gooden couldn't help but shudder, and, out of curiosity, he looked back. Chu Mingming floated above his head, and her two little feet stomped on the back of Li Gooden's head frantically. The soul has no weight. It can float anywhere. There is no weight or touch when your feet step on your head, but your body will feel a creepy feeling. Yes, it's the soul. In a sense, his soul was being trampled on by Chu Mingming. Li Gooden looked up at Chu Mingming, feeling helpless. For a weak ghost like Chu Mingming, just exerting a little mental power is enough to make her soul fly away. Forget it. I feel guilty about it. So let her be. Li Gooden turned his head and looked at the instrument on the workbench that was constantly doing simulation experiments. The experimental results were still unknown. God knows how many kinds of matter there are in the universe, and they can only be simulated one by one. Chu Mingming's body was also seen. Li Gooden shuddered again and looked up at Chu Mingming floating above his head. At this moment, she changed her posture again, sitting cross-legged on her head, and seemed to be sitting quite steadily. She took a step forward, and she didn't fall down, but sat on it steadily. From a certain perspective, she just has no substance, but she probably still has some weight. It's just so tiny that it can be ignored. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to sit so firmly on top of your head. Looking back at Chu Mingming's body, Li Gooden walked over. There is no temperature at all. It has already gone cold. The robotic arm quickly made a crystal freezer at minus 40 degrees Celsius, put Chu Mingming's body in it, and the freezer stood up. The robotic arm drilled several holes in the freezer and inserted tubes so that the temperature and humidity can be maintained so that the body will never rot. In terms of life technology, Li Gooden has the ability to activate body functions, but those are only vital signs. The brain connection in Chu Mingming's body is fine and can be activated, but how can the soul return? Once the soul leaves the body, it is impossible to return with current technology. Perhaps we should seek help from metaphysics. Immortal civilizations may have their own methods. We can visit them and learn from them in the future. Li Gooden walked to the workbench, placed the bodies of the Tata Star workers on it, and prepared to get to work. Chapter 87: Transforming NDA to Adapt to Vacuum Environment. The DNA of the workers was extracted, and the database soon discovered that the DNA was different from that of humans on Blue Star. Because of the oxidized DNA in the genes of humans on the Blue Planet, they absorb oxygen all the time to nourish their cells. Oxygen itself is a toxic gas, and organic matter will be produced in any environment contaminated by oxygen. Organic matter exists in symbiosis with oxygen, but while oxygen provides nourishment to organic matter, it also corrodes it all the time, causing its activity to continue to decrease. This is why the lifespan of humans on Blue Planet is usually only 80 years. The DNA of the Tata laborers is different. There is no organic matter in their bodies, but another strange DNA that provides activity. When viewed under a laser microscope, its shape looks like a miniature gyroscope, so Li Gooden called it gyroscope DNA. This kind of DNA needs to absorb light energy to provide nutrients and life activity, and is obviously more advanced than that of humans on Blue Planet. So in a vacuum environment, there is light energy in every corner of the universe, and they can naturally survive. There may be only two scenarios without light energy. One is the void parallel to the world, and the other is the black hole produced by cosmic tides. Li Guden had never seen a black hole, but he learned from the scientific literature that a black hole is a huge magnetic field in the cosmic tides that absorbs everything, even light. Back to the topic, Li Guden copied the gyroscope DNA in batches and made it into a reagent. I don't dare to try it rashly. I still need the help of the experimental subjects. Li Guden turned around and saw the beautiful Reba standing next to him. He grabbed her and threw her onto the workbench. Phew! The liquid in the test tube pushed the syringe forward. Li Guden lifted up the clothes of the beautiful Reba and injected the syringe into the meridian connecting to the heart in her chest. But the meridians are not easy to find. The beautiful Reba is a little fat here, and it took many taps before I found the meridians. After the liquid was pushed in, the subject's body began to shake violently, and he suddenly stopped breathing, with his mouth wide open, as if he was in extreme discomfort. Li Guden sat aside and recorded the data. 1 minute later, the heart stopped beating. The oxygen content in the subject's body was almost zero, and it was filled with a large amount of carbon dioxide that was unable to be discharged from the body. After 1 hour, all cells in the subject's body stopped functioning. From a medical point of view, at this point, the patient has lost vital signs. However, Li Guden is confident in his reagents, which should be the only way to reshape DNA. It takes a while for each cell to be transformed by the reagent. During this time, the heart is transformed first and then loses its breathing function. Without breathing, the body will naturally be in a state of hypoxia, and all body cells, including brain neurons, will be broken. But after the transformation, with the continuous replenishment of light sources, a new life model will start to work. However, the experiment seems to have failed. Li Guden pulled the experimental subject down and put it into a large boiler for cremation. Our attention is on the internet celebrity creator who imitates the cat's meow. Come here, baby. The new test subject was put on the workbench. Li Guden rearranged the reagents and changed his thinking. If you can allow both modes to coexist, being able to breathe oxygen and use Euro DNA, then there will be no failure. But what kind of reaction will occur? Phew! The reagent was pushed into the syringe and injected into the subject's chest meridian. This time, the subject's breathing remained steady, and new gyroscope DNA was continuously produced in the subject's body. After 2 hours, the effect of the reagent ended. There was almost nothing unusual about the experimental subject. Test it out. The testing method is very simple. Li Guden reached out and pinched the subject's nose, then wrapped static tape around his mouth. The subject did not struggle as expected. The needle on the instrument monitoring the oxygen content was beeping, but his heartbeat and pulse were stable, without any abnormalities. Li Guden grabbed the experimental subject and left the god of craftsmanship space. Although he was wearing a space suit, the experimental subject was naked without any protection and was directly exposed to the oxygen-free environment of Tada. A minute passed, and there was nothing unusual. The subject was still alive and kicking. Li Guden returned to the god of craftsmanship space, picked up the new reagent, and pushed it into his chest meridians. So, starting from his heart, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and Li Guden felt like there was something extra in his body. 2 hours later, Li Guden tried to hold his breath for 10 minutes, then gave up the experiment. Success! After taking off his space suit, Li Guden crawled out of the god of craftsmanship space. Looking at the dark, starry sky above, the light energy of Tada Star is actually far less abundant than that of Blue Star. Even so, it provides the Tada people with enough energy to support the functioning of their body. After some mental observation, Li Guden's army of X-39 combat robots had already been intercepted by the Tada Star army in many places, but the army they temporarily dispatched was too small and could not withstand a single blow. The battle has begun. Let's go crazy. Li Guden jumped onto a carrier-based attack aircraft and flew towards the direction where the Tada Star army was being transferred. The reason is simple. Wherever the troops are transferred from, there must be more troops there, that is, the developed areas. Li Guden did not come here to conquer Tada Star. It's useless to take this piece of land for yourself. Kill enemies. Kill more enemies to level up. The military level of Tada Star is very high and can provide a huge amount of experience points. Whoosh! The attack plane flew through the air at a very fast speed. Wherever Li Guden passed, the sky was filled with aerospace motherships and the ground was covered with X-39 combat robots. At the same time, The K-332 Galaxy Strategy and Defense Bureau was holding a meeting. Abba Kabaka. Gulu gulp, gulp, gulp. Baka. They were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the mechanical army on Tata Star and wanted to send reinforcements to support Tata Star. At the same time, the Supreme Commander of Tata Star stood in front of a large screen and fell into deep thought. On the screen were the sky full of Storm-class aerospace carriers. According to reports from subordinates, 13,000 such aerospace carriers have been discovered, which is incredible. Tata is not a weak star in the K-332 galaxy, but it has only 1,000 Storm-class aerospace carriers, and at least half of them are only strategic reserves and have not been used at all. There is no concept of activation, which means that even fuel has not been added and ammunition has not been loaded. Laser weapons are powerful, but the amount of nuclear energy they consume is astronomical, and nuclear energy requires large amounts of rare earths and uranium, which are important strategic resources in the universe. But the Storm-class aerospace carriers everywhere seemed to break the commander's cognition, and he murmured, Sheba. Translation: what the hell? Ammunition is free, right? Chapter 88: The Destruction of Planet Tata. The war has begun. The attack plane that Lee Gooden is riding on is advancing straight ahead, and dozens of towns have been destroyed wherever it passes. And destroying a town is extremely easy. The aerospace carrier and the X-39 combat robot work together in the air and on the ground, without even having to break through the enemy's firepower network. Because Lee Gooden can create new robots directly within the enemy's firepower network. Lee Gooden still remembers clearly that an aerospace mothership was shot down by the enemy's red laser defense tower. At this moment, Lee Gooden was standing under such a defense tower, surrounded by X-39 combat robots. There are countless attack planes in the sky, serving as targets for it. But this tower can only launch a laser attack once a second. Although this red laser is extremely terrifying, it is somewhat powerless in front of Lee Gooden's mechanical army. Entering the interior of the laser defense tower, Lee Gooden shot and killed a soldier and obtained the key from him. The control room of the laser defense tower was opened, and the core inside was exposed to Lee Gooden. Good. I see. This red laser is actually a simple evolution of laser weapons, a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Laser weapons are compressed to create more threatening lasers. In fact, it is not a very cool technology because its power consumption increases exponentially. For Lee Gooden of infinite flow, power consumption has never been an issue. Just adjust the damage power to the highest level without any hesitation. Swish! A brand new X-39 combat robot appeared beside Lee Gooden, and the laser weapons in its hands turned into compressed lasers. All the aircraft in the sky have also been modified. In an instant, all the carrier-based attack aircraft in the sky fired dazzling red lasers. The entire town was bombarded by red lasers, and only this laser defense tower was preserved intact. Lee Gooden walked out of the laser tower and made a copy of it in the God of Craftsmanship space. Well, it can be copied and is invincible. Lee Gooden continued to move forward in the carrier-based attack aircraft, and the defense tower behind him was instantly blown into metal fragments. During the flight, Lee Gooden was suddenly blocked by a dense laser fire network, with hundreds of huge gun holes in front pointing at the sky behind Lee Gooden. Another new weapon. This giant cannon must be extraordinary. There is a simple position in front of hundreds of huge cannons, with hundreds of thousands of ground armored vehicles on the position, and there are also hundreds of Storm-class aerospace carriers in the sky. Lee Gooden controlled the carrier-based aircraft to retreat a little and took a closer look. This lineup must be the regular army of Tata Star. We have eliminated countless miscellaneous troops along the way, but they were scattered and not organized into any large scale. This is the first time we have encountered an army of this scale. Even Lee Gooden was deeply shocked. In addition to the aerospace mothership, there are countless dragonfly-sized flying objects in the sky. Lee Gooden guessed that they were drones of unknown purpose. They were like a swarm of bees, buzzing in the air and making a lot of noise. It would be great if the regular army could fight against him. Today, Lee Gooden wants to see how many casualties the other side can suffer. Anyway, Lee Gooden doesn't care about casualties. The X-39 combat robot does not move very fast and is almost cannon fodder in the enemy's firepower network. As soon as the carrier-based aircraft in the sky approached within a few kilometers, they were instantly shot down by the laser fire network. However, The many attack aircraft behind Lee Gooden were also constantly bombarding the enemy forces behind the firepower network. In fact, the enemy suffered heavy casualties, but Lee Gooden felt that this was too slow. Both sides continued to shoot dense lasers in the sky. In this situation, Lee Gooden turned on the recording function of the system camera and saved the video from the first-person perspective. Such a classic scene must be recorded. Swish, swish, swish. More than 100,000 X-39 combat robots appeared on the ground, this time directly inside the enemy camp, filling every gap. This is a shameless move. It's like the other party has a spy. The enemy camp was instantly thrown into chaos, and the density of the firepower network dropped sharply. The Supreme Commander of Tata Star cursed angrily in front of the screen. What's going on? Are these robots equipped with space movement devices? Such an expensive price is not something that even the Zerg can afford. Who is attacking Tata? Beep, beep. The commander answered the video call, and the other party was the commander-in-chief of the K-332 Galaxy Defense Bureau. Officers, evacuate Tata immediately. We are going to use starburst weapons to detonate Tata and annihilate all enemy forces on Tata. The best commander of Tata Star broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. Lee Gooden has already prepared a nuclear bomb in the God of Craftsman space. Looking at the chaotic enemy camp below, Lee Gooden waved his hand and entered the God of Craftsmanship space. The moment they entered the God of Craftsmanship space, a 100-meter high nuclear bomb appeared in the enemy camp. After a 3-second delay in detonation, Lee Gooden had already entered the God of Craftsmanship space. Boom! The noise caused by the nuclear bomb detonation was so loud that all the armor in the enemy camp was instantly melted by the high temperature. The fleet in the sky was knocked all over the place by the huge impact force, and then the heat energy spread and turned into molten iron. A few seconds later, Lee Gooden's mechanical army was also affected and had no chance to escape. The entire world visible to the naked eye was swept up in the nuclear explosion. Lee Gooden watched this astonishing scene through the perspective of an aerospace mothership in the God of Craftsman space. Awesome! Nuclear weapons are even more powerful than those laser weapons. The entire Tata planet was shaking. On the other side, groups of Tata Star commanders took off in aircraft and watched the shaking on the ground for a long time in silence. Goodbye, my planet. Goodbye, my family and friends. Tata Star is finished. They all thought that the Commander-in-Chief's starburst weapon was taking effect. Suddenly, the core of Tata's star vibrated violently and shattered at once. Lee Gooden, who was in the God of Craftsman space, was also shocked. This has nothing to do with me. Nuclear weapons are definitely not that powerful. The entire Tata Star is undergoing tremendous changes, and all the ground is sinking at a very fast speed. 10 seconds later, the ground no longer existed, and everything was pulled downward by the huge gravitational force. There is a black hole forming below. Lee Gooden looked at all this in shock, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been sucked into the black hole. 10 seconds later, Tata Star had disappeared, and all the aerospace motherships floating in the sky were captured by the black hole. In the process of absorption, they turned into dust and entered the black hole. Lee Gooden's perspective was interrupted. What to do? Lee Gooden's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How long will this black hole last? If a black hole is eternal, then you will never be able to get out. There's only one exit to the God of Craftsman space, which is the coordinate when you come in. But that coordinate is now being sucked by the black hole. So, can black holes pull spatial coordinates? If it is possible, wouldn't I be in a black hole as soon as I get out? Chapter 89 Black Hole World Soul Nourishment. There is a bug in the Craftsman God space. Lee Gooden can carry items in and out, and can also take items from the Craftsman God space to the outside world. However, since he was in the God of Craftsman space, he could not move items to the outside world on his own. This also prevented Lee Gooden from sending machines from the God of Craftsman space to investigate the situation. This helpless scrambled eggs incident actually happened, and Lee Gooden was suddenly at a loss. Wait, we must wait for a while. The black hole will definitely not disappear in such a short time. But how long should I wait? 10 days? 10 years. Will black holes disappear? Not necessarily. As long as the black hole does not disappear, there are only two possible outcomes. One is that the coordinates of the exit are within the black hole's absorption range. Second, the coordinates of the outside world have been absorbed by the black hole and are now most likely inside the black hole, where there's a very low possibility. This coordinate will be destroyed by the black hole, making it impossible to get out. Li Guden frowned and simply found a box of fried chicken and started eating it. Looking at Xiao He, who was running around carefree on the ground, Li Guden was furious. Dog meat hot pot. It's trash and is of no use at all. Adopting it is like adopting a dog. So annoying, it's a dog to begin with. That's right. Xiao He is also a living being, so we can give him the authority of the artisan god space and let him out. Now Xiao He is the only living being with a soul in the god of craftsman space. The maker has no soul, cannot resonate with the god of craftsman space, and cannot obtain administrator privileges. Chu Mingming, just having a soul is not enough. Xiao He, come here. Li Guden looked at Xiao He with ill intention and called out to him. Unexpectedly, this Gohua looked at Li Guden as if he had seen a ghost and ran away while scattering flowers. Damn it! Li Guden was a little annoyed and angry. If it wasn't so useful right now, I'd have it for dog meat hot pot right away. Li Guden mobilized his mental power to perform the soul-killing technique, and a poisonous insect drilled into Xiao He's body. Control it. It's just a dog. In the god of craftsmanship space, Xiao He is granted administrator privileges. Instant. Xiao He got out of the god of craftsman space and saw the scene outside. Sink. Keep sinking. The sinking continues. No gravity, no light, no everything. This is the scene that Li Guden saw through Xiao He. Li Guden gritted his teeth and didn't rush to call Xiao He back. He just watched. There was nothing nearby, no residue or debris. The power of the black hole was indeed strong, and everything was shattered by the vortex. But this seems to be the inside of a black hole. There is no such power here, only endless nothingness and endless sinking. That's right, nothingness. The space here is somewhat similar to the endless void in a parallel universe. However, the void is filled with strong winds and the power of annihilation. But inside the black hole, there is nothing but nothingness. Li Guden was anxiously waiting for the sinking, wanting to see a result. Will this sinking ever end? Have no idea. But it is obvious that there is a concept of time in black holes. Because Xiao He and Li Guden are in different spaces, time in Li Guden's craftsman god space is passing normally. The information sent back by Xiao He is also constantly updated according to the time spent in the craftsman god space. Suddenly, a soul floated out from Xiao He's side. It looks like the soul of the residents of Tata Star. It seems that black holes only crush matter but do not destroy souls. Sink keeps sinking. There are more and more souls below, but there is no entity or life form like Xiao He. This means that only if Li Guden controls Xiao He to appear directly from the space coordinates can he enter the black hole safely. The sinking speed was getting faster and faster, and there were more and more souls below. A flash of light appeared in the direction where Xiao He was sinking. That light is hope. Li Guden danced excitedly in the god of craftsman space, as if he was there himself. But in fact, it was Xiao He who took the risk. It's here, it's almost here. Brush. A dazzling light enveloped Xiao He, and Li Guden could not see anything. But Xiao He is not dead yet, and his mental power can still be connected to it through the insect. The light slowly faded away, and Li Guden regained his vision. Xiao He stood on a vast yellow land. The land was boundless, and there was no sign of any life. But there are souls everywhere around Xiao He, countless souls. These souls seemed to be guided by something and slowly floated in the same direction. Xiao He tried to communicate with these souls, but was met with alienation in return. These souls seem to have no consciousness and are just fragile spiritual bodies. Under the control of Li Guden, Xiao He walked in the same direction as these souls. There was only one set of footprints on the ground, which were Xiao He's footprints. The other souls are floating. There is no gravity, no air, and the yellow land on the ground does not look like ordinary soil. Xiao He scratched the ground with his hooves, scooped up a mouthful of dirt, and chewed it carefully. Huh. Li Guden observed that the soil in Xiao He's mouth broke into pieces when he chewed it and was not stuck together by saliva. Instant. Xiao He appeared in the god of craftsman space, poured the dirt in his mouth onto the workbench, turned around, and returned to the black hole world. Swish! When Xiao He appeared, he began to sink again. Li Guden was shocked. How did it come out from this coordinate again? What about the distance we just walked? Aren't there coordinates for those places? Li Guden gritted his teeth, drilled out of the god of craftsmanship space, and sank down with Xiao He. There is no light or oxygen here, but my body is not affected at all. All body functions are functioning normally. But Li Guden was surprised to find that his cells had stopped dividing and stopped being damaged. This shows that, can I live forever here? After falling into the light, Li Guden regained his vision after a moment of blinding sight. You can see countless souls around you, and you can also see the footprints that Xiao He had walked before. Wait, souls? So many souls? Li Guden looked at the professional skills of SSS God of Magic. Soul nourishment. The soul of the magic god is immortal, but it needs soul power to nourish it. It can absorb the essence of the dead souls and integrate it into its body to strengthen its spiritual value. Soul power equals spiritual value. Absorb. Countless souls within tens of thousands of meters around Li Guden floated towards him. When it floated to within 1 meter of Li Guden, its soul was shattered, losing its original form, and turned into mental power that penetrated into his body. Li Guden looked at the panel, and his mental power was growing rapidly. These are all pure soul powers, and they're the soul powers of the residents of Tata Star. Their level is high, and their life level is much higher than that of Blue Star, so their soul power is naturally much stronger than that of Blue Star creatures. Each soul can provide Li Guden with about 10 points of mental power. But looking around, the soul here, seemingly endless, and I don't know how long the road ahead is. Li Guden followed the direction of the soul and absorbed the soul as he walked. Looking at the spirit value on the panel, constantly jumping and feeling the continuous increase of mental strength in his body, Li Guden was very excited. Chapter 90 Green Lake. The world collapses. In just a short while, Li Guden absorbed 10,000 points of spirit, and the number is still increasing. Look at the time, it's just a short while. Damn, time hasn't passed. Li Guden was surprised to find that the time on the system page seemed to have been frozen at the moment he came out of the God of Craftsman space. In other words, there is no concept of time in the space under your feet. Eternity, no life or death, no time. This kind of setting is not something that living people can enter. But Li Guden, a living person, just barged in. He was still absorbing souls wantonly. Li Guden was excited, but also a little worried. What's the meaning of eternity if you can't get out? Isn't that a life sentence? In a sense, this is truly eternal. Li Guden walked while absorbing souls. Without time, naturally one would not know how much time had passed. 1 day? 2 days? Who knows? I'm not hungry or tired anyway. All the body's functions are working, but it seems that none of the functions are consuming any energy. Aerospace carrier. Can't summon. Li Guden pulled out a revolver from his waist and pulled the trigger. The gun didn't fire, the bullet didn't come out, and the trigger was broken. It broke apart just like a cookie was crushed. Li Guden held the pistol lightly in his palm. No sound was made, and the revolver still broke like a biscuit. Li Guden was shocked. What kind of corrosive force can corrode steel to such an extent? And the aerospace mothership cannot be summoned. What does this mean? This means that there is no such substance in this space. Therefore, infinite manufacturing cannot create something that cannot exist in this space. The coordinates of the God of Craftsmanship space are not here, so all the items in the God of Craftsmanship space cannot be taken out. Even if it was taken out, it would probably appear at the coordinates before it sank and would not appear next to Li Guden. The man and the dog kept walking forward. There is no light source here, but everything can be seen clearly. Yellow earth, black sky, nothing but lust and soul. I don't know how long I walked, but more and more souls gathered in front of me, even blocking my way forward. Li Guden absorbed mental power faster and faster, because as his mental power increased, the range of his skills became larger and larger. A lake appeared on the lust in front. The green lake has no boundaries. The reason why it is called a lake rather than a sea is that it has no waves, like a mirror. But this boundless green lake filled all the space visible to the naked eye in front. Li Guden stopped absorbing souls and turned off his skills. There are not many souls left. If I absorb all of them, I will be the only one left here. It would be too lonely if I couldn't get out. If you can't get out, what's the use of having high mental strength? If we keep these souls, perhaps we could discover something. Li Guden looked down at the panel. His mental strength surged mercilessly. ID. Li Guden, silver level, variant. Official rank, supreme. Occupation, SSS gun god, SSS craftsman god, SSS magic god. Gong Fa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 400. Health, 485-3200. Physical strength, 47032. Strength, 25,085. Agility, 19,022. Spirit, 1257100. Lucky, 2,256. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman's space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Manpower, SSS Unlimited Imitation. The mental power broke through the 7 digits and reached 1,257,100 points. However, Li Guden was not very excited. Instead, he watched the souls continuously pouring into the green lake. They were drifting on the lake without sinking and were moving further away. That's right. The maker, Li Guden, had an idea and created 100 manufacturers on the Lus. People were created, but Li Guden soon saw that these people were being burned. There is no fire. It feels just like an oven. Oh, and they have no souls. Is a body without a soul going to be burned like this? In less than a moment, the aroma of meat emanated from the maker's body. Li Guden frowned and had the nose attached. After a while, Li Guden had no way to calculate the time. Because there is no time here, Li Guden can only express it in a moment. After about a while, these makers melted and did not turn into water. Instead, it turned into the yellow soil on the ground. Well, Li Guden sighed and touched Xiao Hei's head. Only souls can exist here. No other substances will work. Although Xiao Hei and he were living beings, they were able to survive only by relying on the souls in their bodies. In fact, this space does not allow such awesome people to exist. So those souls on the lake cannot test themselves, because we are different. In order to conduct another experiment, Li Guden created another group of manufacturers and had them appear directly on the lake. Plop, plop, plop. Waves of water splashed up, and the producers fell into the lake one after another. The part that fell into the lake was instantly melted by the green water. I don't know whether it turned into yellow soil or green water, but it disappeared in an instant. It was so strange that Li Guden gave up the idea of moving forward. Only those souls can float across the lake. What a pity, if only we knew what they used to do. It's fine if there's a way to survive, but if there is no way to survive, you will die no matter where you live. There is no more soul following behind Li Guden, and the souls around him were also moving farther and farther towards the lake. Loneliness will come soon. Fortunately, this world is eternal. At the very least, Li Guden looked back, and his thoughts were instantly interrupted. The world I passed by in the distance is collapsing. Before, it looked like endless lust, but now, behind the lust, the black force of annihilation is constantly forming, and the lust is becoming less and less. Why is that? Because there is no soul behind it? Li Guden was extremely anxious, looking at the collapsing yellow earth behind him and a breath of terrifying annihilation force. Look back at the calm green lake and the souls floating on the lake. Li Guden kicked Xiao Hei on the butt. Thump! Xiao Hei fell into the green lake and did not disappear. However, it cannot drift on the lake, but floats in the diving area near the lake. Li Guden breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that with the protection of the soul, the green lake water will not corrode the body. At least now, he could get into the water and not get kicked in the ass by the annihilation force of the collapsing world behind him. Li Guden walked towards the green lake cautiously and stepped into it. There was no temperature, nothing unusual, and the lake water had no pressure or buoyancy. Chapter 91, God Level Dash. This road is the longest road Li Guden has ever walked in his life. It's even longer than the contractor's routine. I really want to do welding. I really want to work on a construction site. It's so damn scary. Well, Li Guden sighed again, and his head sank into the lake. Xiao Hei walked in front of Li Guden to explore the way. I don't know whether it is willing or not, but the insect is controlling its soul. Although the man and the dog were in the green lake, they felt as if they were walking on flat ground, because the ground under your feet is still that yellow soil. Li Guden looked at the lake above his head and felt more and more annoyed. In this way, we cannot see the souls above and do not know where they have gone. Li Guden quickly created 100 poisonous insects, which floated to the surface of the lake and controlled some souls. The 100 souls stopped and waited for Li Guden's instructions. What are you looking at? Follow me. Under Li Guden's control, these hundreds of souls continued to walk on the lake, following the other souls in front of them. Li Guden was finally happy. This way you won't get lost. Even though you are at the bottom of the lake, you can rely on telepathy to know the location of souls on the lake. And You can also see their perspective. Just keep walking like this. Keep walking. The Lus Road at the bottom of the lake extends all the way down. How big is this lake? As I walked, the Lus under my feet suddenly became hard. Li Guden looked down and saw that the ground in front of him no longer extended downward, but was a flat ground. However, this flat ground is not Lus, but a floor similar to metal material, very flat. Li Guden was used to it and continued walking forward. After an unknown amount of time, an altar-like pool appeared on the flat ground. Li Guden ran to the front excitedly and looked over. There's a metal-like ball in the pool. The Eye of Truth worked, and this sphere actually has an introduction. God level. Introduce. Awesome. A God level ball. Li Guden remained cautious and picked up Xiao He and threw him into the pool. There's nothing unusual. Grabbing Xiao He and throwing him aside, Li Guden reached out to touch the God level ball. Call. Nothing unusual, fine. The ball was only the size of a basketball, and Li Guden found it difficult to pick it up. This thing is so heavy. Li Guden's body shook, and he used all his strength to lift up the God-level ball. Swish, 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 swish. The God-level ball emitted invisible and colorless waves, and the entire green lake began to tremble. Brush. The ball in Li Guden's hand disappeared, as if it had entered his body. Li Guden observed his body and found nothing abnormal. But Li Guden always felt that his head was a little heavy. When he looked up, he saw the God-level iron ball standing on top of Li Guden's head, right against his scalp. Li Guden pulled hard, but couldn't get it off. The pool that looked like an altar began to crumble and turned into earth in an instant. The green lake water began to become turbulent, and the waves surged. Inindi, whose sea dagger did I pull out? Li Guden's body began to float. The water pressure in the lake continued to surge, squeezing his body and making it extremely uncomfortable. Xiao He's frail body was instantly crushed by the pressure, turned into dried dog flesh, and then melted into earth. Alas, goodbye, my friend. Brush. A dog's soul emerged from the dog's trunk. Xiao He is still Xiao He, but his body has turned into dried dog flesh. The poisonous insect was still controlling Xiao He, and Xiao He and Li Guden were squeezed upwards by the water pressure. Li Guden controlled the perspective of the souls on the lake. The green lake's surface was already turbulent, but it did not affect the floating of those souls. After an unknown amount of time, Li Guden and Xiao He floated onto the surface of the lake. Xiao He has become a soul body and can float on the lake. Li Guden was different. With a god-level iron ball weighing thousands of pounds on his head, he could only swim desperately on the turbulent lake. Fortunately, there was no physical exertion here, so Li Guden didn't feel tired from swimming, but it was a bit troublesome. I'm not in the mood to think about the god-level ball above my head for now, so if it wants to stay, then let it stay. Just keep swimming and swimming, swimming and swimming. Swim to Grandma's bridge? Li Guden was shocked to see that there was a bridge at the end of the lake, and behind the bridge was still endless yellow earth. After swimming to the bridge, Li Guden floated in the lake and watched the souls pass through the bridge one by one, and then continued to walk towards the yellow earth behind the bridge. Safety. Li Guden also walked onto the bridge and onto the yellow soil on the opposite side. It's easy to get on the bridge, but difficult to get off. The moment he walked off the bridge, Li Guden felt that his soul seemed to be bound by some kind of law. However, he was attracted by the divine ball above his head and broke free from his restraints. But Xiao He is different. The poisonous insect in his soul has disappeared. But Xiao He did not regain consciousness. Instead, he became like those souls, stunned, and walked towards the direction of Alus. Li Guden didn't think much about it, and used the soul poison technique to control Xiao He again. The man and the dog continued to move forward with the other souls. This time we didn't walk far before there was no road ahead. At the end of the Lus is endless black, and that black is filled with pure power of annihilation. There's no need to try this. It's obvious that touching it will lead to death. There would be no need to let Xiao He die. At the end of this yellow earth, there are countless wellheads, arranged in horizontal rows, with no end in sight. Li Guden walked to the front of the well and looked around. The size of each well mouth was the same, but there were different words written on them. Instead of entering the wells, the spirits walked all the way to the left, seemingly searching for their wells. No matter how stupid Li Guden is, he can figure out that this is the exit. But why does this damn exit look so much like damn reincarnation? Li Guden was so angry that he lost all his manners and started cursing. Those bastards from Tata Star screwed me over. Am I, Li Guden, Going to be reincarnated here today? The soul in the distance had already gone very far, and Li Guden gave up being angry. Because being angry was useless. He quickly followed, looking at the words on the well row by row. The system did translate them, but I still didn't recognize any of the names of the wells. It should be a different star field. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Li Guden saw that the souls were gradually decreasing. There was a well ahead, and the souls jumped in one by one. Alas, it seems that the road ends here. I have to find a well to go down. Life and death, the cycle never ends. I am alive, they are dead. If I jump down, will I be reincarnated? Li Guden turned around and looked behind him. On the green lake, shattered space fragments and annihilation power were constantly surging. I guess we won't be here for long before we are destroyed. If I miss this opportunity, will my soul always wander in the power of annihilation? Of course, the premise is that the power of annihilation will not wipe out the soul. Well, Li Guden looked at the well, on which was written the K332 galaxy. No, if I am to be reborn, I want to be reborn into my own family. Li Guden continued to walk to the left. Chapter 92, Wild Blood Road. Geniuses go left, madmen go right. Li Guden is not a genius. He just follows the crowd and follows all the souls to the left. Since you have taken the left path, you have lost all the options on the right side. In this endless well, which one is the Milky Way? Li Guden had walked for a long time without realizing it. There was no time and no way to measure it. It just felt like it had been so long that he had forgotten everything. The end of the world? Zerg? The Great War on Tatar a long, long time ago? A black hole suddenly appeared. Li Guden still believes that the black hole was caused by the excessive equivalent of a nuclear bomb. Judging from the situation at that time, the entire Tata planet collapsed and exploded from the inside, and a black hole was blown out at the core of the planet. I will never dare to play with nuclear weapons like this again. I, Li Guden, promise not to use nuclear weapons first. SS's infinite mecha talent has no upper limit to the production of nuclear weapons, which means that as long as Li Guden does not control it, no matter how big the planet is, it will not be able to withstand it. Zerg, there was a loud bang, and Li Guden no longer took any civilization seriously. No matter how powerful you are, can you stop a nuclear explosion? If caliber is justice, then Li Guden's caliber is large enough. The size is quite large. After walking all the way, I finally reached the end. The well is gone, and the well with the word Milky Way written on it is still not found. Hey, it seems the left side is wrong. Li Guden was helpless. He looked at the last deep red well at the end. There was bird language written on it. It also read bird language when translated. Li Guden was too lazy to refer to it. The lust at this end actually has right-angled edges. The yellow earth and the black void are vertical, extending here and suddenly disappearing. It was like a yellow carpet floating in the night sky, and Li Guden was walking on the carpet. Turning around, he saw that the entire space was collapsing towards Li Guden. The speed was not fast, but the feeling of despair was very real. This right angle is the real boundary. Li Guden looked at the last few wells in front of him again and carefully read the bird calls on them. I folded my hands together, not knowing which god to pray to. No matter who it is, please give me strength. Buzz. Did it really happen? A piece of golden paper floated out of the blood-colored well in front of him, and Li Guden reached out to catch it. The bird language was directly translated by the system. Notice of guiding the human race on the wild blood road. The savage blood road people guide souls from all realms and reincarnate into the blood road people. The wild blood road is the source of the universe. The war has been going on for billions of epochs. Now that the human race is weak, we pray for the souls from all realms of the heavens to come to support us. If all the humans in the wild blood road are wiped out, humans in all regions of the universe will lose the opportunity for advancement and will sooner or later be eliminated by all other races. Blood oath to seek talents. The human race is invincible. Li Guden looked carefully and found that the human race had lost the opportunity to be promoted. It's none of my business. We are all reincarnated, so we have to go to a cool place. Who wants to suffer in this wild and bloody road? It doesn't sound like a very livable place. Li Guden looked at several wells next to the bloody wellhead. Galuo Galaxy, Maka Galaxy, Megapa Galaxy, each one exudes a different luster. Look to the right again. Oh shit. The collapsing space was rushing in at an alarming speed and was less than 1 kilometer away from Li Guden. The terrifying force of annihilation came towards him. Li Guden was horrified and retreated violently. Damn, There's no time. I like green, it's you. Gallo Galaxy, here I come. Xiaohei was controlled to jump in and disappear in the blink of an eye. Li Guden walked to the green wellhead and stepped in. Buzz. As soon as he took one step forward, the force of annihilation seemed to have some effect on the god-level question mark ball above Li Guden's head. The question mark ball above his head suddenly became heavy and shook violently, pulling Li Guden's body to the left. He fell headfirst into the bloody well, with both shoulders buried in it. The foot that was stretched into the Garo star system was pulled out, and the whole body fell upside down and entered the blood-red well. At the last moment of his life, Li Guden thought a lot. I'm about to be reincarnated. Is this going to have to start all over again? Forget it. I'm tired. Li Guden closed his eyes. The question mark ball under his head seemed to be very heavy, pulling Li Guden down into the well. The head is below. Of course the head is below. Buzz. Li Guden regained consciousness and saw himself appearing in a bloody space. I was hanging in the sky, motionless, when a question mark ball above my head suddenly lost its luster and fell down. Li Guden reached out to grab it. The question mark ball had no weight anymore, and he caught it easily. Li Guden held the ball and looked around himself. His body still existed and had not turned into a soul. But you can't just hang in the sky like this forever, can't you? Can't seem to move. Li Guden was surprised to find that there were many human souls hanging in the sky. Souls kept floating downwards. It looks like this is a cue. Li Guden became patient. Buzz. A strange guiding force was pulling at Li Guden's soul, but the force was not strong enough to pull it away. Li Guden simply controlled his body to obey the guiding force, and his soul began to float downwards. It just kept floating like this, floating into a city, then into a palace, and then into a room. Then, to the stunned eyes of dozens of people inside and outside the room, Li Guden's body floated onto the bed and stuck to the belly of a beautiful woman. The people in the room who were dressed strangely were dumbfounded. Li Guden was also dumbfounded, holding the question mark ball in his hand, with a confused look on his face. Where is this? Left and right. Take this thief out and beat him to death. Protect my wife as she gives birth. The woman in labor on the bed let out a shrill scream, but the scream soon stopped. Li Guden jumped off the bed and stood aside, trying to communicate with the god of craftsmanship space and trying out his various skills. The midwife knelt beside the woman's bed and suddenly burst into tears. Master, the child is dead. Buzz. A huge black palm print blasted towards Li Guden. Li Guden flashed out of the door and jumped onto the roof. The so-called master was not agile at all and was too slow. Swish, swish, swish. 100 Storm-class aerospace carriers appeared in the sky, and densely packed carrier-based attack aircraft and carrier-based bombers flew out and patrolled the entire city. Ha! Li Guden, I'm back again. Li Guden looked at the system time, and it was almost the time when he entered the black hole from the god of craftsman space. In the chat channel, the familiar words of the Blue Star survivors made Li Guden feel a sense of familiarity. But the world before us is obviously not Blue Planet. Record the coordinates. Blue Star coordinates. Open the gate of time and space. Buzz. 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 Snap. The space stone on the space-time gate flickered 3 times and suddenly exploded. This is a failure. Everyone on the pavilion looked at Li Guden in surprise. Who are you? How can you set up a space-time formation? But don't waste your energy. This wild blood road has no spatial rules. There's only one way out. Kill your way through this bloody path and get out through the exit. Chapter 93 Exchange for Pills. Fight your way out of this bloody situation? Is it difficult? Li Guden looked at the people in the pavilion and put the god-level question mark ball into the craftsman god space. This feeling of controlling power. This feeling of being alive. Time, temperature, breathing. So comfortable. Li Guden was in a good mood. Looking at those people in the pavilion, the eye of truth can see their simple information. ID, Li Tianshu, silver level. Realm, Middle Jindan. Immortal cultivator? Li Guden became interested. Li Tianshu is the so-called master. The people behind him are only at the foundation building stage and are extremely weak. Everyone looked at Li Guden with fear in their eyes. Of course, they were mainly afraid of the dense fleets in the sky. Li Tianshu no longer dared to be arrogant and saluted towards Li Guden with his fists clasped. Senior, this is the border town of the human race. Our ancestors all lived here to fight for resources in this wild and bloody road so that we could fight our way out. Senior, you were just led here, right? How did you enter in your true form? Li Guden didn't care about what Li Tianshu said, as it was all nonsense. He looked down to check the system status. Countdown to the Zerg invasion of Blue Planet. 98 days. There is no time to chat with him. We must quickly fight our way back to Blue Star. Li Tianshu, what realm is the strongest person of the human race at? Senior, the cultivation techniques of the human race correspond to the cosmic level. The strongest are at the Mahayana stage, which is the yellow level. They cannot be ranked in this bloody road. How did you know I was Li Tianshu? Mind your own business, bye. Li Gooden jumped onto an attack plane and flew south. The exit of this bloody road faces north, and Li Gooden went south because a plane just detected Beogwang, and there must be good stuff there. Soon he flew closer and looked down. There was a square. In the middle of the square sat an old man with a pill in his hand. Tens of thousands of young people in the square seemed to be competing with each other. Most of them were spectators. Li Gooden looked at the pill in the old man's hand. Gold level, Li Huang pill, strength plus 1,000. The old man's cultivation level is quite high, having reached the fusion stage, which is the purple gold level. Everyone in the square noticed the plane in the sky and was also surprised and suspicious. What is that? Is it a flying magic weapon? Idiot. At least it's a spiritual weapon. Master, what is that? Their master, who was in the fusion stage, shook his head, raised his hand, and pointed, instantly piercing through Li Gooden's plane. Li Gooden fell out and slowly landed on the ground. Old man, you have to pay for shooting down my plane. I think your pills are pretty good. Give me 100 to try. The disciples were all indignant and started shouting and cursing passionately. The old man in the fusion stage waved his hand to tell them to be quiet. Young man, what kind of magical weapon is the airplane you're talking about? The one you just broke. Oh, forgive my ignorance. Is this thing worth my Power Emperor pill? Brush. Li Gooden waved his hand, and a carrier-based attack aircraft appeared in front of the old man. See for yourself if it's worth it. The old man stood up, walked to the front of the plane, walked around a few times, looking here and touching there. He made hand seals from time to time, tried to control the plane with his mental power. Li Gooden held back his laughter and looked at the old man's confused expression. This magic weapon does not require mental control. Just sit on it. Click. Ziz. Li Gooden opened the cockpit of the plane and invited the old man to get in. As soon as the old man sat in the cabin, the door closed. Li Gooden controlled the plane to rise vertically and fly away into the distance. It circled in the sky and then landed again, opening the hatch. The old man's body trembled, and he leaned over the cabin door and vomited. All the disciples gathered around hurriedly, concerned about the old man. Master, what's wrong with you? Master, was there a backlash of mental power? This magical weapon is so terrifying. The old man waved his hand and got off the plane. It's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable due to the agitation of my true energy. This magical weapon is extremely fast, and I can't control it with my cultivation level. Moreover, there seems to be a spirit inside this magic weapon, which can cast spells on its own. It's really powerful. After saying that, the old man took out 5 identical Li Huang pills from his sleeves. Young man, how about I use these 5 Power Emperor pills to exchange for your magic weapon? Li Gooden was overjoyed, but he pretended to be calm and looked heartbroken. You have already damaged one of my planes, and now you want to exchange this one for another? Think about it yourself. Are the 5 Power Emperor pills worth enough? The old man sighed lightly and took out a gourd from his sleeve. Purple gold grade, earth fire gourd. It contains earth fire and can be sprayed at the enemy. Young man, I was too harsh on you. I will compensate you with this magic weapon and the elixir inside. Please give up your airplane magic weapon. Li Gooden couldn't see how many pills were in the gourd, but this was definitely a sure-win business. Well, let's make a deal. The old man poured 5 Li Huang pills into the gourd and threw it to Li Gooden. Li Gooden picked up the gourd, summoned another attack plane, and jumped on it. Goodbye. Whoosh. Snap. The plane broke through the sound barrier and flew across the sky, leaving everyone in the square shocked. The old man looked at the direction where the plane disappeared and muttered. Stunning. Could this young man be a god? Such a magical weapon is truly a treasure. The old man got on the plane again and got ready. Alas, it is because my cultivation is not enough that I cannot activate this aircraft spirit weapon. I'm really just looking at the world from a well. Ha 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 ha. 20 pills. This cultivator's pill is truly a treasure. It adds so many attributes. Li Gooden swallowed the pill in the gourd hole. As for the gourd, he urinated in it and shook it a few times. He opened the cockpit of the plane and threw it to the ground. What's the use of this jump? Bang! The earth fire gourd fell on the head of a beautiful woman. Who attacked me? A magic weapon fell from the sky. The precious light is shining everywhere, and the grade is so high. Could it be? There's immortal wine in here. The woman held the gourd high. Li Gooden looked at the panel. These pills added a lot of attributes, including physical strength plus 5,000, strength plus 10,000, and agility plus 5,000. One plane has so many attributes changed. It's a big profit. I wonder if this elixir can be imitated? Li Gooden looked at the skills on the panel. SSS Unlimited Copying. Ding! The host copied the Power Emperor pill X 100, and the usage limit of the Power Emperor pill is 90/100. Ding! The host imitated Luotian pill times 100, and the upper limit of Luotian pill usage is 95/100. Ding! The host imitates Dragon Blood pill X 100, and the upper limit of Dragon Blood pill usage is 95/100. Ha! Take them all. Li Gooden stuffed the pills into his mouth like candy beans and swallowed them whole. Chapter 94, The Hateful Porcupine Man. Open your personal dashboard. ID, Li Gooden, silver level. Occupation, SSS Gun God, SSS Craftsman God, SSS Magic God. Gong Fa, Xiantian Gongqi, Yijinjing Huangdi Neijing. Level, 400. Life, 1470-3200. Physical strength, 147032. Strength, 125,085. Agility, 119,022. Spirit, 1257100. Lucky, 2,256. Critical hit rate, 0%. Poison resistance, 500. Craftsman space, infinity. Talents, SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Manpower, SSS Unlimited Imitation. All attributes have exceeded 100,000, and mental power has exceeded 1 million. This wave, huge fat. We just flew towards the south, so we might as well keep flying south to see what is in the southernmost part. The guiding book said that the wild, bloody road was the beginning of the universe. If the exit is in the north, then the starting point is in the south. Take a look at what the starting point of this universe is. The human race's territory is extremely vast, and the speed of the carrier-based attack aircraft is already very fast. Li Gooden installed thrusters, and the speed continued to soar. Even at such a fast speed, it took several hours to fly out of the human range. If the strongest human beings are all at yellow level, then the strongest person in this savage blood road is definitely not someone Li Gooden can contend with. To rush out and fight your way out is tantamount to seeking death. 98 days is Blue Star's countdown, not Li Gooden's. If you can go back, go back. If you can't, let fend for itself. The human race has densely populated cities everywhere, and occasionally there are mountains with major sects and forces. Flying along the way, there are often strong people watching. Although Li Gooden does not practice Taoism, he can still feel the amazing aura. That should be a reflection of a certain level of mental strength. However, Li Gooden's professional skill of soul mockery can basically mock the opponent's soul. Only dozens of strong people were not mocked. Their mental power should have surpassed Li Gooden. Beyond the human border are endless mountains. The sky of this wild, bloody road is always bloody, without sunrise or sunset, without stars or moon. There is a huge black crack in the sky, with jagged edges on both sides. This world is also a long and narrow road. There is no east and west, only south and north. The further south the tribe goes, the weaker it becomes. The territory of each ethnic group is not fixed. Every once in a while, the wild blood road will be ranked from north to south. The territories of weaker ethnic groups will move south, while the territories of ethnic groups with higher rankings will move north. As for the basis of their ranking, it depends on the number of people killed by each ethnic group. Any ethnic group can start a war, and each ethnic group is connected to the territories of the other two ethnic groups in the north and south. The one to the north is one level higher than you, and the one to the south is one level lower than you. In this wild and bloody road of tens of thousands of tribes, the strength of the upper and lower tribes is actually not much different. So each ethnic group faces two opponents. Similarly, the opponent is in the same predicament and dare not start a war easily. Therefore, almost most ethnic groups start to play tricks and control their fellow tribesmen, not to kill people. This will cause you to fall behind in the rankings, and the next time the neighboring ethnic group won't be as strong. However, as more and more people started to do this, it lost its effect. The human race is really weak now, but the two neighboring ethnic groups are all pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger. Of course, they did not dare to kill humans on a large scale. You know, in the context of the Savage Blood Road, if the human race is wiped out, they will most likely reach the top of the Savage Blood Road in the next reincarnation, and then they will be destroyed. The tribes in the far north are different from most tribes. They are extremely murderous, because the strong are not afraid of fighting. Lee Gooden stopped when he passed the border. There are checkpoints on the road, and humans cannot enter the other side's territory, but there are many strange-looking pig-headed people in the other side's territory walking towards this side. The road is straight, running through the wilderness and blood from north to south. So this road is a bloody road. It is black and red all over, and it emits a cold and murderous aura. Locals call it the official road. The human guards at the checkpoint kept scolding the convoy, and hundreds of huge carriages were heading towards the pig-headed people's territory. But, judging from its speed, the carriage didn't seem to want to move. Those pig-headed men did not stick to their own territories, but marched around the carriage in a swaggering manner. Lee Gooden jumped off the plane and landed on a hill beside the official road and watched from afar. Hundreds of horse-drawn carriages were driven by pig-headed men, and they seemed to be carrying heavy cargo. Strange. Could it be the humans are trading with those pigs? Lee Gooden laughed a lot. It is understandable that the pig-headed people sell pork to us, but what can the humans give them? Beef feed? Lee Gooden watched the convoy enter the pig-headed people's territory. No conflict occurred, so he got on a plane and flew away disappointedly. Since they are trading in a friendly manner, we cannot act rashly to disrupt the peace. That's so rude. The plane took off vertically, and, at that moment, a package of cargo fell out of carriage. A sack of burlap was torn open, and a human girl crawled out like a maggot. He was tied up with ropes and couldn't move. He could only wriggle. Although Lee Gooden didn't wear glasses, he was still shocked. Is this human trafficking? The nature of this is too bad. These soldiers don't care. Lee Gooden was a little unhappy, and the plane stopped. As expected, the soldier took action and walked towards the carriage. Before the two soldiers came close, 3 pig-headed men arrived first, grunting. They talked for a while, and the 3 pig-headed men untied the ropes on the woman under the watchful eyes of the human soldiers. The broad, big tongue licked back and forth, and saliva flew everywhere. The human woman was carried away by a pig-headed man and put into the pig-headed man's tent beside the official road. As Lee Gooden stared in amazement, the 2 human soldiers returned to their sentry posts. Instant. Lee Gooden has an agility of over 100,000, and his movement is almost like short-distance teleportation. He stood in front of the soldier and patted him on the shoulder. Don't you care about human trafficking? The 2 soldiers looked at each other and looked at Lee Gooden with some impatience. Get out. Humans are not allowed to enter the border. Lee Gooden became even more curious. Then how can those pig-headed people come here? The 2 soldiers suddenly changed their expressions and looked at each other coldly. Shut up. Don't slander the great porcupine people. They are friends of the human race. Lee Gooden lauga angrily. Friend? So these girls are gift for friends? The 2 soldiers raised their heads and said proudly, yes, the human race sends 2,000 girls of marriageable age to the porcupines every day for them to enjoy. All of us humans must treat the porcupines with the utmost respect. This is a rule passed down from ancient times. Lee Gooden was ashamed. Since ancient times? It seems that this cycle of Savage Blood Road has been going on for a very long time. Are 2,000 girls lost every day? Good. Very good. Lee Gooden clenched his fists tightly. No matter how cold-blooded Lee Gooden was, he could not accept such a thing. This is the dignity of a human being. The person on the other side is a pig. Chapter 95. New Race Dog Egg Tribe. Lee Gooden likes eating pork the most. The roasted pork belly is especially delicious, crispy and tasty. Coupled with the spicy flavor, it is a delicacy. Boom! A 10-meter-thick red laser hit the porcupine man's tent. The tent disappeared, and the ground became flat again. Lee Gooden was surprised. Is the ground of this wild blood road so hard? This laser was modified based on the compressed laser technology of the Tata Star Defense Laser Tower, and its power has long been verified in war. At this time, it was impossible to cause any damage to the ground of the Savage Blood Road. However, all the people in the tent ascended to heaven, and a reminder sound rang in Lee Gooden's ears. Ding. Kill count. 6 people. Lee Gooden added the barbaric blood road. Ranking list. Ding. Please select a race. I have to choose my race. Can I choose not to? Ding. Please select a race. Lee Gooden fell into deep thought. If he chose the human race, it would not matter if he killed his way from south to north, but the human race would be destroyed. In the next reincarnation, Lee Gooden would be the equivalent of sending the human race to the guillotine, directly exposing them to the wild and bloody land of the far north. No, that's too deceptive. System, what are the benefits of being on this ranking? Ding. If you rank high in the Wild Blood Road ranking list, you can get the personal reward, Origin of the Universe. If your race name ranks high, you can get the race reward, Origin of the Universe. Note, the rewards obtained by the Wild Blood Road race can be withdrawn to the same race in the whole universe. What is the origin of the universe? Ding. Origin of the universe is the origin of the universe. Stars, space, time, and life all come from the origin. If you get the origin of the universe, you get everything. Lee Gooden didn't quite understand, but he seemed to understand. The meaning is simple. The origin of the universe is the most important thing in the universe. That's about it. You will know what it is useful for once you get it. For the origin of the universe, Lee Gooden has decided to fight for the ranking of killing enemies. But this race is really my nemesis. After joining a race, the rewards have to be distributed to everyone in the race. It's really against one's conscience. Goldfinger, can you build me a race of my own? Ding. To establish a race, you need the Universe Federation Race Application Approval and the Universe Federation Race Application Qualification Certificate. Lee Gooden looked at the talent, SSS Infinite Replication. Ding. The host has obtained the Universe Federation Race Application Approval and the Universe Federation Race Application Qualification Certificate. Ha. Goldfinger, create a race for me. Ding. Host, please provide the race name and race galaxy. Just call it the Gooden Tribe. The address is filled with wild blood. Ding. Correction. The host race was created successfully. Race name, Dog Egg Clan. Race address, Wild Blood Road. Ding. The Wild Blood Road is making a territory for you. Ding. The territory is complete and is being added. Ding. Teleporting. The current race's territory ranks last. Shit. I haven't bothered the pig-headed man yet. Wait a minute. Girls, I'm here to save you. Swish, swish, swish. 100 Storm-class aerospace carriers appeared in the sky, and at the same time, Lee Gooden's figure disappeared. The aerospace mothership group released dense carrier-based aircraft, bombarding the Porcupine people on the official road. The space around Lee Gooden was distorted, and his body was motionless. The God-level question mark ball in the God of Craftsman space emitted a faint light and disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Lee Gooden's body was thrown out, and there was nothing in it. Ding. Detect a member of the Dog Egg Tribe and provide a territory of 120 square meters. Brush. Ding. Server-wide announcement, Wild Blood Road. New tribe, Dog Egg Tribe. Created, ranked last. Reward, Origin of the Universe, X1. Lee Gooden excitedly held the Origin of the Universe in his palm, looking at the 120 square meters of territory under his feet, not knowing what to feel. Lee Gooden looked behind him. Since Lee Gooden's territory is at the last place, it is naturally the southernmost. Is this the beginning of the universe? A wall. A golden wall. The origin of the universe that the system rewarded just now seemed to have fallen out of this wall. Lee Gooden gritted his teeth and threw the golden origin of the universe in his hand towards the wall to confirm his guess. Bang! The golden origin of the universe stuck to the golden giant wall like a piece of chewing gum. In a flash, the golden origin was integrated into the wall, and the giant golden wall returned to its flatness. Oh my God! It seems that this huge golden wall is made up of the origin of the universe. But how do I get my piece back? Are you kidding me? Lee Gooden pulled out a laser cannon from behind and fired at the wall. Buzz. Just as Lee Gooden was about to launch, his head was suddenly hit by an inexplicable energy. Lee Gooden began to bleed from all 7 orifices and flew backwards into someone else's territory. Puff. Lee Gooden had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he farted when he fell. Damn, the shit is about to come out. Ding. First warning. Do not collide with the source of the universe. Host Lee Gooden has 2 more warning opportunities. Ding. System compensation. Obtain Origin of the Universe, X10. Haha. Although the system gave a warning, it also gave compensation, and it was 10 times. Not bad, not bad. Lee Gooden jumped up happily but the injuries on his body did not allow him to do so. The spiritual power penetrated into the scarlet ring and soaked in the ocean of water of life for a few seconds. After all his injuries recovered, Li Guden stood up and returned to his territory. It's still more comfortable in my own territory, but it's a pity that it is surrounded by this wall and other people's territories. He looks just like a Mongolian Navy admiral. Li Guden took out an origin of the universe from the god of craftsman space and held it in his hand. Use. Ding. Please provide ideas the origin of the universe can create. Idea. I want to become a god. Ding. The universe's origin is insufficient. Holy shit. He's talking about the lack of the origin of the universe? Isn't it impossible? Oh shit. The heifer looks at her watch. So cool. Li Guden took out all 10 copies of the origin of the universe and held them in his palm. System. I want to become a god. Ding. The universe's origin is insufficient. Okay, then think of another request. SSS level talents? No shortage. SSS level profession? Not much improvement either. Attribute improvement. It seems there are many channels. Level experience. If you upgrade again, the blue star will be destroyed. Li Guden sighed secretly. Being invincible is also a sin. Think about what can improve you the most right now. The origin of the universe doesn't seem to be so easy to obtain. Perhaps this is the only chance in a long time. Origin of the universe. If it possesses creativity, then it is even more powerful than Aladdin's magic lamp. It can even fulfill the 3 wishes of a magic lamp. Make a wish for the blue planet. Get rid of Zerd? Li Guden curled his lips. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ask for a way out for Chu Mengmeng. Let her rebuild her body. Holy Mother. Such a holy mother. Bah, it's just a cat demon. Not even a human. Think about it again. How should this origin of the universe be used? Chapter 96 God Level. Heavy Magnetic Dark Core. Li Guden took out the God Level question mark ball from the Craftsman God Space. It was because of this ball that he survived the reincarnation, but it no longer had any luster, as if it had exhausted all its power. Origin of the universe. Give me the ability to restore this ball. Ding. The host uses Origin of the Universe, X10 to charge, God Level, Heavy Magnetic Dark Core. Haha, the name is revealed. God Level, Heavy Magnetic Dark Particle Core. The naturally formed neutron star core in the universe can exert a heavy magnetic field to capture matter. It is the core energy of the black hole and has endless uses. Li Guden looked at the hidden core and fell into deep thought. Heavy magnet? Dark particle? This dark particle should be dark matter, which is a kind of substance that is everywhere in the universe. The magnetic field is easier to understand. As the name suggests, this ball is a dark matter core that emits a heavy magnetic field. Specifically speaking, its uses are endless, and the first thing that comes to Li Guden's mind is black hole. For some unknown reason, the core of the star Tada turned into such a heavy magnetic dark core, triggering a black hole. Its destructive power is self-evident. Li Guden has also explored the world inside the black hole. A black hole will crush all massive matter except the soul. But in the black hole world, there is green water and yellow soil. If we make a bold guess, this should be made up of dark matter. Li Guden safely passed through the reincarnation with this heavy magnetic dark particle core on his head. It is very likely that its heavy magnetic field captured Li Guden, so he was not crushed by the power of reincarnation. This is also a great use. It's hard to say whether it has any other special uses. In other words, with this ball, Li Guden can avoid reincarnation and jump back and forth between life and death. Is it a machine? SSS Infinite Mecha. Copy. Brush. An identical, heavy magnetic dark particle core appeared in Li Guden's other hand. Excited. The excitement is unparalleled. These 10 copies of Origin of the Universe are worth it. If this heavy magnetic dark particle core can be used as a weapon, then its power. Li Guden, will promise not to use the black hole attack first. But this is just Li's guess. Can this thing really trigger a black hole? Savage Blood Road is such a special world, it's worth a try. Li Guden looked at the huge golden wall behind him. The starting point of the universe. I just warned myself once, and I was told that I still have 2 more warning opportunities. That means it shouldn't be wiped out next time. As the saying goes, if you're not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Li Guden has the cross of resurrection and a ring of the ocean of water of life, plus this heavy magnetic dark particle core, which allows him to travel through reincarnation. With multiple insurances It shouldn't be a big deal if it collides with the giant golden wall, right? Li Guden looked solemn and raised the heavy magnetic dark core in his left hand above his head. It was installed in an instant, and with a strong pressure, the heavy magnetic dark core above the head was firmly attached to the top of the head. He held up the heavy magnetic dark particle core in his right hand and threw it towards the giant golden wall. Bang! The dark core sank into the giant golden wall, like falling into a swamp, and was wrapped up bit by bit. But other than that, nothing else seemed to happen. It seems that the heavy magnetic dark particle nucleus needs something to activate it. Magnetism? Dark matter? Those are areas that Li Guden cannot reach. Will electromagnetic work? Brush. Another heavy magnetic dark particle core appeared in Li Guden's right hand, and he made a small nuclear-powered electromagnetic core with his left hand. Sizzle. Bursts of electric arcs emerged from the nuclear-powered electromagnetic core, and a huge magnetic field shot out, instantly covering an area of several hundred kilometers. Some ores and metal products from the neighboring land flew over. Swish, swish, swish. Li Guden summoned several Storm-class aerospace motherships to block the flight paths of the metal ores to prevent them from hitting their heads. But the heavy magnetic dark nucleus didn't react at all. It can even be said that this magnetic field cannot shake its own gravity. Low-level magnetic fields can only absorb metal substances because metal substances contain a large number of metal molecules. But in fact, all substances contain metal molecules or electrons generated by the friction and collision of other molecules. Heavy magnets are different. They will capture any electrons. Therefore, heavy magnets can capture everything in the universe, and perhaps only the soul can escape by chance. It seems that this heavy magnetic dark core requires dark matter to activate. Li Guden had never seen dark matter, let alone create it. It seems that at present this heavy magnetic dark particle core can only be used as a life-saving treasure and cannot be thrown out to hurt the enemy. 10 portions of the origin of the universe in exchange for unlimited heavy magnetic dark cores. This is worth it. Li Guden forcefully broke off the hidden core on his head and put it into the craftsman god space. At this moment, dozens of figures rushed out from outside the 120 square meter territory. The movement was not very fast. He jumped in the jungle and rushed towards Li Guden's territory. Judging from its body shape, it is a four-limbed reptile and should be a mammal. The Eye of Truth saw their message. Short legs, black iron. Introduction. Low-level civilization in the universe. No detailed information. A hint of contempt flashed across Li Guden's eyes. The system doesn't have any information about them. It seems that it is really useless. With a wave of his hand, 100 Storm-class aerospace carriers appeared in the sky and began to attack the dense forest ahead. With just one wave of attacks, the entire dense forest was flattened, revealing the hard surface. Not even a limb was left of those short-legged green creatures. There is no experience value, but the points for killing enemies have increased to 120. It seems that you can get some points by killing a creature. No matter whether they're the short-legged people or the pig-headed people, the Savage Blood Road only counts the quantity, not the quality. Li Guden looked back at the giant golden wall. He didn't know if he could ever come back to this place, but it was obviously not wise to fight it head-on for a few origins of the universe. Boarding an attack plane, Li Guden crossed the border and entered the territory of the short-legged tribe. Wherever they passed, the sky was filled with aerospace motherships, and on the ground, X-39 combat robots swept along with red laser swords. The language of the short-legged tribe was not recorded in the system, so the system could not translate it, and Li Guden simply didn't want to listen to it. Massacre. One-sided massacre. The Savage Blood Road loves blood. Whenever blood flows like a river, the ground of the blood road will emit a red light and swallow the blood. What Li Guden didn't know was that his territory was growing larger and larger under the construction of these bloods. But Marshall will not look back, because he is attacking. Boom, boom, boom. 10-meter-thick red lasers shot down from the sky from time to time, and the short-legged creatures suffered their doom. In just 1 hour, Li Guden's army bombarded the short-legged tribe's territory, and a large number of short-legged people rushed to the neighboring territory to the north. The territory there has official roads and checkpoints. On the other side of the level, there are millions of troops who are taking in the short-legged people while keeping a watchful eye on the mechanical army in the sky. Li Guden looked down and laughed. Is this a pile of maggots? Chapter 97, Server-wide announcement of 10 kills in a row. The millions of reptiles in this territory all seem to be soft-bodied creatures. They don't even have cold weapons, which are not as good as the iron weapons used by the short-legged people. However, these maggots seem to be able to spit, and the thick spit is corrosive and looks extremely terrible. Li Gudin's army passed by, and the millions of troops below had no chance to escape and were directly hit by the saturation laser. Another hour passed, and Li Gudin cleared the maggots' territory and flew to the next territory. Ding! Wild Blood Road server-wide announcement. Gudin tribe. Li Gudin wiped out the Short Legs tribe, achieving the first kill of this season and receiving a reward of Origin of the Universe, X5. Ding! Wild Blood Road server-wide announcement. Gudin tribe. Li Gudin wiped out the White Maggot tribe, achieving the first double kill of the season and was rewarded with Origin of the Universe, X5. Ding! Wild Blood Road server-wide announcement. Gudin clan. Li Gudin is unstoppable with 1.9 billion kills. Topping the Wild Blood Road kill list will be rewarded with Universe Origin X5. 3 hours later, Li Gudin achieved 3 kills for kills and 5 kills in a row, and the whole server was notified. At the same time, the entire Savage Blood Road was boiling and fell into a state of shock and madness. At the exit of the Savage Blood Road in the far north is the territory of the Proud Dragon Clan. More than a dozen golden dragons as big as mountains gathered here and held a meeting. Ayo Bing, go ask other tribes about this Gudin tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, this Gudin tribe will appear to our north in the next season. Humph! No one can stand in front of the arrogant Dragon Clan. 1,000 come, 1,000 die. Just go ahead and check if I ask you to. There's no point in blabbing and making excuses. Okay, big brother. To the south of the Proud Dragon Clan is the territory of the Devil Dragon Clan, and at this time there are also several Devil Dragons holding a meeting. Who is this Li Gudin? How could he kill so many races? Boss, we have never heard of the Short-Legged tribe and the White Maggot tribe. I wonder how strong they are. Yeah, we've been at the top for too many years. Are we a little too narrow-minded? Could it be that the mighty men of the Short-Legged clan and the White Maggot clan are unable to stop this Li Gudin? Yes, Li Gudin is so terrifying. Fortunately, we have the AO Sure Dragon clan standing in front of us. We won't have a direct confrontation with the Dog Egg clan next season. We are really lucky. Well, pass the order. Stop the friction with the AO Sure Dragon clan. Support them with all your strength and prepare to resist the Dog Egg clan. On the other side, Li Gudin was flying across the sky in an attack plane. The war continued to burn and several aerospace carriers were damaged. Li Gudin was too lazy to repair them and just replace them with new ones. The damage is normal and not an attack. Instead, it was the continuous high-intensity attacks that exhausted the aerospace carrier, causing severe mechanical wear and poor heat dissipation. The designers never imagined that the war would be so intense, with the firing continuing for hours without stopping. According to the designer's idea, the ammunition is limited, and the time between reloading ammunition and energy can also allow it to rest for a while. However, the ammunition and energy consumed by this aerospace carrier all come from nuclear power. Li Gudin can replace the new nuclear fusion center in a moment, and the aerospace carrier has no time to rest. What Li Gudin didn't know was that these low-level tribes he killed actually had very high weight in the eyes of some big eyes. It's really like looking at the sky from a well. The dragons have been in a high position for too long, and they have no idea how weak the groups below them are. Perhaps in their view, how weak can one be? 3 days later, Li Gudin could no longer remember how many tribes he had wiped out, and he had no idea that his territory had spread behind him. There was no more system announcement after the 10 kills. It seems that the rewards of Savage Blood Road are not endless. For the past 3 days, the entire tribe of Savage Blood Road has been in a state of panic. The Savage Blood Road has never experienced such a massacre since ancient times. Because of the restrictions of this rule, killing too many enemies will lead to ranking at the top. No ethnic group thought of going to the far north to fight against the #1 brother on the list. The tribes in the far north are bent on killing, but they are unable to do anything about the powerful enemies on the edge of their territory, and the cost of killing is extremely high. For a long time, lying down and living a lazy life has become the mainstream thinking of the Wilderness Blood Road and is applicable to all ethnic groups. After Li Gudin's actions, the entire Wild Blood Road seemed to be forming an alliance. Some powerful tribes sent their elite troops all the way south to stop Li Gudin. However, this wild and bloody road was too long, and it was unknown how long they had been here. Li Guden was unstoppable along the way and had never seen any decent resistance. The only way for Li Guden to leave the Wild Blood Road is to fight his way to the exit, so he has no other choice. What Li Guden didn't know was that those manufacturers far away on the Blue Star were undergoing changes. Their levels remain the same as before, but their basic attributes have been enhanced more than tenfold. Every time Li Guden wiped out a tribe, the people he created became twice as powerful and gained many strange characteristics. For example, the legs and feet are more flexible. For example, it can spray venom from its mouth. Those were all Li Guden's characteristics of exterminating the clan, perfectly transplanted to all the manufacturers. The zombies and mutant creatures on the blue planet were finally completely suppressed and could no longer raise their heads. Blue Star entered a short period of development. The manufacturer led the humans of Blue Star to kill zombies and improve their combat effectiveness. The rule of the Martial Arts Alliance was almost a name only. 30 days later, Li Guden attacked the pig-headed people's territory. After wiping them out, he stopped at the checkpoint in the human territory. Opposite the pig-headed man's territory stood an army of tens of millions of humans. They were holding all kinds of magical weapons, exuding the aura of their cultivation, and staring straight at the torrent of steel in the sky. Although human cultivators are powerful, they're not much stronger than pig-headed people. They had just seen with their own eyes the leader of the pig-headed people, a figure comparable to a Mahayana cultivator, being blasted into pieces by hundreds of red lasers. Although the pig-headed leader destroyed hundreds of aerospace carriers, the number of this mechanical army seemed endless, making people feel despair. Li Guden fell into deep thought as he looked at the human army. Judging from the situation, there is no way the other party will let me pass. However, it is not feasible to wantonly kill the human race. The human race is already weak and shares the same origin with the Milky Way, so we cannot bring ourselves to kill them. The only Mahayana cultivator on the opposite side stood up and shouted at Li Guden's army. Negotiate! Negotiate! We humans request negotiation. Li Guden hesitated for a while and did not dare to show up. Are you kidding? He is a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. Li Guden relied on the steel torrent to charge forward, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be beaten into a pulp if he went out. Li Guden's realm attribute is still too low. Li Guden turned on the loudspeakers of all fighter jets and the aerospace carrier and spoke into the microphones. Hello, fellow human beings, my friends. My name is Li Guden. Chapter 98. Alien Coalition Forces Attack Frustrated. I, Li Guden, promise not to be the first to use nuclear weapons. As long as you give up resistance. I, Li Guden, promise not to touch a single cent of the human race and only borrow from your precious land. Li Guden paused and looked at the human army outside through the glass hatch. There were several alien races behind the Mahayana cultivator, and they seemed to be here to assist the human race in defense. Just as the human Mahayana cultivator was hesitating, the alien races began to clamor. Bullshit, Li Guden, you have been killing people all along. No one will believe your lies. Come on, let's fight. I will fight you to the death until every last human is gone. The human cultivators all looked at the alien with anger on their faces. The wind is so strong that you're not afraid of biting your tongue. In a human territory, an alien actually threatened to fight to the death and kill every last human. What's terrible is that it's not his own people who are fighting for their lives. It's easy to talk without any pain in the waist. Such rude remarks are truly disgusting. Seeing that there was no way to communicate, Li Guden simply led his army towards the human territory. The Air Force pressed forward, while the army remained where it was. The human army took the lead, bombarding the sky with spells. Under Li Guden's non-resistance strategy, the Air Force echelon lost its attack advantage and could only rely on the weak defense of the fuselage to resist. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the spacecraft and planes were shot down and crashed to the ground, causing some casualties to the human army. To be honest, you deserve it. While controlling the plane to accelerate across, Li Guden was also creating new flying formations infinitely. The human army was a little curious. The Dog-Egg tribe didn't seem to be that powerful. Could it be that they had exhausted their resources in the attack on the pig-headed people just now? These huge monsters may look intimidating, but they are actually fast targets. Li Guden gritted his teeth and did not resist, charging northward. Several times, I couldn't help want to cover them with a fire net to vent my anger, but I gave up the idea. Forget it, we are all family. I forgive them. More than an hour later, Li Guden's Air Force squadron successfully rushed to the human border and was about to arrive at the nearby alien airspace. The human army behind him is still chasing him relentlessly, which is really a bit ignorant. Li Guden took out all his anger on the aliens. With a wave of his hand, the sky and the ground were filled with mechanical armies. In just a second, red lasers swept over and launched a saturation attack. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower network covering dozens of kilometers flattened the mountains and rivers of the alien race, watching the human army tremble and begin to retreat. The human commanders finally felt a little grateful after seeing this horrifying scene. It seems that what Li Guden said was true, and he didn't attack us. Good man. He is a friend of the human race. The Mahayana monk in the sky frowned and looked at Li Guden's army receding away. Everyone, it's time for us humans to fight back. Following the army of the Dog-Egg tribe, we humans will pick up the slack and slaughter the aliens. No matter what happens next season, our weak tribes in the south have been wiped out. If we don't get stronger, we'll be doomed next season. We might as well fight to the death. The human army was outraged, and countless years of enduring humiliation erupted at this moment. Kill, kill, kill. Looking at the human army following behind the mechanical legion, Li Guden nodded slightly. They're not confused yet. Li Guden doesn't care about picking up bargains, since his goal is not to kill enemies anyway. And now the number of enemies killed has reached hundreds of billions, so Tie-Dye has firmly secured the first place. Hundreds of billions, what does that mean? Li Guden had no time to think and killed his way northward along the wild and bloody road. 10 days later, Li Guden encountered a setback. Li Guden didn't know where he was now in the Savage Blood Road, but there was more than one ethnic group in the territory in front of him. There are hundreds and thousands of different species and races. It feels like visiting a seafood market. The number of them is shocking. The firepower net fired by the aerospace carrier was instantly blocked by the enemy's firepower. The other side also has an air force with dragons, phoenixes, eagles, rocks, and all kinds of birds. There are also strange-looking alien races on the ground. They are all a group with magical powers, similar to immortal cultivators. The magical energy they release is extremely terrifying. Li Guden is afraid that he will be accidentally involved and killed instantly. The red compressed laser weapons fired are often blocked by the enemy's spell attacks. The firepower network was no longer unstoppable in front of them. Aircraft were constantly being destroyed in the sky, and the densely packed X-39 combat robots on the ground were almost giving away their lives. The battlefield was in a stalemate, and it had been going on for an hour. The most dazzling things in the sky are the dozens of huge golden dragons, emitting golden light and endless majestic aura. They were the tribesmen led by Ao Bing, the third oldest of the proud dragon clan. In this wild and bloody road, Ao Bing's strength is definitely ranked among the top 10. Heaven level. If there were no gods, the heaven level would be the highest level in the universe. Li Guden felt a chill in his heart when he looked into the eyes of a heavenly level proud dragon clan member. The game is getting bigger and bigger. A silver level trash like me is facing a heaven level monster, and it's still proactive. Li Guden even wants to write a book for himself. How arrogant and domineering. The most precarious thing is that there's a large alien army chasing Li Guden. Those were all alien races that were slaughtered. The lowest was diamond level, and most of them were yellow and black levels. Li Guden's mechanical army found it difficult to kill them, but they also successfully broke through their defenses. Their tribesmen were all killed or injured, and they chased Li Guden relentlessly with overwhelming hatred and brought him here. The human army has long disappeared, and the battle here is not something humans can participate in. The yellow level is equivalent to a human cultivator in the Mahayana stage. There are no less than 1 million yellow level aliens here. It's so terrifying. Li Guden watched his mechanical army being devoured bit by bit, and he felt extremely anxious. You never know when the plane you're on might be shot down. That would be the end of the game. While no one could see him, Li Guden went straight into the god of craftsmanship space. Hoo-hoo! After half a month of high-intensity fighting, Li Guden was very tired. In a wild and bloody road, Li Guden's mechanical army was constantly destroyed. Within a few minutes, the entire battlefield was occupied by aliens. Where are the people? Where are the people? We smashed so many iron shells, but we didn't find anyone. It's really strange. Could it be that those tribes were wiped out by this machine? You didn't even see anyone? A huge black insect flew to A.O. Bing's side. Lord A.O. Bing, we Zerg are good at technology, but there are no rules for the development of technology in this wild blood road, and we cannot create them. But I can say responsibly that these machines are controlled by artificial intelligence and are manipulated by humans. The Gooden clan must have mastered technology in this wild blood road. This is not easy to deal with. This does not conform to the rules of the world. Chapter 99 God Level Makeover Card. Lee Gooden slept soundly in the God of Craftsman space. The space of the God of Craftsman now looks particularly desolate. There is only one maker, a female cook, and a floating cat demon ghost. But Lee Gooden still slept soundly. Little did he know that hundreds of millions of alien races outside were looking for Lee Gooden, and their saliva alone could form a river. Despite being cursed by hundreds of millions of people, Lee Gooden remained unmoved and slept peacefully. After waking up, Lee Gooden took a good bath, had his back rubbed by the cook, and then had a big meal. Sitting at the workbench, he checked the research progress on the cat demon's resurrection DNA. We don't know how far we are left, and the computer cannot calculate the remaining progress. Because cytology is endless, who knows how much matter there is in the universe? The probability of a coincidence is too small, so we can only deduce one by one. After decades of speculation, Lee Gooden still doesn't find it strange. Chu Mingming, do you hate me? Chu Mingming's soul nodded. You were the one who provoked me first in Dragon City. You should accept any consequences because you deserve it. Lee Gooden looked at Chu Mingming's soul without a trace of emotion. Xiao He has been reincarnated and went to the Garo galaxy. Perhaps he is your only friend now. Chu Mingming lowered her eyes and nodded again. Forget it, you can't talk either. It's a waste of time to chat with you. Lee Gooden turned around and walked out of the God of Craftsmanship space. As soon as he came out, he got on an attack plane. But at this moment, hundreds of attacks came over, and Lee Gooden's plane exploded instantly. The resurrection cross on Lee Gooden's chest shone brightly, and he was resurrected again when he was about to die. With blood in his mouth, Lee Gooden waved his hand to summon a sky full of aerospace motherships, jumped into one of them, and hit himself. The resurrection cross was thrown into the water of life to recharge and was quickly put back around his neck. Without this thing, I would have died again. The flying formation broke through the blockade and flew all the way to the north. Lee Gooden looked outside and saw that most of the aliens were gone, with only a few 100,000 guarding the place. However, if I show up now, the news will spread and a large army will come to suppress it soon. Lee Gooden was creating a large army while flying, and dark aerospace motherships appeared in the sky like crazy. Lee Gooden took out a heavy magnetic dark particle nucleus with his left hand and made a plan in his mind. When the alien army surrounded him, he tried to use a nuclear bomb to detonate the ball. Lee Gooden wants to use actions to speak to the other races. Nuclear warning. Within 20 minutes, Lee Gooden's way was blocked by the alien army again. There were flying aliens all over the sky, and an army so densely packed on the ground that there was no end in sight. A cold smile appeared on Lee Gooden's lips. Suffer, struggle, and then die. Heavy magnetic dark particle core was thrown into the alien army's camp. Attack after attack hit the dark core, but none of them worked. The dark particle core was pushed around in the air like a ball, and finally fell to the ground. Lee Gooden aimed at that location and instantly created a nuclear bomb. The equivalent is 10 times greater than the one that destroyed the Tatar star. Facing these heavenly-level aliens, Lee Gooden will not show the slightest mercy. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The moment the nuclear bomb exploded, Lee Gooden entered the God of Craftsmanship space. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the alien army. The blood-red sky around them turned golden, and there was no other color on the ground except the dazzling gold. A giant nuclear bomb appeared out of nowhere, instantly flattening the area for thousands of kilometers, and hundreds of millions of alien troops were dissolved by the high temperature. For a full minute, the power of a nuclear bomb had not dissipated, but Lee Gooden's vision disappeared. The farthest aircraft was also shot down. Lee Gooden swallowed an anti-radiation lozenge and flew out of the God of Craftsmanship space on the plane. The heavy magnetic dark particle core on the ground was recovered by Lee Gooden. It was not damaged at all and was not detonated by the nuclear explosion. Whoosh! Snap! The plane that Lee Gooden was on was shattered again, and the green light of the resurrection cross on Lee Gooden's neck rippled and then lost its luster again. In Indy, none of the aliens above the yellow level were killed by the nuclear bomb. You just suffered some injuries and were corroded by the radiation in this nuclear radiation. Awesome. It seems that when reaching yellow level or above, carbon-based organisms will undergo a qualitative change, and their resistance to thermal weapons will be greatly enhanced. Lee Gooden believed that even if the equivalent of a nuclear bomb was increased tenfold, it would still be difficult to kill these aliens above the yellow level. This is a gap in quality, which is difficult to make up for with quantity. The properties of nuclear fusion and nuclear fission are no longer able to cause fatal damage to creatures above the yellow level. Nuclear bomb explosions use high temperature and radiation to kill. No matter how large the equivalent of nuclear bomb is, it will only increase the range, but the high temperature it creates will never increase much. The same goes for laser weapons. Laser weapons also use the propagation of light to spread high temperatures, and their temperatures are even far lower than those of nuclear bombs. It's just that laser weapons have a fast attack speed, and the speed of light is almost invincible in the universe. Lee Gooden had no time to spare. He made a new resurrection cross and flew the plane to the north again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with aerospace motherships to provide cover, and Lee Gooden moved forward for another 10 minutes. The army was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no way to escape. Lee Gooden looked at the data on the panel, but unfortunately, he was unable to absorb the souls of the dead along the way, and his mental strength had not improved at all. The souls of the aliens who just died in this wild blood road will be teleported away for reincarnation, and Lee Gooden is helpless because he cannot absorb them. ID: Lee Gooden, silver level. Occupation: SSS Gun God, SSS Craftsman God, SSS Magic God. Level: 400. Life: 1470-3200. Physical strength: 147032. Strength: 125,085. Agility: 119,022. Spirit: 1257100. Lucky: 2,256. Origin of the universe: 60. Craftsman space: infinity. Talents: SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Manpower, SSS Unlimited Imitation. The origin of the universe? There are still 60 cosmic origins. We can always find a way. Isn't this Aladdin's magic lamp? Origin of the universe. Can you create a tool that can disguise itself as another race? Ding. The host consumes Universe Origin X10 and creates the item God Level Makeover Card. One-time use. One time, God Level Makeover Card. You can make a new appearance and start a new life. Inherit all assets. System. After I use this makeover card, am I still considered a dog, Egg Clan? Ding. You can inherit the reward, but the number of kills you make will be accumulated in the new race. Well, Lee Gooden sighed lightly, thinking that half of his previous efforts would be in vain. The first day, when I don't want to lose my identity as a member of the Gooden tribe, the Dog Egg Clan has just been established, and I have not yet led it to glory. How can you just give up like this? Chapter 100, The Proud Dragon Clan, AO by Goldfinger. Can you modify it to create a second race? Ding. To add a second race, you need to provide the Universal Federation Household Registration Department Certificate, Universal Federation Archive Certificate, Universal Federation Police Department Criminal Record Certificate, and Universal Federation Immigration Advocate Proposal. Lee Gooden looked at SSS Infinite Copying. Ding. The host has obtained the Universe Federation Household Registration Department Certificate, Universe Federation Archive Certificate, Universe Federation Security Department Criminal Record Certificate, and Universe Federation Immigration Matters Promotion Proposal. Goldfinger. Go. Ding. Correction. Host Lee Gooden has gained a second race. The first race is limited to the Gooden clan, and the second race can be added. Haha. Done. Lee Gooden looked at the alien army chasing outside from the cabin, and several of the most powerful races were in sight. Lee Gooden's Super Evolution. The Proud Dragon Clan. Ding. The host uses the God Level Makeover card, and the second race obtains the Arrogant Dragon Clan identity. Swish. Lee Gooden's aircraft exploded instantly. The huge fighter plane could no longer accommodate his body. A loud dragon roar came out of Lee Gooden's mouth, and the powerful alien warriors behind him stopped one after another. Ayo Ding. This is a member of your clan, right? He killed Lee Gooden. It's incredible. I haven't seen him before. Yes, I saw Lee Gooden in that iron shell just now. He is probably dead now. The Dragon Clan is invincible. Ao Ding nodded proudly and flew towards the giant Li Guden. Li Guden was observing his body in the air. The whole body is shining with gold and covered with golden scales. The 5 giant golden claws sparkled brightly, and the sharp nails exuded a sharp aura. The body is 100 meters long, and the head is 10 meters long. The only thing Li Guden didn't like was this long-headed guy. Although it is a 5-clawed golden dragon, it is too ugly. Li Guden looked at the panel. He could switch between the 2 races at will, and the panels were also different. When transformed into the proud dragon clan, all attributes increased tenfold. No wonder the dragon race is so powerful. Their basic attributes are 10 times better than those of other races. Who can we complain to? Li Guden felt that his body could bend at will and fly freely in the air. Just as Li Guden was immersing himself in the experience of the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Ao Ding flew over with a group of powerful alien warriors. Xiaolong, what's your name? Who are you from? Li Guden looked at Ao Ding. This dragon was 1,000 meters long. Wasn't he just a child in front of him? Li Guden stared blankly at Ao Ding's dragon head, which was a full 100 meters long. Oh my god, it's so damn long. The extended version has an L. Perhaps Ao Ding felt that he was too big to speak conveniently, so he took the initiative to change into a human form, becoming a man in a golden robe more than 2 meters tall. Li Guden looked at his panel and trembled. ID, Ao Ding, heavenly level. Race, arrogant dragon clan. Level, 33,550. Life, strength, agile, spirit. Although there are also heavenly masters among the many alien races behind him, their deterrent power is far less than that of Ao Ding. Li Guden also quickly changed into a human form. He was not from the Guden clan himself, but had the talent of the arrogant dragon clan to transform into another face. Even his body shape was different from that of Li Guden himself. The 2 horns on his head symbolize Li Guden's noble status. He is not even worthy of the title of Li Guden. Should be called Li Longdan. However, Li Guden didn't dare to use his surname, Li, in front of Ao Ding. Even pigs should know that all dragons have a surname Ao. Li Guden changed into a human form and saluted Ao Ding. Mashtir Aojin, Ao Bai. I failed to kill Li Guden. I was just a little bit short, just that little bit, but he still escaped. Li Guden made up stories with a serious expression and gestured wildly with his right little fingernail. The nails of all 10 fingers are golden, like manicures. Ao Ding nodded. Ao Bai, you're quite good. My Ao Sure Dragon Clan has 33,336 dragons, which you and I have never seen before. Who are your parents? Li Guden's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a little uneasy. This seems to have been seen by everyone in the clan, right? That's awesome. Checking the household registration. When facing a top boss, you can't make up such things. Since every member of the Proud Dragon Clan knows the number, any fabricated information will definitely be discovered. Master Ao Ding, Xiaolong doesn't know who his parents are. He was born in a distant mountain range and has been wandering here for many years. The name Ao Bai was chosen by Xiaolong himself. I don't know why, but he somehow felt that his last name should be Ao. However, he was defeated every time, so Xiaolong named himself Ao Bai. There is a hint of gentleness in Ao Ding's eyes, and he reached out and touched the horn on Li Guden's head. Poor child, you have suffered. We, the Proud Dragon Clan, are the strongest race in the universe, and I will not allow any of my clan members to fail. As he spoke, a strong aura of hostility emanated from Ao Ding's body, but the golden light on his body always demonstrated his holiness and authority. Tell me, kid, who are they? Which tribe dares to bully my dragon tribe? Ao Ding's eyes swept over the strong men of various races behind him. Which tribe dares to bully the children of the dragon tribe will be skinned, and their entire clan will be exterminated according to the household registration book. Li Guden didn't know what those powerful men from various races thought, but he shuddered anyway. Lord Ao Ding, other races are fine, but it's mainly the Zerg. The Zerg have tried to capture me many times, threatening to capture me alive and study the dragon blood gene. Zerg, Ao Ding's eyes instantly radiated tremendous rage. He reached back with his left hand, and a 10-meter-long black beetle was pulled towards him. The black beetle looked terrified, its body bound by golden rays. Although it was also a heaven-level warrior, it was like a powerless multi-legged shoe bug in Ao Ding's hands. Misunderstanding. Lord Jiaojing. Misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Listen. The Black Beetle's sound stopped abruptly. Ao Ding punched out, and the Black Beetle's body exploded, with its shell and flesh flying all over the sky. I, Ao Ding, will not give anyone any chance. The moment you showed hostility towards the children of the Proud Dragon clan, you deserve to die. If any person from any tribe dares to attack the children of my dragon tribe, their tribe will be exterminated. Ao Ding's gaze swept across the strong men of various races again. None of the strong men dared to look directly at Ao Ding and lower their heads. Why is it called the Proud Dragon clan? Because they always remain proud and domineering in front of any race. Li Guden looked at this scene and felt extremely happy. The Zerg's powerful heavenly being was reduced to ashes in an instant. However, Li Guden really wanted to remind Ao Ding that there were still hundreds of thousands of Zerg troops behind him. Should he deal with them all at once? Chapter 101, Heavenly Level, Dragon's Reverse Scale. Oh, Ao Ding swung his palm, and a kilometer-long real dragon entity was pushed out from his palm, circling in the air and smashing onto the Zerg army. Many alien races looked at that place with fear and trepidation. Watch those powerful Zerg turn into ashes under this palm. Ao Ding, however, acted as if he had done something insignificant. He looked relaxed and unconcerned, and cast a gentle look at Li Guden. Child, do you want to follow me back to the dragon territory? Li Guden shook his head without thinking. Are you kidding? It's okay to return to the dragon clan's territory. Li Guden is heading north to get out of this wild and bloody road. But being with Ao Ding, a top-level boss, will be too disturbing. If the other party suddenly wants to check the household registration, if you let it slip, you will be slapped. Li Guden couldn't withstand this palm strike, and his resurrection cross would probably be reduced to ashes before he could even recharge. Master Ao Ding, Xiaolong wants to travel around and gain some experience. One day, he will return to the Dragon Clan. Ao Ding nodded. I am here with Lord Ao Bing this time, because I have important matters to attend to. In this case, Ao Bai, I will give you this reverse scale to protect you. After saying that, Ao Ding picked off a piece of scale from an inconspicuous place on his body. It was shining with golden light, and was as big as a fist. He handed it to Li Guden. Li Guden took it respectfully. Heavenly Dragon's reverse scale can summon the projection of the heavenly level dragon Ao Ding to fight the enemy. Charge 3/3. Ao Bai, you must keep this reverse scale safe. If you are in danger, use it and my projection will come to the rescue. If its power is exhausted, you can find the water of life to nourish it, and it will regain its effectiveness. Li Guden nodded, ecstatic. Water of life? Where do I have an ocean? It was the first time that Li Guden used sea as a unit of measurement. I don't know when I will be qualified to use Shuang as a unit of measurement. For example, I have a refreshing power. How cool would that be? Master Ao Ding, thank you for the gift. I will take my leave now. Good. Ao Ding watched Li Guden leave. He would never have thought that the Ao Bai in front of him was actually Li Guden, the target of this interception. After all, in this universe, there has never been a person who can change his appearance and race. We must know the limitations of the laws of the universe. Different races have different genes. Who has the ability to destroy the laws of the universe? It's not Ao Ding's fault for being careless. This has never happened before. After all, not everyone has a golden finger. Moreover, the origin of the universe is not so easy to obtain even for a powerful person like Ao Ding. Li Guden didn't know where to put such a large piece of reverse scale. This thing was shining with golden light and exuded a heavenly aura. When you wear it on your body, others can see it from a distance, and your identity as a dragon will be obvious to everyone without you having to show it. Simply, Li Guden took out a tube of super glue from the god of craftsman space and glued the reverse scale to the resurrection cross. There is no way the necklace cannot be worn on the scales because there is no hole in the scales. If Li Guden has the ability to drill a hole in a heavenly level reverse scale, then there is no point in having this reverse scale. After making the new necklace, Li Guden walked north along the official road. I don't dare to take the plane. In this wild and bloody road, the machines are all labeled with the Dogdan clan and cannot be used for the time being. Along the way, Li Guden was right in the middle of the official road. No matter what race the foreign armies passing by were, or how many troops they had, they would split their ranks to the left and right and make way for a path in the middle of the official road. Li Guden walked through the alien army in a swaggering manner. Those foreigners lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look directly at Li Guden. Even their commander felt unsteady in his breathing when he saw the scales on Li Guden's neck. Li Guden quickly walked into the alien city. The aliens in this territory were minotaurs. They were tall and strong, with big rings on their noses, and looked very naive. But Li Guden doesn't want to taste the bullhorns. They have thick skin and look very strong. Li Guden made a micro-drone from the god of craftsman space and copied it using SSS Infinite Mecha. This drone is only the size of a mosquito. There are no weapons, but there are artificial intelligence chips, micronuclear chips, and, of course, imaging devices and cameras. A drone with pure reconnaissance capabilities. Such a mosquito-sized gadget should not attract any attention. As Li Guden waved his hand, millions of miniature unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew out, and a dark area around him spread out instantly. The entire picture of the Minotaur city was revealed within a few tens of seconds. We can't kill people indiscriminately, but it would be nice to find some treasures in this alien territory. During the whole process of killing his way here, Li Guden had no time to search for treasures and was half attacking and half fleeing. Because there is a powerful person above the yellow level chasing him. Now onto the observation of drones. There are many treasures in this Minotaur city, and many of them are commodities. Master Long, come to my place and have a glass of wine. Not far away, Neo, the owner of a tavern, waved at Li Guden. The dragon horns on my head are obvious enough, and everyone knows that I am a dragon. Ha ha! Li Guden walked into the pub and sat on a bench. Swish, swish, swish. All the cows in the tavern stood up and looked at Li Guden. Li Guden waved his hand. Everyone sit down and drink your own drink. Madam, is there any faster means of transportation in your city? Boss Neo seemed confused and scratched the thick hair on his head. Master Long, what is transportation? Means of transportation. It's about how to travel faster. Oh, Master Long, you're going to other territories, right? We Tauren are always hospitable, and we have trade with dozens of surrounding races. Master Long, you can go ask the Chamber of Commerce. They seem to have some way to get there quickly. Li Guden nodded, picked up the warm wine on the table, and drank it all. Issa, Madam Boss, your cooking skills are excellent. Bang. Li Guden imitated the other cows and slapped the 100-point experience card on the table. The proprietress bent down hurriedly and pushed it back. Master Long, this drink is for you. Li Guden waved his hand and turned away. Take it. We have plenty of money. The Minotaurs were indeed friendly. I didn't know if it was because of their nature or if they were impressed by Li Guden's identity as a dragon. The drone has already detected all the major chambers of commerce in the city, and Li Guden walked towards the largest one. Passing by a Minotaur martial arts gym, Li Guden took a curious look. There are hundreds of calves in the martial arts gym doing taekwondo and yoga. Don't be fooled by their bulky bodies. Their cultivation is quite high. An ordinary calf is around level 1000. Li Guden looked at his own level and found it was indeed a bit low. It's time to upgrade. Chapter 102 SS Infinite Stacking. Ding. Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. The payment cannot be withdrawn. Error code 404. Ding. Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales. The payment has been frozen, and the final right of interpretation belongs to the Galaxy Joint Commerce Bureau. The host has violated the relevant provisions of the Galaxy Commercial Trade Regulations. Damn, these old guys in the Milky Way dare to freeze my property. In this case, all products should be removed from shelves. Not for sale. I have accumulated a huge amount of experience cards in this wild and bloody journey, but I haven't used them yet. Upgrade. Full power. Ding. The host's level has been raised to level 520. There was no server-wide announcement this time. Li Guden no longer belonged to the human race, and the system's native place was naturally separated from Blue Star. ID. Li Guden, silver level. Race. Dog Egg Tribe, AO Shurlong Tribe. Occupation. SSS Gun God. SSS Craftsman God. SSS Magic God. Level 520. Life 1470-3200. Physical strength 1470-32. Strength 126,885. Agility 119,022. Spirit 125-7100. Lucky 2,856. Origin of the Universe 50. Craftsman Space Infinity. Talents SSS Unlimited Ammunition, SSS Unlimited Mecha, SSS Unlimited Intelligence, SSS Unlimited Manpower, SSS Unlimited Imitation. The attributes added by upgrading attribute points are too small, and there is almost no improvement. Unfortunately, No one knows how to obtain the power of evolution. Li Guden guessed that only by raising the level of evolution can the attributes have a qualitative leap. Ding! The host has reached level 500 and can extract talent skills. Haha! It's coming. Long-lost talent skill. Goldfinger. Modify the probability. Ding! Correction. The host's probability of extracting SSS-level talent skills this time is adjusted to 100%. Extract. Ding. The host obtains SSS infinite stacking. SSS infinite superposition. The host can use everything in the universe infinitely. Oh, this concept is so vague. Infinite superposition? Li Guden was at a loss for a moment when looking at this new talent. The Minotaur city was inconvenient, so Li Guden instantly entered the God of Craftsmanship space to test it. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. Even a pig can do such a simple arithmetic problem. What does infinite superposition mean? Li Guden raised his right hand and held the Qinglong Yinyue's sword, which he had not used for a long time. The first move of the sword-dragging style, Azure Dragon, slashes the moon. Li Guden swung his long sword, and a green sword light condensed in front of him. Li Guden activated the infinite stacking skill at the same time. The knife light did not shoot out but waited in place. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. After a few more slashes, new knife lights appeared above the old knife lights, like double images, but condensed into one. The power of the sword light is not 1 + 1, but the power of the sword. The power of each additional strike is 2 to the square. Li Guden turned off his skills, and the sword lights overlapped and slashed towards the sky. The power is very weak. After all, this ancient warrior's skills should have been eliminated long ago. Li Guden looked at the Qinglong Yinyue sword in his hand. This is Guan Eri's weapon. Snap! With a poke of his finger, the sword broke. These rubbish weapons are not suitable for me. I still have to find my own way. Li Guden muttered and threw the broken knife aside. Can speeds be added together? Li Guden got on an armed helicopter in the God of Craftsman space. This thing is slow and easier to test. During the flight, Li Guden activated the SSS infinite stacking skill. Once, twice, 3 times. Li Guden turned off the overlay, and the helicopter suddenly shot out and disintegrated in the air. Too fast. Ordinary armed helicopters cannot withstand such high speeds, as their materials and design do not allow it. However, the method of using infinite stacking is correct. If it is a carrier-based attack aircraft, it can reach a very high speed. Li Guden created a pair of revolvers which appeared in his hands. I haven't used the gun god skill for a long time. Snapshot. Li Guden also activated the infinite stacking talent. The cooldown time of the random shooting skill has disappeared. Snapshot. 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 Li Guden fired wildly, but the bullets came out of the gun but did not fly out, but waited in the air. He kept shooting until Li Guden felt a little dizzy and turned off the infinite superposition. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew out randomly, increasing the damage by hundreds of times. It was so terrifying. Li Guden couldn't help but wonder whether a yellow-level master could block these random bullets. Unfortunately, time passes normally when superimposed, but one's own power is paused. Still a bit slow against enemies. Unless your opponent wants to see your performance. Otherwise, you won't be given a chance. Li Guden moved his mind, and a carrier-based attack aircraft appeared in the sky of the God of Craftsmanship space. Laser attack. Infinite stacking. The red laser beam shot out 1 meter and then stopped in the air. The attack aircraft automatically and repeatedly fired lasers, but each laser overlapped within the 1 meter red laser. A minute passed, and the laser overlapped 60 times, once per second. Li Guden clearly felt the horror from the power emanating from the 1 meter laser. I can't withstand this shot. Emission. Boom. The red laser hit the metal floor of the God of Craftsmanship space. The ground of the entire God of Craftsman space was shaking. This is unprecedented. Li Guden trotted over to the place that was attacked to check. The metal floor in the God of Craftsman space was dented by 1 meter. Although the whole thing is still smoothly connected, the 1 meter depression can already reflect the power of the red laser. This is just a 1-minute overlay. What does infinite stacking mean? Even pigs know it is infinite. Li Guden wiped the cold sweat from his head. Is he really invincible this time? However, the disadvantage of infinite stacking is that it takes time to stack. If the enemy escapes during this period, then all efforts will be in vain. Li Guden didn't dare to mess with the God of Craftsman space anymore and returned to the Minotaur city. A little dragon suddenly appeared in the middle of the busy road, and many minotaurs dodged it in surprise. Li Gooden walked towards the Chamber of Commerce with a swagger. "Please come in, sir. What do you need?" "Lord Long." "Disrespect, disrespect." Li Gooden waved his hand, walked into the Chamber of Commerce, and scanned the shelves. What this Minotaur Chamber of Commerce sells are not daily necessities, but the skills and magic weapons of various races, almost all of which are products of immortal cultivation civilization. Li Gooden became interested. Cultivating immortals is now prohibited in the entire universe, but it seems to be possible in this wild and bloody road. Technology cannot be developed in the Savage Blood Road, and all the strong men rely on practice to improve their combat capabilities. Neo Shower, what's the level of the most powerful technique in your Chamber of Commerce? Neo Shower was stunned. The word awesome is a taboo in the Tauren territory, because this is suspected of insulting cows. However, the person in front of him was young Master Long, so Neo Shower didn't dare to get angry and had to swallow his anger. Chapter 103, God Level, True Dragon Inheritance. Master Long, each race has a different way of practicing. Our Chamber of Commerce does not have the dragon race's practice method, but I've heard that the dragon race has a bloodline inheritance and is born with skills. I've never seen dragon race skills for sale on the market. Neo Shower explained to Li Gooden respectfully, and Li Gooden nodded. It seems that I was thinking too simply. It is normal that the skills of different races are not universal. Although everyone is a carbon-based creature, there are more or less differences between the life forms of each race. It is naturally not feasible to have a unified set of skills covering all races. Neo Shower, do you have any awesome treasures here that I can see? Neo Shower's bull face was covered with black lines, and the many minotaurs in the Chamber of Commerce Hall also had their eyes wide open in anger. Awesome, baby? Master Long, we don't have any here. Li Gooden seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, he was so used to being awesome that he did not notice that the awesomeness came from a cow. What? Such a big Chamber of Commerce doesn't even have any awesome treasures. Bang! A minotaur at the Chamber of Commerce counter slammed the table to pieces. Master Long, please go somewhere else. Dozens of minotaurs in the Chamber of Commerce were on the verge of madness. They all thought of the old cow and the heifer at home, and their tempers flared up. If it weren't for Li Gooden's dragon horns and dragon whiskers, these minotaurs would have rolled Li Gooden up and kneaded him without hesitation. Li Gooden waved his hands. The minotaur's unkindness had already been conveyed. Although Li Gooden was puzzled, he didn't have the time to waste with them. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. What's the big deal? After saying that, Li Gooden turned around and walked out of the Chamber of Commerce. Dozens of minotaur men in the Chamber of Commerce Hall were beating their chests and stamping their feet in anger. I am angry. Me too. Me too. Li Gooden walked out of the Chamber of Commerce, thinking about Neo Shower's words. The Dragon Clan has a bloodline inheritance, but I don't know if I have it. If I had known earlier, I should have asked A.O. Ding for a copy of the martial arts technique. However, if other dragons have bloodline inheritance, if I ask A.O. Ding for it, will it expose my fake identity? Although this race is real and the dragon body is also real. But changing one's appearance and joining the Dragon Clan halfway through, isn't it still fake? Li Gooden stopped in the middle of the street. He closed his eyes, gathered his mental strength at his brows, and explored the memories in the dragon's brain. There is a blue sea of consciousness in the dragon's brain, and in the sea of consciousness there is a golden ball of light that contains a sacred aura. When the mental power touched it, the golden ball of light instantly cracked. Just like a chick breaking out of its shell, it cracks inch by inch. Ding! The host has obtained God Level, True Dragon Heritage. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding! The host obtains God Level, True Dragon Body Forging Scroll, God Level, True Dragon Sea of Mind Scroll, God Level, True Dragon Mystical Power Scroll, God Level, True Dragon Bloodline Talent Scroll. Ding! The God Level, True Dragon Bloodline Talent Scroll is automatically opened. Ding! The host gains True Dragon Blood Talent X5. 1. Dragon Might. The blood of a true dragon exudes might at all times, suppressing all non-dragon creatures, reducing their overall attributes by 10%. 2. Dragon Gall. The true dragon blood gives the descendants of the Dragon Clan amazing courage, and they can be intimidated and not disturbed by powerful enemies. 3. Dragon Scales. The true dragon bloodline endows the Dragon Clan with dragon scales all over their bodies, reducing physical damage by 50%. 4. Dragon Blood. The blood of a true dragon gives the descendants of the Dragon Clan noble blood, immunity to all poisons, and a plus 50% reduction in spell damage. 5. Dragon Soul. The true dragon blood gives the Dragon Clan members an unyielding soul and mental defense plus 50%. Ha ha ha. True Dragon Bloodline is awesome. Li Guden opened the other 3 volumes excitedly. Li Guden comprehended the 3 volumes in an instant with his 9,999,999% comprehension. The 3 books in his hands turned into golden light and penetrated into his body. God level, True Dragon Bodybuilding Scroll. Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 100/hour. God level, True Dragon Sea of Mind Scroll. Spirit plus 100/hour. God level, True Dragon Magic Scroll. Release mental force to simulate the power of spells, as you wish. Li Guden nodded with satisfaction, feeling his body getting stronger. All attributes increase by about 1.5 per second. It feels really wonderful to enjoy this buff. What's even more surprising is that Li Guden's evolutionary power disappeared. The silver level on the panel disappeared. Suddenly, there is another golden one, silver level. Ding! The host's evolutionary power was shaved off by the True Dragon Bloodline, and the host's evolutionary direction was changed from genetic evolution to attribute evolution. Ding! According to the Universe Federation Evolution Regulations and the Universe Federation Genetic Evolution and Dragon Clan Attribute Evolution Balance Initiative, the Dragon Clan's attribute evolution level is far higher than the average level of cosmic evolution, and the evolution reward is deprived. Ding! According to the Universe Federation Attribute Balance Act, the Dragon Clan violated the provisions and did not make corrections. The honorary president of the Universe Federation, Li Changsheng, limited the range of Dragon Clan activities to the Savage Blood Road. Ding! Host advancement, gold level. Requires all attributes to have a minimum value greater than 1 million. WTF. This series of prompts confused Li Guden. Is this a blessing in disguise? Li Changsheng forbade the dragon race to leave the Wild Blood Road? Wouldn't this mean they would be imprisoned here forever? It doesn't matter if all evolution rewards are taken away. The dragon race is so powerful that having rewards or not will not affect their strength much. However, Li Guden, am more than just a member of the Dragon Clan. As the founder of the Guden tribe, Li Guden believes that there may be a bug. Li Guden felt so happy as he felt the properties of his body growing every moment. Li Guden strode into the forest outside the Minotaur city and stretched out his hand to cast a spell. With a thought, a fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. Water, wind, thunder. It's really free and easy. The Dragon Clan seems to have a very high attribute affinity and can cast attribute spells at will. But Li Guden doesn't like to do it himself. If possible, it would be most satisfying for the mechanical army to push forward. A dragon that doesn't want to be a marshal is not a good dragon. Li Guden picked up a thunderball in his hand and threw it out. Infinitely stacking skills control it and make it stagnate in the air. Toss, toss, toss. Li Guden only used 1/10 of his mental power to throw each thunderball, but after throwing it 10 times, he can no longer throw it. Damn, I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Throw it out and see. Boom, boom, boom. A lightning ball as big as a head flew out, and the entire mountain range was covered in lightning, with crackling sounds. All the trees were charred and broken by lightning. Li Guden looked at his palm and fell in a deep thought. It seems that I'm still not suitable for playing magic. The infinite flow loses its meaning when applied to spells, because magic needs to rely on mental power to activate it, but mental power is too limited. Li Guden is just a piece of trash whose mental power is just in the 7 digits. With such power, he can only beat children in the Wild Blood Road. If the child was a little taller, Li Guden would not be sure if he could beat him. The infinite mecha flow is still more fun. The advantage is the quantity. Chapter 104. Dog egg hitting the wall. Li Guden summoned an attack plane in this deserted place and jumped into it. Infinite superposition is turned on. The attack aircraft stays in the air, but the speed has begun to superimpose. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. I dare not add any more. I will die suddenly. Li Guden was in the cabin. The plane hadn't moved yet, but Li Guden could already feel the distortion of the space around him. I hope the plane won't be crushed by this speed. To be on the safe side, Li Guden jumped out of the cabin and released the plane. Bang! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the attack aircraft disappeared without a trace in an instant. Li Guden found the plane through artificial intelligence. At this moment, I don't know where I've flown to, and everything I see is blurry. Slow down. Slow down. However, the speed was too fast, and the attack aircraft did not have such a powerful deceleration device. So, they just had to shut down the engine and let the aircraft slow down naturally. Easier said than done. Until 10 minutes later, the speed of the attack aircraft did not decrease, but the sky seemed to have reached the end. It seemed like a bloody wall, at right angles to the bloody sky and bloody earth of the wild, bloody road. Boom! The plane crashed into the blood-red wall at high speed, leaving not even a trace. Lee Gooden regained consciousness, but was still frightened. To be honest, the material of this attack aircraft is amazing. It didn't even disintegrate in the air at such a fast speed. But if the speed is too fast, it loses the meaning of rushing. It would be nice to make it into a self-destructing plane, given its speed, right? Install a nuclear bomb? Mommy? Lee Gooden decomposed some miscellaneous items in the God of Craftsman space, which were all items and materials obtained from killing aliens in the Wild Blood Road. One-click decomposition. A large amount of Level 8 universal materials were decomposed. Lee Gooden replaced all the materials of the attack aircraft and the aerospace carrier with Level 8 universal materials. Another attack plane appeared in the air. Lee Gooden placed a full load of enriched uranium in the cockpit of the plane, making a small nuclear bomb and filling the cockpit. Superposition speed. 100 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times. Bang! There was another sudden sonic boom, and the plane disappeared from sight. After a few minutes, they arrived at the end of the Savage Blood Road in the far north. Boom! This time the plane was fully loaded with nuclear bombs and crashed into the huge blood-red wall. Lee Gooden could not see the subsequent scenes, but at the moment of impact, Lee Gooden noticed that the nuclear bomb was detonating, and there seemed to be extremely angry fluctuations on the blood-red giant wall. Perhaps the distance was too far. Even the blood wall on this wild blood road didn't know who was attacking. Lee Gooden didn't think the matter was a big deal. He just felt that the blood wall was scolding him. Yoha, pretty arrogant. Lee Gooden waved his hand, and 1,000 attack planes fully loaded with nuclear bombs began to accelerate at an increasing speed. The reason for stacking it 2,000 times was because Lee Gooden was too lazy to wait too long. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of breaking air continued to come, and Lee Gooden's eardrums were buzzing. A few minutes later, in the far north of the wild, bloody road, thousands of dragons stood on the top of the mountain, staring blankly at the shocking scene. Huge nuclear explosions continued to occur on the blood wall. The blood color of the blood wall gradually faded, and angry, emotional fluctuations were transmitted. Boom, boom, boom. The plane was approaching, and many dragons could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. No one knows where these explosives came from, nor who is attacking the Savage Blood Road. However, blood was surging between heaven and earth on the Savage Blood Road, and the emotions of the Savage Blood Road seemed very unstable. All races looked up at the sky and began to pray, praying that the Wild Blood Road would calm down. No one can guess what terrible thing will happen in the next second. There has never been such a big change since the establishment of the Savage Blood Road. What Lee Gooden didn't know was that at the same time, on a planet deep in the universe, the Universal Federation held an emergency meeting. There is something abnormal on the Wild Blood Road. Unidentified people are attacking the Blood Road. The system cannot identify the source of the attack. Sir, is it someone from over there coming over here? It's unlikely, Li Changsheng. Go and take a look. Why don't you go? Li Changsheng, watch your attitude. On Lee Gooden's side, 1,000 self-destructive nuclear attack aircraft had been used up, and a huge blood-red wall was bleeding due to the explosion of Lee Gooden. It was also red, flowing down the wall and all over the floor. Thousands of dragons stared blankly, their legs going limp with fear. From ancient times to the present, anyone who dares to attack the Blood Road will be wiped out instantly. But this time is different. Why attack the blood path in the first place? Unless there is something wrong with you. Yeah, isn't that a door? You could just go out directly, but who has the brain to attack it? It's a pity that our dragon clan can't get out, so we won't let others out either. Yes, yes. Ha ha, don't come out. Lee Gooden looked at the sky to the south and thought of the huge golden wall to the south of his territory. That is the starting point of the universe. I attacked it once and was sanctioned. There are 2 more attack warnings left, so why not give it a try and see if it can detect who is attacking? Lee Gooden created another self-destructing nuclear attack plane in the air. Lee Gooden liked this name. Ready. Stacking speed. Bang. Lee Gooden was slapped for no apparent reason and fell heavily to the ground. Li Guden rubbed his eyes. In front of him stood a man in a white robe. He looked ordinary and not as handsome as himself. The man just glanced at the self-destructive nuclear attack plane in the sky, and the attack plane suddenly disappeared and turned into dust. Oh shit. Li Guden's pupils contracted and he was shocked. Is this retribution? Bang. Another slap. The man in white robe bent down, grabbed Li Guden's collar, and lifted him up. Li Guden looked at the other party's panel. ID? Race? Grade? Physical strength? Strength? Agile? Spirit? 3 question marks inexplicably popped up in Li Guden's mind. Bang! The man in white robe picked up Li Guden and slapped him for the 3rd time. All 3 slaps were on the right side of his face, which was already red and swollen and almost bleeding. Hero, spare my life. We can talk it over. All the soldiers are arrayed in front. The king of heaven and the tiger of earth. Bang! Another slap. Li Guden, are you bored? So your name is Li Guden? Who told you to hit that blood wall? The man in white robe glanced towards the south. Are you still planning to attack that golden wall? Huh? Bang! Another slap. Li Guden's face felt hot and tears of frustration almost flowed from his eyes. Do you know how much effort it took to build these 2 walls? Do you have nothing to do? The man in white robe swung his palm again. Li Guden became furious and unwilling to be humiliated again. He grabbed a small nuclear bomb in his right hand and wanted to die together with the man in white robe. Li Guden closed his eyes, feeling only frustration and resentment in his heart. Don't even think about hitting me on the right cheek again. Let's die together and be destroyed together. The nuclear bomb exploded, and Li Guden felt the heat in the palm of his hand. Chapter 105. Never dare to hit the wall again. Bang! This time, the man in white robe slapped Li Guden on the wrist and snatched the nuclear bomb. Snap! Snap! Under Li Guden's surprised gaze, the man in white robe crushed the nuclear bomb and turned it into dust. There was no power or heat erupting. The nuclear bomb had clearly exploded. How could it be possible? Li Guden felt numb from head to toe. It was certain that he was frightened. The man in white robe loosened Li Guden's collar and showed an ID in his hand. Position: Honorary President of the Universal Federation. Name: Li Changsheng. Race: Human. Li Changsheng? Senior Li, I am your successor. I have learned your skills. Oh, what skills have you learned from me? That's the one, that one. There have been so many things going on recently that Li Guden couldn't remember what technique it was. Bang! Another slap. Full of lies, Li Guden clan. AO, Shirlong clan. Interesting. I just want to ask you one question. Can you please not build a wall? Senior Li, I will never dare to do that again. Well, then it's okay. If I didn't feel a familiar aura on you, you would have died 100 times already. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Just as Li Guden took a deep breath, the soul stone where Lu Changjing was located in his chest made sound. Senior Li, do you still remember me? Li Guden thought to himself that it was troublesome. This Lu Changjing was really talking too much at this time. Why are you calling them back when they are about to leave? Sure enough, Li Changsheng appeared again. He stretched out his hand, and the soul stone flew out from Li Guden's chest, along with the tree spirit's heart. It's you, little girl. Why did you die? It's hard to explain. Senior, this child is from the Blue Star human race, and is your descendant. Li Changsheng did not even glance at Li Guden. I know there are very few things in this universe that I don't know. I just don't want to care. Do you know how many things I have to take care of every day? Lanxing has not been doing well recently. Li Guden, Lanxing's safety is now in your hands. If you can't do it well, I will settle the score with you. Li Guden frowned. As expected, trouble came. Senior, the Zerd are about to invade Blue Star. How can I possibly fight against them? Moreover, I am stuck in the bloody road and cannot get out. Li Changsheng waved his hands impatiently. All right, don't waste my time. They're just some small bugs. Don't think I don't know that you are stuck with a bug. If you were not from the Blue Star tribe, I would have turned a blind eye, and you would have been executed long ago. If you hit the wall again, I'll kill you. Brush. Li Changxing's figure disappeared, along with the shadow of Lu Qingjing. Li Guden let out a long sigh and rubbed his red and swollen right cheek. Li Changsheng, so terrifying. Fortunately, no one was killed. Just keep waiting. Li Guden let out a low growl, venting his anger. Boom! Snap! A red lightning descended from the blood-red sky and struck Li Guden on the head. The resurrection ink flashed green and then lost its luster. An illusory voice came from the sky, echoing endlessly. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Li Guden shivered and soaked the resurrection cross in the water of life. His mental power also absorbed the water of life to heal his physical injuries. But this time Li Guden didn't dare to shout. He looked at the bloody sky with gritted teeth, feeling vicious in his heart. Walk. Li Guden jumped onto an attack plane, increased his speed 500 times, and flew towards the far north. Bang! With a sound of breaking through the air, Li Guden began to slow down. According to the test, just now, although the speed of 500 stacking is a bit slower, it will not rush to the blood wall. There is still time to slow down slowly. Half an hour later, the attack aircraft returned to its normal speed of 10 Mach. Li Guden parked the plane on a hill and jumped down. There were some huge creatures on the bloody official road. Li Guden looked closely and found that they were huge earth dragons. Earth dragons are not considered to be of dragon bloodline and cannot fly, but they do have dragon bloodline to some extent. For example, strength and dragon scales can be seen with the naked eye. Only high-level dragon bloodlines have the ability to transform into human form, and these low-level earth dragons obviously do not have such bloodlines. Li Guden sped along the official road without encountering any obstructions along the way and directly entered the territory of Proud Dragon. From here, you can already see a huge blood-red wall in the distance. It is still bleeding and looks extremely terrifying. It was like blood flowing from the sky and dripping to the ground. It seems like a river of blood is falling from the sky. Li Guden felt the powerful aura of many dragons along the way and trembled, fearing that his identity would be exposed. Brush. A figure in a golden robe appeared on Li Guden's way and walked towards him with a smile on his face. Xiaolong, why have I never seen you before? Li Guden looked carefully and saw Ao Jia. According to the order of A, B, C, and D, this dragon should be more powerful than Ao Ding. Lord Aojia, the little dragon has just returned to the dragon territory. He had been traveling outside before. After saying that, Li Guden grabbed the reverse scale on the pendant around his neck. This reverse scale belonged to Ao Ding. Well, not bad, a promising young man. What's your name? I'll go back and register it. I'll buy. Why is Ao Ding coming back? Xiaolong doesn't know. Okay, go ahead. Ao Jia's figure disappeared in an instant, and Li Guden continued to walk towards the north calmly. It seems that Ao Jia is busy with something urgent and has no time to communicate with his junior. Is it because of the blood wall mutation? Li Chongsheng was alarmed. Let alone these dragons? Li Guden shook his head and walked to the blood wall an hour later. This huge blood wall is boundless, but there is a big gate in the middle. Li Goldan Ramambarad Li Shangshen's Burts. If Blue Star was not defended, there would probably be some trouble. We can't stay here for long. There are 89 days left until the Zerg invasion. Buzz. When Li Guden passed through the gate, the power of rules on the blood wall blocked his way and bounced Li Guden's body back. Li Guden thought about it and switched his race to the Guden tribe. Brush. A bloody light filled his eyes, and Li Guden's body was sucked in. Ding. There is no galaxy in the universe that the Dog Egg tribe belongs to, so teleportation is impossible. Li Guden was so angry that his teeth itched. Whatever. Anywhere is fine. Swish. A red light flashed, and Li Guden's body was wrapped again. Hey. Don't be so careless. I want to go to the blue planet. The Milky Way. Ding. No blue stars can be found in the Milky Way. Ding. Teleporting to a random galaxy. Li Guden slapped his forehead. Forget about this. The official Milky Way has abandoned Blue Star, and Blue Star no longer belongs to the Milky Way. Now I'm randomly teleported to the galaxy, and I don't know where I'll go. It doesn't matter. Once you get out and understand the laws of space, you can open the door of time and space. Li Guden, I'm back again. Chapter 106 New Store Opening. Brush. Li Guden was wrapped in blood-red light and teleported to an unfamiliar planet. However, with the system prompt, Li Guden can confirm that this is the Milky Way. Li Guden stood up and looked at the blue sky above his head. Around him was the spring scenery, a perfect world like a painting. The air is very refreshing and has a high spiritual energy content. Li Guden stared blankly at the sky as several figures passed by. Immortal cultivation civilization. This planet is a civilization of immortal cultivation. Li Guden felt his body weak. He was now in the form of the Guden clan. Compared with the Dragon Clan form, all his attributes were reduced tenfold, and he also lacked the blood of a true dragon. I can feel my body's weakness at all times. Switch. Proud Dragon Clan. Li Guden's body shape changed drastically. His height increased by 30 centimeters, and 2 horns grew on his head. All basic attributes have been improved tenfold, and the powerful feeling is back. When I was in the form of the Dog Egg Clan, I did not have true dragon blood, so my attributes would not increase naturally. Now, switching back to dragon form, the attributes are slowly rising again. Li Guden waved his hand, and the sky was filled with Storm-class aerospace motherships made of level 8 universal materials. Li Guden was flying across the sky of this planet, investigating the situation. There are too few strong people. The strongest, one has not even reached the yellow level. The best is the diamond level. According to the realm of immortal cultivation, he is just a small person in the tribulation period. Li Guden believes that only those above the yellow level can be considered powerful. The tribulation crossing stage is naturally a small ability. This planet is huge, and as a civilization that cultivates immortality, it really doesn't have any technological system at all. Li Guden jumped off the plane and landed in a small town. The town was crowded with people, and at this moment they all looked up at the huge monsters in the sky. All of them were terrified. Good God, what is that? It's so scary. I've never seen anything like it. It's okay. The seniors of Luoyun's sect will protect our town. Nonsense. I just saw a senior from Luoyun's sect come here, and he turned around and ran away. Li Guden wanted to disguise himself as an ordinary person, but it was really difficult. It was easy to disguise other parts, but he couldn't cover up these 2 dragon horns. Forget it. A truly strong person doesn't need to pretend. Li Guden had previously lost his human identity on Blue Star, and the Blue Star trading system no longer recognized him. Now he can only use the new dragon identity and system to establish relationships. Li Guden plans to search around this immortal civilization to see if he can do some business. Goldfinger, give me a system that connects to the Milky Way. Ding. Correction. Host Li Guden connected to the Galaxy trading system. Ding. Correction. Host Li Guden has connected to the Galaxy chat system. Turn on the chat system. Marriage wanted. Age 23. Level 312. Spouse requirements. Above level 200. Beautiful and intelligent. Interstellar flight tickets are now available for booking. Order now for 10% off. 10% off. Immortal Cultivation Civilization Magic Weapon for sale. Click the link below for details. Technological and civilized weapons for sale. A must-have weapon for killing and robbing. A hot item highly recommended. Click for details. The channel of this Milky Way is so huge that Li Guden has never seen so much news. Open the trading channel. Open the sales rankings. Sweep the list. Li Guden bought 1 copy of all the technological products on the list. Apply for a shop. Ding. Please name your store. Doggo Arms Manufacturer Direct Sales. Ding. Successfully created. Your store, Doggo Arms Factory Direct Sales, is in hot operation. Li Guden put all the technological products he had just bought on the shelves, connected to the SSS Unlimited Mecha Talent, and the quantities on the shelves were unlimited. The selling price is 20% lower than the market price. Ha ha ha. Low price competition. Who can compete with me, Li Guden? Li Guden opened the chat channel again. The big speakers for the Galaxy chat channels are very expensive. 1 million experience card. Buy 3. ID. Li Guden, loud loudspeaker, Dog Brother Arms Factory Direct Sales, new store opened, selling all popular technology products, low price promotion. Hurry up if you want to buy. Send 3 times in a row. Li Guden closed the trading channel. Li Guden has long disdained a small business on Blue Star. His ambition is to reach the vast sea of stars. Li Guden entered a city of immortal cultivation and restrained his aura. As for the dragon horn, there was really nothing he could do about it. I bought a scholar's hat from a roadside stall and put it on my head. Young man, is there a place in this city where you can buy and sell elixirs? Li Guden stopped a young man carrying a sword and asked him in a friendly manner. The young man looked at Li Guden, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Brother, are you kidding? Now that cultivating immortals is prohibited, how can we produce elixirs? Some ancient sects may have some in stock, but I'm afraid you can't get it." Li Guden nodded. He was right. "So how do you improve your cultivation now, young man?" The young man took out a crystal clear or from behind him. "Mining. Times have changed. Mining can earn experience points for upgrading. As for my Qing Feng sword, I'm afraid it will never be able to drink blood again." Li Guden was stunned. Is this immortal civilization now making money by mining? That's too sad. Just like the residents of Tata Star work to earn money, the only way for them to improve themselves is to work. Blue Star is not so bad. There are endless zombies to kill. Lee Gooden ignored the boy and walked towards a tall building in the city center. Presumably the people there have higher status and no more information. Stop. No entry to the city lord's mansion without permission. The two soldiers put their spears together and blocked Lee Gooden's way. Lee Gooden stretched out his fingers and pinched lightly, and the spear turned into powder. I'm here to discuss some business with your city lord. Call him out, or let me in. The two soldiers were sweating profusely, dropped their spears, and ran in, screaming all the way. Lee Gooden also entered the city lord's mansion. A middle-aged fat man came out. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my mansion? I want to get some pills. Pills? You come to the wrong place. I don't have any here. Perhaps you can go to the Danwang sect. Lee Gooden's face lit up with joy as he finally saw some clues. Where is the Danwang sect? Beside Xiutong Lake lies Maishan, and in Gemini Valley there is a magic pill. Lee Gooden nodded. It was quite rhyming. It doesn't look like something that was made up on the spur of the moment to fool people. Got it. I'll go later. But now that I'm here, you can't let me leave empty-handed, right? The city lord's fat belly kept twitching, and he seemed a little unhappy. Sir, please teach me a few tricks. Lee Gooden was not in the mood to ask for advice, so he just waved his hand and punched him. The dragon form has 10 times the attributes, and the strength reaches 1.26 million. A punch was thrown out with a sound of breaking through the air, and it stopped in front of the fat city lord's face. Judging from his movements, Lee Gooden estimated that he could not avoid the attack, so he did not kill him. Is it ready? The fat city lord took 2 trembling steps back. I suddenly remembered that my mother is critically ill. Please wait a moment, young man. I will go to visit my mother. Chapter 107 Gooden buys Dan, not leaving. It doesn't matter if your mother comes to visit later. Just bring out your pills, and I'll pay for them. Lee Gooden reached out and took out a 10 million experience card and showed it in front of the fat man. The fat city lord looked at the experience card with some disdain, waved his hand, and took out several brocade boxes from his storage ring. That's all. If we don't use this elixir in future cultivation, I'm afraid no one will be able to make any progress in cultivation. Senior, let me go. Lee Gooden also felt sorry for these immortal cultivators and only took 1 pill from each brocade box. Just 1 of each kind of pill would be enough. Goodbye. Lee Gooden turned around and flew towards the address of Danwang's sect. There's no need to ride on clouds. Dragons are born to fly. They are particularly envied in the eyes of these immortal cultivators. There were 10 kinds of elixirs in total. Lee Gooden used infinite imitation to replenish the number of elixirs to 100 and swallowed them one by one. The properties skyrocketed visibly. Taking pills can improve attributes really quickly. It's just that the pills have drug resistance, and you can only take 100 of each type of pill. After that, they will have no effect. Even some pills have the same main ingredient, so the drug resistance of these 2 pills will be counted together. Not long after, Lee Gooden arrived at the Danwang sect and shouted politely in front of the sect gate. No one. No one. What is it? I'm here to buy pills. I don't know whether the disciple guarding the sect's gate is deaf or hard of hearing. Get out? If you're here to get out, then get out of here right here and show me. Lee Gooden rubbed his ears. Did I hear it wrong? How does someone talk to me like this? Bang. Lee Gooden raised his hand and fired a shot with his revolver, and the gatekeeper dodged by turning sideways. Ouch! The immortal cultivation civilization is truly amazing. The movements of a gatekeeper disciple are graceful enough. It's really not difficult to dodge bullets, so try this. Boom! Lee Gooden pulled out the laser cannon and opened fire instantly. The disciple guarding the gate was horrified and stared at the laser, but had no time to react. Boom! The gate of Danwang sect was blown down. This was not Lee Gooden's original intention, but things have come to this point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of figures appeared in the air, standing across the sky. Who is causing trouble in my Danwang sect? Are you tired of living? Master, this person destroyed the sect and told me to get lost. Woo woo woo. Junior brother refused to leave and defended the sect's authority, but was killed by him. This person is still shouting about Danwang Zong being a bastard. Lee Gooden was really a little angry. What did he say such words? By Dan. By Dan, don't they understand? These 2 silly kids must have become stupid from guarding the gate. They're used to being so awesome. An old man in the sky drew a circle with his hands. Another circle. The big circle contains the small circle. Buzz. The big and small circles smashed down towards Lee Gooden, looking extremely powerful. Li Guden clearly saw the old man's panel. Purple gold level. A small ability in the fusion stage. Take it head-on and see what the immortal cultivator is capable of. Boom! The big and small circles hit Li Guden's chest, and a large amount of true energy spread out. Li Guden didn't feel any pain, and there wasn't even a wrinkle on his clothes on his chest. The silver level withstands the attack of the purple and gold level. Crossed 3 major realms. This is the proud dragon clan. Li Guden moved his shoulder blades and shouted towards the sky. I didn't say those words. I just came here to buy pills. Buying, Dan, do you understand? Hundreds of figures in the sky were whispering to each other. Buying pills? Doesn't this person know that pills are more valuable than life nowadays? Are they here to rob me? That makes sense. The strongest Xiao Nung in the Tribulation Crossing stage stood up again and looked down at Li Guden. Young man, now that the world does not allow the formation of pills, our Danwang sect is also unable to refine pills. If one pill is used, there will be one less. What you call buying pills, whether it is buying or robbing, our Danwang sect cannot accept it. Li Guden was so angry when he saw the old man acting so arrogantly. Grandma is not here, Grandpa is here. Come down and talk to me. Hundreds of figures took a deep breath. How dare this boy speak to the master like this? Arrogant. So arrogant. Kill this kid. Let him make peace. Capture him alive. Drain his tendons, peel off his skin, and put him into the alchemy furnace. Yes, even though it can't become a pill, I can still try it for fun. Li Guden sensed the hostility of the other sect and let out a loud dragon roar. His body turned into a 100-meter-long golden dragon and soared into the sky. Ouch! You are the only ones who can fly? You're a frog in the well. Bring me the elixir, and I will not kill anyone today. The dragon's roar scared away hundreds of monks. They all retreated hundreds of meters away, staring at the golden dragon in a daze. Go and invite the Grand Elder. Quick! Ask all elders to come out and protect the law. Kill this dragon. Although Li Guden has the body of a dragon, it does not prevent him from making mechas. In a flash, the sky was filled with Storm-class aerospace motherships, and carrier-based attack aircraft landed from the motherships and patrolled the air. Laser cannon, ready at level 1. Infinite stacking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Li Guden began to count. With every second, thousands of laser cannons in the sky would charge their power. 10 seconds later, the entire valley was filled with terrifying pressure. The pressure was not a psychological feeling, but the molecules in the air were affected and vibrated due to the accumulation of laser power. This pressure affects everyone. Even Li Guden feels it. But the control of this laser is in the hands of Li Guden. Compared with other people, Li Guden is naturally not afraid. Those monks had already started to flee in all directions, leaving only the leader hanging in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures of people who were in the Tribulation Crossing stage flew up from the ground, and in a flash, more than a dozen people gathered around the leader of the Danwang sect. My fellow disciples, the great disaster that our sect has suffered today is inevitable. I feel ashamed of my sect and all my fellow disciples. Today, you all help me in this desperate fight. We will meet again in the next life. Li Guden became furious again when he heard the other sect leader's bold words. Is this old man really so stubborn? I told them to buy the elixir, but they refused to give it to me or sell it to me, and they even beat me. When death is imminent, they say that everything is a foregone conclusion. Well, Li Guden sighed, and his eyes gradually turned crazy with admiration for these people who couldn't think flexibly. I'll give you one last chance. I'll buy your pills with money. Will you sell them to me? The dozen or so Tribulation Crossing cultivators in the air remained unmoved. They held hands and formed a circle, seemingly organizing some complicated formation. But to Li Guden, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like an extracurricular activity for elementary school students. Well, since that's the case then, Li Guden had no choice but to make up a sentence at the level of an elementary school student to put an end to the incompetence of the Danwang sect. Laser cannon. Shoot. Chapter 108, Returning to Blue Star, Human Creation Plan. Thousands of laser cannons, superimposed more than 100 times, shot down from the sky, and the entire sky was covered in red lasers. Boom. The Danwang sect no longer exists, the Twin Valley no longer exists, and the Womiai Mountain no longer exists. The water from the Chotong Lake was blasted up to the sky and poured down in a huge basin, with the sound of rain pouring down nonstop. Not to mention elixirs, Li Gooden couldn't even find a piece of intact land. The laser pierced through the earth the moment it was fired, penetrating an unknown number of meters. Large tracts of land were cut up and shattered, and now the Twin Valleys is in ruins. The broken surface is covered with terrifying cracks that are bottomless. White-hot air continued to rise from the cracks, like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. Li Gooden shook his head and decided to leave the planet. Isn't it funny that a civilization that cultivates immortality has no more elixirs? Li Gooden opened a space door and locked the coordinates outside the Blue Star Kyoto camp. After taking a step forward, Li Gooden came out and found himself on the land of Blue Star. In order to prevent people from the immortal civilization from invading Blue Star, Li Gooden fought back and smashed the space gate. Golden Finger, connect me to the Blue Star system. Ding. Host Li Gooden connects to the Blue Star trading system. Ding. Host Li Gooden connected to the Blue Star chat system. Li Gooden opened the trading system, and everything about Gouge Arms Manufacturer direct sales ceased to exist. I am now connected to the Blue Star system as a dragon. It is equivalent to re-registering an account. All of Blue Star Li Gooden's accounts on Blue Star have nothing to do with his current account. Turn on the chat system. Li Gooden saw words familiar to his fellow countrymen from Blue Star. Please, zombies, kill some for me. Everyone upstairs has nothing to kill, so don't beg for it. The 10th day of missing Li Gooden. Brother Go, level up quickly. Level 400 zombies are not enough to kill. I haven't heard from Brother Go for a long time. Is he out of favor? In order to prove that he was still alive, Li Gooden bought a big loudspeaker. ID. Li Gooden. Loud loudspeaker, don't ask about me. I'm just a legend. ID. Li Gooden. Loudmouth. I went to the Universal Federation and sat with President Li a few days ago. I just came back and said hello to everyone and prepared to resist the Zerg invasion. The chat channel exploded again in an instant. Stop bragging. You even went to the Universal Federation to sit with President Li for a while. You bastard, you bastard. So pretentious. I'm impressed by this bastard. I believe in Brother Go. What Brother Go said is true. Brother Go, I want to give birth to a child for you. Brother Go sleeps with me. I'll pay you back. I'll give you 1 million experience cards. I came here first. Brother Dog slept with me. The style of the chat channel changed, and the entire screen was filled with discussions about Li Gooden. Looking at the familiar language and the familiar fellow Blue Star people, Li Gooden actually felt a sense of intimacy. After being away from home for so long, it feels so good to be back home. But this one is too small. The area of Blue Star is not even as big as an alien territory in the Wild Blood Road. And the population? Li Gooden was a little depressed. The population of Blue Planet was too small, less than 100 million now. Li Gooden's return this time is different from before, and his understanding of this world is much more thorough. When a person dies, it is like a light going out, and the soul enters reincarnation. But there is a necessary condition for reincarnation, and that is quota. The quota is also very simple. The woman just needs to be pregnant. After 10 months of pregnancy, the baby is born and the soul enters the belly. If due to some accidents, the soul fails to enter the abdomen and the fetus correctly, then the fetus will die in the womb. This was the case when Li Gooden was born in the Wild and Bloody Road. Since the end of the world, there are not many women who can give birth on the Blue Planet. If another technological means is used to create quotas, it would be in vitro fertilization. This technology is not complicated, and Li Gooden can do better with his level. Li Gooden set off and boarded a plane, flying directly to Antarctica. This Antarctica is a pure land in the end times. There were no humans living here before the apocalypse, and there were no zombies invading after the apocalypse. There are mutant creatures, but their numbers are extremely small. Li Gooden arrived in Antarctica and started to do some serious work. With a wave of the hand, giant factories are located in every corner of Antarctica. The factory has prepared supporting measures: nuclear power, network, test tube, baby embryo, nursing machinery, etc. A compression laser defense tower was built outside each factory. Even if mutant creatures attack the factory, they will be instantly wiped out by the laser defense tower. Li Gooden went into a factory and tried to write the DNA of the baby embryo to make it look better. After the cat-demon experiment, Li Gooden has become quite advanced in the technology in the field of DNA. Strength, physique, virus, antibodies all strengthened. Let these future human cubs win at the starting line as soon as they are born. If Li Gooden wasn't reluctant to hurt himself, he would have to study the dragon DNA. There's really no need for that, and the exploration of science cannot take precedence over one's own life. Of course, other people's lives don't matter. Lee Gooden believes that the physical fitness of the children conceived from this batch of embryos will be more than 1,000 times that of ordinary humans. That is, a newborn baby should be able to lift a cow. This is suitable for survival in the apocalypse. It takes 10 months for an embryo to grow into a baby in a test tube, which is too long. Take hormones. Lee Gooden was very familiar with this thing. Before the end of the world, humans loved to take hormones, and their daily diet could not be without hormones. But Lee Gooden's hormones are different. They are too strong. Embryos grow into babies 100 times faster. It will be ready in 3 days. Design an automatic fertility device. Lee Gooden guessed that he didn't need to look for the well of reincarnation, because those dead souls will find their own fellow reincarnation wells and be thrown into them. It's a good thing that Blue Star has been expelled from the Milky Way now, so that the soul of Blue Star can be thrown into the reincarnation well of Blue Star. Returned to Blue Star home. After the factory was built, Lee Gooden stayed in the factory to observe the growth of embryos in the test tubes. Baby making plan. This is real creation of human beings, rather than a soulless maker. If a person has no soul, he will have no future. Lee Gooden doesn't want a group of soulless manufacturers to stay on Blue Star forever. Manufactured humans are nothing more than more advanced bionic robots. Let those wandering souls return to their hometowns. These are the real people with flesh and blood and soul. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The test tubes in the factory burst one by one, and the babies were about to be born. Lee Gooden looked up and saw densely packed souls in the sky, floating towards the test tubes and entering the bodies of the babies. Wow! A loud baby cry was heard, and many babies began to cry one after another. The baby-making plan was successful. While Lee Gooden was excited, he realized that he had missed a very important issue. This first batch of 10 million babies, who will raise it? Chapter 109, Origin of the Broken Universe. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Blue Star has entered the human-making mode. A new era has begun. All the survivors of Blue Star looked up at the sky blankly. Blue Star's souls kept falling from the sky and drifting towards the pure land of Antarctica. What they don't know is that new babies are constantly being born in the South Pole. Lee Gooden brought a baby embryo into the God of Craftsmanship space. This embryo is about to take shape. However, the rules of the God of Craftsman space are different from those of the outside world, and the souls from the outside world cannot penetrate through. There is only one soul floating in the God of Craftsman space, that of Chu Meng Meng. Meng Meng, since you haven't been baptized by the well of samsara, your memory should be preserved. Come, revive. There was a hint of surprise in Chu Meng Meng's resentful eyes. Meng Meng, this embryo is a strengthened human body. Your cat demon bloodline has dissipated. This time you can become a human again. Chu Meng Meng opened her arms, and her soul gently floated into the embryo. Snap! The test tube broke, and the newborn was born. Wow! Wow! The newborn blinked his big eyes at Lee Gooden and the endless starry sky in the God of Craftsmanship space. Lee Gooden took out a lollipop from somewhere and handed it to the baby. The baby let out a cry and dropped the lollipop to the ground, then waved his tender little fists in front of Lee Gooden. Lee Gooden smiled and pinched the baby's face. Meng Meng, there are hormones on the workbench over there. You can eat more and grow up quickly. I'll take you back when you grow up. A smile finally appeared on the baby's face. Wang Yu drilled out of the God of Craftsman space, tore through the void, and entered the space barrier. When a newborn was born, he vaguely felt the power of rules. The direction of the source has been determined. The answers are all there. Origin of the universe. Why doesn't Li Chongqing admit that he built the wall? Why would hitting the golden wall cause a warning and also provide feedback to the origin of the universe? Because they are afraid. This is a trap. What a huge scam. Lee Gooden, will break this situation today. In the void, Lee Gooden created the largest nuclear bomb in history and detonated it in the power of lust and destruction. Soon, a new black hole appeared. Familiar with the route, Lee Gooden entered the black hole with a god-level ball on his head. The situation in the black hole was exactly the same as last time. After finding the blood-red well, Lee Gooden once again entered the wild, bloody road. Lee Gooden was born in the human territory and flew towards the south. With the speed of infinite superposition, they arrived in front of the Golden Wall in half an hour. This is already the territory of the Gooden tribe, and its area is hundreds of times larger than the human territory. However, there is no living creature in the territory of the Gooden tribe, and Li Gooden is probably the only person in the tribe. The nuclear bomb appeared under the Golden Wall and exploded instantly. Ding! System warning. One warning opportunity left. Crash. Hundreds of cosmic origins were thrown out from the Golden Wall. Li Gooden was ecstatic. It was indeed the case. Attack again, and Li Gooden will see that the Golden Wall is filled with nuclear weapons. It stretches for nearly 100 kilometers. Detonate. Boom! At this moment, Li Changsheng arrived again, his face full of anger, but it was too late. Behind Li Changsheng, there are a group of strange creatures. They must be the big guys from the Universal Federation. Li Gooden, do you know that you have destroyed the origin of the universe? You are a sinner. All our efforts have been in vain. Boom, boom, boom. Li Gooden looked at the talent extraction column. Jie, is this the reason why you prohibit immortal cultivation? Using the origin of the universe to isolate the spiritual energy of this universe. I, Li Gooden, will sacrifice myself today to restore order to the universe. Blow it up like crazy. The sky was instantly filled with nuclear bombs, and the terrifying pressure from each warhead made Li Changsheng secretly smack his lips in amazement. It's over. This Li Gooden has ruined our plan. Boom! The huge Golden Wall broke, and the thick fairy spirit entered the Wild Blood Road. At this moment, all creatures on the Savage Blood Road are breaking through and advancing. They all looked up at the sky blankly. Endless immortal energy instantly filled the Wild Blood Road and spread towards the boundless universe. The universe has been sublimated and the shackles have disappeared. By this time, Li Gooden had already been reduced to ashes. Only a scarlet ring fell to the ground. In the vast sea of life in the ring, there seems to be a soul wandering. There was a ball hanging on his head.